Chapter 1. The Incense Burner. Zhang Feng was an antique dealer in Beijing's Panjiayuan, where he operated a small shop. Though he was labeled an antique merchant, his dealings were largely fraudulent, and at 30 years of age, he had achieved little and remained a bachelor. One day, a customer brought in an incense burner. It was no larger than a baby's fist, resembling an ordinary incense burner, yet its material was of a peculiar nature that Zhang Feng could not identify. Acknowledging his ignorance, he purchased it at an inflated price of 300 yuan, hoping that a knowledgeable buyer might offer him a lucrative profit. That night, as Zhang Feng lay in bed, he scrutinized the incense burner repeatedly, yet failed to discern its secrets. Eventually, he fell asleep with the burner nestled beside him. In the dead of night, Zhang Feng was roused by the sound of rummaging. Groggy and bleary-eyed, he beheld two figures, an ancient Eteria man and a woman standing in his room. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a rotund physique and a face that was both jolly and intimidating, his garments barely containing his bulk. The woman, of similar age, was tall and curvaceous, her delicate features tinged with an air of menace. The presence of these two instilled in Zhang Feng an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to standing before a colossal mountain, leaving him barely able to maintain his footing. "Who are you? What do you want?" he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The pair ignored his query. "Where is the swallowing heaven furnace?" the woman demanded. "What swallowing heaven furnace? I know nothing of it. Please leave my home at once, or I shall call the authorities." Zhang Feng threatened, his heart racing and his hands shaking. "Silence," the corpulent man retorted, flicking his finger, causing a flying sword to materialize before Zhang Feng. It glimmered with a chilling sharpness, emanating an aura that promised instant death should it advance a mere inch closer. "I ask again, where is the swallowing heaven furnace?" the man inquired impatiently, as the sword edged closer to Zhang Feng. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Feng's brow. He was at a loss for how to respond. "The swallowing heaven furnace? Ah, yes. I acquired it just this morning. Is this what you seek?" A sudden epiphany struck him, as he recalled the incense burner he had just obtained. Seizing upon this lifeline, he gingerly retrieved the burner from under the covers and presented it, trembling, to the rotund man. "Indeed, this is the swallowing heaven furnace," the man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration, his hands trembling in excitement. The woman leaned in to inspect it, and soon they were both engulfed in raucous laughter. "Mission accomplished, let us depart," the man declared, his spirits soaring as he prepared to leave. "What about him?" the woman queried, gesturing toward Zhang Feng. "Dead." As the word left the man's lips, the sword, suspended in midair, flashed with a blinding light, piercing through Zhang Feng's skull. Unbeknownst to anyone, a splatter of blood landed upon the incense burner, vanishing in an instant. The man flicked his sleeve to retract the sword, but as he turned to leave, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The incense burner emitted a radiant crimson glow and, seemingly of its own volition, soared toward Zhang Feng's lifeless body, vanishing into the void before the man's astonished gaze. In the Xuanwu Continent, within the state of Chu. "It's so cold." Zhang Feng awoke to find himself transformed into a beggar, lying amidst a pile of refuse in a street corner. "What is happening? Did I not die? How am I here?" Bewildered, he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, struggling to recall his past, as waves of information surged into his mind like a tsunami. "It hurts so much." Zhang Feng clutched his head, wailing in agony. After a while, the pain subsided, and his consciousness began to clear. "This is the Xuanwu Continent, in the state of Chu. Could it be that the incense burner transported me to this place and inhabited the body of a beggar who froze to death?" He pondered, a mixture of relief and astonishment coursing through him as he realized the incense burner was indeed a treasure. For reasons unknown, he could distinctly sense the incense burner hovering motionless within his dantian. "Gurgle, gurgle," his stomach protested. "I must find something to eat otherwise. I shall starve once more after just being reborn." Sighing, Zhang Feng reflected that regardless of the place, the same old issues persisted, opulence and poverty coexisting in stark contrast. His immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. Zhang Feng lingered outside a noodle shop, where a young waiter emerged to pour half a bowl of leftover sauce noodles into a shabby bowl. He devoured the meal ravenously. He had never before found sauce noodles to be so delicious. Could it be that they contained some secret ingredient? Having finished the noodles, he felt the chill subside considerably. What should I do next? He contemplated this pressing question. In his past life, though he had accomplished little, he had at least commanded some respect as an antique dealer. What was he to do now? Should he resign himself to a life of begging? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the incense burner within him began to stir. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently into Zhang Feng's body. At first, it felt as though he were immersed in warm water, a soothing sensation enveloping him. However, as time passed, he sensed an overwhelming influx of energy that threatened to rupture him from within. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only a brief moment. Had it continued any longer, Zhang Feng would surely have perished. In the days that followed, this phenomenon recurred daily. Zhang Feng realized that his body was nearing its limit for absorbing this energy. He had perhaps a month at most before facing certain death. What am I to do? Having just been reborn, must I face death once more? Zhang Feng lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Even living as a beggar is preferable to death. He trudged along the street, heavy-hearted. Attention! Attention! The Xuanwu sect is recruiting disciples. On the 25th of this month, the doors of the Xuanwu sect will open wide to accept disciples. There are no restrictions on status or background. Anyone interested is welcome to participate. Simply pass the test to become an outer disciple of the Xuanwu sect and enjoy all the privileges that come with it. A scholar-like figure read from a notice on the wall, surrounded by a throng of eager listeners. The Xuanwu sect is home to celestial beings who soar through the clouds. To become a disciple, there would be akin to soaring to great heights and bringing honor to one's family. Indeed, I must participate. I will join as well. If I become a celestial being, my family will be able to hold their heads high. I too wish to take a chance. If I were to become a celestial being of the Xuanwu sect, would that little red from Ziyun Tower still dare to look down on me? I want to go. I want to go. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each person seemingly convinced they would be accepted into the Xuanwu sect. A celestial being will surely cure my ailment. Zhang Feng suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, his eyes alight as he shouted, "Filthy beggar, get lost! Celestials have no interest in curing your poverty." A scholar, startled by Zhang Feng's outburst, retorted angrily. Zhang Feng chose not to engage, recognizing that as a beggar, he had no standing to argue. He had no inclination to seek out a doctor. On one hand, he believed no physician could remedy his affliction, and on the other, the most pressing issue was that he had no money. With his last copper coin, he purchased 3 steamed buns and, orienting himself, set off toward the Xuanwu sect. He was determined to reach the Xuanwu sect for a cure. Chapter 2. Seeking a cure. Even with careful rationing, the buns were gone by the following day. From that point on, Zhang Feng resorted to foraging for wild fruits, vegetables, and bird eggs. He traversed over a dozen high mountains and crossed several rivers, his feet sore and blistered. Finally, on the 20th day of his journey, he arrived at the Grand Plaza of the Xuanwu sect. The Xuanwu sect boasted an expansive domain, with its influence stretching thousands of kilometers in all directions from its central location. It was one of the 3 great sects of the state of Chu, alongside the Huiyuan sect and the Tianjian Valley. Standing in the plaza of the Xuanwu sect, gazing at the celestial cranes soaring overhead and the towering palaces reaching for the clouds, even Zhang Feng, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself momentarily speechless, awestruck by the ethereal splendor. At that moment, the plaza was bustling with no fewer than 10,000 people, a mix of young and old, men and women. At the center of the plaza stood a high platform upon which sat an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard. "This is sacred ground. Do not create disturbances," the old man proclaimed. Though he was at a distance, every individual felt as though his voice resonated directly in their ears, evoking a profound sense of reverence that surged from deep within their hearts. Instantly, the plaza fell silent. "There are too many participants for this test. I fear I cannot manage alone," summoned elders Qing Song and Shui Qin. The long-haired elder instructed a disciple at his side in a hushed tone. "Understood, Uncle Zhao. I shall fetch them at once." The disciple bowed respectfully before transforming into a beam of white light, racing toward the mountain gate. Indeed, such are the celestial methods. To soar through the clouds and traverse the heavens, this is what we aspire to. How wonderful it would be to attain such abilities. The crowd erupted in excitement. Celestial beings truly exist in this world, Zhang Feng murmured to himself. All of this was beyond anything he had ever encountered on Earth, shattering his previous understanding of reality. Before long, 2 beams of mysterious light descended upon the high platform. Elders Qingsong and Shui Qin had arrived. Elder Qingsong appeared prosperous, sporting a bulbous nose, and bowed to Elder Zhao, who returned the gesture. Clad in flowing purple garments, the water-lute fairy exuded an enchanting beauty and a commanding presence, stirring the hearts of the multitude of men below. She merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Elder Zhao, signifying her respectful greeting. Everyone listened closely, form 3 lines, and ascend the high platform in turn. a disciple in white attire declared. The staircase leading to the elevated stage was fortified with a simple barrier, requiring considerable effort to overcome, serving as a test of physical endurance designed to eliminate the frail and weak. Several individuals, unable to muster the strength, ultimately failed to reach the high platform. Those who did ascend would undergo a test of their spiritual roots conducted by the three elders, who would ultimately determine their fate whether to remain or depart. Spiritual roots are the foundation of one's potential for cultivation. Without them, diligence is futile. Lacking spiritual roots renders one incapable of taking the first step toward becoming a cultivator. The most coveted are the heavenly and earthly spiritual roots. These rare roots, appearing only once in a millennium, are fiercely sought after by all sects, as those possessing them are typically prodigies, advancing at an astonishing pace, with great prospects of leading their sect to unparalleled heights. Next in rarity are the single spiritual roots, one of the 5 elements, along with the mutated wind and thunder roots. Those with a single root also cultivate at remarkable speeds, often standing out as the elite within their sects. Dual spiritual roots, encompassing 2 of the 5 elements, are not overly common. Either those who possess them are usually the creme de la creme of their sects. Triple spiritual roots, comprising 3 elements, represent the baseline for selection among disciples by the major sects, as the majority of cultivators possess this type. Quadruple spiritual roots, which include all 4 elements, indicate exceedingly poor aptitude for cultivation. While there may occasionally be cultivators of this type, they invariably remain stuck at the nascent stage throughout their lives, unable to break through. For the sects, individuals with quadruple roots are deemed a drain on resources, serving no other purpose. Consequently, those with quadruple roots or lower are seldom considered during the disciple selection process. As for quintuple roots, also known as mixed roots, there has never been a report of such a cultivator. In essence, such an aptitude renders one incapable of embarking on the path of cultivation, as individuals with mixed roots cannot draw in the celestial energy necessary for their advancement. No amount of resources or time can remedy this fundamental flaw. Failure is inevitable. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals approached the high platform. The 3 elders placed their hands upon the heads of each candidate, channeling their spiritual energy to discern their roots. Gao Sanyuan, quadruple roots, not accepted. A burly man shook his head in disappointment and descended the platform. Su Huan, quadruple roots, not accepted. A dark-skinned man walked down with a glum expression. Zhang Tianyuan, triple roots, accepted. A scholarly young man beamed with excitement upon hearing the results, drawing envious glances from those in the adjacent line. Wang Duo, mixed roots, not accepted. Zhang Feng stood in the same line as the water lute fairy. By the time it was his turn, several triple roots and 1 dual root had already been identified ahead of him, leaving him somewhat anxious. Zhang Feng, mixed roots, not accepted. The water lute fairy's expression remained indifferent as she prepared to withdraw her hand from his head, but suddenly noticed something amiss. How is it that you possess such an abundance of spiritual energy within you? Esteemed fairy, I am unsure of the reason. I merely feel a discomfort within my body, as though I might burst. Zhang Feng could not reveal the secret of the incense burner, which was capable of granting him rebirth, a truly extraordinary treasure. Having navigated the streets of Panjiayuan for many years, he understood all too well the adage that a common man bears no guilt, but a gem invites envy. Earlier, the water lute fairy had sensed the flow of spiritual energy within Zhang Feng's body, but had failed to detect the presence of the incense burner. I have come seeking aid, imploring the fairy to use her divine arts to save my life, Zhang Feng implored, kneeling before her with utmost sincerity. Please stand aside for now. We shall discuss this after the testing concludes, the water lute fairy replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she contemplated. Zhang Feng bowed 3 times before her and respectfully stepped aside. After a considerable time, the crowd dispersed, marking the conclusion of the testing. Esteemed elders, a total of 98 disciples have been accepted in this round of testing, including 2 with dual roots. The remainder possess triple roots, a disciple reported. Still no sign of a single root prodigy. Is our water moon sect destined for decline? Elder Zhao sighed, recalling that the Fire Cloud sect and the Sky Sword Valley each welcomed single root disciples every year, while the Water Moon sect had not seen a single one in several years. It's not all bad. At least we've secured 2 with dual roots. Elder Qingsong replied with a smile. Let's move on. This will suffice for this year. I refuse to believe such misfortune can persist. Elder Zhao remarked, his spirits somewhat dampened. Hold on. The water lute fairy pointed towards Zhang Feng, addressing elders Qingsong and Zhao. This individual has mixed roots, yet possesses an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao placed his hand on Zhang Feng's forehead. Indeed, such a wealth of spiritual energy, if not harnessed properly, this young man will surely perish within 5 days. Elder Zhao withdrew his hand and turned to the other two. Perhaps we should temporarily take him under our wing, suggested the water lute fairy. No way. Accepting a mixed root would only invite ridicule upon our water moon sect. Elder Zhao exclaimed, his face reddening with indignation. If we do not accept him, he will surely die. Has our water moon sect become so cold-hearted? The water lute fairy could not abide Elder Zhao's words and retorted sharply. What do you think, Elder Qingsong? Elder Zhao inquired, turning towards him. I side with the water lute fairy. It is unseemly to turn a blind eye to a life in peril, especially when it is not the way of our righteous path, Elder Qingsong replied, his demeanor unassuming. After all, he had no desire for this lineage, and if the water lute fairy wished to take him in, he would gladly oblige as a favor. Very well, since both of you agree, I shall refrain from further protest. However, let me make one thing clear. Whether or not you accept him is your concern, but my lineage will not take in a mixed root, Elder Zhao asserted, determined to establish his position, fearing that Zhang Feng might become a liability. Elder Qingsong, however, merely gazed skyward, adopting an air of indifference. The water lute fairy stifled a sigh, inwardly cursing the two crafty elders. Though the idea had originated with her, she had only intended to save a life, never contemplating the prospect of accepting a disciple with mixed roots. She had hoped to deflect the responsibility onto someone else, but now, with no one willing to take the burden, it appeared she would have to shoulder it herself. With a mix of frustration and resignation, she maintained her composure and stated coolly, since no one else wishes to take him, I shall accept him. With those words, her displeasure remained concealed beneath an outwardly calm demeanor. Zhang Feng, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Come, let us return to Zixia Peak. Suddenly, a crimson light enveloped Zhang Feng, and he soared into the depths of the mountains alongside the water lute fairy. What? I must have misheard. The water lute fairy, who has never taken on disciples, has actually accepted one. Countless talented aspirants have sought to become her students, only to be turned away one by one. Yet, she has chosen a waste of a disciple with mediocre spiritual roots? This unfortunate soul is indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Chapter 3. The opening of the Upalm and the lingering smoke step. As the ethereal light receded, it settled in a secluded courtyard. You shall reside here from now on, the water lute fairy stated, her expression devoid of emotion. After years of never accepting a disciple, the inexplicable choice to take on one with flawed spiritual roots left her feeling far from elated. This is the foundational method for cultivating qi. Follow this technique to guide the spiritual energy within you into your dantian. It will ensure your survival, she continued, tossing Zhang Feng a jade slip. I reside in the purple cloud cave atop the mountain. Seek me if you have matters to discuss, but do not disturb me without cause. With that, she transformed into a stream of ethereal light and vanished. Zhang Feng gazed in a daze at the receding figure of the water Qinxian, pondering how wonderful it would be if he could one day soar through the skies as she did. However, his immediate concern was to resolve the issue of guiding spiritual energy into his dantian. He would set aside his dreams for the time being. Zhang Feng entered the room, settled himself into a cross-legged position, and placed the jade tablet upon his forehead. Segments of cultivation techniques unfolded within his mind. He endeavored to channel the spiritual energy within him according to the instructions inscribed on the tablet. However, to his dismay, as soon as he attempted to guide it, the energy surged forth like wild stallions, rampaging uncontrollably. Ah! A cry of anguish escaped his lips. Zhang Feng's complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If this continues, he would likely meet his demise within 5 days, perhaps even today. Zhang Feng murmured to himself, contemplating the cessation of his mental cultivation. Suddenly, the incense burner began to rotate, and the chaotic spiritual energy, guided by his mental discipline, swiftly flowed into his dantian. The spiritual energy that entered the dantian was subsequently absorbed by the incense burner, and the sensation of his body nearly being overwhelmed vanished in an instant. Zhang Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. In the subsequent days, each time the incense burner began to rotate, he diligently guided the spiritual energy entering his body through his mental techniques. All of this energy was absorbed by the incense burner, no longer dispersing throughout his limbs and bones. Even more remarkably, as the absorption of spiritual energy increased, a golden droplet began to emerge from the incense burner, quietly hovering in the vicinity of Zhang Feng's dantian. Zhang Feng could sense the astonishing spiritual energy within the droplet. Should it explode, his demise would be inevitable. However, after several days, the droplet showed no signs of detonation, allowing Zhang Feng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the crisis averted, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. He directed his fist towards a towering tree in the courtyard and struck it with all his might. Crack! To his astonishment, the immense tree, capable of being embraced by two individuals, toppled at the sound of his blow. Zhang Feng was astonished by the power of his own punch. According to the description in the jade slip, it seemed that I had reached the third layer of the qi condensation stage. Yet, that cannot be right. Isn't it said that those with mixed spiritual roots cannot cultivate? How could my progress be so rapid? Zhang Feng was filled with bewilderment. It must be the incense burner. It is the incense burner that has granted me the qualification to cultivate. Zhang Feng was exceptionally delighted. This incense burner had brought him an abundance of surprises. After a moment of excitement, he realized he lacked a cultivation technique. Although brimming with energy, without a method, he would be utterly disorganized in battle, wielding little lethality. It could be said that in a confrontation between two individuals at the same third level of qi condensation, one who had cultivated a technique would undoubtedly prevail over one who had not. The pressing issue now was to acquire a cultivation method. While Shui Qinstian undoubtedly possessed such techniques, he was hesitant to disturb her lightly. Each month, the sect provided every outer disciple with a nourishing pill and half a spirit stone. The spirit stone serves as currency within the realm of cultivation, rendering mundane gold and silver worthless in the eyes of cultivators. The nourishing pill aids practitioners in swiftly channeling spiritual energy into their bodies. The initial step of cultivation involves guiding the heavenly and earthly spiritual forces into oneself, a crucial phase that must be successfully traversed to continue one's practice. Failing to do so results in no difference from an ordinary mortal. Successfully crossing this threshold signifies entry into the first level of qi condensation. For those with heavenly or earthly spiritual roots, this transition typically occurs within about a month. For those with a single spiritual root, it may take around 3 months. Dual spiritual roots might require approximately a year, while those with triple roots may take around 3 years. As most sect disciples possess triple spiritual roots, the requirement for outer disciples to enter the first level of qi condensation within 3 years serves as a crucial benchmark and assessment by the sect. If an outer disciple achieves this within the stipulated time, they may continue their cultivation. Otherwise, they must leave the sect voluntarily. Upon reaching the 4th level of qi condensation, one may participate in the inner disciple competition, thereby advancing to the status of an inner disciple. It can be said that inner disciples are the primary focus of the sect's cultivation efforts, receiving a monthly allocation of resources far superior to that of outer disciples. Thus, outer disciples are eager to vie for the opportunity to become inner disciples. Zhang Feng achieved the 3rd level of qi condensation in less than a month, a feat that would be met with disbelief by many due to its extraordinary nature, even among prodigious disciples endowed with both heavenly and earthly roots. Reaching the 3rd level of qi condensation within a year seems implausible, let alone for one possessing a mixed spiritual root. However, having entered the qi condensation stage, the Peiyuan pill has become obsolete. Zhang Feng arrived at the Danwu Pavilion to collect his annual allocation of spirit stones and Peiyuan pills. He then proceeded to the martial arts pavilion, hoping to exchange the Peiyuan pills for martial arts techniques. Have you truly considered this? Without the assistance of Peiyuan pills, the prospect of entering the first level of the qi condensation stage is exceedingly bleak. Are you genuinely intent on trading 12 Peiyuan pills for 2 lower-tier techniques of the 10th rank? Elderly, who guards the martial arts pavilion, inquired of Zhang Feng with a grave expression. Yes, elderly. Zhang Feng respectfully replied. Very well. To the left on the 1st floor, please choose as you wish. After elderly finished speaking, he tossed a jade slip to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, holding a jade slip, entered the area on the left side of the 1st floor designated for the storage of martial arts techniques. The shelves within were filled with an array of diverse martial arts manuals. The Spirit 8 Fist, agile and unexpected in its strikes. The Shattering Stone Palm, capable of crushing stones with boundless strength. The Ascending Sky Leg, swift as the wind, leaping 10 zhang in a single bound. Zhang Feng deliberated for an extended period before ultimately selecting 2 books, one titled Kaiyu Zhang and the other Ling Yanbu. Kaiyu Zhang is primarily offensive, possessing formidable striking power that can shatter an opponent's bones, swiftly vanquishing foes beneath its might. In contrast, Ling Yanbu is designed for evasion during combat, characterized by its light-footed agility, making it elusive in close quarters. Handle with care. Return them in 6 months. Elderly instructed. The disciple comprehended. After Zhang Feng performed a courteous bow, he departed. Upon exiting the pavilion of cultivation, he was met by a throng of disciples outside, a waste with mixed spiritual roots. Let us see what cultivation method you have chosen. One jeered. I possess a technique that would suit you perfectly, known as the art of the inept fist. Take it home and study it well. Perhaps you might achieve something. Another scoffed. With your mixed spiritual roots, you cannot even reach the first layer of qi condensation. What use do you have for a cultivation method? It would be better for you to relinquish it, lest you squander the sect's resources. Zhang Feng paid no heed to the scornful jibes and continued on his way. Hey, we've already told you to hand over your martial arts technique. Are you deaf? The 2 men clasped their fists and obstructed Zhang Feng's path. I am Li Tao, and this is Tianyu. We are both at the 2nd level of qi condensation. Surrender your technique to us. Li Tao introduced himself first, then spoke in a commanding tone. These two were notorious among the outer disciples, and their second level of qi condensation instilled fear in others, leaving them angry yet unable to voice their grievances. Get lost. Zhang Feng extended his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of energy from his condensed qi, propelling Li Tao and Tianyu several meters away, landing them unceremoniously on the ground. Even without any training, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. The onlooking disciples were left in utter disbelief, rubbing their eyes, unable to fathom the reality before them. Did I truly witness this? A mere waste with a mixed spiritual root just toppled two practitioners at the second level of qi condensation? Was it merely an illusion? How could someone so inept possess such formidable strength? Li Tao, still dazed from the fall, murmured to himself in bewilderment. Chapter 4. Ghost Fog Ridge. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhang Feng was filled with a sense of glee. He had not anticipated that the second-level practitioners, Li Tao and Tianyu, would be so easily dispatched by a mere push. With newfound strength, he thought, who would dare to bully him in the future? With this in mind, he commenced his practice of the opening mountain palm. 3 months later, Zhang Feng realized something was amiss, despite his rigorous training. The might described in the palm technique remained elusive. Indeed, it was completely absent. In contrast, others would have achieved some measure of progress in 3 months. If he were to engage in combat with such superficial skills, it would be absurd to expect victory. Was it due to his mixed spiritual roots? Just as despair began to set in, the incense burner in his dantian began to rotate. Wisps of white vapor emerged, surging towards his mind. After a dizzying sensation, Zhang Feng found the palm technique astonishingly simplified. The perplexities that had previously confounded him during practice suddenly became clear. Attempting the opening mountain palm once more, he discovered a remarkable increase in its power. His palm shimmered with energy, exuding the aura of a master who had trained for decades. He struck a massive rock in his courtyard with a single palm. With a thunderous sound, the boulder shattered into dust. Indeed, it was not merely fragments, it was powder. Dust swirled around him, causing Zhang Feng to cough repeatedly. According to texts, the peak mastery of the opening mountain palm could break stones into pieces. Yet, with a strike, he had pulverized the hardest granite, far exceeding the written descriptions. Is this truly possible? This is utterly astonishing. Zhang Feng was once again astonished by the potency of the incense burner. Could it be that the white vapor emanating from this burner possesses the ability to mend spiritual roots? Zhang Feng pondered to himself, grappling with thoughts that eluded his comprehension. The world had long surpassed his previous understanding, presenting an abundance of perplexities. With this realization, he found a sense of tranquility within. Although he had acquired formidable techniques, such as the Kaiwa palm, he recognized that without agile footwork in the face of an adversary, he remained vulnerable to harm. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng immediately resumed his practice of the Lingyan step. With the assistance of the incense burner, his training progressed with remarkable ease. A month later, within the confines of his courtyard, a shadow flitted like a specter, weaving seamlessly from side to side, at times advancing swiftly, only to retreat with equal haste. The entire performance fluid and unimpeded. The Lingyan step had reached its pinnacle. Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight. With the synergy of the Lingyan step and the Kaiwa palm, he had gained the means to confront adversaries. During this period, Zhang Feng devoted his primary focus to the cultivation of his techniques. Were it anyone else, even those of remarkable talent, excessive time spent on techniques would inevitably hinder their progress in realms of cultivation. However, Zhang Feng was different. He did not require lengthy meditation to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Instead, he merely directed the profound energies drawn into his body by the incense burner into his dantian. The incense burner exhibited an astonishing rate of absorption, far surpassing the speed of meditation by more than tenfold. Thus, one could say that Zhang Feng's realm advancement was rather passive, forcibly elevating his level. Failure to do so could result in catastrophic consequences. Should the prodigies of heavenly and earthly roots become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. With the formidable assistance of the incense burner, Zhang Feng's cultivation level had, almost imperceptibly, reached the 4th layer of the qi condensation stage. This level, while not excessively high, was sufficiently formidable to ensure his self-preservation in times of danger. Consequently, he could undertake tasks issued by his sect to earn contribution points. The sect's task hall periodically released various assignments, ranging from gathering spiritual herbs to slaying beastly foes or acquiring specific materials. Successful completion of these tasks would yield contribution points, which held immense value within the sect, enabling the exchange for any desired items, such as techniques, elixirs, or materials. Zhang Feng possesses a character that is resolute and decisive, never one to procrastinate. The task pavilion is situated not far from the martial arts pavilion, where many exceptional disciples from various sects congregate. Upon the arrival of Zhang Feng, a palpable stir swept through the crowd. This is the infamous disciple of the Water-Qin fairy. Am I mistaken? What business does this waste of a disciple with a miscellaneous spiritual root have in the task pavilion? Does he dare to accept a mission? Since when has the task pavilion permitted those with inferior spiritual roots to undertake assignments? Humanity often falters by failing to recognize their own limitations. A cacophony of scornful and derisive voices filled the air, yet Zhang Feng chose to feign ignorance. As long as others do not overstep their bounds, he will not initiate conflict. However, should they cross his threshold of tolerance, he will ensure they pay a grievous price. Amidst the laughter and mockery, Zhang Feng accepted a mission to slay the phantom armored beast in the Ghost Mist Ridge, a task that promises 100 contribution points, sufficient to exchange for the Lingyan step technique. He intends to venture to the Ghost Mist Ridge. This waste of a disciple with a miscellaneous spiritual root dares to confront the phantom armored beast. The Ghost Mist Ridge is fraught with peril, and the phantom armored beast is a second-tier demonic beast. This time, he is surely doomed. After Zhang Feng's departure, the crowd was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming display of sympathy. Although it was a disgrace to the sect, his untimely demise was indeed a regrettable loss. Xuanwu Ridge, situated 300 miles from Xuanwu sect, is shrouded in dense mist, often rendering visibility quite low even during the day. The cover of the fog allows the beasts within to remain undetected, posing an exceedingly high level of danger. Zhang Feng remained vigilant, cautiously advancing through the Ghost Mist Ridge. However, he gradually discovered that his eyes possessed the remarkable ability to penetrate the fog, achieving visibility of several kilometers. Although the mist still exerted its influence, it had become negligible. A wave of joy surged within him. With his enhanced vision, the potential dangers of the Ghost Mist Ridge were significantly diminished. He was able to evade many formidable beasts from a considerable distance. Beneath a massive tree adorned with moss, Zhang Feng stumbled upon a Ghost Mist Lotus. This unique flora was a specialty of the Ghost Mist Ridge and served as a vital ingredient in the concoction of Foundation establishment pills. The presence of the Ghost Mist Lotus would notably increase the success rate of pill refinement. Given its immense demand, even without undertaking a specific quest, one could directly exchange it for contribution points at the sect. Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart as he took out the medicine box, preparing to pluck the Ghost Mist Lotus. "Get lost, this Ghost Mist Lotus is mine," shouted a stocky man, who bore a long sword on his back and appeared to be at the 4th level of chi condensation, looking down from his elevated position. "What if I refuse?" Calm and unhurried, Zhang Feng harvested the Ghost Mist Lotus and stowed it away. "Then perish." The corpulent man, infuriated by Zhang Feng's blatant disregard for his warning, drew his long sword and swung it toward Zhang Feng. The sword slashed through the air like a serpent emerging from its lair, gleaming with a radiant light and accompanied by the faint sound of slicing through the void as it aimed for Zhang Feng. In Zhang Feng's hands, there were no magical artifacts. He could not engage in a direct confrontation and could only employ the Lingyan step to evade. In an instant, Zhang Feng's figure vanished from sight as though he had teleported. The plump man swung his sword through the air, unable to halt its momentum, and a massive tree, as thick as a water barrel, was reduced to splinters by the sword's radiant force. Zhang Feng was taken aback, silently reflecting. The power of this sword is truly formidable. The rotund man, realizing his strike had missed, swept his sword horizontally once more. With a leap, Zhang Feng swiftly evaded once more. Observing Zhang Feng's continuous dodging, the corpulent man began to grow impatient. "You little bastard, do you dare to face me head-on? What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? If you have the courage to fight me barehanded, I shall cease my evasions." The corpulent man felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. If Zhang Feng continued to evade, he would indeed be at a loss against him. Eventually, once his own spiritual energy was exhausted, the initiative would shift to Zhang Feng. The corpulent man had not only practiced swordsmanship, but had also mastered the 10th-tier lower-level stone-shattering palm to perfection. Hearing Zhang Feng's challenge for an unarmed duel was precisely what he desired. Fearing Zhang Feng might retract his words, he immediately discarded his sword and unleashed the stone-shattering palm, launching an attack towards Zhang Feng. Envisioning Zhang Feng being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh beneath his formidable technique, the corpulent man revealed a cruel smile. Yet, in the next instant, his laughter ceased abruptly. Zhang Feng, with a powerful push of his palms, produced a resounding crack. The corpulent man's bones shattered, and his hefty frame was sent flying 10 yards forward, ultimately crashing into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Lying amidst the broken branches and debris, the corpulent man convulsed before finally succumbing. This marked Zhang Feng's first kill, yet he felt no trace of pity within his heart. He understood the harsh realities of the cultivation world. In most cases, it is either your demise or mine. The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. In today's circumstances, had the opponent not fallen, it would have been Zhang Feng who perished. Zhang Feng searched the individual and discovered an identity token indicating their affiliation with the Heavenly Sword Valley, confirming them as a disciple of that sect. Additionally, there was a storage pouch containing 10 spirit stones and 3 medicinal herbs. The most valuable item, however, was undoubtedly the sword. After Zhang Feng finished his search, he cast a fire talisman to incinerate the corpse of the corpulent man and swiftly departed. Chapter 5. The Dark Armored Beast. This marked the 3rd day of Zhang Feng's sojourn in the Ghost Mist Ridge. He had remained exceedingly cautious, and with his expansive field of vision, he had not encountered any particularly formidable beasts. Over the past few days, he had gathered several medicinal herbs, and, in between, had slain a wolf demon and a bear demon, securing their demon cores and storing them in his storage pouch. According to the information provided by the task pavilion, the lair of the dark armored beast should lie just ahead, not far away. Zhang Feng cautiously advanced according to the directives of the task jade slip. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the surroundings, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. The Mingjia beast, a formidable second-tier demon beast, possessed a cultivation level equivalent to a human cultivator at the 5th stage of chi condensation. Its tough hide rendered conventional weapons such as flying swords ineffective against it. Consequently, the Mingjia beast was not at all disadvantaged when facing a human cultivator at the 6th stage of chi condensation. As Zhang Feng pondered his next move, the Mingjia beast caught sight of him. Towering in size and resembling a crocodile, its massive head loomed like a cauldron, encased in a layer of armor-like hide. With its eyes glowing crimson, it stared intently at Zhang Feng, fully aware of the delectable nature of human flesh, having feasted on numerous victims before. As it gazed hungrily at Zhang Feng, drool dripped from its maw, corroding the ground beneath it and releasing wisps of white smoke. With an excited roar, the Mingjia beast charged at Zhang Feng. The ground trembled, and nearby trees swayed violently, causing Zhang Feng to struggle to maintain his balance. Yet, as the beast bore down upon him like a mountain, he remained composed. Just as the Mingjia beast drew near, he executed the Lingyan step, vanishing from sight. The Mingjia beast, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target, began to search frantically, only to find Zhang Feng behind it once more. It lunged again. But as it approached, Zhang Feng vanished yet again. Each time he reappeared, it was always at the beast's rear. Seemingly aware of Zhang Feng's playful taunts, the enraged Mingjia beast violently swiped at a nearby tree, snapping it in two, before hastening towards Zhang Feng once more. This cycle repeated endlessly, until the Mingjia beast, panting and exhausted, could no longer muster the same force in its charge. Zhang Feng seized the opportune moment, advancing with stealth, and delivered a powerful palm strike known as the opening mountain palm. Immediately thereafter, he executed the Lingyan step, vanishing from sight. The Mingjia beast, having endured the forceful blow, writhed in agony and retaliated with a furious swipe of its claw. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, shattering a massive boulder into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet, it could not even graze the shadow of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng seized the opportunity, executing the Lingyan step as he delivered another powerful strike. The Mingjia beast, swaying its colossal head, was struck to the point of seeing stars. Ordinarily, such a technique as the Kaiwa palm, categorized as a 10th-tier lower-grade skill, would scarcely inflict any harm upon the Mingjia beast, merely tickling it at best. However, with the aid of the incense burner, Zhang Feng's Kaiwei palm underwent a transformation, its potency far surpassing its original limits. Zhang Feng unleashed a series of swift strikes, evading each time, delivering a powerful blow, and then retreating. The colossal dark armored beast roared in fury, its massive claws swiping at empty air, leaving behind shattered boulders and deep craters in the ground. With each blow, he lost count after hundreds of strikes. And just as Zhang Feng felt his spiritual energy nearing depletion, the dark armored beast finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground lifeless. This beast was indeed formidable to slay. Its tough hide and resilient flesh were not mere exaggerations. Zhang Feng, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, as his spiritual energy began to replenish, he set about retrieving the demon core. He extracted a dagger and commenced to carve into the carcass of the hell-armored beast. After an extended period of effort, he had only managed to create faint white markings upon its surface. Zhang Feng was utterly speechless. The hide of this nether armor beast is exceedingly tough. Zhang Feng unfurled his storage bag and retrieved the longsword belonging to the disciples of the Celestial Sword Valley. The blade shimmered with a radiant white light as it rested in his grasp. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, he commenced yet another endeavor of severance. This attempt proved more fruitful than the last, for the longsword was evidently an extraordinary weapon, far surpassing the capabilities of a mere dagger. Nevertheless, it still required considerable effort to extract the demon core. He gained a renewed appreciation for the astonishing hardness of the armor of the nether armor beast. The demon core, the size of a bowl, glimmered with a verdant light, exuding an overwhelming spiritual force. Consuming such a core directly would undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation. Had he not been contemplating exchanging it for contribution points at the sect, Zhang Feng would have been tempted to swallow it whole. The resilience of the nether armor beast's hide would make it ideal for crafting a defensive vest. Zhang Feng meticulously skinned the entire hide of the nether beast and placed it into his storage pouch. Task accomplished, he continued onward, intending to gather a few more medicinal herbs before departing. Zhao Ruyu, you have already succumbed to my colorful centipede poison. There's no escape for you now. A man clad in the robes of the Xuanwu sect declared to a woman dressed similarly. If you obediently yield to me today, perhaps in my delight, I might bestow upon you the antidote. The man's countenance was filled with lecherous intent, as if the woman named Zhao Ruyu were already within his grasp. Xuanwu, you despicable fiend! Zhao Ruyu exclaimed in fury, releasing her sword, which transformed into a streak of radiant light shooting forth. However, Xuanwu Yuan had evidently anticipated this move. He extended 2 fingers and deftly pinched the sword, causing it to tremble violently. Impressive strength. She must have reached the 6th level of qi condensation. Zhang Feng concealed himself nearby, contemplating inwardly. Zhao Ruyu, possessing a striking beauty and a statuesque figure, was presently leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. It was evident that the preceding blow had exhausted all her strength. Well, let us see what further means you possess. Xuanwu Yuan slowly advanced. Zhao Ruyu, bereft of the will to resist, could only retreat incessantly. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. How quickly you have surrendered to the ground, so obedient. With a tearing sound, Xuanwu Yuan ripped a piece of Zhao Ruyu's garment. Bringing it to his nose, he lewdly teased, "How fragrant. Little beauty. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day? At last, my desires shall be fulfilled." As Xuanwu Yuan spoke, he lunged forward, beginning to tear at Zhao Ruyu's clothing. In that moment, the poisonous effects of the colorful centipede surged through Zhao Ruyu, leaving her devoid of even the strength to bite her tongue in self-destruction. Was she truly destined to suffer such indignity at the hands of this scoundrel today? In utter despair, Zhao Ruyu closed her eyes, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. "Vile rogue, release her." Zhang Feng let out a thunderous shout, startling the lust-driven Xuanwu Yuan. When he discerned that Zhang Feng was merely at the 4th layer of the qi condensation stage, his initial shock transformed into indignation. Who was this scruffy interloper, daring to meddle in his affairs? Witnessing Zhang Feng thwart his plans, Xuanwu Yuan, filled with rage, struck out. He practiced the star-piercing finger, channeling all his power into his fingertips. The star-piercing finger was a mid-tier technique of the 10th rank. And with Xuanwu Yuan's cultivation at the 6th layer of qi condensation, even ordinary swords could scarcely withstand the force of a single strike, let alone a flesh and blood body. Numerous masters had perished under Xuanwu Yuan's star-piercing finger, with his fingers poised like blades and a faint sound of air slicing through. He launched an assault on Zhang Feng. A mere 4th layer qi condensation scoundrel dared to challenge him? I shall reduce you to a puddle of muck. Xuanwu Yuan intended to conclude the battle with a single strike, pouring all his strength into it, as he envisioned Zhang Feng gasping his last breath. Zhang Feng remained calm and composed, delivering a single, unhurried palm strike. Chapter 6, The Ascension Elixir. A scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. Xuanwu Yuan lay motionless, lifeless beyond measure. Zhao Ruyu was left in a state of shock, astonished by the extraordinary strength of the seemingly dull young man before her. With a single strike, he had brought about Xuanwu Yuan's demise. Although Xuanwu Yuan's character was despicable, his cultivation level ranked among the top within the outer disciples. Even when she was uninjured, defeating him without incurring a significant cost seemed impossible. The thought of killing him with a mere strike was beyond her imagination. Had it truly been possible to do so, she mused, Xuanwu Yuan would have met his end countless times for his repeated provocations. Zhang Feng, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Zhao Ruyu's expression, approached Xuanwu Yuan and, after removing the storage pouch, cast a fire talisman to obliterate the evidence. Zhang Feng opened the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. This solitary vial must be the antidote to the 7-colored centipede venom he mentioned. Where's the wound? Zhang Feng inquired, to which Zhao Ruyu shyly responded, pointing to her left ankle. Zhang Feng discerned that Zhao Ruyu was currently unable to move. He poured out a small amount of medicinal ointment and gently applied it to her wound. Although they were cultivators and not as concerned about the propriety of physical contact as refined young ladies, she was still a woman. As Zhang Feng's warm fingers grazed her injury, Zhao Ruyu's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed like a blooming peach blossom. It was the first time in her life that she had engaged in such intimate contact with a stranger, albeit under the guise of receiving treatment for her injury. Very well, take a moment to rest, and you should feel better soon. Zhang Feng rose to leave. Wait, at that moment, I found myself unable to move. If you depart, any random beast could easily devour me. Zhao Ruyu, witnessing Zhang Feng's intention to leave, urgently spoke up. Her words rang true. The demon beasts in the Ghost Mist Ridge were numerous, and with Xuanwu Ruyu currently devoid of any resistance, she was indeed in grave danger. Upon hearing Zhao Ruyu's concerns, Zhang Feng felt that one must see a rescue through to the end. Departing now seemed rather unreasonable. Thus, he sat down to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. The previous strike against Xuanwu Yuan had nearly depleted the majority of his energy, necessitating immediate replenishment. His meditation was but a facade. In reality, he was waiting for the incense burner to begin its rotation and absorb spiritual energy. Calculating the time, he realized the moment for the incense burner to commence its movement was nearly upon him. After a while, the incense burner began to rotate. Zhang Feng began to cultivate his mind, gradually directing the spiritual energy that permeated his limbs and body into his dantian, allowing the incense burner to absorb it. Thank you. I am Zhao Ruyu, a disciple under Elder Zhao. Noticing your attire, it appears you are also from our Xuanwu sect. Which esteemed elder do you serve under? I am a disciple of Fairy Xueqin, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng remarked lightly. So you are the one with the mixed spirit roots, a waste. Zhao Ruyu abruptly halted her words. If the other party were truly a waste with mixed spirit roots, then she feared she might be even inferior. I entered the sect earlier than you. I am your senior sister. Remember to address me as senior sister from now on. Understood? Noticing Zhang Feng's dazed expression, Zhao Ruyu began to tease him. Zhang Feng disregarded her, his eyes closed in meditation. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Ruyu felt the numbness in her body dissipate. Her limbs regained their mobility, and she swiftly rose to her feet. Noticing Zhao Ruyu had recovered, Zhang Feng prepared to depart. Shall we travel together? Zhao Ruyu proposed. At that moment, her cultivation had nearly restored itself, granting her a measure of self-defense against ordinary beasts. Yet, she suddenly found Zhang Feng intriguing and yearned for a deeper conversation with him. Alas, Zhang Feng decisively replied that he preferred to travel alone. What if I refuse? Zhao Ruyu said, slightly irritated. As a beautiful woman, she found it hard to fathom being turned down by a man when she proposed to accompany him. He truly did not recognize the value of her company. Hey, wait a moment. Zhang Feng would never concern himself with the thoughts of a young girl. Ling Yin had already vanished into thin air. What an ungrateful brat. When the day comes that I encounter you, I shall ensure you receive a proper reckoning. And I shall break your legs. Zhao Ruyu seethed with rage, cursing Zhang Feng all the way, completely oblivious to the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon her. 10 days had passed since they parted ways upon returning to the sect. Naturally, Zhang Feng remained entirely unaware of the harsh words Zhao Ruyu had directed at him. Zhang Feng submitted the demon core of the underworld armor beast and the task order at the mission pavilion, thereby earning a total of 100 contribution points. Zhang Feng returned to his courtyard and began to assess the fruits of his expedition to Ghost Mist Ridge. Xuanwu's storage bag contained 50 spirit stones, along with 3 jade slips. One slip detailed the method of refining the body using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Another contained the recipe for concocting the ascension pill, and the last one elucidated the art of weapon crafting. Truly, he had stumbled upon treasures. These 3 jade slips could be deemed invaluable. Zhang Feng exclaimed with fervor, feeling immensely grateful to Xuanwu at this moment. Each of these 3 jade slips held profound significance for him. The technique of refining the body with spiritual energy involves channeling the spiritual force absorbed into the dantian throughout one's limbs and bones, allowing it to circulate and cleanse the body repeatedly, thereby eliminating impurities and enhancing physical strength. It is said that when this practice reaches its zenith, the body can withstand magical artifacts without sustaining damage, effectively transforming the body into a treasure in its own right. However, the drawback lies in the fact that progressing to even a minor accomplishment in this technique demands an exorbitant amount of time, which can hinder the elevation of one's realm. Consequently, there are few cultivators in the realm of immortality willing to dedicate such extensive time to body refinement. Yet, Zhang Feng's situation was unique. The spiritual energy within him did not initially enter the dantian, but rather dispersed directly into his limbs and bones under the influence of the incense burner. As long as he refrained from consciously guiding this energy, it would continue to circulate within him. When his body was on the verge of bursting from the pressure, he would then guide the energy into the dantian. This process effectively constituted a natural refinement of the body. No wonder I could see through the mist in Ghost Fog Ridge. It was indeed the result of body refinement. Zhang Feng has finally discerned the reason why his vision remained unaffected in the Ghost Mist Ridge. His ability to emerge unscathed from that perilous place was greatly attributed to his spiritual sight. With this newfound understanding, Zhang Feng resolved that in the future, when the incense burner rotates to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, he would refrain from immediately channeling his mind to guide it. This innate body tempering should not be squandered. Furthermore, as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth become increasingly sparse, resulting in a remarkably sluggish progression. At such junctures, one must rely on the energies derived from spirit stones. Spirit stones are the product of the ethereal energies solidifying over thousands of years, containing a potency far beyond that of the dispersed energies found in the atmosphere. This pertains to low-grade spirit stones. Medium and high-grade spirit stones possess even greater and purer energies. They can swiftly replenish exhausted spiritual energy. However, possessing spirit stones alone is insufficient. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain threshold, enhancing one's realm necessitates the assistance of corresponding elixirs. The Ascension Elixir, classified as a second-tier elixir, is invaluable not only for those in the Qi condensation stage, but equally precious for foundational cultivators. Thus, when such elixirs become available, they are immediately seized. Moreover, due to their scarce production, they command exorbitant prices, far beyond the reach of Qi condensation disciples without influential backing. No wonder there has been no progress in cultivation lately. It appears that the refinement of the Ascension Elixir is of utmost urgency. Zhang Feng secretly mused that having witnessed the formidable prowess of the long swords wielded by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley, he felt an urgent need for a magical artifact of his own. The jade slip intended for refining tools would serve him well in this endeavor. Chapter 7. Alchemy. To engage in alchemy, one must procure a Dan furnace. The Xuanwu sect has established a bustling marketplace in a vacant area outside the sect. This marketplace offers every item a cultivator could possibly require. Typically, a patrol team composed of disciples from the Xuanwu sect maintains order within the marketplace. Zhang Feng arrived at the marketplace and entered a shop named Danfeng Pavilion. This establishment primarily sells elixirs and alchemical equipment. What is the price of this alchemical furnace? Zhang Feng pointed to a resplendent golden elixir furnace and inquired, "Dear guest, your discerning eye is commendable. This furnace is crafted from rare purple gold, significantly enhancing the rate of elixir production, and is priced at 200,000. A jovial attendant, at the first level of the qi condensation stage, cheerfully elaborated. What? Such an exorbitant price? Zhang Feng was taken aback by the price. He possessed fewer than 100 spirit stones in total. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not afford such an exorbitant alchemical furnace. What would be the cost of the cheapest alchemical furnace? Zhang Feng inquired once more. Upon hearing this, the man's tone noticeably lost the enthusiasm it had at the outset. He retrieved a black alchemical furnace from a bag tucked away in the corner of the room and stated, "This is the cheapest option, priced at 20 spirit stones." Zhang Feng did not hesitate. After paying for 20 spirit stones, he departed. Zhang Feng, having recently entered the realm of cultivation, possesses only a limited amount of information. Not every cultivator is required to refine elixirs personally. There are specialized practitioners known as alchemists. The number of alchemists within the entire cultivation world is exceedingly scarce. Even within the grand sects, the count of alchemists is often confined to single digits. This scarcity is due to the astronomical resources required to cultivate a single alchemist, a burden that even the largest sects find challenging to bear, let alone the smaller ones. Consequently, alchemists are held in high esteem within their sections. Alchemists are classified into 6 ranks. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the superior the quality of the elixirs they can produce, and the success rate of elixir refinement significantly increases. For instance, a first-rank alchemist can only concoct basic elixirs such as the Panjiayuan Dan, with a success rate of less than 20%. In contrast, if a 6th-rank alchemist were to attempt the same, the success rate would soar to 90%, and the efficacy of the elixir would be markedly enhanced. In sects, alchemists are provided with all necessary materials for elixir refinement and are required to meet a regular quota of elixirs as mandated by the sect. However, for disciples like Zhang Feng, who wish to refine elixirs, the responsibility of sourcing all materials falls entirely upon them. Although he now possesses a furnace, he lacks the various spiritual herbs needed to concoct the Xingling Dan. This second-tier elixir primarily requires the 4G grass along with several auxiliary materials. While the auxiliary materials are relatively inexpensive and easily obtainable, the 4G grass necessitates over 50 years of age. Upon learning that a single plant of the required age costs 300 spirit stones, Zhang Feng felt inclined to abandon the endeavor. However, the shopkeeper suggested that if he could not afford it, he could purchase seeds to cultivate the grass himself. The seeds were quite affordable, and Zhang Feng spent half a spirit stone to acquire a substantial bag. Yet, he realized that planting the seeds would mean waiting for 50 years, an interminable duration that felt like an eternity. Zhang Feng had temporarily relinquished his ambition to concoct the ascension elixir, seated upon the ground with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he perceived that when his consciousness interacted with the censer, it began to move. This revelation filled Zhang Feng with exhilaration, and he endeavored to extricate the censer from his body. To his astonishment, he succeeded effortlessly. At the moment the censer materialized in the palm of his hand, a profound sense of nostalgia enveloped his heart. The very censer that had brought him calamity was also the instrument of his rebirth. He found himself torn between feelings of animosity and gratitude towards it. Though diminutive in size, the interior of the censer was shrouded in a hazy mist, rendering it imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhang Feng attempted to insert his finger, but found that his strength could not penetrate the layer of gray mist enveloping the incense burner. As he exerted force, his finger emitted a sound as if it were on the verge of shattering. Zhang Feng extended his consciousness within, only to discover an expanse so vast and unfathomable that it seemed to encompass the entirety of the primordial universe. Furthermore, an overwhelming force of attraction startled him, prompting Zhang Feng to hastily withdraw his consciousness. Given the extraordinary nature of this incense burner, he contemplated the idea of planting the seeds of the 4-herb grass within it to observe their growth. Zhang Feng cast a seed of the rare 4-leaf herb into the incense burner. Strangely, the seed did not sink but floated upon the layer of ash. Soon, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 4-leaf herb swiftly sprouted and grew, and in a matter of moments, it was exuding a fragrant aroma, bearing seeds in abundance. Could such wonder truly exist? Zhang Feng rubbed his eyes, ensuring that he was not imagining things, and began to examine the 4-leaf grass. Its quality far surpassed that of the 50-year-old orchid grass sold in the herbal shop. It seemed that only a century of aging could achieve such remarkable effects. Zhang Feng was astounded by his own judgment. If this incense burner truly possessed such extraordinary powers, then he would undoubtedly amass an endless fortune in spirit stones simply by selling century-old elixirs in the future. Zhang Feng feared that the previous occurrence was merely a coincidence, so he attempted to sow a few more seeds of the 4-leaf grass. As before, the seeds sprouted rapidly, followed by an equally swift maturation and seed formation. Zhang Feng was momentarily dazed by the unexpected wave of happiness that washed over him. He had an inkling that a grand opportunity awaited him. Now that everything was in place, Zhang Feng utilized a piece of spirit stone to rent a private chamber in the Earth Fire Pavilion of his sect. The Earth Fire Pavilion, constructed atop the fiery depths, was partitioned into numerous compartments, designed for the use of alchemy and artifact crafting by cultivators below the core formation stage. As Zhang Feng entered his compartment, he noticed a disciple of the Xuanwu sect emerging from another compartment, his entire body charred black. It was evident that an explosion had occurred during the process of alchemy or artifact forging. For those who lack expertise in these crafts, the success rate in producing elixirs or spiritual artifacts is lamentably below 10%. This is precisely why many precious elixirs and spiritual artifacts are entrusted to specialists for their creation. Once a failure occurs, all materials involved are rendered utterly useless. Reassembling the necessary components becomes an arduous task, as many of these rare materials cannot merely be acquired with spirit stones. They are often elusive treasures, typically obtained through serendipitous encounters. Zhang Feng entered the fire chamber, embarking on his inaugural journey of alchemical refinement. The chamber itself was sparsely adorned, featuring a palm-sized pit from which flickering flames intermittently emerged. Beyond this, there was naught else. Zhang Feng placed the black alchemical furnace he had purchased atop the fire pit and commenced infusing it with spiritual energy after adding the medicinal herbs. Within less than an hour, the furnace began to emit smoke, releasing a foul, acrid odor that permeated the air. It was evident that Zhang Feng's inaugural attempt at alchemy had culminated in failure. Zhang Feng steadied his mind and commenced the second round of alchemy. In less than 2 hours, the cauldron began to emit smoke once more. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth attempts. By the 9th time, the entire cauldron exploded. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally comprehended the reason why alchemy was best left to professional alchemists. The incense burner was so extraordinary. He wondered what effects it would yield in the alchemical process. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he recalled the incense burner. He summoned it with his spiritual sense, placing it gingerly in the fire pit. The fire pit was covered with a mesh made from highly fire-resistant materials, alleviating any fears of the cauldron being too small and toppling over. The spiritual herbs required for crafting the spirit elevation pill exceeded 20 varieties. While this was neither an excessive nor a minimal number compared to other potions, the crux of the matter was that the incense burner was too diminutive to accommodate such an abundance of materials. Perhaps he could chop the herbs into smaller pieces, taking a bit from each to experiment. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an unexpected pull emanated from the incense burner, drawing the prepared herbs towards it. Just before entering the mouth of the cauldron, their size diminished rapidly. Thus, all the requisite herbs for the spirit elevation pill were seamlessly absorbed by the incense burner. The subsequent process of refinement unfolded with remarkable ease. Zhang Feng found no need to infuse his spiritual energy, as it seemed the incense burner possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual power, functioning autonomously without any supplementary input. After a single incense stick burned, 10 fragrant pills wafted from the burner. It had succeeded, truly succeeded. No one could fathom the elation coursing through Zhang Feng at that moment. It was a euphoric joy bordering on madness. This triumph was not merely about his inaugural success in crafting the spirit elevation pill. It was also a revelation of the incense burner's wondrous capabilities. This would serve as his fundamental support in the ruthless survival of the fittest realm of cultivation. Chapter 8. The sale of pills. The materials used for a cauldron of spirit elevation pills were predetermined. However, the quantity of pills produced varied significantly depending on the alchemist. Some could yield 1 pill, others 2, and the most proficient might manage 4. Occasionally, an exceptionally gifted 6th-grade alchemist could produce 5, which could be deemed an absolute limit. To produce 10 pills from a single cauldron was an occurrence beyond even legendary tales. Yet, Zhang Feng remained oblivious to this fact. Had he known, he would not have described the incense burner as miraculous. This was not mere magic, it was sheer monstrosity. Zhang Feng placed the Ascension Spirit pill into the pill box and took out one for careful examination. The pill gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, exuding an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the senses, instantly enhancing his spiritual energy. Although the Ascension Spirit pill was classified as a 2nd-grade elixir, the description provided in the formula suggested that it should not possess the extraordinary quality of the pill before him. Zhang Feng murmured to himself. However, he was well aware that all of this stemmed from the incense burner. This incense burner was so extraordinary that the elixirs crafted from it could hardly be judged by conventional logic. Zhang Feng did not swallow immediately, for this was not an ideal location. After tidying up the disordered ground, he returned to his courtyard. Zhang Feng retrieved a spirit elevation pill and consumed it. Instantly, he was enveloped in a delightful fragrance as the medicinal power transformed into boundless spiritual energy that coursed through his body. After several rounds of body refinement, he gradually guided the spiritual energy into his dantian, where it was absorbed by the elixir furnace, ultimately condensing into a golden droplet that floated in his dantian. Zhang Feng felt that he had ascended to the 8th level of qi condensation. The spiritual power at this level was significantly more potent than that of the 4th level. At this moment, Zhang Feng sensed an invigorating energy coursing through his body, an inexhaustible force at his disposal. Subsequently, he consumed a second spirit elevation pill. However, this second pill did not transform into a drop of golden liquid, nor did it propel him to the 9th level of qi condensation. Unbeknownst to him, each subsequent level required a spiritual energy several times greater than that of the preceding one, sometimes even tenfold or more. This is why most cross-level challenges often end in failure. Yet, this pertains solely to cultivation realms. The outcome of a battle between two practitioners is influenced by various factors, including the cultivation techniques employed, combat experience, and magical artifacts, making it impossible to generalize. Nevertheless, in most circumstances, a higher realm correlates with a greater likelihood of victory. Zhang Feng was momentarily unaware of these matters. Yet he understood one thing. If one was insufficient, then 2 would suffice. If 2 fell short, then 3 would be required. The Ascension Spirit Pill, esteemed as a second-tier elixir, was not something easily accessible even to the disciples of prominent sects and illustrious families. It could only be obtained as a reward for notable achievements. Should they discover Zhang Feng's extravagant indulgence in the Ascension Spirit Pills, they would likely be consumed by jealousy to the point of bleeding. After consuming the 3rd Ascension Spirit Pill, he still did not attain a breakthrough to the 9th layer. It was only after ingesting the 4th pill that Zhang Feng finally ascended to the 9th layer of the qi condensation stage, yet the golden droplets did not manifest. Zhang Feng consumed 5 more pills in succession, his cultivation advancing to the 10th layer of the qi condensation stage, and the number of golden droplets increased to 3. It seems that this spirit elevation pill has become rather ineffective for me. Zhang Feng distinctly perceived that the effects of consuming the 9th spirit elevation pill had diminished significantly in terms of enhancing his cultivation. This was a consequence of his excessive consumption, as his body had developed a tolerance to such elixirs. Beyond the rapid replenishment of spiritual energy, it could no longer facilitate the ascension of his realm. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng felt a sense of contentment. Who, one might ask, in the entirety of the state of Chu, could claim the fortune of devouring 9 spirit elevation pills in succession? Who could achieve a 6th-level breakthrough in a single day? After a few days of meditative consolidation of his realm, Zhang Feng planned to sell the remaining spirit elevation pill in exchange for spiritual stones. At present, his pockets contained but a few meager spiritual stones, leaving him in a state of dire poverty. In the realm of cultivation, lacking spiritual stones rendered one utterly powerless. Thus, the insatiable yearning of cultivators for spiritual stones knows no bounds. In order to evade the attention of those with ulterior motives within the sect's marketplace, Zhang Feng deliberately ventured to the Tianjian Valley's bazaar, suppressing his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi condensation. He entered a shop known as the Tianyao Pavilion. This establishment was significantly larger than the Danfeng Pavilion of the Xuanwu sect, offering an extensive array of medicinal pills and tools. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with?" inquired a captivating female cultivator as she approached Zhang Feng. "Is your proprietor present?" Zhang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. The female cultivator possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi condensation, and under the formidable pressure exerted by Zhang Feng, she felt compelled to act without delay. Promptly stating, "Our shopkeeper is upstairs, please wait a moment." After a short while, a middle-aged gentleman resembling a scholar descended from the upper floor. Adorned with a square cap and elegantly wielding a folding fan, he exuded an ineffable charm and grace. Zhang Feng activated his spiritual sight, discerning that the individual before him possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of the qi condensation stage. "Esteemed guest, what business do you have with me?" inquired the middle-aged scholar, clasping his fists in salute and smiling. "I wish to sell some elixirs. Might your esteemed establishment be interested?" Zhang Feng returned the gesture with a bow and gently remarked, "This establishment only accepts 2nd-grade elixirs and above. As for foundational elixirs, such as the Peiyuan Dan, we solely offer them for sale, not for redemption." The middle-aged scholar observed Zhang Feng's appearance and concluded that he could not possibly present any worthy elixirs. Regarding the Peiyuan Dan, their own alchemists could produce it in large quantities with excellent quality, rendering the need to redeem outside inferior products unnecessary, as such actions would tarnish the reputation of the establishment. "What I wish to sell is the Shengling Dan." Zhang Feng discerned the disdain reflected in the other's gaze and replied coolly, "What?" Upon hearing the mention of the spirit elevation pill, the middle-aged scholar promptly closed his folding fan with a snap. Their establishment had been out of stock for this particular pill for quite some time. The alchemist's yield was exceedingly low. Whenever a few were finally produced, they were swiftly snatched up by the elders of the sect, leaving none for the shop. Just a few days prior, a foundation-building elder had offered an astronomical price of 10,000 spirit stones for the spirit elevation pill, but due to the lack of inventory, he had been so frustrated that he could not eat for several days. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Feng was willing to sell the spirit elevation pill, The scholar's demeanor brightened immediately. Please, esteemed guest, let us proceed to a private room on the second floor for a detailed discussion. The middle-aged scholar ushered Zhang Feng upstairs. Might I first take a look at the quality of the pills? He inquired eagerly as they took their seats. Zhang Feng retrieved a medicine box and opened its lid, revealing a single Shengling pill radiating a golden glow, filling the room with the fragrant aroma of the elixir. This is an extraordinary specimen, the finest among Shengling pills. The middle-aged scholar trembled with excitement, exclaiming, 10,000 spirit stones. Zhang Feng observed the middle-aged scholar's fervor and the exorbitant price he proposed. Esteemed guest, although this ascension pill is indeed of superior quality, 10,000 spirit stones is excessively high. A maximum of 5,000 would be more reasonable. The middle-aged scholar commenced his haggling. Before Zhang Feng's arrival, he inquired about the price of the ascension spirit pills. Typically, each pill costs around 3,000 spirit stones, with high-quality variants fetching up to 5,000. The 3 pills he refined from the incense burner far surpassed the notion of high quality. Asking for 10,000 would not be unreasonable. Observing the other party's aggressive bargaining, he decided against making a sale and picked up the medicine box to leave. The middle-aged scholar, seeing Zhang Feng's intent to depart, quickly stood in his way. Please, esteemed guest, do not be hasty. This price is indeed a bit steep, and I must consult with Master Li. To prevent Zhang Feng from misunderstanding, the middle-aged scholar explained while whispering a few words to the enchanting female cultivator, who swiftly rushed towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Please enjoy some tea while you wait. There's no need to rush. The middle-aged scholar urged Zhang Feng to take a seat again. After a short while, the enchanting woman returned, conveying the elder's message from within the sect. 10,000 spirit stones. We at the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion will accept this ascension spirit pill. Chapter 9. Flying Sword. I am Panjiayuan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Only after the transaction was settled did the middle-aged scholar introduce himself. This was due to the exceptional purity of Zhang Feng's ascension spirit pills. Elder Li had specifically instructed him to cultivate a good relationship with this individual. Otherwise, he would not have been so diligent. Zhang Feng replied with a hint of indifference. Ah, so it is you, brother Zhang. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and seeing you today, you truly embody the essence of a dragon among men. Gao Zheng then shifted into a mode of flattery. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Zhang Feng, eager to depart, had little patience for his incessant prattling. Brother Zhang, do not be hasty. I have a rather pressing request. Gao Zhongyuan, perceiving Zhang Feng's intention to leave, swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. If you happen to acquire any high-quality elixirs in the future, might you consider prioritizing my Tian Yao Ke? This ascending spirit pill was a fortuitous find, and I assure you, there shall not be another like it. Zhang Feng understands the principle that a man of no guilt may suffer due to the possession of valuable treasures. Thus, how could he so readily divulge the wealth of his family? Brother Zhang speaks wisely. Such high-quality elixirs are likely the rare products of a 6th-tier alchemist's fortuitous creation, and one can surmise that their quantity is exceedingly limited. It is indeed a case of excessive greed on Gao's part. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's account of a serendipitous acquisition, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment vanished from Gao Zhongyuan's eyes. I take my leave now. Zhang Feng clasped his fists and swiftly exited the grand doors of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Should we send someone to follow him? Inquired the alluring woman of Gao Zhongyuan. Let it be. It seems that he possesses but a single pill of such caliber, and it is unlikely he will acquire another. Moreover, I perceive that this individual harbors profound magical prowess, seemingly suppressing his own cultivation. Should we act impulsively, the consequences may prove detrimental. Upon concluding his thoughts, Gao Zhongyuan gazed contemplatively in the direction Zhang Feng had departed, lost in his musings. After leaving the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, Zhang Feng entered a shop specializing in the sale of materials, where he spent 9,000 spirit stones on a palm-sized piece of iron essence. A purchase that pained him greatly. According to the jade slip on weapon refinement from Xuanwu, incorporating iron essence during the crafting of treasures would render them unassailable. During his previous encounter at Ghost Mist Ridge with disciples from the Heavenly Sword Valley, he had acutely felt the helplessness of being unarmed, which was the very reason he expended such a hefty sum on the iron essence. Having procured his materials, Zhang Feng promptly departed from the Heavenly Sword Valley marketplace. Naturally, he did not head directly to the Xuanwu sect, but rather took several winding detours along the way. Zhang Feng, ever cautious, was wary of being followed, taking numerous winding paths to ensure his safety. Only after confirming that no one was trailing him did he make his way directly towards the sect. Upon returning to the Xuanwu sect, Zhang Feng promptly rented a chamber in the Earthfire Pavilion and commenced his inaugural attempt at forging weapons. Zhang Feng's thoughts were quite straightforward. The longsword he had acquired from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley was exceptionally sharp. However, such a sword was a standard piece of equipment for the disciples, and its mere appearance would undoubtedly reveal his identity. Therefore, he contemplated melting it down and incorporating iron essence, thus ensuring that he would not be suspected. The temperature of the ground fire was exceedingly high, and soon the longsword was transformed into a liquid state, sustained by Zhang Feng's magical prowess. A shimmering silver liquid floated in the air. Now, he merely needed to melt the iron essence and blend it together to form a new entity. However, Zhang Feng underestimated the hardness of the iron essence. After hours of heating with the ground fire, the iron essence showed no signs of change, leaving him in a state of vexation. Could it be that the iron essence, costing him 9,000 spirit stones, was utterly useless? Just as despair began to set in, an idea struck him regarding the incense burner. Why not toss the iron essence into the incense burner and see if it could be melted there? He was uncertain whether the incense burner possessed such capabilities, but in a desperate bid, he decided to treat it as an experiment. Zhang Feng directed his consciousness to extract the incense burner from his dantian, placing the iron essence upon the surface of the gray mist. Just as he was poised to set the incense burner upon the earthly fire, a surge of violet flames erupted from within, instantly transforming the previously impenetrable iron essence into a pool of black liquid. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He promptly directed the previously molten silver liquid to merge into two distinct orbs. However, the violet flames emanating from the incense burner showed no signs of abating, continuously billowing forth. The temperature of these flames was exceedingly high, rendering Zhang Feng unable to approach. Under the relentless searing of the purple fire, the combined liquid diminished in volume and grew increasingly translucent, ultimately becoming nearly clear. Zhang Feng feared that if the purple flames persisted, this pool of liquid would soon be squandered. Just then, the flames extinguished. Zhang Feng hastily executed the incantation. The transparent liquid gradually transformed under his spell, coalescing into a palm-sized sword. At last, it was successfully forged. Zhang Feng, exhausted and drenched in perspiration, withdrew the magical power sustaining the small sword. Yet, strangely, the sword did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it hovered in midair. Zhang Feng extended his hand, attempting to grasp it. The small sword seemed almost sentient. Upon sensing Zhang Feng's approach, it vanished as if by teleportation. Teleportation? This was a divine ability said to be mastered only by cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Could it be that this little sword possessed such extraordinary powers? Zhang Feng summoned his spiritual vision, perceiving the small sword hovering behind him. This time, he refrained from rushing forward impulsively. Instead, he employed the Lingyan step, aiming to catch the small sword off guard. Yet, with another swift teleportation, Zhang Feng found himself grasping at nothingness once again. Although his Lingyan step was indeed marvelous, it could hardly rival the speed of instantaneous movement. Zhang Feng attempted several times, each time ending in vain. With no other options, he produced a censer and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, an immense force emanated from the censer, drawing the flying sword towards him. He quickly seized it. This remarkable ability of the censer to attract objects was something Zhang Feng had stumbled upon just a few days prior. His knowledge of the censer's capabilities was limited, yet he sensed its extraordinary nature and believed it harbored functions yet unknown to him, compelling him to experiment further. Once he grasped the flying sword, Zhang Feng bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the sword's surface, which gradually seeped into the blade. A profound sensation of connection between his mind and the flying sword enveloped him. To the left, the sword instantaneously teleported to Zhang Feng's left side. To the right, the sword then vanished and reappeared on his right side. This is truly marvelous. A flying sword that can teleport. What a transparent wonder. Zhang Feng erupted into raucous laughter. It was no wonder, for this was a spirit-infused flying sword. Requiring no manual control, it could autonomously soar to strike adversaries. One must recognize that such spirit treasures are a distant aspiration, even for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the sword's translucent blade rendered it an unparalleled instrument for ambush, rendering defenses utterly futile. As his cultivation deepened, the sword's potency would only continue to amplify. Zhang Feng commanded the flying sword to rest in the palm of his hand, gently caressing its blade with his fingers, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of tears. After calming his agitated emotions, Zhang Feng stored the flying sword within his dantian for nurturing, ensuring that its quality would progressively improve and its power would amplify. It was uncertain whether the forging of the flying sword was attributed to the violet flames within the incense burner. The sword, having diminished in size, floated amidst the gray ashes of the burner, occasionally sinking and then rising again. Zhang Feng once again crafted two vests from the hide of the nether armor beast, donning one himself while temporarily storing the other in his spatial pouch. By the time Zhang Feng emerged from the Earthfire Pavilion, 3 days had passed. Now equipped with a flying sword and the protective vest against ambushes, coupled with his mastery of the opening mountain palm and Lingyan step, he felt assured of victory against any opponent, be it at the 7th or even the 8th level of Qi refinement. Since I have been reborn in this world, I, Zhang Feng, shall undoubtedly forge ahead on the path of cultivation, with no one able to hinder my progress. Zhang Feng clenched his fist. Chapter 10. The Struggle for the Spirit Stone Vein. The Grand Hall of the Xuanwu sect, resplendent in gold and jade, surpasses even the palaces of earthly emperors. Adorned with various spirit stones, the atmosphere here is saturated with spiritual energy, evoking an ethereal ambience. At this moment, 3 individuals occupied the seats of honor and guests within the hall. The leader, Changqing, remarked, although this newly discovered spirit stone vein is closest to our esteemed sect, It was a collaborative discovery of our three sect's predecessors. It would be unreasonable for the Xuanwu sect to claim it exclusively. The elderly man with white hair and beard, known as Ime Daoist, spoke with an air of indifference. He was the master of the Tiandao Valley, his youthful visage clad in snow-white robes, wielding a floating dust brush with effortless grace, reminiscent of a legendary immortal. Indeed, since the spirit stone vein was discovered collectively, it is only fair for all parties to partake in its extraction, echoed another, a middle-aged man with red hair, who was none other than Zhang Yifan, the leader of the Huiyun sect. He appeared to be in his 40s, with an aura of unfathomable cultivation. At this moment, Changqing, the leader of the Xuanwu sect, felt a throbbing headache. One of the three esteemed elders of the sect, Elder Wang, had discovered the spirit stone vein during a return journey from an outing over 1,000 miles from Xuanwu sect. Upon investigation, it was determined to be a medium-grade spirit stone vein, which brought immense joy to Elder Wang. While the Xuanwu sect possessed several lower-grade spirit stone veins, they had been exhausted after years of mining. The newly discovered medium-grade vein not only boasted unparalleled quality, but also considerable reserves, sufficient to support the disciples of Xuanwu sect for 300 to 400 years of cultivation. However, just as Elder Wang hurried back to the sect to confer with the other two esteemed elders, news of the discovery seemed to have leaked. Or perhaps it was mere coincidence, for the esteemed elders of Tiandao Valley and Huiyun sect also arrived at the site of the vein. When the Xuanwu sect's forces assembled to claim the vein, both Tiandao Valley and Huiyun sect had dispatched their own representatives. Each faction stood firm in their assertions, resulting in a stalemate that had persisted for a month, marked by minor skirmishes. Given the significance of the medium-grade spirit stone vein, none were willing to yield. The essence of the conflict lay in the extreme scarcity of medium-grade spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, the majority of circulating stones were of the lower grade, which contained numerous impurities and absorbed spiritual energy at a sluggish pace. In contrast, medium-grade spirit stones offered far superior quality, allowing for rapid restoration of mana during battles. Furthermore, most formations necessitated medium-grade stones for their deployment, although a single medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade stones. Its applications in many scenarios were irreplaceable by the latter. Changqing understood that in the face of such immense benefits, no side would concede. The discovery of the spirit stone vein held monumental significance for the Xuanwu sect, potentially enabling it to reclaim its former glory. However, the unexpected emergence of Tiandao Valley and Huiyun sect complicated matters. At this moment, Changqing seethed with fury, mentally cursing the ancestors of the leaders of Huiyun sect and Tiandao Valley, wishing to strike down the two affronting individuals before him. Yet, the Xuanwu sect lacked the strength to confront either faction, let alone both. For nearly a century, the Xuanwu sect's power had significantly waned, rendering it the weakest of the three sections. According to the current power hierarchy, Tiandao Valley held the first position, followed by Huiyun sect, with Xuanwu sect in last place. Thus, despite the proximity of the spirit stone vein and its initial discovery by Xuanwu sect, it was claimed to be a joint discovery by the three sects, leaving Changqing unable to argue his case effectively. Nevertheless, maintaining a calm demeanor, he smiled and inquired, "Do my esteemed brothers have any insights?" Ime Daoist spoke first. "The biannual trial of the Forbidden Grounds is imminent. Let us each send 100 disciples below the 10th level of energy condensation, and determine the allocation of the spirit stone vein based on the quantity of blood orchid herbs collected. What say you?" "I concur with Daoist Ime's suggestion." Zhang Yifan readily agreed, indicating that the two leaders had clearly conspired beforehand. Changqing, filled with rage, recognized that this proposal, though seemingly equitable, was actually detrimental to the Xuanwu sect. In recent years, both factions had produced numerous talented disciples, while the Xuanwu sect found itself in a transitional phase. Lacking in formidable contenders, he would not rashly agree to a competition that he knew would disadvantage his own sect. This matter cannot be decided unilaterally. "I must consult the three esteemed elders," Changqing thought hurriedly, refraining from a hasty agreement. Ime Daoist and Zhang Yifan exchanged glances, evidently displeased with his response. "Is the Xuanwu sect fearful and unwilling to accept?" Ime Daoist mocked, sensing Changqing's reluctance to fall into his trap. "What did you say?" Changqing, incensed by Ime Daoist's derision, rose to his feet. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a thunderous voice reverberated from afar, drowning out all else. "Ime, you dare to belittle the Xuanwu sect, as if it were devoid of defenders." The sheer volume of the voice left Ime Daoist and Zhang Yifan dazed. Zhang Yifan felt somewhat better, though his head throbbed slightly. The Daoist with a single eyebrow, however, appeared flushed, as if straining against an immense force, enduring excruciating agony. After 3 breaths, the oppressive weight dissipated, and an exceedingly calm voice emerged. "We, the Watermoon sect, accept the proposal for the trial." Zhang Feng busied himself with the collection of spiritual herb seeds. Ever since he realized that the Ascension Elixir held little utility in enhancing his cultivation, He procured another alchemical formula from the marketplace of Xuanwu sect for a mere 100 spirit stones. This formula was intended for the concoction of a potion known as the Four Symbols Pill. Classified as a second-tier spiritual elixir, the Four Symbols Pill is an ancient concoction. In the present realm of cultivation, the production of the Four Symbols Pill has become obsolete, primarily due to its main ingredient, the millennium-old blood orchid. In today's cultivation world, the blood orchid has become extinct, no longer circulating in the market. No matter how many spirit stones one possesses, acquiring it is impossible. Even seedlings are non-existent, let alone those aged a millennium. Thus, the formula for the Four Symbols Pill is essentially no different from a useless one. This explains why Zhang Feng was able to obtain the formula for a mere 100 spirit stones. Valuable formulas are typically monopolized by sects or prominent families and seldom circulate in the marketplace. Naturally, Zhang Feng was unaware of this information at the time of purchase. He presumed that perhaps the millennium-old blood orchid was simply rare, but he felt confident that as long as he could find seedlings or seeds of the blood orchid, it would suffice. Zhang Feng, in his arduous quest for the blood orchid seedlings, found himself at an impasse and ultimately turned to seeds, only to witness his hopes fade away. Without the blood orchid, it appeared that the Four Symbols Pill could not be refined, lacking the aid of medicinal elixirs. With his mixed spiritual roots, advancing in cultivation would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Just as Zhang Feng despondently muttered to himself, the chime of the great hall of the sect resonated through the air. A commanding voice echoed across every corner of the Xuanwu sect, announcing that all disciples at the 7th level of qi condensation and above should gather in the grand hall in 1 hour. Zhang Feng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he straightened his attire and hastened towards the great hall of the sect. An hour later, the hall was filled to capacity. A dense crowd of several thousand gathered. None were privy to the reason for the urgent summons. Whispers and speculations filled the air among the disciples. Soon, Chen made his appearance. Clad in flowing azure robes, with several strands of long beard, he exuded an indescribable aura of immortality. It was the first time the disciples had seen the sect leader, and their excitement was palpable. Silence, for I have an important announcement to make. Chapter 11. The trial, the once-in-50 years trial in the Forbidden Grounds, is set to commence. This trial is a collaborative endeavor between our Xuanwu sect, the Tianjian Valley, and the Huiyun Gate. The ranking will be determined by the total number of blood orchid herbs collected by the disciples from each sect. This trial will significantly impact the reputation of our Xuanwu sect in the Kingdom of Chu, so I urge everyone to take it seriously. All disciples at the 7th layer of qi condensation and above are eligible to register. Chen Qingzi, seated majestically on the sect leader's throne, spoke in a steady voice that resonated in the ears of every disciple. The Forbidden Grounds are teeming with demonic beasts and malevolent entities. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. It is said that the trial in the Forbidden Grounds is exceptionally brutal, with disciples from various sects often fighting to the death over spiritual herbs. I do not wish to go. Indeed, the survival rate is said to be less than 10%. I, too, have no desire to participate. Quite right. It is not worth risking one's life for a few spiritual herbs. The disciples murmured among themselves, clearly reluctant to volunteer. However, those who manage to procure blood orchid herbs from the Forbidden Grounds can exchange a single herb for a top-tier spiritual weapon. Witnessing their self-serving discussions, with little regard for the sect's interests, Zhang Feng felt a surge of indignation. Naturally, the true purpose of this trial could not be disclosed to these lower-tier disciples. Reluctantly, he had to announce the rewards. Upon hearing that the reward was a top-tier spiritual weapon, the disciples began to stir with excitement. Understandably, the highest quality weapon they possessed was likely of the lower grade, with some lacking even that. The allure of a top-tier spiritual weapon was immense for a disciple at the qi condensation stage. With such a weapon, their chances in battles against peers would dramatically increase, enabling them to secure other resources such as spirit stones, medicinal pills, techniques, or even a beautiful dual cultivation partner. Yet, for those of insufficient cultivation, entering the Forbidden Grounds would only make them fodder. In previous trials, the higher-ups of the sect did not concern themselves with lower cultivation levels. After all, powerful disciples would not risk their lives for a mere reward. Although the blood orchid herb is precious, years of trials have depleted nearly all specimens over a century old, leaving only younger seedlings, which hold little value for alchemy. Deep within the Xuanwu sect lies a designated medicinal field for cultivating blood orchid seedlings brought from the Forbidden Grounds. As they can now cultivate them, the scarcity of this herb is greatly diminished. What remains in short supply are those aged several hundred or thousand years. Unfortunately, that is a matter of patience. Since several centuries ago, the true aim of the Forbidden Ground trials has shifted from mere herb collection to a strategic game of interest among the 3 major sects, such as the allocation of mid-grade spirit stone veins. While other disciples fixated on the top-tier spiritual weapons, Zhang Feng's focus was solely on the blood orchid herb. If he could obtain a blood orchid seedling, he could effortlessly enhance its age to a century or even a millennium using his incense burner. Thus, Upon hearing of the presence of blood orchid herbs in the forbidden grounds, Zhang Feng was filled with elation, not to mention obtaining a blood orchid seedling. Even a seed would suffice. Zhang Feng had resolved to register for this trial. Silence, I have not yet finished. Chen Qingzi cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. In addition to the top-tier spiritual weapon, a single blood orchid herb can also be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. You may choose one or the other, with no limit on quantity. This declaration struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting near madness among the disciples. A foundation establishment pill. The sect is even offering foundation establishment pills. Although disciples at the peak of qi condensation would receive one upon reaching full completion, a single pill does not guarantee success in establishing a foundation. With 2, the probability increases significantly. With 3 or 4, success would seem inevitable. If the allure of the top-tier spiritual weapon had captivated some disciples, the prospect of the foundation establishment pill rendered everyone unable to maintain their composure. Such pills are not available in the market. Only major sects can concoct them, as many of the required spiritual herbs are nearly extinct in the outside world. Only a few sects have a limited supply remaining. Otherwise, disciples at the peak of qi condensation would not only receive one pill. Whether one succeeds in establishing a foundation ultimately depends on fate. Thus, the rarity of the foundation establishment pill is enough to drive qi condensation cultivators to madness, even risking their lives for it. Another foundation establishment pill? This truly is an unexpected turn. Zhang Feng pondered to himself, regardless of the presence of the foundation establishment pill. He must partake in this trial of the forbidden grounds. The emergence of the foundation establishment pill was indeed a delightful surprise. In no time, disciples began to register for the event. Zhang Feng did not hesitate and registered without delay. Upon returning to his courtyard, he began to contemplate ways to swiftly enhance his strength. Since he was not yet able to refine the 4 symbols pill, he resolved to concoct additional spirit elevation pills. Whether for personal consumption or for trading in exchange for spirit stones to procure other equipment, the preparation of spirit elevation pills could not be postponed. Zhang Feng once again arrived at the fire pavilion, having spent an entire month refining 10 bottles of spirit elevation pills. He first consumed 1 bottle with fervor. Although his magical power became slightly more robust, his cultivation still remained at the 10th level of the qi condensation stage. It appears that the spirit elevation pills no longer have any effect on his advancement in realm. Zhang Feng let out a sigh, realizing that his realm could no longer be elevated. Thus, he must seek to strengthen himself in other aspects. Zhang Feng arrived once more at the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, this time equipped with a strategy, unperturbed by any ulterior motives from the other party. Ah, it is Brother Zhang. What a pleasure to see you again. Do come up to the private room on the 2nd floor. Gao Zhongyuan, who had been languidly seated in the shop, promptly rose to greet Zhang Feng upon his entrance. The last time Zhang Feng brought the ascending spirit pill, Elder Li of the Heavenly Sword Valley was utterly astonished, declaring that this pill seemed to have transcended the confines of a 2nd-tier spirit pill, subtly rivaling the essence of a 3rd-tier spirit pill. Upon consuming it, Elder Li's cultivation soared from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the pinnacle of that stage, and in a state of euphoric exhilaration. He dispatched a message to Gao Zhongyuan. Should Zhang Feng return, he must be earnestly courted, with utmost urgency to procure the elixirs he possesses for the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Elder Li eagerly anticipated the possibility. If another ascending spirit pill of such caliber were to grace his hands, would he not ascend directly to the mid-stage of foundation establishment? Hence, he promised Gao Zhongyuan that should he acquire yet another pure ascending spirit pill from Zhang Feng, he would gladly accept him as his disciple. To become a disciple of a senior in the foundation establishment stage is a dream cherished by many. With a master of such stature to protect him, none would dare to bully him, even if it were merely in name. Thus, when Gao Zhongyuan beheld Zhang Feng entering the establishment, an indescribable joy surged within him. The enchanting woman whom Zhang Feng last encountered swiftly presented the spiritual tea, showing no signs of negligence towards such an esteemed guest as Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng gazed intently at the alluring figure of the woman, stealing several glances. May I inquire, dear Zhang, what brings you here this time? Are you looking to purchase or sell something? Gao Zhongyuan asked directly, deliberately emphasizing the word sell. He sought to exchange the ascension elixirs for some spirit stones, or perhaps more potent consumables such as talismans. Zhang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, to Gao Yuanyuan's ears, this revelation ignited a fervor. Is it truly the same ascension pill as last time? Gao Yuanyuan inquired, his voice trembling with excitement. It was impossible for him to contain his enthusiasm, as the ascension pill held significant implications for his status and resources within the Tianjin Valley. Indeed, last time I mentioned there was only one, but that was merely to avoid complications. I hope you can understand, my dear brother Gao. Zhang Feng patiently elucidated the matter, for he indeed had not spoken the truth at that time. Yet, was it feasible to speak candidly this time? That was simply out of the question. Who would be foolish enough to lay bare their own assets to others? These ascension elixirs were crafted by a venerable elder at the core formation stage. Due to his reluctance to appear personally, he entrusted me to handle the sales on his behalf. Zhang Feng, when weaving lies, exhibits an unwavering demeanor, a skill honed back in Panjiayuan. At times, the art of deception can indeed be regarded as a remarkable talent. In this realm of falsehoods, Zhang Feng undoubtedly stands as a paragon. Chapter 12. Talismans and Thunderfire Bombs. Zhang Feng's words were quite clear. The spirit ascension pills do not belong to me. And those who harbor ulterior motives must consider whether the individuals behind them are worth offending. It turns out they are from a nascent soul stage senior. No wonder the quality of the spirit ascension pills is so remarkably pure. Gao Zhongyan wore an expression of sudden realization, intently observing the subtle shifts in Zhang Feng's demeanor, as if attempting to glean something from his countenance. Naturally, Zhang Feng was not naive enough to believe that a mere utterance from him would be taken at face value. As long as the other party harbored reservations, they would refrain from acting recklessly. Brother Zhang, how many spirit ascension pills have you brought this time? Failing to extract any useful information from Zhang Feng's expression, Gao Zhongyuan shifted his focus, eagerly inquiring about the quantity of spirit ascension pills Zhang Feng had brought along. Well, that depends on what price Brother Gao is willing to offer. Zhang Feng did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a rhetorical question. Is the price still the same as last time? What do you think, Brother Zhang? Gao Zhongyuan pondered for a moment before responding, apprehensive that Zhang Feng might be dissatisfied and opt to conduct business elsewhere. All right, it's a deal. Zhang Feng offered a slight smile as he placed a bottle of spirit elevation pills upon the table. Upon recognizing the contents, Gao Zhongyuan was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of joy. With such an abundance of spirit elevation pills, he was certain that Elderly would be pleased, and he himself would reap considerable benefits. Before he could fully extricate himself from this euphoric state, Zhang Feng produced yet another bottle of the precious pills. Could it be that there was more than one? Gao Zhongyuan found himself taken aback. Subsequently, Zhang Feng continued to reveal vial after vial, a total of 6 bottles neatly arranged before him. Gao Zhongyuan was utterly astounded, swallowing hard in disbelief. His mind felt somewhat disoriented from the excitement, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could Zhang Feng possess such a treasure trove of spirit elevation pills? Even a seasoned cultivator at the core formation stage would require an extensive amount of time to concoct such a quantity. Brother Zhang, I must ascertain the quality of these spirit elevation pills. Gao Zhongyuan, roused from his stupor, was eager to determine if the quality remained consistent with the last batch. He uncorked a vial, pouring out a single pill to examine it closely. As the pill was released, the aroma of medicinal fragrance filled the room, enveloping him in a sense of unparalleled comfort. Gao Zhongyuan nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with the quality of the spirit elevation pills. He proceeded to extract another pill from the vial. After approximately 3 hours had passed, Gao Zhongyuan finally completed his inspection of all the spirit elevation pills. Valued at 10,000 spirit stones each, the thought of discovering inferior products hidden among them sent a shiver down his spine. Any discrepancy would lead to dire consequences when the sect conducted its audits. Brother Zhang's pills are indeed of unparalleled quality. This declaration came from the depths of Gao Zhongyuan's heart, for these pills were pivotal to his future. Since Brother Gao was satisfied with the quality of the pills, it was time to settle the payment, preferably with mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing that Gao Zhongyuan had no objections regarding the quality of the elixirs, Zhang Feng promptly spoke. Brother Zhang, do not be hasty. Although our establishment primarily deals in elixirs, we also provide materials, treasures, talismans, and other offerings, all of which surpass the ordinary wares available in the market. You previously mentioned your desire to exchange for talismans. How about you select your preferred items first, and we can settle the remaining spirit stones afterward? Gao Zhongyuan proposed. It is preferable to deal with one esteemed host than to seek out multiple vendors. This way, I can procure everything I need in one place, saving me the trouble of visiting other locations. Zhang Feng pondered briefly before consenting. This is a Supreme Gale talisman, capable of rendering one's movements swift as lightning, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless. Priced at 500 spirit stones each. This is a premier Inferno talisman. When cast, it ignites flames that can instantaneously reduce foes to mere ashes. Unless faced with a foundation-building elder, the likelihood of survival is nil when multiple are deployed. Each costs 600 spirit stones. This is an elite ice spike talisman, which, once thrown, transforms into countless ice spikes, impaling enemies with merciless precision. Each is priced at 800 spirit stones. Gao Zhongyuan meticulously introduced Zhang Feng to the various talismans treasured in the shop, and he showcased only the most exquisite and costly ones. Zhang Feng certainly noticed this. Brother Gao, why are the talisman prices in your esteemed shop so exorbitantly high? Zhang Feng casually inquired. Oh, Brother Zhang, you get what you pay for. What I have just introduced to you are the finest offerings of this establishment. I do not exaggerate. Such high-grade talismans are simply unavailable in other shops. Though the price may be steep, their immense power makes them truly worth every coin. Gao Zhongyuan, apprehensive that Zhang Feng might refuse the purchase, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Zhang Feng had once brought 60 spirit elevation pills, which, at their agreed price, amounted to 600,000 spirit stones, a sum the shop could not possibly produce in such a short time. As for any ulterior motives, they did not even cross his mind. Anyone capable of effortlessly procuring 60 spirit elevation pills surely had formidable backing. To entertain any schemes against such a person would be tantamount to inviting disaster for Tianyao, Quebec. This establishment also possesses a premier offensive weapon. Allow me to gift it to you, Brother Zhang. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Noticing Zhang Feng's lack of response, Gao Zhengyuan steeled himself and made a painful decision. Approximately 15 minutes later, he emerged from the back courtyard of Tianyao, holding a brocade box. Behold, Brother Zhang, he proclaimed, opening the box to reveal a fist-sized, dark object within. What is this? Zhang Feng, unfamiliar with the dark figure, hesitated before inquiring. What is this? This is the Thunderfire Bomb, the proud Gao Zhengyuan replied. I dare say there is not a second one to be found in the entire market. A certain esteemed elder stumbled upon it during his travels, and it is said that the method of its creation has been lost to time. Our store possesses but this solitary piece. Upon being thrown, the Thunderfire Bomb unleashes a violent explosion. Anyone within a distance of 10 zhang, whether in the qi condensation stage or the foundation establishment stage, would be reduced to mere pulp, meeting a tragic end with no hope of survival. Is this truly the case? Zhang Feng was finally touched this time. Of course, it was genuine. As long as Brother Zhang purchases a few more of the talismans I have just recommended, this Thunderfire Bomb shall be offered as a complimentary gift to him. Zhang Feng had never considered the prices exorbitant. He believed that the quality of the talismans previously introduced by Gao Yuan was indeed exceptional. His comments were merely an attempt to negotiate a better price. Since Brother Gao has spoken so highly of them, I shall select a few more. Zhang Feng readily agreed. The anxious heart of Gao Zheng finally found solace. He was genuinely apprehensive that Zhang Feng would demand a substantial amount of spirit stones, a sum he could not promptly provide. Such a scenario might lead Zhang Feng to believe that Tianyao Pavilion lacked strength, resulting in a severance of future business dealings with him. If that were to happen, the losses he would incur would be considerable. With a grand gesture, Zhang Feng purchased hundreds of various talismans, nearly depleting the stock at the Tianyao Pavilion. The remainder was exchanged for mid-tier spirit stones. Gao Zhengyuan, beaming with joy, saw Zhang Feng off at the door, reminding him to visit often, assuring that he would reserve the finest items for him in the future. After leaving the Tianyao Pavilion, Zhang Feng meandered for quite some time, just as he had on his previous visit, before finally speeding towards the Xuanwu sect. Chapter 13. Secrets. With these preparations in place, the upcoming expedition to the Forbidden Area should pose no issue. Upon returning to his courtyard at the Xuanwu sect, Zhang Feng gazed at the table laden with talismans and mused. If other disciples were to witness such an abundance of talismans, they would undoubtedly be envious. Each talisman, costing several hundred spirit stones, lay in stacks before him. For others, accumulating even a few spirit stones in a year would be an arduous task, and merely gazing upon talismans of this caliber would be a luxury. Indeed, the phrase wealthy and extravagant perfectly encapsulated Zhang Feng's current sentiments. With a month remaining until the trial in the Forbidden Area, a steady stream of applicants had emerged, ultimately resulting in the assembly of 100 esteemed participants, including several exceptional disciples at the 10th level of the qi condensation stage. During this period, Zhang Feng refrained from venturing outside, instead focusing on optimizing his condition to its utmost. As for his cultivation, he has deliberately restrained himself at the 7th level of the qi condensation stage. This approach not only satisfies the requirements of the trial but also prevents him from drawing excessive attention. A month later, within the grand hall of the Xuanwu sect, an announcement was made. Today, all members would journey to the forbidden grounds for their trials. Everyone was urged to exert their utmost efforts, ensuring that the esteemed reputation of the Xuanwu sect remained untarnished. Leading the expedition were Fairy Xueqin and Elder Zhao. All were instructed to adhere strictly to the commands of these two elders. Any disobedience would be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. After a brief address by Chen Qingzi, the assembly was ordered to depart immediately. Upon exiting the grand hall, they arrived at the sect's main square, where a colossal warship floated majestically in the air, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, radiating an aura of formidable power. As disciples at the qi condensation stage were unable to fly using tools, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to board the vessel. Observing their hesitation, Elder Zhao waved his hand, and the formidable mana of a core formation expert coalesced into a powerful whirlwind, effortlessly lifting 100 disciples onto the ship. Subsequently, Elder Zhao and Fairy Xueqin also ascended onto the warship with a flicker of mystical light beneath their feet. Elder Zhao then cast another spell, and a flash of red light enveloped the warship as it surged forward with remarkable speed. The disciples felt as though they were riding on clouds, struggling to maintain their balance, with a few even toppling over. Fortunately, the ship was shielded by a protective barrier, ensuring that even those who fell would not be cast out into the void. Zhang Feng found himself flustered for a moment before he acclimated to such a rapid pace of flight. Spotting the water lute fairy standing at the bow of the ship, He felt a twinge of anxiety. Although his master had never imparted any skills to him, he remained deeply grateful to the Waterlute Fairy for insisting on accepting him into the Xuanwu sect. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely demise long ago. Disciple pays homage to master. Zhang Feng hastened his steps to approach and pay his respects. You are Zhang. The Water King Xianzi initially paused in surprise, then recalled that several months prior, she had taken on a disciple. She only remembered the surname Zhang, but the specific name eluded her. Disciple Zhang Feng. Noticing the hesitation in Water King Xianzi's voice as she struggled to recall his name, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, though he expertly concealed it, revealing nothing in his demeanor. Are you also participating in the trial of the Forbidden Grounds? This trial is exceptionally brutal, do you? You have reached the 10th level of qi condensation? Water King Xianzi's initial inquiry was mild, but upon discerning Zhang Feng's cultivation level, she was taken aback. You clearly cannot cultivate. The qi condensation techniques I provided were merely intended to help you dissipate the spiritual energy swirling within you. How is it possible that you have made such rapid progress in just a few short months? Water King Xianzi found it hard to believe the evidence before her. Yet upon confirming once more, it was indeed true. He had attained the 10th level of qi condensation. While there are methods to disguise or conceal one's cultivation level, such techniques are limited to interactions with those of the same or lower realms. The notion that a disciple in the qi condensation phase could obscure their level before an elder of the core formation realm was sheer folly. A core formation practitioner could discern everything with a mere glance. For a qi condensation practitioner, standing before an elder of the core formation realm rendered them nearly transparent. No secret could remain hidden. Water King Xianzi remained motionless, gazing at Zhang Feng, which filled him with a palpable tension. Zhang Feng was deeply apprehensive that the Water King Xianzi might uncover the existence of the incense burner, which constituted his most profound secret. Fortunately, the presence of the incense burner was rather peculiar, and the Water King Xianzi detected no abnormalities. This was a talisman that concealed one's aura when affixed to the body. It could evade detection from cultivators below the foundation establishment stage and most of the beastly entities within Forbidden Grounds. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the Water King Xianzi conjured a talisman that shimmered with an earthy golden hue into Zhang Feng's hand. Her intention was abundantly clear. His cultivation at the 7th layer of qi condensation was insufficient within the Forbidden Realm, thus it was prudent to evade and conceal himself. For preserving one's life was of utmost importance. He expressed his gratitude to his master. Zhang Feng carefully tucked it away, feeling a quiet gratitude within. If there are no further matters, you may withdraw, the Water Qinxian remarked. After Zhang Feng paid his respects to the Water Qinxian, he discreetly withdrew. Standing at the bow of the boat, the Water Qinxian's beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with unspoken thoughts. In this trial of the Forbidden Land, what are your thoughts on our Xuanwu sect's chances? Elder Zhao approached her, speaking in a hushed tone only audible to those at the core formation stage. It is difficult to ascertain. The Tianjin Valley and Huiyun sect have advanced rapidly in recent years, now surpassing our Xuanwu sect significantly, the Water Qinxian replied coolly, devoid of emotion, as if she spoke to everyone in the same detached manner. Indeed. However, should we perform poorly in this trial, it would severely impact our sect's development for the next few centuries. It would be even more challenging to catch up with the Tianjin sect and Huiyun sect, Elder Zhao said, stroking his long beard, his gaze drifting towards the clouds ahead. Have you heard of the blood-burning pill? After a pause, Elder Zhao resumed the conversation. Yes, it is a pill that can instantly elevate one's realm for 7 days. However, it comes at the cost of burning one's bloodline potential, leading to dire consequences. After 7 days, the user often suffers a severe illness, and their realm may drop several levels, never to return to its previous state. The Water Qinxian replied without inquiring why Elder Zhao brought up the blood-burning pill. The sect leader has ordered me to distribute 1 blood-burning pill to each disciple 1 hour before the Forbidden Land opens. Elder Zhao finally addressed the crux of the matter. What? Did the sect leader truly say that? The surprise in the Water Qinxian's expression far surpassed that elicited by Zhang Feng, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Elder Zhao. Ah, Water Qinxian. How could I jest about such matters? The sect leader sought me out 3 days ago to specifically instruct me on this. The method to concoct the blood-burning pill is unique to the demonic sects, and he expended great resources to procure it. Elder Zhao hastened to clarify as he noticed her disbelief. Will the disciples be informed? The Water Qinxian withdrew her gaze from Elder Zhao, exhaling softly as she inquired. Naturally, they cannot be made aware. If they knew the truth, no one would willingly consume the blood-burning pill. Elder Zhao was not surprised by her seemingly naive question. He understood that beneath her cold exterior lay a kind heart. The 3 supreme elders have also given their consent to this matter. Alas, the sect leader's intentions are rooted in concern for the development of our Xuanwu sect over the coming centuries. We must not allow our personal preferences to jeopardize the sect's interests. This is also a message from the sect leader, Elder Zhao, sensing her inner turmoil. Offered words of comfort. Very well, since the sect leader has made up his mind, I cannot oppose him. Xuanwu shall obey. After a moment of internal struggle, the water chieftain spoke with a measured tone, reverting to her previously aloof demeanor. Good. Knowing that water chieftain has come to terms with this brings me relief. Elder Zhang concluded his words and departed on his own. The water chieftain gazed back at the disciples of the Water Moon sect, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Most of these disciples were driven by the allure of acquiring foundation establishment pills, envisioning a future of boundless possibilities upon their successful cultivation. Little did they realize, in the eyes of the sect's higher echelons, they were merely pawns in a grander scheme. Chapter 14. The great sword Zhang Feng rested with his eyes closed in a secluded corner of the warship, striving to maintain his optimal state for the imminent trial. You are here too. A voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of playful reproach, resonated in his ear. The voice was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be senior sister Zhao Ruyu. It had been quite a while since they last met. Indeed, the person before him was Zhao Ruyu. Clad in a form-fitting outfit, her flawless figure was accentuated to perfection. With her fair complexion, delicate nose, and a pair of large, expressive eyes framed by graceful eyebrows, she radiated an extraordinary beauty. The contrast between her current elegance and the disheveled state she had been in during Xuanwu Yuan's treachery was striking. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback, staring in a daze. You little rascal, why did you run away so swiftly last time? Zhao Ruyu, under Zhang Feng's gaze, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. I didn't mean to. I was merely concerned about holding back my senior sister. Zhang Feng, startled by her inquiry, snapped out of his stupor and concocted a rather clumsy excuse. At that time, although I had dispelled the poison, I was severely weakened due to my prior injuries. How could you abandon me? Zhao Ruyu, still fuming, indignantly questioned him. It is my fault. I sincerely apologize to you, Sister Ruyu. Zhang Feng bowed to Zhao Ruyu, leaving her somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it was a feeling of being pleasantly surprised. The last time they were together, he was as unyielding as a stone in a latrine. Although he had rescued her, his demeanor was insufferably arrogant. How had he suddenly transformed into such a courteous individual? It was difficult for her to believe he was the same person. Is there something amiss with your mind? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhao Ruyu inquired. Not at all. Senior sister, why would you say that? Zhang Feng was at a loss for how to respond to her seemingly nonsensical question. Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. Zhao Ruyu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. Very well. I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of your previous escapade when you fled alone. However, should you dare to abandon me again this time, you shall face the consequences. Zhao Ruyu stated with utmost seriousness. Senior sister Ruyu, it is imperative that we remain together in the forbidden grounds. Our combined presence could attract unwanted attention, which would be detrimental to our objectives. Zhang Feng defended himself, saying, What? Are you already contemplating refusal before we even begin? Zhao Ruyu, noticing Zhang Feng's reluctance, pouted her cherry-like lips and retorted angrily, It is said that upon entering the forbidden area, everyone will be teleported at random, making it impossible to ensure we remain together. Zhang Feng speaks the truth. This has been personally validated by numerous preceding disciples. You need not worry about this. I possess a family heirloom known as the Qi Link, with each person holding one, which can connect the breath of two individuals. Thus, during the transmission, they will not be separated. It is assured that they will land at the same location. Is that so? However, Zhang Feng still wished to defend himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. What are you talking about? A real man shouldn't be so indecisive. Zhao Ruyu, noticing Zhang Feng's inclination to seek excuses, swiftly silenced him with her words. At this point, Zhang Feng truly had nothing left to say. In truth, if one genuinely wished to decline, countless reasons could be conjured. There exists an abundance of excuses that one could casually present. However, this time, Zhang Feng did not desire to refuse. On the surface, it appeared that Zhao Ruyu's assertive nature had him firmly in her grasp. Yet, the reality was far more intricate. It was the softest corner of Zhang Feng's heart that had been stirred upon encountering Zhao Ruyu today. This sensation was remarkably peculiar, ineffable and elusive, understood only by those who experience it. When he first met Zhao Ruyu, he did not feel this way. Perhaps he was too focused on saving someone. Or perhaps Zhao Ruyu was simply too disheveled at that moment. In any case, the emergence of this feeling was the result of a specific environment, a confluence of various elements, each indispensable. All right, I promise you, senior sister Ruyu, I will not abandon you and run away. Zhang Feng made a decisive statement, saying, Are you truly speaking the truth? Zhao Ruyu, who had merely been testing the waters and had not anticipated Zhang Feng's agreement, inquired with a hint of uncertainty. A man of honor values his word immensely. A promise is not made lightly. Zhang Feng spoke earnestly. Even he himself could not comprehend the reason behind his words. Aha! That is truly splendid. Zhao Ruyu laughed joyfully, blooming like a flower. She had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would acquiesce so readily. Very well, junior brother Zhang. Take this bond of kinship. Simply infuse a small amount of spiritual energy when you wish to use it. Zhao Ruyu handed a wooden object resembling a waist pendant to Zhang Feng, casting him a smile before she departed. Zhang Feng gazed at the waist pendant in his hand, its design exuding an ancient charm, and its weightiness was palpable, still retaining the warmth of Zhao Ruyu's presence. 3 days had passed, and the distance traveled remained unknown. Until at last, the warship came to a halt in an expansive wilderness. This was the designated site for the upcoming trial, due to the presence of a protective barrier. They were required to wait for the arrival of the other 2 sects before commencing. Thus, everyone remained in place, calculating the time. Anticipating that the disciples of Tianjin Valley and Huiyun Gate would soon arrive, Elder Zhao provided a brief introduction to the gathered crowd before signaling them to bide their time. Indeed, in less than an hour, a colossal flying sword appeared on the horizon. Its immense-sized rival that of the Xuanwu sect's warship, if not surpassing it. A tremendous aura of sword energy surged skyward, overwhelming the disciples of Xuanwu sect with an oppressive force that made breathing a challenge. With a cold snort, Elder Zhao summoned a whirlwind that instantaneously dispelled the sword's pressure. Old Sikong, what ill intentions do you harbor in bullying the juniors of Xuanwu sect? Elder Zhao's voice echoed, reverberating like thunder towards the massive sword. The giant sword was teeming with disciples from Tianjin Valley, their voices resonating painfully against the eardrums of the Xuanwu disciples. Though the initial sound was jarring, the disciples of Tianjin Valley could have endured it if it had been a singular occurrence. However, the sound persisted, repeating like relentless waves, leaving only the echoes of what ill intentions in the air. Sikong Xian chuckled derisively. It has been many years, Zhao Daoyu, yet you remain ever so vengeful. After a brief exchange, a flash of red light erupted from the giant sword, shattering the lingering echoes. Once the giant sword settled beside the warship, the true visage of Sikong Xian became clear. Clad in black, devoid of hair and beard, he appeared quite peculiar. Sikong Xian nodded in greeting to Elder Zhao and the enchanting Water Qinxian. Elder Zhao, however, paid him no heed. Their earlier exchange had served as a mere prelude. After so many years, Water Qinxian remains as stunning as ever. Sikong Xian's flattery elicited a subtle smile from her, for she was well aware of his duplicitous nature, masking malice beneath honeyed words. The disciples of Tianjin Valley, renowned for their sword techniques, bore long swords on their backs, exhibiting an air of superiority as they regarded the members of Xuanwu sect. Particularly, the individual standing beside Sikong Xian wore a dark expression, casting a scornful glance at the Xuanwu warship, revealing disdain. This incited frustration among the Xuanwu disciples, but there was little they could do, at present. Tianjin Valley's strength overshadowed that of the other 2 sects, firmly establishing its supremacy. Power, after all, was the undeniable truth. Chapter 15. The Key in Zhang Feng's Heart. He mused. At present, only the members of the Fire Cloud sect had yet to arrive. Seizing this moment, Elder Zhao distributed the blood-burning pills among the disciples, stating that these elixirs would enhance their cultivation and must be consumed immediately. Otherwise, their efficacy would diminish significantly. The disciples were profoundly touched, feeling the sect's care for them. Most of them, without a second thought, ingested the pills forthwith. Why insist that the disciples take the pills now rather than during a moment of peril? The answer lies in the potion's flaw. It does not yield immediate results, requiring several hours before its effects manifest. The specific duration varies from person to person. Some may feel the effects in 1 or 2 hours, while others may take 3 or 4, or even as long as 1 or 2 days. In the midst of a battle, life and death hinge upon the briefest of moments, leaving no time to await the potion's efficacy. Observing the disciples' delighted expressions as they consumed the blood-burning pills, Fairy Shuiqin found this scene rather ironic and let out a silent sigh. Zhang Feng glanced at the elixir, deeming it harmless, and was about to consume it. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Do not eat, unless faced with a life-and-death situation. It was the voice of the Water Lute Fairy, who had employed a unique method to ensure that only Zhang Feng could hear her words. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the Water Lute Fairy was looking at him. Noticing Zhang Feng's upward glance, the Water Lute Fairy nodded gently in acknowledgement. This reminder from the Water Lute Fairy led Zhang Feng to suspect that the effects of the elixir might not be as favorable as Elder Zhao had claimed. Or perhaps Elder Zhao had merely highlighted the benefits of the elixir while concealing its drawbacks. Zhang Feng chose to trust the words of the Water Chain Fairy. At the very least, his master had never caused him harm. At this moment, Zhao Ruyu stood not far from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng hastened to Zhao Ruyu's side and whispered a secret in her ear. Surprised, Zhao Ryu glanced at Zhang Feng and eventually nodded. Noticing that the majority of the Xuanwu sect disciples had consumed the blood-burning pill, Elder Zhao nodded in satisfaction. The members of the Huiyun sect stood upon a massive fire cloud, all clad in resplendent red garments, each radiating vitality and possessing remarkable cultivation. Comparing the Tianjin Valley with the Huiyun sect, Zhang Feng felt that the Xuanwu sect disciples resembled a chaotic medley, making him feel somewhat ashamed. Greetings, fellow Taoist Imu. Sikong Xian bowed respectfully to the elder leading the Huiyun sect. Greetings, Taoist Imu. Elder Zhao and the Fairy Shuiqin also hurriedly offered their salutations. The Taoist Imu appeared significantly older than both Sikong Xian and Elder Zhao, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and his back stooped as he leaned on a cane. His stature diminutive. His pair of sallow eyes seemed to have endured the vicissitudes of time, exuding a sense of weariness. Yet, no one dared to underestimate this elder, for he was a practitioner at the late stage of the core formation realm. Sikong Xian and Elder Zhao were at the mid-stage. while Xueqin was at the early stage of core formation. The disparity in power among the three stages of core formation is immense. In the realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, a practitioner at the late stage of core formation is regarded as one of the most formidable and respected figures. As long as the nascent soul does not emerge. It is getting late. Let us commence. Taoist Emu nodded to the assembly and spoke. This forbidden area is one of the three great forbidden zones within the territory of the Chu Kingdom, known as Zichu. The other two are the Death Abyss and Anling. The barriers of the three great forbidden zones were established collaboratively by the nascent soul experts of the three sects. Thus, the keys to unlock them are also held jointly by the three sections. With a wave of his hand, Xikongxian summoned a massive crimson key that shimmered in the air, emanating waves of oppressive force. Elder Zhao cast a glance at Xikongxian, performed hand seals, and a gigantic earth-colored key floated into the air, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of suffocation akin to a mountain pressing down. Seeing that both sects had summoned their keys, Taoist Emu gently clapped, and a beam of green light shot into the sky, stirring the atmosphere into a tempest. The moment the three keys appeared, the entire sky shifted ominously, as if a storm were about to break. Each of the three men directed their spells at their respective keys. The keys began to rotate slowly. As they turned, the barrier's entrance emitted creaking sounds. The keys spun faster and faster, and the creaking grew louder. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Xikongxian and Elder Zhao, evidently indicating the immense spiritual energy required to control the keys. In contrast, Taoist Emu remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed. This exemplified the distinction between a late-stage core formation master and those at the mid-stage, though it appeared to be merely a layer of difference. The disparity in magical power was vast, placing them on entirely different tiers. Noticing Elder Zhao's struggle, Fairy Xueqin cast a spell, accelerating the rotation of the yellow key. The pressure on Elder Zhao lightened, and he nodded in gratitude towards her. However, Xikongxian was not so fortunate. As time passed, beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks, soaking his back. Perceiving Xikongxian's predicament, Taoist Emu understood that they could not afford to delay. The magical energy of a late-stage core formation master surged forth like a tidal wave. With a resounding crack, the entire barrier shattered like glass. The disciples of the Huiyun sect began to enter. With a sweep of his cane, Taoist Emu sent the disciples floating upwards, passing through the barrier's entrance and disappearing from sight. Disciples of the Xuewei sect, prepare to enter the forbidden zone. Elder Zhao waved his hand, conjuring a whirlwind that enveloped the disciples as they ventured into the barrier. As for Xikongxian, having expended too much energy, he felt himself nearing exhaustion after the barrier's collapse and promptly began to meditate to recuperate. After a quarter of an hour, once the disciples of Tianjin Valley and Xuewei sect had entered the barrier, he finally rose. Disciples of Tianjin Valley, prepare to enter. Immediately, a luminous shield manifested atop the great sword, and the disciples soared towards the barrier. Ouch, that hurts, was the first exclamation from Zhang Feng upon landing. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a figure descended from above with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. With a thud, Zhang Feng was knocked unconscious. Time passed, and eventually, Zhang Feng stirred back to consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Zhao Ruyu was lying beside him. To his astonishment, it was she who had caused his fall. Zhang Feng murmured to himself, it appears that the bond of shared fate has indeed come into play. Otherwise, Zhao Ruyu and I would not have been transported together, and our landing would not have been so remarkably precise. Senior sister, are you all right? Zhang Feng shook Zhao Ruyu. Where is this? Zhao Ruyu opened her eyes and spoke with considerable vigor, appearing to be uninjured. I have no idea. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation. The two found themselves in a vast expanse of wilderness, where lush green grass carpeted the ground and butterflies danced gracefully, creating a scene of tranquil harmony. This area was likely situated to the east of the Forbidden Zone, where the growth of blood orchid grass predominantly concentrated in the heart of the restricted area. Zhao Ruyu took out the information booklet provided by their sect to ascertain their direction and confirm their current location. Let us first search this region and see if we can uncover any treasures, she suggested. Zhang Feng proposed, this is a forbidden area, rich with precious spiritual herbs that thrive here. Many of these herbs have become extinct in the outside world, making them exceedingly rare. Although this wilderness lacks blood orchid grass, it does not imply the absence of other valuable herbs. Since we are here, it would be uncharacteristic of me not to conduct a thorough search. Very well. Let us seek them out. Zhao Ruyu nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. Golden-tongued frog. After an extensive search, Zhang Feng discovered only a few cold root herbs, while Zhao Ruyu stumbled upon a highly valuable ancient color mushroom. Noticing the lack of any other worthwhile herbs in the vicinity, the two companions proceeded towards the central area. Along the way, Zhao Ruyu inquired about various matters, displaying a remarkable composure. Zhang Feng, however, was exceedingly cautious, aware that a moment's carelessness in the Forbidden Realm could lead to his demise, leaving no opportunity for regret. Senior sister, you, please don this. Zhang Feng retrieved another vest crafted from the hide of the nether armor beast from his storage pouch. Is this a vest made from the hide of the nether armor beast? Zhao Ruyu inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Indeed, Zhang Feng casually replied. Are you certain you wish to give this to me? Zhao Ruyu reiterated her inquiry. If you do not desire it, Then let it be. Zhang Feng feigned an intention to reclaim it. I must. I must. This dark armor beast's skin possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. Such a precious item. I fear you may have a change of heart. Zhao Ruyu smiled gently at Zhang Feng while caressing the vest. Zhang Feng felt a sense of bashfulness under her gaze and turned his head to continue along the path. Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Zhao Ruyu exclaimed hurriedly as she donned her vest. Upon reaching the edge of a small lake, Zhao Ruyu suggested they take a moment to rest. Sitting by the lake, she removed her shoes and socks, allowing her feet to immerse in the cool water. A refreshing chill surged from her toes, providing immense comfort. Zhang Feng stood by the lakeside, surveying the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a colossal golden tongue shot towards Zhao Ruyu's face like a bolt from the blue, its speed producing a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. If struck, the consequences would be fatal. Zhao Ruyu, reveling in the refreshing chill of the lake water, remained utterly unprepared. Just as the massive tongue was about to collide with her face, a flash of blood illuminated the scene, and the golden appendage was severed in two, thanks to Zhang Feng's swift deployment of a transparent flying sword. Moments later, a gigantic black frog leaped from the water, emitting agonizing cries as it writhed in pain on the ground. It became evident that the earlier golden tongue belonged to this very creature. Zhang Feng swiftly grasped Zhao Ruyu's arm, pulling her away from the lake's edge. The narrowly escaped Zhao Ruyu was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Soon after, a dozen black giant frogs leapt from the water, forming a row and emitting croaking sounds. These were golden-tongued frogs, classified as third-tier demon beasts, possessing all their prowess concentrated in their tongues. Comparable in strength to a cultivator at the 7th level of chi condensation. The golden-tongued frog's tongue is remarkably hard, capable of easily shattering low-grade spiritual artifacts. And its attack speed is so swift that it is exceedingly difficult to defend against. Once she regained her composure, Zhao Ruyu elucidated. Yet, the golden-tongued frog is inherently gentle and does not initiate attacks on humans. What could be the cause of this behavior today? She pondered in confusion. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings, finding himself amidst an expansive wilderness, with only a lush, sprawling tree a dozen paces behind him. Utilizing his keen perception, he discerned a flicker of white fabric swaying among the interwoven green leaves. Zhang Feng had already grasped the situation. After a cacophony of croaks from a dozen frogs, they simultaneously unleashed their golden, elongated tongues, lunging towards Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Ruyu conjured a shield to defend against the onslaught. This shield was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, which withstood the assault of several giant tongues without sustaining damage. However, the sheer force of the attack propelled Zhao Ruyu backward towards the direction of a towering tree. Although Zhang Feng was at the 10th layer of the chi condensation stage, the formidable assault from the numerous golden-tongued frogs was not to be underestimated, and he dared not confront it head-on. Zhang Feng produced a swift wind talisman and affixed it to his body, executing the Lingyan step to deftly evade the onslaught of the enormous tongues. Simultaneously, he retreated towards the direction of the great tree. Zhao Ruyu, anxious and with aching arms, exerted all her strength to command her shield, unable to summon any other magical artifacts. Continuing this evasive maneuver, it was inevitable that they would ultimately be defeated. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's previously wielded weapon, which had severed the giant tongue, had seemingly vanished. As the two fought and retreated, they drew closer to the tree, only to find that a dozen golden-tongued frogs had gradually encircled them, leaving but a small gap behind. Will they not reveal themselves? Zhang Feng shouted, and the ethereal flying sword swiftly darted towards the branches and leaves of the towering tree. A piercing scream echoed as a figure clad in white, bearing a long sword upon his back, plummeted from the tree, blood trickling from his shoulder. It was evident that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Valley. Lying in ambush, upon hitting the ground, the Heavenly Sword Valley disciple promptly rose to his feet, adopting a defensive stance. Zhang Feng paid no heed, while Ling Yan swiftly extended her hand to grasp Zhao Ruyu, leading them both out of the encirclement formed by the golden-tongued frogs. At the very moment Zhang Feng escaped, the siege of the golden-tongued frogs had solidified completely. At this juncture, fleeing was utterly impossible, unless a miracle occurred. The disciples clad in white from Tianjian Valley would undoubtedly meet their demise under the onslaught of a dozen golden-tongued frogs. After a half-hour of running far away, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu finally came to a halt. How did you know there were people in the tree? Zhao Ruyu inquired. Did you not mention that the golden-tongued frogs are gentle by nature and would not attack humans proactively? Zhang Feng elucidated, indeed. What relevance does this have to someone hiding in a tree? Zhao Ruyu inquired with confusion. Given that the golden-tongued frog is not inherently inclined to assault humans, why did it choose to attack while my senior sister was soaking her feet? Could it be that her feet emitted such an unbearable odor that the golden-tongued frog was compelled to strike with its enormous tongue? Zhang Feng, with a serious demeanor, began to jest. Do you wish to perish? Zhao Ruyu promptly delivered a slap to the back of Zhang Feng's head. All right, senior sister, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. The force of Zhao Ruyu's slap, stemming from her 8th level of chi condensation, was not to be taken lightly. Zhang Feng winced in pain and quickly pleaded for mercy. Then please explain how you discovered the presence of someone in the tree. Zhao Ryu pouted her cherry-like lips, adopting an inquisitive demeanor. The unusual behavior of the golden-tongued frog must have been provoked by someone administering a substance that incited its ferocity. Should anyone approach the lakeside unaware, they would undoubtedly fall victim to the golden-tongued frog. Typically, even if a cultivator were not to perish, they would surely sustain injuries. At that moment, the ambusher leapt down from the tree, intent on killing and seizing treasures. Zhang Feng elucidated, so it was like this. I nearly fell victim to the machinations of the people from Tianjian Valley. Zhao Ryu retorted indignantly, if it weren't for you, Zhang Feng, I would have perished under the assault of the golden-tongued frog. It appears that this junior not only possesses profound cultivation, but also demonstrates remarkable wit. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ryu, Zhang Feng had spent many years in Panjiayuan, engaging in various unscrupulous activities. It was not mere cleverness. Rather, he had been honed through countless trials. Once again, I must thank you for saving me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you, Zhao Ryu expressed, a peculiar sentiment welling up within her, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Sister, do you truly wish to repay me? Zhang Feng inquired earnestly, emphasizing the importance of repaying the life-saving grace. It is not merely a matter of gratitude. One must exhaust all efforts to reciprocate, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. Noticing Zhang Feng's skepticism, Zhao Ryu straightened her posture, her large, glistening eyes resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, exuding an indescribable innocence. What do you mean by braving fire and water? It's not that serious, really, no need for that. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, which made Zhao Ryu feel that Zhang Feng was indeed a good person, one who bestows kindness without seeking repayment, a true gentleman. However, Zhang Feng's subsequent remark nearly caused her to spit blood in anger. If Sister Ryu truly wishes to repay me, then perhaps she should consider offering herself. Chapter 17. The desire of the demon lord. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhao Ryu, unusually, did not erupt in fury nor retaliate. Instead, she stood frozen in place, her face flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for how to respond. All right, sister, I was merely jesting. It was a casual remark, so please do not take it to heart. Zhang Feng discerned the embarrassment of Zhao Ryu and promptly offered an explanation, originally blushing with shyness. Zhao Ryu's expression darkened momentarily at Zhang Feng's words, and she replied with a somber tone, continue to indulge in your fanciful dreams. Zhang Feng offered an awkward smile and swiftly changed the subject. Let us check the time. It should be about that moment. The two returned to the large tree by the lakeside. The battle had long since concluded. The golden-tongued frog had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the lifeless body of a disciple from the heavenly sword valley. That unfortunate disciple had been mercilessly pierced by the frog's tongue, reduced to a mere sieve. Zhang Feng bent down to retrieve the storage bag from the corpse. Upon opening it, he discovered over 30 spirit stones, 2 inferior spirit artifacts, several medicinal herbs, and a modest collection of refining materials. Zhang Feng retained several medicinal herbs and cast the remaining items to Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu, not one to be polite, accepted them and stored them in her pouch. The two continued their journey and soon arrived at a vast expanse of hills, surrounded by majestic mountains. Noticing a small, crystal-clear pond nearby, Zhao Ryu felt inclined to freshen up. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from behind her. Startled, she turned to glance back and beheld a shadow hovering in the air. The figure was shrouded in dark mist, rendering its shape indistinguishable. Who goes there? She inquired. Zhang Feng positioned Zhao Ryu behind him, his expression brimming with vigilance as he inquired. Ha! I am the heavenly desired demon lord. The demon lord's name had instilled terror a millennium ago, casting a formidable shadow over the immortal cultivation realm of Chu. Legend has it that the heavenly desired demon lord was an orphan, subjected to relentless torment in his youth. Upon maturing, he stumbled upon a forbidden technique, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace, achieving the foundation establishment stage within mere years. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of miraculous, as ordinary cultivators typically require centuries to reach this level. Even prodigies among them would need several decades to attain similar mastery. This unprecedented speed not only marked him as unparalleled, but perhaps also as someone who would never be surpassed. Once he reached a formidable level of cultivation, his bloodlust became insatiable, as he ruthlessly avenged those who had once tormented him. If that were all, perhaps it could be overlooked, for seasoned cultivators would not necessarily seek enmity with him. However, his penchant for slaughter escalated. He killed indiscriminately, often without provocation. His victims were not limited to mere mortals, but included many disciples of the three sects. Numerous female disciples met their fate after unspeakable atrocities, a cruelty that incited the three sects to dispatch foundation establishment cultivators to hunt him down. Yet, those cultivators fell one by one before his might. Ultimately, it took the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator to put him to rest, albeit temporarily. After several years, the heavenly desired demon lord broke through to the nascent soul stage and resumed his malevolent escapades. Countless disciples of the three sects below the nascent soul level perished at his hands, while the nascent soul cultivators struggled to match his power. Many left grievously wounded. At that time, the heavenly desire demon lord was heralded as the foremost among nascent soul cultivators. It was only when Elder Su Zhong of the Heavenly Sword Valley, a god transformation stage master, intervened that he was ultimately vanquished. The heavenly desire demon lord erupted into raucous laughter, a sound that disoriented those who heard it, inducing a state of drowsiness. Zhang Feng hastily produced 2 calming talismans, affixing one to himself and the other to Zhao Ruyu, thus managing to maintain their composure. Wasn't the demon lord vanquished by Elder Su Zhong of the Heavenly Sword Valley a millennium ago? Zhao Ruyu inquired, perplexed. Nonsense. I have perfected my demonic arts and am unrivaled across the realms. Who could possibly slay me? That old codger Su Zhong merely inflicted some wounds upon me. The heavenly demon lord retorted, his anger palpable. Even after 1,000 years, the mention of Su Zhong still stirred his resentment. What do you intend to do with us? Zhang Feng confronted the heavenly desire demon lord directly. He certainly did not believe that this entity, resembling a ghostly messenger, would offer him and Zhao Ruyu any benefits. Naturally, it was about possession. What else could it be? The heavenly desire demon lord nonchalantly replied, as if seizing another's body was a matter of course. Years ago, I was grievously wounded by Su Zhong and barely escaped to this place. My physical form was destroyed, and I could only manifest my spirit. Yet, there was no one here. I waited, and after a millennium, I finally awaited your arrival. It seems that heaven has not forsaken me. The heavenly desire demon lord. In high spirits, the demon lord recounted past events to the two. Do not feel any regret. To be possessed by me is your honor, and you may rest with a smile. In the eyes of the heavenly desire demon lord, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu had long become his prey. He began to deliberate whom to choose as his vessel. The mixed spiritual root is of too poor a quality. The demon lord glanced at Zhang Feng, shaking his head in disappointment. This young girl possesses dual spiritual roots, and her aptitude is commendable. He then turned to Zhao Ruyu, exclaiming with delight. Once I successfully possess this girl, I shall use you as sustenance to regain a portion of my cultivation. The heavenly desire demon lord looked at Zhang Feng ominously. In his view, these 2 nascent stage cultivators were easily manageable, posing no challenge whatsoever. Just as the demon lord prepared to strike, a fierce violet flame erupted around him, engulfing him instantly with its tremendous heat. This was a top-tier fire talisman, with temperatures so high that even the surrounding rocks melted and warped. The demon lord's spirit was seared by the flames, emitting anguished cries. You dare to ambush me. The heavenly desire demon lord transformed into a swirling mass of violet fire, writhing in agony. So what if we ambushed you? You intended to possess one of us and use the other as nourishment. If we were to show you any courtesy, we would truly be fools. Zhang Feng spoke calmly, clearly having discreetly retrieved the flame talisman, ready to launch an assault while the heavenly demon lord indulged in idle chatter. The unfortunate heavenly demon lord, with his inflated sense of self-worth, completely underestimated these 2 nascent stage cultivators. He never anticipated that practitioners of such a humble tier would possess such formidable talismans. The flame talisman, priced at 600 spirit stones in the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, certainly warranted its esteemed value. Zhang Feng, upon attempting it, was astonished by its formidable power. The Lord of Heavenly Desire had indeed judged correctly. A cultivator of Zhang Feng's modest caliber could scarcely afford such an elite flame talisman, even among the core disciples of sects or prominent families. The likelihood of possessing one was exceedingly low. After all, it was merely a consumable item, prohibitively expensive. Some could not afford it, while others deemed its cost-effectiveness too low to justify the purchase. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng had invested heavily for this expedition into the Forbidden Realm. Did he believe this would spell the end for me? As the flames extinguished, the once vibrant black essence of the Lord of Heavenly Desire appeared significantly diminished, as if it might disperse with the slightest breeze. Yet the crux of the matter was, he had not been incinerated. Chapter 18. The treasury. These 2 younglings truly believe they can easily subdue me? Your flame talisman possesses commendable might, yet regrettably, you possess but a single one. Otherwise, it might have indeed led to my demise. The Lord of Heavenly Desire declared vehemently. He had suffered greatly from the torment inflicted by the flame talisman thrown by Zhang Feng, his essence nearly reduced to ashes, but fortunately, he had managed to endure through arcane techniques. In your prime, even if your physical form were obliterated, we would have no choice but to submit. However, after a millennium, your essence has nearly dissipated. What pretense are you maintaining at this juncture? Facing the threats of the Lord of Heavenly Desire, Zhang Feng exhibited no trace of fear. Zhao Ruyu, anxious that Zhang Feng's words might provoke their adversary, tugged at his sleeve nervously. Yet, Zhang Feng remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently upon the Lord of Heavenly Desire, betraying not an ounce of trepidation. The Lord of Heavenly Desire, unsure of Zhang Feng's intentions, refrained from making any hasty moves. Time slipped away in the tense standoff between the two. Gradually, The Lord of Heavenly Desire grew impatient, suspecting Zhang Feng of engaging in mere theatrics. Just as he prepared to act, a surge of purple flames ignited around him once more. Before the Lord of Heavenly Desire could react, the flames swiftly engulfed him. His essence emitted a cacophony of tormented howls, far louder than before. "You little rascal. Resorting to underhanded tactics, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Zhang Feng has ambushed himself twice, causing the heavenly demon lord to seethe with frustration. "Indeed, it is I who shall not let you escape." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Feng casually cast another flame talisman. The combined force of the two flame talismans caused the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically, accelerating the melting of the rocks several-fold, rendering the air oppressively scorching. Zhang Feng grasped Zhao Ruyu, and they floated backward for several dozen feet before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the infamous Tianyu demon lord, overwhelmed by the conflation of two blazing talismans, was rendered utterly voiceless, vanishing into nothingness in mere moments. "Is that it? The renowned Tianyu demon lord has been slain by you?" Zhao Ruyu swallowed hard, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Feng. "Had it not been for the weakened state of the demon lord's primordial spirit, I fear we both would have perished here today." Zhang Feng was already drenched in cold sweat, having been forced to maintain a facade of composure. He remained utterly oblivious to the extent of the heavenly desire demon lord's spiritual weakness. Renowned as the foremost figure of the nascent soul stage, such a title was not mere flattery. It was substantiated by the demon lord's past achievements. The title of the foremost individual in the nascent soul stage was indeed well-deserved. Had it not been for Su Zhong of the Heavenly Sword Valley, who had reached the transformation stage, it is uncertain how many nascent soul cultivators would have perished at his hands. Who could possibly be unafraid of such a formidable character? Even possessing but a fraction of his former strength would render them, as Qi condensation stage cultivators, utterly incapable of resistance. Zhang Feng's three flame talismans had proven invaluable. Had he employed any other method, dealing with this half-human, half-ghost entity would have been exceedingly difficult. These flame talismans were worth their weight in gold, and he would need to stockpile more in the future. Zhang Feng silently contemplated. "Since the demon lord of heaven is no more, let us continue our journey." Zhao Ruyu cast a glance at Zhang Feng and replied, "Not yet, we cannot depart." Zhang Feng resolutely declined Zhao Ruyu's proposal. "Why?" Zhao Ruyu inquired, perplexed. "Before the primordial spirit seizes a body, it cannot stray too far from its original form. The corporeal body of the heavenly demon lord must be nearby. Let us search diligently." Zhang Feng said to Zhao Ruyu. "Ah?" Zhao Ruyu was so astonished that she could hardly close her mouth. She had never anticipated this possibility. The heavenly demon lord was a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures. Just a single item could incite fierce competition among various sections. Could such unimaginable wealth truly fall into our hands? Zhao Ruyu was overwhelmed with joy, nearly losing her sanity as she jumped in place. "All right, senior sister. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Let us wait until we find it." Zhang Feng exhibited significantly greater composure than she did. Although the physical form of the heavenly demon lord was nearby, the area was replete with hills and numerous caves, making the likelihood of locating him quite uncertain. Therefore, they should hasten their search. What are they lingering for? Prompted by Zhang Feng's reminder, Zhao Ruyu swiftly sprang into action. This, in turn, rendered Zhang Feng's demeanor somewhat less proactive. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu searched for an extended period, ultimately discovering the corporeal form of the heavenly desire demon lord within a cave. After a millennium of relentless passage, even a corporeal body of a Yuaning cultivator such as him had succumbed to decay. Yet, the long robe draped over the rotting skeleton retained its vivid hue, with a faint aura of spiritual energy coursing through it, clearly signifying it as a treasure. Zhang Feng grasped the flowing robe in his hands, revealing an intricate embroidery of a resplendent sun, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from its confines. Zhang Feng reached out to touch the crimson sun, and a wave of searing heat surged through his fingers, prompting him to withdraw his hand in haste. "This robe is quite remarkable. It must be a treasure capable of offering protection. Would my senior sister desire it?" Zhang Feng held the robe, seeking Zhao Ruyu's counsel. "This robe was taken from a skeleton, steeped in misfortune. I refuse to wear it." Upon hearing Zhao Ruyu's response, Zhang Feng remained noncommittal, offering a gentle smile and a slight shake of his head. Suddenly, a storage bag fell from the robe. They had not noticed it earlier. Unaware of the hidden storage within the garment, Zhao Ruyu eagerly opened it, revealing treasures that left them both astounded. Over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, more than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and astonishingly, nearly 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were countless materials, no fewer than 50,000 items. The most valuable among them was a set of 12 flying swords, radiating a menacing blood-red light, exuding an aura of dread. There was also a shimmering azure blade and a pair of mother and child black shields, one large and one small. Furthermore, Zhang Feng discovered a sword technique named the Celestial Demon Art, intended for controlling the 12 flying swords. Among other treasures, they had no time to delve into details. The two were overjoyed. It was truly a treasure trove they had stumbled upon. Elder sister, how shall we divide these items? Zhang Feng consulted Zhao Ryu. The extermination of the celestial desire demon lord's primordial spirit is entirely your achievement. Feel free to allocate a portion to me as you see fit. Zhao Ryu, however, was quite nonchalant and responded without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Feng was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Ryu's thoughts to be so pure. How about this, senior sister? I shall take the set of flying swords, while you may keep the green blade and the mother-son shield. The robe is a precious item. Since you do not favor it, I shall take it, but in doing so, it seems you are at a disadvantage. We shall split the superior spirit stones evenly. And for the medium spirit stones, you shall receive 60 while I take 40, as compensation for your relinquishment of the robe. Everything else will be divided equally. What do you think, senior sister? Zhao Ryu was surprised that Zhang Feng would mention sharing, for she had indeed contributed nothing. Moreover, Zhang Feng had previously saved her, so it was evident that she was not the one at a disadvantage. Rather, Zhang Feng was intentionally yielding to her. As this thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto Zhao Ryu's face, and she shyly gazed at Zhang Feng. Do you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, senior sister? Zhang Feng could hardly fathom her daughter's intentions, believing instead that Zhao Ryu harbored objections to the distribution plan she had proposed. No. Thank you. Zhao Ryu hastily clarified. Chapter 19. Annihilation of the enemy. After the division of spoils, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu each performed a blood sacrifice on their respective flying sword and azure blade. Fortunately, the essence of the demon lord had already dissipated. Otherwise, how could a mere cultivator at the chi condensation stage hope to refine the treasures of an infant soul practitioner? The spiritual imprints embedded within could not be eradicated unless one possessed the same level of infant soul cultivation. At this juncture, it was not the most opportune moment for refining magical artifacts. However, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu found themselves limited by the few defensive treasures at their disposal. Zhang Feng possesses a transparent flying sword, while Zhao Ryu, in addition to a mid-tier shield, wields only a low-grade spiritual artifact, a bronze fork. Furthermore, this bronze fork suffered a loss of one prong during the previous battle with Xuanwu Yuan, significantly diminishing its spiritual essence. Having acquired the treasure from the demon lord of heavenly desire, it is only natural for him to transform it into a formidable asset. In this perilous forbidden realm, possessing an additional powerful magical artifact provides an extra means of survival. After they completed the refinement of the artifacts, they experimented with their operation. The 12 flying swords are capable of piercing stone and traversing mountains, exhibiting unparalleled sharpness. The combination of the black shield and the green blade creates a harmonious balance of offense and defense, revealing boundless applications. Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu both felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. As cultivators at the nascent soul stage, they could currently only harness a mere fraction of the power of their magical artifacts. Yet, even this slight potency was sufficient to overpower their peers, rendering them invincible among their contemporaries. In the future, as their cultivation deepened, the power of these artifacts would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Along their journey, they encountered a colossal unicorn python, whose size was truly immense. Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu grappled with the creature for quite some time. Ultimately, Zhang Feng unleashed his transparent flying sword, blinding its eyes and gaining the upper hand. Under the relentless assault from the two, the giant python succumbed to exhaustion and perished, allowing Zhang Feng to procure its demon core and conveniently strip away its skin. This unique one-horned python was a third-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to a 9th-layer cultivator in the chi condensation stage. The demon core could be used for alchemy, while the python skin was valuable for weapon forging. Fortunately, Zhang Feng possessed remarkable combat prowess. Otherwise, a typical cultivator would likely have become mere prey for the giant python. After traveling a bit further, they encountered a colossal black spider, its power akin to a 7th-layer cultivator in the chi condensation stage, blocking their path. This time, Zhao Ryu took action, swiftly and decisively defeating the creature with her own 8th-layer cultivation, also claiming its demon core. So, how do you find my skills, senior sister? They are not inferior to yours, are they? Zhao Ryu inquired, her victory over the spider apparent in her tone. Your strength is formidable, senior sister. I, Zhang, am truly in awe. As Zhang Feng jested, he clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture. Humph, spare me your tales. Though you appear to be at the 7th layer of chi condensation, your true prowess is far beyond that. Do you think I am unaware? Zhao Ryu pouted, clearly disbelieving Zhang Feng's fanciful words. Just as Zhang Feng pondered how to respond, 3 disciples from the heavenly sword valley, clad in white and bearing long swords, suddenly appeared. One, at the 9th layer of chi condensation, was portly, while the other 2, at the 10th layer, were slender in build. Was it you who killed my black blood spider? Inquired the rotund disciple, having discerned Zhang Feng's 7th layer and Zhao Ryu's 8th layer, dismissing them entirely. Indeed, it was I who dispatched it. What do you intend to do about it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately comprehended the other party's intentions. The black spider was, in fact, a wild creature from the forbidden zone. Their claim of having bred it was clearly a provocation. Since it was a provocation, Zhang Feng was not one to be trifled with. They are utterly ignorant of their own limitations. I shall make you pay with your life for my black blood spider. The rotund man initially chuckled, then spoke with bitter resentment, as if the black spider truly belonged to him. Such wretched acting. Zhang Feng sighed. During his time at Panjiayuan, he had witnessed an abundance of television dramas, and the acting displayed before him appeared exceedingly juvenile. What? Acting? What is acting? The plump man inquired, perplexed. Zhang Feng, disinterested in engaging with him, chose silence instead. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips, unmistakably conveying his disdain. My two senior brothers, simply observe from the sidelines. Do not interfere. Watch as I reduce this little pest to mere pulp. Upon noticing Zhang Feng's disregard and the mocking expression he wore, the rotund man was incensed, swiftly drawing his longsword. Though portly, he exhibited surprising agility, wielding the blade with a ferocity that suggested he possessed genuine skill, not merely empty bravado. Zhang Feng observed the opponent's long sword, resembling an angry dragon emerging from the sea, and instead of confronting it head-on, he gracefully evaded, employing the technique of Lingyan steps. Zhang Feng's Lingyan step was already akin to a phantom, and when augmented by a top-tier Gale talisman worth 500 spirit stones, he became an elusive specter, leaving only fleeting afterimages that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. The long sword, aimed with great force, found nothing but empty air. Witnessing his powerful strike fall short, the rotund disciple of Tianjian Valley felt humiliated before his two senior brothers, his frustration boiling over as he unleashed another attack. Though the pudgy fellow possessed commendable skills, any typical practitioner at the 7th layer of qi condensation would likely meet their demise after just 2 blows. However, this time he faced Zhang Feng, who had suppressed his cultivation. With Lingyan's step in full effect, the long sword couldn't even graze the hem of his garments. If you have the ability, stop fleeing and face me in earnest. Do you dare? The rotund disciple, unable to catch up with Zhang Feng, resorted to taunting him with words. Zhang Feng was well aware of the intentions of the portly fellow, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's agreement, the rotund man was filled with elation. As long as you do not flee, I shall cleave you into mere pulp with a single stroke. He mused inwardly. He then unleashed a thunderous strike. The myriad sword lights surged forth like a tempestuous tide, seemingly poised to engulf Zhang Feng. The portly man wore a triumphant smile, but it swiftly morphed into one of terror. Just as the radiant blades were about to shred Zhang Feng, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, followed by a sudden spray of crimson mist. Grasping his throat in a desperate attempt to stanch the flow of blood, it was already too late. His corpulent form crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a brief convulsion, he lay motionless. What transpired? The other two witnesses gasped in astonishment at the sight of the fallen man. It was perplexing. Zhang Feng had remained stationary, yet inexplicably, the portly fellow had been slain. Could it have been the work of that strikingly beautiful woman? No. During the confrontation, the two had vigilantly monitored the scene, one keeping a watchful eye on the battle while the other scrutinized the enchanting woman, apprehensive of a possible ambush. Yet, she had shown no signs of movement. The circumstances surrounding the portly man's demise struck the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley as decidedly bizarre. His death was shrouded in mystery. What sorcery did you employ to bring harm to my junior brother? One of the disciples demanded sharply. I know not. Perhaps the rotund man was simply overcome with shame for his own disgraceful behavior and chose to end his own life. Zhang Feng spread his hands and offered such a rationale. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley trembled with rage. If you wish to avenge your junior brother, then come forth without hesitation. Why utter so many superfluous words? Zhang Feng spoke provocatively, fully aware that the situation had escalated to a point where it was a matter of life or death. There was no room for politeness. The opposing party, enraged by the audacity of a 7th-layer disciple from the Xuanwu sect daring to challenge the authority of a 10th-layer disciple from the Tianjian Valley, drew his sword with intent to strike. However, another disciple from Tianjian Valley restrained him, saying, Junior brother Chu, do not be hasty. This Xuanwu sect disciple possesses an unusual agility and has the means to kill unseen. Leave him to me. You should go and capture that beautiful young lady. Remember, just capture her. Do not take her life. Later, we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Zhang Feng initially wore a smile, but upon hearing those words, his expression immediately darkened. You seek death. Chapter 20. The Encirclement. Brother Wang, did you hear that? We are doomed. The disciple surnamed Chu burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. Generally speaking, it is indeed ludicrous for a practitioner at the 7th level of qi condensation to utter such words to one at the 10th level. Junior brother Chu, go deal with that little girl swiftly. Brother Wang did not share in the laughter, for he discerned the murderous intent glimmering in Zhang Feng's eyes. Zhang Feng's earlier ghostly agility and inexplicable method of dispatching the hefty man left him with lingering trepidation. Brother Wang, known for his prudence, formed a hand gesture, summoning a protective shield around him. Though this level of shield may not withstand formidable assaults, it proves quite effective against surprise attacks, provided that the assailant's force is limited. Zhang Feng's transparent flying sword excels in its stealthy nature, yet its offensive power remains rather ordinary. At this moment, Senior Brother Wang has summoned a protective barrier, depriving the transparent flying sword of any opportunity for a surprise attack. With the safeguard of the barrier, Senior Brother Wang's confidence surged. A single long sword transformed into myriad beams of sword light, rushing towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was eager to test the 12 flying swords of the heavenly demon decision. With a commanding shout, he summoned the 12 swords in an instant, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that completely engulfed Brother Wang's sword aura. Bang! Brother Wang's body erupted into a mist of blood, which was swiftly absorbed by the 12 flying swords. Truly, a treasure of a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage possesses such formidable power. This was Zhang Feng's first encounter using the 12 swords in battle, and their immense might left him astounded. On the other side, Disciple Chu was engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhao Ryu. The moment Zhao Ryu brandished his azure blade, he swiftly subdued Disciple Chu's long sword. Caught in a disadvantageous position, Disciple Chu, startled by the sight of Brother Wang's body exploding in the corner of his eye, was caught off guard and was cleaved in two by Zhao Ryu's azure blade. This azure blade was remarkably easy to wield. With a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi condensation, Zhao Ryu triumphed over Disciple Chu, who was at the 10th layer, and a sense of pride swelled within him. Such a treasure would surely drive even nascent soul cultivators to madness. It must never be revealed in public, Zhang Feng advised, reminding her to always keep in mind the principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Of course, I am not a fool, Zhao Ryu pouted, a hint of annoyance evident in her expression at Zhang Feng's condescending demeanor. No, it is merely a precaution. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He found himself utterly at a loss when it came to dealing with this senior sister. After retrieving his storage bag, he produced a low-grade fire talisman and incinerated the remnants left at the scene. The 3 disciples from Tianjian Valley possessed considerable strength, and from their storage bags, Zhang Feng managed to procure 3 blood orchid herbs. He retained one for himself and generously offered the other 2 to Zhao Ryu. Haha, at last, I have encountered the blood orchid herb. I can finally report my success. Zhao Ryu's heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of exchanging the blood orchid herb for a foundation establishment pill. Before Zhao Ryu could fully savor her happiness, 2 disciples clad in the attire of Huiyun sect suddenly appeared beside her, their cultivation at the 10th level of Qi condensation. Hand over the blood orchid herbs, and we shall spare your lives. The 2 disciples from Huiyun sect declared from their elevated position. Zhang Feng was taken aback, pondering how it was that one after another, individuals sought to target him and his companion. Logically, this forbidden land was vast, and the likelihood of encountering others on its periphery should have been minimal. If the earlier appearance of the 3 disciples from Tianjian Valley was merely a coincidence, how then could one account for the presence of these 2 disciples from Huiyun Gate? Surrender the blood orchid grass upon your persons, and I shall spare your lives. Zhang Feng retorted, what did you say? One of the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect appeared incredulous, unable to believe his ears. How could a lowly cultivator at the 7th layer of the Qi condensation stage dare to provoke them in such a manner? I demand that you hand over the blood orchid grass on your persons, and I shall spare your lives. Zhang Feng repeated once more, I shall see if your prowess can match your bravado. The disciple of the Fire Cloud sect unfurled a crimson banner, which instantly expanded to an immense size in the air, descending upon both Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu. Zhang Feng observed flickering flames within the crimson banner, realizing that should he become ensnared within, his demise would be inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned forth 12 flying swords. The swords soared into the sky, intercepting the descending banner. Exclaimed a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that a 7th-tier Qi condensation disciple from the Xuanwu sect possessed such formidable prowess. It is worth noting that this very banner was meticulously crafted by a senior of the Fire Cloud sect at the core formation stage, endowed with tremendous power. Once deployed, it would immobilize the opponent, leaving them helplessly awaiting their encasement within its folds. Once enveloped, the array within the banner would instantaneously activate, unleashing flames that would reduce the adversary to ashes. Tested in countless battles, it had proven to be an unstoppable force, capable of swiftly concluding confrontations, an invaluable treasure for vanquishing foes. However, today, after its invocation, it failed to eliminate its target at once and instead found itself met with resistance against its descent. What was particularly infuriating was that the opponent's cultivation was 2 realms beneath his own. How could he endure this? With that thought, he channeled even more spiritual energy into the banner, intent on obliterating Zhang Feng in one fell swoop. Beneath the crimson banner, Zhang Feng sensed an increasing pressure emanating from it. This banner was the most formidable magical artifact he had encountered in battle, far surpassing the swords wielded by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley. At that moment, he clenched his jaw tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Casting a sidelong glance, he observed Zhao Ruyu straining as she pressed her azure blade against the banner. As the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect intensified their spiritual energy, the Crimson Banner gradually forced the flying sword and the azure blade downward. Should it descend completely, the fiery formation within would be activated instantaneously. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and laboriously extracted a spirit elevation pill from his storage bag, swallowing it with great effort. Instantly, the spiritual energy within him surged tremendously. "Break through for me," Zhang Feng shouted, and 12 flying swords soared against the current, their blood-red light surging dramatically. With a sharp sound, the Crimson Banner was pierced by the swords. Before the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect could react, they were instantly slain, their forms dissolving into a cloud of blood that the swords eagerly absorbed. Another disciple of the Fire Cloud sect had been observing silently. He believed that with the Crimson Banner in hand, exterminating 2 minor cultivators would be a mere trifle, and thus refrained from intervening. However, upon witnessing his comrade's demise, shock engulfed him, and all will to fight dissipated, leaving him solely preoccupied with fleeing. Yet, after only a few hurried steps, Zhang Feng's 12 swords encircled him completely. At this moment, with a mere thought from Zhang Feng, his head would be obliterated by the swords. "Do you have nothing to say?" Zhang Feng inquired with a hint of indifference. He pondered the peculiar series of assaults he and Zhao Ruyu had endured. No. The disciple of the Fire Cloud sect stammered in terror. "Since there is nothing further to discuss, then perish." Seeing that the other party had nothing to convey, Zhang Feng was poised to take decisive action. "Wait, I have something to say." The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety at Zhang Feng's readiness to strike. "Very well, please speak," Zhang Feng remarked. "The Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud sect have reached an agreement concerning your Xuanwu sect." A disciple of the Fire Cloud sect pondered for a moment and inquired, "What agreement?" Zhang Feng pressed further. "The Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud sect are set to launch an assault on the disciples of the Moonlit Water sect. Prior to entering the Forbidden Grounds, tracking marks were placed on each of you, which is why we were able to locate you with such swiftness," explained the disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu were instantly taken aback. Chapter 21, The Counterattack. "Why?" Zhang Feng inquired with confusion. During each trial in the Forbidden Grounds, incidents of murder and treasure theft are not uncommon. Within these confines, individuals must rely on their own abilities, and life and death are determined by fate. If one lacks the skill and meets their end, there is little room for complaint. This is the essence of the trial. Disciples nurtured in the sanctuary of the sect, if not subjected to bloodshed, will remain oblivious to the brutal realities of the cultivation world. Such practitioners will not progress far along the path of immortality. However, it has never occurred that 2 factions unite to besiege the disciples of another. This transcends the realm of trial and ventures into the territory of one-sided slaughter, a truly alarming prospect. It is said that this was orchestrated by the higher-ups of both factions, though the specific reasons have not been divulged to us. "We have merely been instructed to carry out their orders quietly," Brother Wang remarked. "These disciples are simply executing the commands from above, and the underlying motives remain a mystery to them." "Do Taoist Master Yi Mu and Sikong Xian have any knowledge of this?" Zhang Feng inquired once more. "Of course I know," Brother Wang replied without a moment's hesitation. "There must be some conspiracy at play, otherwise the Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud sect would not act in such a manner." Zhang Feng pondered silently. Although Xuanwu sect ranked at the bottom among the 3 factions, it was still a formidable entity. What could Tianjin Valley and Huayan sect possibly gain by offending Xuanwu sect in such a manner? Furthermore, what exactly is this tracking mark you mentioned? Zhang Feng inquired once more. The tracking talismans were crafted by the esteemed Elder Imu and Elder Sikong, yet the specifics remain unknown to us. Each of us was merely bestowed with a tracking jade slip, which reveals the location of the disciples of the Xuanwu sect. Senior Brother Wang recounted the details meticulously and tossed the tracking jade slip to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng grasped the jade tablet firmly and pressed it against his forehead. Indeed, numerous luminous points danced within, exhibiting an astonishing degree of precision. Zhang Feng was taken aback. The jade slip meticulously marked the location of each disciple of the Xuanwu sect, even clearly displaying the trajectories of their movements. "I have finished speaking. Could you let me go now, Senior Brother Wang?" he inquired tentatively. "Of course not." With a mere thought from Zhang Feng, 12 flying swords swiftly struck down Brother Wang, leaving a mist of blood that was promptly absorbed by the blades. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain only sows endless troubles. This principle is understood by Zhang Feng more than anyone else. If the ones defeated today were he and Zhao Ruyu, would Brother Wang have spared them? "Sister," he remarked, "it seems this place has become exceedingly perilous." Zhang Feng fell into a brief reverie and said to Zhao Ruyu, "Indeed, since both factions are besieging our Watermoon sect, it is likely that someone will discover our whereabouts here soon. We must depart without delay." Zhao Ruyu, also acutely aware of their precarious situation, replied with a hint of concern. Zhang Feng meticulously examined himself and discovered a seed-like substance resembling a mystical elixir lodged in the corner of his garment. He carefully removed it and crushed it. Upon inspecting the jade slip, he noted that only a single point of light remained in their current location, evidently belonging to Zhao Ryu. Subsequently, Zhang Feng urged Zhao Ryu to conduct her own examination, and she too found a similar marker in an inconspicuous area of her attire. After both had eliminated the tracking devices, their taut nerves finally began to relax somewhat. It is unwise to linger here. Let us hasten our departure. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Feng seized the storage bags of the three individuals. Excluding the spirit stones, a total of 4 blood orchid grasses were discovered. After Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu divided their spoils, they ceased their advance towards the heart of the forbidden area and instead retreated to the peripheral zones. The center had transformed into the most perilous locale, where a large-scale massacre was unfolding. A male disciple from the Xuanwu sect found himself besieged by 2 disciples from the Tianjian Valley. Brothers from Tianjian Valley, you desire this blood orchid herb. I shall yield it to you. Must you resort to such ruthless measures? The Xuanwu disciple pleaded, realizing he stood no chance against 2 9th-layer practitioners with his own 8th-layer cultivation. What if you seek revenge upon your exit? Moreover, the sect has commanded us to eliminate, one Tianjian disciple boasted, reveling in his superiority. Zhao Shidi, refrain from speaking what ought not to be said. Why waste words with him? Just eliminate him. Another Tianjian disciple urgently interrupted, casting wary glances around, anxious that Zhao's words might be overheard. Thank you for your reminder. Wang Shixiao, I have misspoken. Zhao Shidi acknowledged, though he felt a surge of indignation at Wang Shixiang's reprimand, which he chose to vent upon the Xuanwu disciple. Drawing his sword, he lunged at the Xuanwu disciple. The might of the Tianjian Valley's Liantian sword technique was formidable, and thus nearly all disciples from Tianjian Valley were sword practitioners. In their tier, sword cultivators held a distinct advantage in combat. Furthermore, Zhao Shidi's cultivation surpassed that of the Xuanwu disciple by a level. The outcome was all but inevitable. The Xuanwu disciple, named Li Qi, hastily summoned a fork to deflect Zhao's descending sword. The sword's momentum was overwhelming, forcing the fork back time and again. Li Qi was drenched in perspiration, feeling the weight of impending defeat. With just a few more exchanges, his demise would be certain. In his moment of desperation, the effects of the blood-burning pill surged within him. A torrent of potent spiritual energy roared through his body, propelling his cultivation from the 8th layer to its zenith, then to the 9th, and finally to the pinnacle of the 9th layer before halting at the 10th. What is happening? Zhao Shidi was taken aback as he sensed Li Qi's aura ascend rapidly from the 8th to the 10th layer. Bewildered, he turned to Wang Shixiang for guidance. Wang Shixiang, equally perplexed, was at a loss for words. Ha! Li Qi erupted into raucous laughter, fully aware that the blood-burning pill had taken effect. Just as Elder Zhao had proclaimed, the pill augmented his cultivation. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy coursing through him. Tianjian Valley's curse, prepare to meet your end. With newfound vigor, Li Qi charged forward, eradicating the last vestiges of his earlier pleas. Zhao Shidi, still reeling from the shock, barely managed to raise his sword in defense. The impact rang out as his sword was repelled, leaving him vulnerable. The fork pierced through Zhao Shidi's chest, and he collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this, Wang Shixiang was gripped by fear, abandoning any thoughts of vengeance as he fled. Yet escape was not so easily attained. A cruel smile crept across Li Qi's face as he pursued. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly in the center of the forbidden area. The number of 10th-layer disciples dispatched by Tianjian Valley and Huayan sect was limited, with most being 8th or 9th-layer practitioners. Conversely, aside from those few Xuanwu disciples who fell prey to the encirclement before the blood-burning pill could take effect, the remaining disciples had all ascended to the 10th layer due to the pill's potency. This turn of events reversed the roles of hunter and prey. Despite the significant drawbacks of the blood-burning pill, it undeniably preserved the lives of the majority of Xuanwu disciples, for without it, their chances of survival against the dual sects would have been minuscule. Chapter 22. The demonic beast. The duration of this trial in the forbidden area was set for 7 days, after which the barrier would open, drawing everyone back. However, there was no means of escape during these 7 days. On the 5th day, with 2 days remaining, 4 disciples from Tianjian Valley were exploring an ancient site. One disciple stumbled over an obstruction and fell. Upon regaining his footing, he noticed that the ground where he had tripped was slightly raised and bore a circular shape. Cautiously, he cleared the dust away, eager to uncover the mystery beneath. Ah, this is a seal. Come quickly, everyone. There is a seal here. The Tianjian disciple called out. The other 3 quickly gathered around and confirmed the presence of a seal, faintly shimmering with residual spiritual light. Despite the ravages of time, it had not yet lost its potency. The leader of the group, Yang Yukai, a 10th-layer practitioner, stood out among the 3 9th-layer disciples. After examining the seal closely, he declared, fellow disciples, this seal appears to be at least a millennium old and seems to have loosened. Together, we can surely break it. There must be treasures within. Otherwise, such efforts would not have been made to seal it. The others, convinced by Yang Shixiang's reasoning, readied their swords and launched a concerted assault on the seal. After an hour of relentless effort, the seal, though visibly on the brink of breaking, remained resolute. Yang Shixiang, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. The seal is too formidable. One disciple could no longer contain his frustration. No, to stop now would render our efforts futile, Yang Yukai responded, resolute. However, upon surveying the fatigue etched on his companions' faces, he recognized their struggle. The seal had appeared on the verge of collapse half an hour ago, yet it remained unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yukai resolved. Very well, I shall take a risk. Everyone, stand back. I possess a top-tier explosive talisman that will surely shatter the seal. As the disciples moved aside, Yang Yukai hurled the talisman at the seal and swiftly retreated. A thunderous explosion followed, reverberating through the air. As the dust settled, they beheld the seal obliterated, revealing an entrance. Indeed, the power of a top-tier talisman is remarkable. They exclaimed in admiration. Yang Shixiang, you truly have a talent for this. Yang Yukai reveled in their praise, feeling a swell of pride. However, just as he was about to lead them into the cave in search of treasure, a chilling sound emanated from within. Before they could react, 3 clouds of black mist erupted from the entrance, each harboring 2 menacing red eyes. Demonic beasts. Run. Yang Yukai was the first to react, urging everyone to flee as he ran. 2 disciples were so paralyzed by the sudden appearance of the monsters that they stood frozen in place, as if their feet had taken root. Another disciple, upon hearing Yang Yotsai's warning, dashed away, but it was already too late. 3 monsters, moving with lightning speed, pounced upon them, reducing the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley to desiccated corpses in an instant. Although Yang Yukai had managed to sprint several dozen paces, this distance afforded him no true safety. One of the monsters quickly caught up with him, overpowering him in a single leap and draining him completely. With the seal now broken, an ever-increasing number of monsters began to swarm forth. Initially confined to the central region of the Forbidden Area, they soon began to spread throughout the entire expanse. These creatures were exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Ordinary physical attacks proved utterly ineffectual. Among the monsters were not only low-level beings, but also formidable entities equivalent to the foundational stage of human cultivators. Any human practitioner who encountered them would swiftly be drained to a husk. Consequently, the disciples from the 3 factions suffered countless casualties. By the 7th day, the disciples ceased their efforts to besiege and retaliate against the monsters. A chilling dread enveloped everyone, as they awaited the conclusion of the trial to be extricated from the forbidden zone. No one understood the sudden emergence of so many monsters. As long as they could endure until the trial's end, safety would be theirs. Thus, everyone concealed themselves as best they could, striving to avoid becoming the monster's next source of nourishment. Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu found themselves in circumstances no different from those of the others. At this moment, the 2 were concealed within a cave. Zhang Feng possesses a high-level qi-concealing talisman bestowed upon him by the water Qinxian, which, when affixed to his person, ensures that he remains undetected by any creature of foundational cultivation or lower within a 3-foot radius. Thus, he not only secures his own safety, but also shelters Zhao Ryu. However, this necessitates that Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu remain in remarkably close proximity. The faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from Zhao Ryu occasionally wafts into Zhang Feng's nostrils, stirring his heart and mind. With her radiant visage, as brilliant as a morning glow, mere inches away, Zhang Feng's body temperature rises swiftly, and his heart begins to race uncontrollably. Zhao Ryu, her countenance flushed with shyness, glows even more beautifully. Just as Zhang Feng finds himself entranced and lost in this moment, a creature of malevolence infiltrates their concealed refuge. This formidable being, possessing foundational cultivation, is shrouded in dark mist, its ominous crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. As the creature draws closer, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu hold their breaths, trembling with fear of being discovered. Zhang Feng remains somewhat composed, harboring faith in the efficacy of the talisman bestowed upon him by the water Qinxian. He believed that it would undoubtedly possess the powers as claimed, alleviating any concerns regarding the scrutiny of foundational cultivation. In stark contrast, Zhao Ryu was in a state of acute anxiety, her complexion paling, and beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Zhang Feng noticed her unusual behavior and gently grasped Zhao Ryu's small hand, only to find her palm drenched in perspiration. At that moment, the malevolent creature loomed perilously close to them. If it advanced just half an inch further, it would come into contact with Zhang Feng's body. The creature emitted a foul stench that assailed Zhang Feng's senses, causing his stomach to churn violently. He strained to suppress the rising nausea, fighting against the urge to retch. Observing that nothing was amiss, the creature feigned an intention to turn and depart. Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief, believing that the crisis had been averted. Alas, Zhao Ryu, unable to contain herself, let out a gasp. This sound, reminiscent of impending doom, shattered the tranquility that had previously enveloped the cave. The monstrous creature halted its momentum and swiftly lunged toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, ever astute, swiftly seized Zhao Ryu, narrowly evading the assault of the demonic creature. This fortunate escape was largely attributed to the Lingyan step and the swift wind talisman. Otherwise, the two might have faced dire consequences moments ago. After evading the attack, Zhang Feng promptly summoned 12 flying swords. The swords, drenched in a crimson glow, formed a formidable sword array that ensnared the creature within. Enraged by its confinement, the beast lashed out violently, striking the array with relentless force, causing it to tremble perilously. After a series of tumultuous collisions, the array began to falter, and ultimately, all 12 flying swords plummeted from the sky. Zhang Feng was also adversely affected, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sword formation was almost effortlessly dealt with by practitioners at the symbol condensation stage, but it was insufficient when confronted with those at the foundation establishment stage. The primary issue lay in Zhang Feng's low cultivation level. Had the heavenly desiring demon lord been the one wielding it, even a practitioner at the nascent soul stage would have met their demise beneath this sword formation. Was this truly the end? As the sword formation crumbled and the demonic entities lunged towards the two, Zhao Ryu murmured to herself. Chapter 23. The Millennium Blood Orchid. Seeing the demonic entities charging forth once more, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and hurled the Thunder Firebomb. The reason he had refrained from using it immediately was due to Gao Zhongyuan's warning about its immense power. He and Zhao Ryu were currently within a cave, and once unleashed, there was a grave concern that the cave would collapse instantaneously. With a thunderous explosion, the demonic creature was obliterated to smithereens. Simultaneously, the entire cave began to undergo a massive collapse. Zhang Feng grasped Zhao Ryu's arm and began to sprint towards the cave's entrance with remarkable speed. A shadow darted about like a wraith, skillfully evading obstacles. Several stones tumbled down, striking Zhang Feng on the head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Yet he dared not pause. Just moments before the entire cavern collapsed, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ryu narrowly escaped the mouth of the cave. That had been an exceedingly perilous moment. They had nearly been entombed alive. Zhao Ryu, leaning on her knees, gasped for breath and expressed her astonishment. She had lost count of how many times Zhang Feng had rescued her. From their very first encounter to this moment, he had consistently been her steadfast companion in times of peril. As she pondered this, an unfamiliar sensation welled up within her, prompting her to gaze at Zhang Feng. Under the azure sky, sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating Zhang Feng's somewhat wooden expression, lending him an ethereal quality that momentarily captivated her. "Senior sister, what is the matter? Have you been rendered dazed by the falling stones?" Zhang Feng inquired with genuine concern. "Have you truly been rendered foolish?" Zhao Ryu retorted with annoyance. Zhang Feng's remark shattered the delightful ambience entirely. "As long as you are not daft, that is all that matters. By the way, this is a storage pouch that just fell from the creature. Let us see what treasures lie within." Zhang Feng inquired of Zhao Ryu. "Did the monster drop a storage pouch? How did I overlook that?" Zhao Ryu replied, perplexed. "You were so stunned by fear at the time that it is quite understandable you didn't notice." Zhang Feng devised a reason acceptable to Zhao Ryu. In truth, this storage bag belonged to him. After acquiring 3 seedlings of the blood orchid, he seized the opportunity during a brief respite to swiftly mature the seedlings into seeds using an incense burner. It appeared that they were approximately 2 years old. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy within the forbidden area, he inadvertently accelerated their growth to a millennium's worth of potency. He then extracted the seeds and returned them to the incense burner, where they promptly sprouted and flourished once more. To avoid drawing undue attention, he allowed only one plant to continue its growth, swiftly harvesting the others while they were still seedlings, refraining from letting them mature further. In total, he obtained 40 specimens of blood orchid, 2 of which were around 1,000 years old, while the rest were all seedlings, all neatly stored within this bag. It was astonishing to discover that the bag contained entirely blood orchids, a total of 40 specimens. Zhang Feng feigned astonishment after the storage bag was opened, exclaiming, "Is there really this much?" Zhao Ryu, eyes wide with disbelief, replied, "Really? If you don't believe me, just take a look." Zhang Feng tossed the storage bag to Zhao Ryu. Indeed, there were 40 plants within. This was a windfall for them. These two. They're a millennium old," Zhao Ryu exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap into the air. She had never anticipated acquiring such an abundance of blood orchid. With this, both she and Zhang Feng would be able to exchange for over 20 foundation establishment pills, ensuring their successful ascension. Zhao Ryu envisioned herself soaring through the skies, traversing the heavens, and could not help but be enraptured, lost in her daydreams. Zhang Feng bestowed 20 blood orchid plants upon Zhao Ryu, while he meticulously stored away another 20 for himself. Calculating the time, it seemed that the moment for the barrier to reopen was nearing. Zhang Feng gazed up at the sky and spoke. No sooner had he finished his words than 2 beams of light descended from above, enveloping both him and Zhao Ryu. When they re-emerged, they found themselves outside the forbidden area. The water Qinxian looked upon Zhang Feng's safe return, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "Ryu Zhang Feng, present the blood orchid herbs you have gathered," Elder Zhao commanded. Zhang Feng possesses a total of 23 plants, one of which is from the year before last, while the remainder consists entirely of seedlings. Zhang Feng deemed it sufficient to possess the seeds, thus, he left not a single plant behind, intending to surrender them all. Zhang Feng meticulously retrieved one plant after another from his storage bag. With each extraction, Elder Zhao's smile broadened. while the expressions of Taoist Yimu and Xikong Xian grew increasingly grim. By the time Zhang Feng procured the 10th plant, the countenance of Taoist Yimu and Xikong Xian was so dark it seemed as if it could drip with water. In contrast, Elder Zhao stroked his long beard, his smile growing ever more radiant. Zhang Feng continued to extract, reaching for the 11th and 12th plants. When he finally retrieved the 15th, Elder Zhao threw his head back and laughed heartily, finding Zhang Feng increasingly agreeable. In stark contrast, the glances exchanged between the wood Taoist and Xikong Xian were dark and lethal, as if their eyes alone could sever Zhang Feng's head from his body 1,000 times over. Yet, this was not the end. Zhang Feng pressed on. Upon reaching the 20th plant, Elder Zhao's expression shifted to one of perplexity. This young man is exceedingly skilled, certainly not an insignificant figure. Yet why do I have no recollection of him? Zhao pondered silently. He had completely forgotten that this was the same individual he had once looked down upon. A waste with mediocre spiritual roots who had nearly been excluded from the sect. Meanwhile, the wood Taoist and Xikong Xian felt a dull ache in their minds. How many lives' worth of blood orchid grass did this Zhang Feng possess? From previous trials, the maximum yield had barely reached 5 plants, with some participants failing to find even one. It was as if he had hidden away for days and emerged with an abundance. When Zhang Feng finally extracted the Millennium Blood Orchid Grass, all 4, including the enchanting water Qinxian, turned their gazes to the plant in his hand. It seemed as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only the Millennium Blood Orchid Grass in existence. Is this truly the Millennium Blood Orchid Grass? Elder Zhao exclaimed with fervor. He seized the blood orchid from Zhang Feng's hand, examining it closely. Indeed, it is the Millennium Blood Orchid Grass. Zhao's face flushed, and his hands trembled. Any spiritual herb that reaches a millennium is an extraordinarily precious entity. Moreover, this blood orchid serves as a primary ingredient in the concoction of various elixirs, including the Foundation Establishment Pill. The emotions of the wood Taoist and Xikong Xian spiraled into chaos. Zhao, my friend, I am willing to offer 500,000 spirit stones for that blood orchid in your possession. What say you? The wood Taoist, shedding his previous aloof demeanor, spoke with a congenial tone. Zhao, I am prepared to exchange a top-tier magical artifact for that blood orchid. Xikong Xian, no longer deferential, was eager to compete with the wood Taoist. The plant was far too valuable. I lack the authority to make such a decision and must submit it to the sect upon my return. Elder Zhao, a cunning fox, deftly shifted the responsibility away. This was not merely a dodge. In instances such as this, if he were to act unilaterally, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from the sect upon discovery. After hearing Zhao's words, the wood Taoist and Xikong Xian ceased their contention, yet their eyes remained fixated on the Millennium Blood Orchid, wishing they could devour it whole. Especially for the wood Taoist, who had lingered too long in the late stages of core formation. Should he fail to break through soon, his lifespan would dwindle within mere decades. To ordinary mortals, decades seem long, but to high-level cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. After Zhang Feng extracted all the blood orchid grass, he stepped aside. It was now Zhao Riyu's turn to collect her blood orchid grass. As Zhao Riyu pulled out one plant after another, the elders initially paid her no mind, thinking to themselves, no matter how many blood orchid grasses this girl collects, it cannot surpass Zhang Feng's haul. However, they were evidently mistaken. The quantity of blood orchid grass in Zhao Riyu's possession was not only equal to but significantly greater than Zhang Feng's. Chapter 24. The Enigma. When the number of blood orchid grass Zhao Riyu had gathered matched that of Zhang Feng, Elder Zhao was nearly beside himself with joy, while Yimu Daorun and Xikong Xian seethed with jealousy. Could it be that the environment of the forbidden area had shifted, resulting in a rapid increase in the number of blood orchid grass? Both Yimu Daorun and Xikong Xian arrived at the same conclusion. If that were indeed the case, the disciples from Tianjin Valley and Huiyun sect, who were purportedly superior to those of Shuiwei sect, should have harvested even more. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, their faces betraying an expression of eager anticipation. Just as they presumed that everyone must have collected a substantial amount of blood orchid grass, Zhao Riyu revealed her final plant, a millennium-old blood orchid grass. Another millennium-old specimen? Was the forbidden area rife with such treasures? Initially taken aback, Yimu Daorun and Xikong Xian quickly became fervent, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their respective disciples carrying millennium-old blood orchid grass. With a millennium herb as the primary ingredient, Yimu Daorun could concoct a medicinal elixir to enhance cultivation, thus paving the way for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Typically, the lifespan of a qi condensation stage cultivator is not much longer than that of an ordinary person. Foundation establishment stage cultivators can live up to 500 years, while those in the core formation stage can reach 2,000. Nascent soul stage cultivators, however, boast lifespans extending to 10,000 years. Yimu Daorun had already prepared the auxiliary herbs for alchemy. He was merely in need of a millennium herb as the main ingredient. He felt that this trip had indeed brought him to the right place. If the millennium herb were to be submitted to the sect, the probability of him obtaining it would be minimal. Now, as long as he did not overstep, neither the sect leader nor the senior elders would pursue the matter too rigorously. Xikong Xian too was in search of a millennium herb to refine a medicinal pill for cultivation enhancement. Both men waited with bated breath for their disciples to emerge from the forbidden area. After a while, a flicker of light heralded the arrival of more individuals from the forbidden realm. Ma Ming, how many millennium blood orchid grasses did you collect this time? Yimu Daoren inquired with urgency. He thought, considering that even the disciples of Xuanwu sect at the 7th and 8th layers of qi condensation were able to each gather one, Ma Ming, an exemplary disciple of the 10th layer, should have harvested 8 to 10 without issue. Given their prior agreement to encircle and suppress the disciples of Xuanwu sect, they should have, at the very least, obtained a dozen or 20 plants. Elder, I did not find any millennium blood orchid grass, Ma Ming stammered, caught off guard by Yimu Daoren's questioning. No, what kind of joke is this? All the herbs collected must be submitted to the sect. Who dares to keep any for themselves? I will execute anyone caught in the act on the spot. Upon hearing Ma Ming's claim of not having any millennium blood orchid grass, Yimu Daoren's expression changed drastically, his tone turning menacing. Elder, I would never dare to hide anything. I truly found none. As Ma Ming spoke, he felt the elder's fierce gaze upon him, as if he were about to be devoured, and hurriedly emptied his storage pouch. To his dismay, apart from a few dozen spirit stones and a handful of insignificant herbs, there was but a single seedling of blood orchid grass. What? Is this all you have? Yimu Daoren's eyes widened in disbelief. Without regard for his superior status, he proceeded to search Ma Ming's person directly. To his chagrin, nothing else was found. What use are you, you worthless fool? In a fit of rage, Yimu Daoren slapped Ma Ming, sending him tumbling 10 zhang away. Fortunately, Yimu Daoren had not intended to take his life. Otherwise, a single strike from a late-stage core formation cultivator could have shattered a mountain. How could it be that even those inconspicuous children from Xuanwu sect managed to produce 2 millennium blood orchid grasses, while his own sect's promising disciple returned empty-handed? There must be something amiss. Yimu Daoren, ignoring the groans of Ma Ming lying in the distance, fell into deep contemplation. After some time, disciples from Tianjin Valley emerged. Si Kongxian's reaction mirrored that of Yimu Daoren's earlier actions. Seeing that the three had collectively gathered 4 seedlings of blood orchid grass, he lashed out in fury, kicking them away to land beside Ma Ming. More disciples from Xuanwu sect followed, emerging with 2 seedlings of blood orchid grass. This process continued for half a day. Ultimately, Xuanwu sect had 20 surviving disciples who collectively harvested 76 blood orchid grasses. Tianjin Valley had 15 disciples who gathered 20, while Huiyun sect managed 10 disciples with 10 blood orchid grasses. Upon the revelation of these figures, Yimu Daoren and Si Kongxian were left dumbfounded. It was supposed to be an encirclement, yet the number of surviving disciples from their adversary was greater than that of both their sects combined. Furthermore, the total quantity of harvested blood orchid grass exceeded their combined efforts by a factor of 2. This was illogical. Where had the flaw occurred in their plan? Moreover, why had the disciples of Tianjin Valley, aside from the initial 2 who emerged, all advanced to the 10th layer of qi condensation? They recalled that only a handful had reached that level prior to entering the forbidden area. What on earth was happening? Both Yimu Daoren and Si Kongxian recognized the anomaly among the disciples of Xuanwu sect. However, they dared not question it, fearing that any inquiry would expose their conspiracy to encircle Xuanwu sect. Thus, they meticulously recorded the quantities of blood orchid grass collected by all 3 sects and hastily took their leave. They had initially planned to combine their strengths to significantly weaken Xuanwu sect's disciples, but seeing so many of them emerge unscathed while their own numbers dwindled, it was evident that the encirclement had failed. Furthermore, with all Xuanwu sect disciples reaching the 10th layer of qi condensation, sending their 8th or 9th layer disciples to encircle them would surely result in a counterattack. Of course, this was not of paramount importance. The loss of a few disciples would not severely impact the 2 major sections. However, if the surviving disciples of Xuanwu sect were to disclose the details of the encirclement, the ramifications would be grave. They had originally intended to leave no witnesses. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. They needed to return to their sects to discuss strategy. In an instant, the immense blaze of Huiyun and the soaring light of swords vanished into the horizon. Brother Zhao, Xuanwu sect has achieved a resounding victory this time. And strangely, neither Tianjin Valley nor Huiyun sect have contested this matter, remarked Fairy Xueqin to Elder Zhao. Sister Xueqin is correct. There certainly seems to be something amiss. With the sudden surge in cultivation levels among our disciples, I am convinced that both Yimu and Si Kongxian have taken note. Yimu will remain silent, wishing to uphold the demeanor of a senior elder, but Si Kongxian will not let this matter rest easily. Their hasty departure speaks volumes. It is implausible that nothing significant occurred. Elder Zhao, a seasoned fox, also perceived the underlying issues. Regardless, this victory was a tremendous boon for Xuanwu sect. Let us return promptly to avoid raising concerns for our sect leader. Elder Zhao urged. Very well, we shall discuss other matters upon our return. The Water Lute Fairy spoke. Chapter 25, Rewards. 3 days later, in the Grand Hall of the Xuanwu sect. During this expedition into the forbidden area, everyone worked together to greatly enhance the reputation of our sect, and all have exerted considerable effort. Now, it is time to confer rewards. The Xuanwu sect triumphed over the Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud Gate in the forbidden area, achieving unprecedented success. announced Changqingzi with great delight to the disciples. The rewards consist of foundation establishment pills and top-tier spiritual artifacts. Li Qi, having harvested 3 blood orchid herbs, is awarded 3 foundation establishment pills or 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts, or any combination thereof. An elder in white stood beside Changqingzi and read aloud. Li Qi ultimately chose 3 foundation establishment pills, as he had no shortage of top-tier artifacts. He had already acquired several from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud Gate whom he had defeated. Thus, selecting the foundation establishment pills proved to be the more advantageous choice. Wang Ruoxuan, having harvested 1 blood orchid herb, is awarded 1 foundation establishment pill or 1 top-tier spiritual artifact. Wang Ruoxuan also chose the foundation establishment pill. This process continued, with the majority of disciples opting for the foundation establishment pills, as achieving this stage signifies a further journey along the path of cultivation, allowing one to become a formidable figure. However, a small number chose top-tier spiritual artifacts, believing that the foundation establishment was still a distant goal for them. The Qi condensation stage comprises 14 layers, and progressing beyond the 10th layer becomes exceedingly difficult. Many remain stuck at the 10th layer. So rather than opting for a foundation establishment pill, which can only be consumed upon reaching full mastery of the Qi condensation stage, they preferred to select a top-tier artifact to enhance their capabilities. The disciples who received their rewards all displayed expressions of joy. Once the earlier disciples completed their rewards, it was finally Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu's turn. Zhang Feng, having harvested 22 blood orchid seedlings, including 1,000-year blood orchid, is awarded 32 foundation establishment pills or 32 top-tier spiritual artifacts, or any combination thereof. The elder's voice echoed throughout the hall. What? 32 foundation establishment pills or 32 top-tier spiritual artifacts? Am I hearing this correctly? When did our Xuanwu sect produce such a prodigious talent? Zhang Feng? Is he not the one previously mocked as a waste with mixed spiritual roots? How has he become so formidable? 32 foundation establishment pills would guarantee success in establishing a foundation. Henceforth, Zhang Feng must not be trifled with. Since Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu were the first to emerge from the forbidden area, the others were previously unaware of the quantity of blood orchid herbs they had harvested. Upon hearing the astonishing rewards Zhang Feng had received, the disciples were left in awe and began to murmur among themselves. The once ridiculed waste with mixed spiritual roots had suddenly emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this expedition. There were those who envied him, and even more who felt jealousy. Ultimately, Zhang Feng chose all foundation establishment pills, knowing that top-tier artifacts could be purchased with spirit stones, whereas foundation establishment pills could not. The rare ingredients required for their refinement are complex, and many have become extinct in the outside world, only mastered by the major sections. Therefore, foundation establishment pills are unattainable even for those with wealth. Many loose cultivators outside have reached full mastery of the Qi condensation stage, but remain unable to break through due to the lack of foundation establishment pills. Just as the disciples were still processing the shock brought about by Zhang Feng's rewards, the elder in white began to announce again. Zhao Ruyu, having harvested 23 blood orchid seedlings, including 1,000-year blood orchid, is awarded 33 foundation establishment pills or 33 top-tier spiritual artifacts, or any combination thereof. What? There are even more than Zhang Feng? It is Sister Zhao Ruyu, one of the 4 most beautiful women of our Xuanwu sect. At such a young age, she stands out so remarkably. Her future is boundless. How wonderful it would be to become Zhao Ruyu's dual cultivation partner. The disciples' perspectives on Zhao Ruyu contrasted sharply with their views on Zhang Feng. While Zhang Feng's achievements elicited astonishment and jealousy, Zhao Ruyu, being a dual-root cultivator and highly regarded among outer disciples, garnered admiration rather than envy. Zhao Ruyu chose 30 foundation establishment pills and 3 top-tier spiritual artifacts. In truth, she and Zhang Feng had acquired numerous magical tools from Tianyu Mo Jun, but they were reluctant to reveal them easily. Otherwise, for someone like her, who possessed treasures such as the Azure Blade, these top-tier artifacts would hold little value. After the rewards were distributed, Changqingzi spoke some words of encouragement, praising everyone for their outstanding performance during the expedition and expressing his belief that they would surely become the pillars of the sect in the future. He urged them to take the sect's prosperity to heart and to diligently cultivate, for the sect's fate hinges upon their efforts. The disciples had rarely had the opportunity to listen to their leader, and this address felt lengthy yet heartfelt. Each word seemed to resonate deeply. Acknowledging their contributions and discussing future developments, the disciples felt invigorated, silently vowing to cultivate diligently and live up to their leader's expectations. The water lute fairy observed this ironic scene with an expressionless face, lost in thought. Elder Zhao sighed softly, remaining silent. These disciples were merely pawns in the Xuanwu sect's strategic struggle against the other 2 sections. Indeed, the Xuanwu sect triumphed in the forbidden area, but these disciples were the real losers. The consequences of consuming the blood-burning pill would soon become apparent, but this did not include Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu, as they had not partaken of it. After exiting the Grand Hall of the Xuanwu sect, Zhao Ryu suggested they visit a breathtakingly beautiful location within the sect. But Zhang Feng replied that he had a dog in his courtyard that he needed to feed after being away for several days, and he hurriedly bid her farewell. Zhao Ryu was infuriated. This thick-headed junior truly did not comprehend her intentions. How could he even compare her to a dog? Suggesting that the creature held more importance than her? Thinking this, Zhao Ryu felt ready to explode with rage, cursing Zhang Feng in her heart countless times. Master, according to the disciples who survived the Forbidden Area, it appears they were subjected to a joint ambush by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Valley in the Fire Cloud Gate. After the disciples departed, Elder Zhao reported to Changqingzi, in the Forbidden Area, life and death are fated. Being jointly attacked by others is not surprising. Changqingzi replied, his earlier earnest demeanor fading. If it were merely that, it would indeed be inconsequential. However, according to multiple disciples, they overheard the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud Gate reaching an agreement to target our Xuanwu sect disciples during this trial in the Forbidden Area. Had it not been for the consumption of the blood-burning pill, our Xuanwu sect might have faced total annihilation. Elder Zhao recounted the events in detail. Is this true? Changqingzi exclaimed, rising abruptly and glancing at Elder Zhao and then at the water-lute fairy. It cannot be mistaken. Elder Zhao affirmed decisively. The water-lute fairy nodded in agreement. Such utter shamelessness. I shall promptly report this matter to the three elders, Zhao Shidi and Shuiqin Shimi. You have both exerted considerable effort this time. Your contributions will be duly recognized after I seek the counsel of the three elders. Please return swiftly and take some rest. Chapter 26, Cultivating Qi to the 20th layer. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Zhang Feng busily organized the treasures acquired during his expedition to the Forbidden Grounds. Among the 32 Foundation establishment pills, the most precious items were those left behind by the Heavenly Desire Demon Lord. Within this trove were not only the Heavenly Demon technique but also various formations, advanced weapon refinement methods, and techniques to bolster divine consciousness, to name a few. Additionally, there were an array of materials, talismans, and top-tier magical artifacts. It could be said that he had everything one could desire. Truly, this was a windfall. Gazing at the bountiful treasures that loomed like a mountain before him, Zhang Feng was filled with myriad sentiments. Even the wealth of an average nascent soul cultivator might pale in comparison to his own. His attention then turned to the 32 Foundation establishment pills. If these were to be revealed to the outside world, they would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. With these pills in his possession, once he attained the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage, he was confident in his ability to successfully establish his foundation. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly refine the four symbols pill, thus elevating his cultivation to the peak of the Qi condensation stage. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He summoned the incense burner into his hand. After scrutinizing the incense burner for a moment, he noted its dark, enigmatic material, which bore no distinct features. He first scattered the seeds of the blood orchid grass within the burner, and in no time, they blossomed into a millennium spirit herb. With this, all the materials required for refining the four symbols pill were now at his disposal. Just as Zhang Feng prepared to head to the Earthfire Pavilion, a thought flashed through his mind. During the refinement of the transparent flying sword, he had discovered that the incense burner could emit intensely high purple flames. Therefore, could it be possible to refine pills using only the incense burner, without the need for earth fire? Zhang Feng extracted the medicinal herbs required for concocting the four symbols pill, which were then drawn into the incense burner. Subsequently, a ring of purple flames emerged within the vessel. At that moment, the temperature of the incense burner soared, prompting Zhang Feng to maintain a considerable distance. In less than an hour, a fragrant aroma wafted from the burner, and 10 dark-hued elixirs soared into the air. Zhang Feng summoned a force of attraction, drawing 10 elixirs towards him. The hue and fragrance of the 10 elixirs were precisely as described in the formula, indicating that the four symbols pills had been successfully refined. Zhang Feng did not hesitate and swallowed a four-symbol pill. The spiritual energy within him surged like a raging tempest, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead as he felt on the verge of exploding. Zhang Feng promptly channeled the errant spiritual energy into his dantian using his cultivation technique. Once this energy entered his dantian, it was swiftly absorbed by the incense burner, transforming into 10 droplets of golden liquid that hovered within Zhang Feng's dantian. Zhang Feng's realm has ascended from the 10th level of Qi condensation to the 14th level. Is he now at the great perfection of Qi condensation? Zhang Feng was somewhat perplexed. Both the four-symbol pill and the ascending spirit pill belong to the second tier of spiritual elixirs. Logically, the efficacy of the four-symbol pill should be comparable to that of the ascending spirit pill. Yet, after consuming just one, his cultivation realm surged remarkably. The Qi condensation stage comprises a total of 14 layers. Zhang Feng has now attained the consummate stage of the Qi condensation realm, and logically, he should be ready to attempt foundation establishment. I wonder what might happen if he were to consume a four symbols pill while at the peak of the Qi condensation stage? A sudden thought emerged in Zhang Feng's mind. Were it anyone else, such an absurd notion would never have crossed their mind. The four symbols pill was an immensely precious elixir, nearly extinct in its kind. It was well understood that consuming it while already at the pinnacle of Qi condensation would be nothing short of wasteful, Thus, the idea would never even arise. Yet, Zhang Feng was different. He possessed an incense burner. As long as he had the seeds of spiritual herbs, he could refine the four symbols pill indefinitely. What of wasting one? He embraced the notion of indulgence. He consumed the second four symbols pill. Zhang Feng endured a pain that was slightly less intense than when he consumed the first pill, as 8 droplets of golden liquid accumulated once more in his dantian. Zhang Feng felt that his realm seemed to have reached the 17th layer of qi condensation, if such a layer indeed existed. Is there truly an 18th layer of qi condensation? Zhang Feng pondered to himself. However, after a brief moment, he came to a realization. Regardless of whether it was present or not, his current realm surpassed the 14th level of qi condensation, and his magical prowess was far more profound than that of the 14th level as well. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng consumed another pill. This time, it appeared that his realm had not increased. Subsequently, he ingested 3 more pills in quick succession, and it seemed he had ascended to the 18th level of qi condensation, with 3 additional droplets of golden liquid forming in his dantian. What is the ultimate limit of the qi condensation stage? Zhang Feng consumed the remaining 5 four-symbol pills one by one. Ultimately, it seemed that he had reached the 19th layer of qi condensation within Zhang Feng's body. The alchemical furnace spun wildly, absorbing all excess spiritual energy until it coalesced into a single golden droplet that floated in his dantian. At this moment, there were already 25 golden droplets residing within his dantian. No, he needed to consume more. With the incense burner present, Zhang Feng was unafraid of the potential calamity of exploding due to an excessive intake of elixirs. Without hesitation, he ventured to the sect's market, procuring all necessary auxiliary herbs. He then transferred these herbs into the incense burner, and in a brief moment, all the auxiliary herbs transformed into millennium-grade spiritual herbs. Subsequently, he commenced the second refinement of the 4 symbols pill. The second batch of elixirs yielded 10 pills once again. However, since all the medicinal materials used this time were millennium-grade, the color of the 4 symbols pill underwent a remarkable transformation, turning an exquisite white. Zhang Feng took out a pill and examined it closely in his hand. This time, the aroma of the 4 symbol pill was more intense. A single inhalation invigorated the spirit, leaving one feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Zhang Feng swallowed a spirit gem in one gulp. This time, the spiritual energy was not excessively violent. Yet it was remarkably enduring. Zhang Feng's cultivation level seemed to have suddenly ascended to the 20th layer of qi condensation. Zhang Feng experienced a sensation akin to satiety. The incense burner absorbed the spiritual energy, transforming it into 5 droplets of golden liquid. Consequently, the number of golden droplets surged to 30 layers. Following this, Zhang Feng consumed the remaining 9 four-symbol pills one by one. Yet it appeared that his realm had not undergone any discernible change. It seems that the 4 symbol pills have reached their limit in enhancing his cultivation. Zhang Feng let out a sigh. If others were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. A practitioner at the qi condensation stage elevated his realm by 10 levels in a single day. Such a statement would be met with disbelief. Though the 4 symbols pill is classified as a second-tier elixir, its effects would not reach the level that Zhang Feng experienced if produced through conventional methods. Essentially, the existence of the incense burner altered the inherent properties of the original elixir. As for the grade of the 4 symbols pill refined by Zhang Feng, he himself remained uncertain. Was it truly possible to reach the 20th layer of qi condensation? Could he have strayed from the proper path? This thought filled Zhang Feng with a sense of unease. If he had indeed diverged during his cultivation, it could lead to significant troubles. The straightforward path in cultivation had been validated by countless predecessors. Should he wander off course, the outcome would be uncertain and perilous. No, he must consult his master to unravel this mystery. With this in mind, Zhang Feng proceeded to concoct several vials of spirit elevation pills and 4 symbols pills. While these 2 elixirs no longer contributed to his personal advancement, they served excellently as supplementary remedies for swiftly restoring spiritual energy. Nothing could rival their efficiency. Even a golden core cultivator, upon discovering someone using spirit elevation pills and 4 symbols pills solely for the restoration of spiritual energy, would undoubtedly be incensed. Such wastefulness aptly describes someone like Zhang Feng. Chapter 27. This disciple was worth taking in. The Purple Cloud Cave is situated at the pinnacle of the Zixia Peak. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant, and the view is expansive, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. The Purple Cloud Cave serves as the cultivation sanctuary for the Water Chain Fairy. The entrance to the cave is adorned with swirling colors. Zhang Feng understood that this was a restriction and dared not to recklessly trespass. Otherwise, such a formidable barrier would leave him utterly devastated. Disciple Zhang Feng humbly requests an audience with the esteemed master. Zhang Feng exclaimed in a resonant voice, "Come in." A faint voice emanated from within the cave. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the cave door swung open with a loud creak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng stepped inside. The interior of the Zixia cave was simply and unpretentiously adorned, lacking any superfluous decorations, yet it exuded a natural harmony. This reflected the character of the Water Chain Fairy, who abhorred ostentation and thus refrained from investing effort in such embellishments. Ah, is it the pinnacle of qi condensation? No, Could it be the 20th level? The water chinsa fairy, seated on a mat in meditation, cast a surprised glance at Zhang Feng. During their time in the forbidden area, Zhang Feng had only achieved the 10th level of qi condensation, although it was indeed astonishing that he could reach such a level within mere months. The 10th level is a significant threshold in the qi condensation stage. Many cultivators find their progress halted at this point. Once surpassed, however, the subsequent cultivation flows without obstruction, allowing one to advance smoothly to the pinnacle of qi condensation. Given Zhang Feng's mixed spirit root aptitude, it was presumed during their time in the forbidden area that the 10th level would be his limit. Yet, merely days after returning, he had not only transcended the 10th level but had reached the pinnacle of qi condensation, a feat that was awe-inspiring and almost mythical. Moreover, it appeared he had achieved an unprecedented 20th level within the qi condensation phase. Such a rate of cultivation had never been documented in any texts, not even for those prodigies blessed with extraordinary fortunes. Master, I believe I have reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. Yet it feels distinct from the 14th level that others describe. Thus, I seek to understand whether the limit of the qi condensation phase is indeed the 14th level, or if there exist other possibilities. Zhang Feng wasted no words and went straight to the point. The limit of the qi condensation stage is not merely the 14th level. Some practitioners have reached the 15th or even 16th level, with the highest attaining the 17th level. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Yet, observing your current realm, it appears you have achieved the astonishing qi condensation of the 20th level, which is unprecedented. Sighed Water Qin Fairy. Indeed, Zhang Feng's cultivation at the 20th level is unparalleled. Can you share with me how you cultivated to such heights? Water Qin Fairy inquired. Her intent was not to pry into Zhang Feng's secrets, but rather out of curiosity. How could someone with a mixed spirit root cultivate at such an astonishing pace? As a pure water spirit root practitioner, she found herself utterly outmatched in terms of cultivation speed before Zhang Feng. The disciple did not wish to deceive her master. Yet this matter was beyond what could be disclosed. Zhang Feng could have easily fabricated a lie, but he chose not to. His survival and admission into the Xuanwu sect were solely due to Water Qin Fairy. She was not merely his master but also his savior. Furthermore, the gift of a top-tier qi concealing talisman before entering the forbidden area demonstrated her noble character. To deceive such a person would be utterly disgraceful. Even though this choice might expose his own secrets, he stood firm. Well done. Although you were reluctant to speak plainly, at least you have chosen not to deceive. As cultivators, we strive against the heavens, contending for our lives. We ought to be forthright and honorable. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's response, Water Qin Fairy smiled. She had no desire to uncover others' secrets. On the path of cultivation, who among them does not harbor secrets? Those who fixate on prying into the lives of others while neglecting their own cultivation fall to a lower level. Such individuals were ones she held in disdain. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Zhang Feng believed that his words would provoke the anger of his master, Shui Qin Stenzi. However, he clearly underestimated this esteemed minor. Shui Qin Stenzi, one of the 12 elders of the Xuanwu sect, had demonstrated remarkable prowess in battle, overpowering mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners with her early-stage cultivation. Her unwavering resolve and profound insight far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Disciple presents some elixirs for your esteemed appraisal, Master. Zhang Feng respectfully presented a spirit elevation pill. A third-grade spirit elevation pill? Shui Qin Xianzi murmured, both excited and perplexed. Originally, the spirit elevation pill was classified as a second-grade elixir, effective not only for cultivators in the qi condensation stage, but also for those in the foundation establishment stage. However, through Zhang Feng's meticulous efforts, all the auxiliary herbs had been transformed into millennium-grade spiritual herbs. Coupled with the violet flames from the incense burner, this ultimately elevated the second-grade elixir to a third-grade one. The efficacy of a third-grade spirit elevation pill is immensely powerful, particularly beneficial for cultivators in the core formation stage. I wonder if this pill could assist Master in her breakthrough? If so, it would be hers to keep. Zhang Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude towards the Water Qin Xian. Let it be. The third-grade spirit elixir holds immense potential for breakthroughs in the core formation stage. Such exquisite elixirs are exceedingly rare. Receiving one is a stroke of fortune, and I do not wish to take advantage of you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the Water Qin Xian felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, as she remarked, she had no intention of benefiting at the expense of her disciple. After she spoke, Zhang Feng presented 3 vials before her. What does this mean? Do not tell me these are all ascension elixirs, she inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they are all ascension elixirs. These 3 vials are a gift for my esteemed master. Zhang Feng spoke with an air of calmness. To him, this was hardly significant. Shui Qin Xianzi found herself momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. After years of cultivation, her heart had long been a placid sea. Yet, at this moment, tumultuous waves surged within her. Do you understand what you have bestowed? Shui Qin Xianzi inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Zhang Feng. Indeed, I do. It is the ascension elixir. Zhang Feng scratched his head and remarked, So, are you aware of the effects of the ascension elixir? The Water Qin Xian asked again. Indeed, it enhances one's cultivation. The rapid pace of my progress is attributed to this very elixir. I have consumed several bottles already. Zhang Feng replied, what? Several bottles? Xuanwu Continent widened her eyes in astonishment. How could such a miraculous elixir be consumed in such quantities? For an ordinary cultivator, obtaining even a single one would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune, yet her disciple was capable of consuming several bottles? This was utterly outrageous. Xuanwu Continent struggled to swallow. Overwhelmed by the revelation of Zhang Feng's abilities today, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, becoming somewhat awkward. Very well, I shall accept this, she finally said after a lengthy pause. Thank you. Gradually, she returned to her senses and addressed Zhang Feng. With these elixirs in hand, it was not merely a matter of reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With her unique water spiritual root, advancing to the late stage of foundation establishment would be well within her grasp. Though Xuanwu Continent was indifferent to fame and fortune, she found it difficult to remain composed in the face of such potential for personal growth. You flatter me, master. Had you not insisted on accepting me into the sect, I would have likely perished long ago. You are my savior. These mere bottles of elixirs are but a trifling matter. Zhang Feng's words were heartfelt and exuded an air of grandeur. Upon hearing them, the water-loot fairy felt a stir within her heart and could not help but nod in agreement. This disciple was indeed worth taking under her wing. Chapter 28. The catastrophe caused by the foundation establishment pill. With his doubts resolved, Zhang Feng departed from the Zixiao cave and hurried back to his modest courtyard. No sooner had he entered than a visitor arrived. The newcomer, clad in black robes with hair as white as snow, resembled an elderly man from the mundane realm. Perhaps in his 50s. Yet, he emanated an immense pressure, indicating his cultivation level was likely at the foundation establishment stage. Are you Zhang Feng's disciple? The old man inquired with a smile, for in the realm of cultivation, status is determined by one's level of attainment. For those at the foundation establishment stage, disciples at the qi condensation stage are considered juniors. Indeed, Zhang Feng responded promptly. For cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, it is prudent to avoid offending them whenever possible, as the consequences could be dire. I am Wang Ziheng, a steward within the sect, primarily responsible for overseeing the assessments for outer disciples aspiring to advance to inner disciples. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to inquire further, Wang Ziheng revealed his identity. Ah, it is the steward Wang. My apologies for the oversight. Zhang Feng clasped his fist in salute. Disciple, I have come this time with a matter to request of you, Wang Ziheng said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt an uneasy premonition. Please, Mr. Wang, do speak. Although Zhang Feng harbored doubts in his heart, he betrayed not a hint of his thoughts. I have a relative who has attained the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage. He stands on the verge of foundation establishment, but is hindered by the lack of foundation establishment pills. It is said that during your recent trial in the forbidden area, you achieved great merit for the sect and acquired 32 foundation establishment pills. Might you be willing to part with a few for the sake of an old man? Recognizing Zhang Feng's courtesy, Wang Ziheng spoke plainly, revealing his intent. How many does Mr. Wang require? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng realized that Wang Ziheng had come in search of the foundation establishment pill. For cultivators at the qi condensation stage, the foundation establishment pill is immensely precious. Its value lies primarily in its key ingredient, the millennium-old blood orchid grass. The supply of this ancient herb has been completely severed in the outside world. Consequently, the foundation establishment pill is seldom found beyond the confines of major sections. As for the pill formula, it can be procured in ordinary markets. Yet due to the foundation establishment pill being a third-grade spiritual pill, the price of its formula is considerably higher than that of second-grade ones. Nevertheless, as long as one possesses spirit stones, the formula is always obtainable. Thus, the scarcity of the foundation establishment pill is attributed to the 1,000-year-old blood orchid grass. While this poses a challenge for others, it is a trivial matter for Zhang Feng. Armed with seeds of the blood orchid grass, he can easily concoct a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills once he gathers the necessary supplementary materials. Therefore, upon learning that Wang Ziheng sought the foundation establishment pill, Zhang Feng remained remarkably composed. Should the price be agreeable, he would not mind parting with a few. I have quite a few relatives. Would it be acceptable for my disciple to part with 31 pills? Wang Ziheng said without a hint of embarrassment. Well, as a disciple with a mixed spiritual root, my aptitude is rather poor, and I fear I may require several foundation establishment pills to succeed in establishing my foundation. Upon hearing the other party demand 31 pieces, Zhang Feng intended to reserve only one for himself, and an uncontainable fury surged within him. However, he concealed his anger adeptly, merely elucidating the necessity of retaining several foundational elixirs for himself. Zhang Feng's words were both reasonable and rational, given his mixed spiritual roots. Relying on a single foundation establishment pill to achieve success in foundation establishment was akin to chasing a wild dream. What, are you unwilling? Wang Ziheng noticed that Zhang Feng seemed disinclined to acquiesce to his demands, and his expression shifted abruptly. The amiable demeanor he had previously exhibited morphed into an ominous and chilling countenance. This was no longer a mere transaction. The undertones of threat were unmistakable. To hell with you. I simply refuse. What do you intend to do about it? Zhang Feng could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him, and he erupted in indignation. If you desire the foundation-building elixir, we can certainly negotiate. However, if you intend to leverage your status to intimidate me, you have chosen the wrong person. Zhang Feng is precisely this way. He yields to softness but resists hardness. You show utter disrespect to your elders. Wang Ziheng trembled with rage, momentarily at a loss. His carefully devised plan was to present a demand, expecting Zhang Feng to comply without hesitation. He claimed to seek the foundation establishment pill, but in truth, he aimed to leverage his status to obtain it for free. To his utter astonishment, Zhang Feng not only disregarded his intentions, but also unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If this were to spread, how could he ever navigate his standing within the Xuanwu sect thereafter? So what if I disregard my elders? Do you even possess the demeanor of an elder? Are you so accustomed to living off others' generosity? At this moment, Zhang Feng cast aside all reservations. He was unafraid of Wang Ziheng's potential outburst. For Zhixiao Peak belonged to the Water Qin Fairy. Should Wang Ziheng choose to act here, he would be courting his own demise. Wang Ziheng's body trembled violently, a sphere of azure light pulsating in his grasp. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Zhang Feng, nearly toppling him. Yet, he did not succumb entirely to madness. After a brief moment, the tumult dissipated, as if nothing had transpired. You shall pay the price for your actions today, Wang Ziheng declared as he swept away, leaving those words lingering in the air. I await your return. Is it merely the foundation establishment stage? Do you truly believe I fear you? Zhang Feng, unwilling to suffer any loss, retorted sharply. Wang Ziheng's entire face flushed a deep crimson. Were it not for his apprehension of the water fairy, he would have undoubtedly sought to eliminate this disrespectful young man today. Zhang Feng undoubtedly discerned the intense murderous intent in Wang Ziheng's eyes, yet he felt no significant fear. It was time to establish his foundation, lest the prolonged night breed further nightmares. Zhang Feng mused to himself. He has now attained the pinnacle of qi condensation, and the foundation establishment is within reach. Once he successfully establishes his foundation, he shall have no fear of Wang Ziheng. Zhang Feng took a seat, harmonizing his breath and adjusting his state to its utmost potential. Subsequently, he produced a foundational elixir and consumed it. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body with relentless force, causing a foul, viscous black substance to exude from his skin. The sheer potency of the foundational elixir was so dominant that Zhang Feng curled up in agony. At that moment, the incense burner began to rotate, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy flowing through his limbs and bones. This condition persisted for approximately half an hour before dissipating. It was evident that the initial attempt at foundation establishment had ended in failure. Zhang Feng consumed his second foundation establishment pill. Half an hour later, all abnormalities vanished. The second attempt at foundation establishment ended in failure. Then came the third, the fourth, until he swallowed the final foundation establishment pill. Zhang Feng felt as though he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Within his dantian, all the golden droplets coalesced into a singular mass. Refined by the potent spiritual energy of the foundation establishment pill, Zhang Feng sensed an unprecedented power within himself. This strength did not manifest gradually, but rather surged abruptly to an entirely new level, with a clear distinction. He felt an extraordinary solidity now, far beyond what could be achieved at the peak of qi condensation. The abilities that a foundation establishment cultivator could wield were incomparable to those of the qi condensation stage. For instance, the ability to fly through the air became attainable upon entering the foundation establishment phase. Possessing the divine capability to traverse the heavens and the earth is the aspiration of every cultivator. It can be said that one truly embarks on the path of cultivation only upon entering the foundation establishment stage. With the successful establishment of his foundation, I too have become a cultivator of this esteemed level. Zhang Feng joyfully murmured to himself. Once, not long ago, he was ridiculed as a useless cultivator with mixed roots. Now, he had astonishingly transformed into a foundation establishment practitioner. This turn of events felt surreal, like a dream. Wang Ziheng, you will wait for me, won't you? Just you wait. Chapter 29. The competition for promotion to inner sect disciple. The competition for outer sect disciples of the Xuanwu sect to ascend to inner sect disciples is set to take place in a month. In principle, any outer sect disciple at the 5th level of qi condensation or above is eligible to participate. However, the competition rules stipulate that one must win all 10 matches to successfully advance. Consequently, disciples at the lower levels of qi condensation typically refrain from signing up. Thus, the primary competitors are those at the 10th level of qi condensation and above. Generally speaking, upon achieving foundation establishment, one automatically transitions to an inner sect disciple. Hence they are exempt from the competition. However, there are exceptions. Becoming an inner sect disciple grants access to exclusive cultivation caves, and the quantity of spiritual stones and elixirs provided by the sect far exceeds that available to outer sect disciples. More importantly, inner sect disciples gain the privilege of studying the sect's mystical arts, in contrast to Zhang Feng's cultivation of the Kaiwei palm and Lingyan step, which, strictly speaking, bear little distinction from mundane martial arts. The mystical arts are fundamentally different. While martial arts rely on internal energy, the Kaiwei Palm and Lingyan step necessitate spiritual power. Although the potency of these techniques diverges significantly, the distinction is not particularly pronounced. However, the mystical arts belong to the realm of divine abilities, imbued with extraordinary wonders that encapsulate the subtleties of creation. From the perspective of cultivation, mastery of mystical arts signifies a true entry into the path of cultivation. Hence, inner sect disciples represent the foundation of the sect and are the primary focus of its cultivation efforts. Being an inner sect disciple is not merely a status. It is an acknowledgement, a mark of honor. Aspiring to become an inner sect disciple is the ideal of every outer sect disciple. Zhang Feng is no exception to the norm. At this moment, he is engrossed in the manipulation of celestial arts. Among the various mystical techniques he acquired from the heavenly demon lord in the Forbidden Grounds, there exists a multitude of spells ranging from the rudimentary to the advanced. One particular technique, known as the fire control method, can be cultivated from the early stages of foundation establishment, which piqued Zhang Feng's interest considerably. Zhang Feng practiced according to the methods inscribed on the jade slip. In a short while, a slender crimson flame materialized at his fingertips. The flame burned with an intense heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Yet, this flame was exceedingly diminutive. As if a mere gust of wind could extinguish it effortlessly, Zhang Feng cast forth a flame that surged towards a colossal boulder. Whoosh! In an instant, the stone was penetrated, leaving behind a molten cavity. This mastery of fire control proves to be remarkably effective, Zhang Feng remarked with satisfaction. With my cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, becoming an inner sect disciple should pose no challenge. Zhang Feng possesses this unwavering confidence. The path of cultivation defies the heavens. Without a resolute determination of victory, one cannot traverse far. In this regard, Zhang Feng's understanding is far more profound than that of many predecessors who possess higher cultivation levels. Zhang Feng, I shall make you aware of the consequences of disrespecting your elders. Wang Ziheng declared vehemently, his gaze fixed upon the list of competitors. It was utterly outrageous that a mere disciple at the qi condensation stage dared to insult him, a figure of considerable authority. Having spent nearly a century in the Xuanwu sect, he had never before endured such a humiliating affront. At Zixia Peak, he feared the water fairy and refrained from acting against Zhang Feng. Yet, in this competition, he held the reins of control. With this thought, Wang Ziheng burst into laughter. You little wretch, I will ensure you comprehend the repercussions of offending me. A cruel smile crept across his face as he envisioned Zhang Feng's demise. He had orchestrated a contest involving 4 disciples at the 14th layer of qi condensation from within the sect, along with 6 from his own clan at the 13th layer. All to compete against Zhang Feng. In his estimation, Zhang Feng was as good as dead. During his previous visit to Zixia Peak, he had failed to discern Zhang Feng's true cultivation level, for among the relics left by the Devil Lord, there existed a misting pill. This particular elixir rendered it impossible to perceive one's genuine cultivation level unless the opponent's realm was 2 great stages higher. Zhang Feng suppressed his cultivation level to the 7th layer of qi condensation, yet he was effortlessly discerned by the water loot fairy, whose realm far surpassed his own. In contrast, Wang Ziheng was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's level of cultivation, he concluded that Zhang Feng held no chance of survival. A month swiftly elapsed, leading to the competition at the Watermoon Sect's Plaza. The sect's leader, Master Cha Qing, along with the 12 elders, gathered to witness the event. 20 arenas were erected around a central platform, allowing for 20 simultaneous contests. Each contest was overseen by 2 foundation establishment experts, designated as inspectors. The competition rules dictated that the participants be divided into 20 groups. An inspector would randomly select one individual from each group to defend their position, while others could challenge them at will. Should the defender withstand challenges from any 10 contenders without defeat, they would be elevated to the status of an inner disciple. Conversely, if the defender were vanquished, they would forfeit their chance for promotion. The challenger would then assume the role of the defender, allowing others to continue their challenges in succession. To prevent any collusion among friends, inspectors held the authority to disqualify challengers and appoint others to take their place. The determination of what constituted collusion lay solely in the judgment of the inspectors. Their word was final, leaving no room for dispute. Prior to the competition, the sect leader emphasized the importance of integrity to the inspectors, urging them to perform their duties diligently, without bias or excessive enforcement. Consequently, most inspectors managed to fulfill their responsibilities with due diligence. On the first day of the contest, the 20 arenas were filled with spectators. While some were participants, the majority had come merely to observe the spectacle. However, only those who had pre-registered for their respective groups were permitted to challenge. Spectators were barred from the arena. Historically, there was an incident in the Watermoon sect where an onlooker, unable to resist the urge, leapt onto the stage during a competition and defeated the defender, subsequently vanquishing 9 challengers in succession. Logically, this would seem to warrant promotion. However, after deliberation, the sect's elders ultimately revoked his promotion, citing the reason that he had not officially registered. Zhang Feng stood before a platform, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. On the stage stood a male disciple of Xuanwu sect, clad in white and adorned with a golden sash. He possessed striking features and an extraordinary charm. Gently swaying a folding fan in his hand, which elicited a chorus of gasps and admiration from the female disciples below. Before long, a burly man with a thick beard leaped onto the stage. "I am Lian Xue. I humbly request your guidance." Upon the entrance of the bearded giant, Lian Xue greeted him with a courteous fist salute. His refined demeanor captivated the hearts of many female cultivators in the audience. "I am Feng Daqiao. I dare not presume to teach, but allow me to receive your punch first." The burly man, eager to engage, wasted no words and launched a punch immediately. His fighting style, known as the Thunderous Tiger Fist, was categorized as an 8th-tier martial art. The name Thunderous Tiger signifies the intent to shake the mountain and frighten the tiger. This punch was incredibly forceful, releasing a surge of air that spiraled into a vortex, propelling his fist toward Lian Xue. Unperturbed by the incoming blow, Lian Xue swiftly unfurled his fan, infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the fan expanded hundreds of times, enveloping the entire platform. When Feng Daqiao's fist struck the fan's surface, it was as if he had met with a pile of fallen leaves. The fan then rebounded, sending Feng Daqiao hurtling backward. "This fan is quite remarkable indeed," Zhang Feng remarked with a smile from the audience. "What do you mean quite?" "It is undeniably powerful." Zhang Feng turned his head and discovered that Zhao Ruyu had silently appeared beside him. Today, Zhao Ruyu was adorned in a purple attire, her hair simply tied with a ribbon, which imparted an aura of understated elegance. Lian Xue was a disciple under Elder Su, currently at the 12th level of the qi condensation stage. In recent years, she had risen to prominence, establishing herself as one of the most formidable figures among the outer disciples. Upon noticing Zhang Feng's apparent unfamiliarity with Lian Xue, Zhao Ruyu took the time to elucidate her prowess. "Oh, I see," Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, revealing little astonishment. Given his current cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, he naturally did not regard the experts within the qi condensation stage with undue reverence. "Your tone suggests a certain skepticism," Zhao Ruyu remarked, brandishing a fan known as the Heavenly Veil Fan. "It is said that if one's cultivation is sufficiently advanced, the fan can expand to obscure the sky and sun. Should an adversary lack the requisite strength, they would be drawn in, becoming part of the fan, thereby amplifying its power." Zhao Ruyu, noticing Zhang Feng's disbelief, began to lavish praise upon the fan wielded by Lian Xue. "Is it truly that formidable? Why did I not witness that burly man being absorbed just now?" Zhang Feng expressed surprise at the fan's reputed capabilities. "That is because Lian Xue is merely at the qi condensation stage and cannot unlock the fan's full potential. Once she reaches the core formation stage, she will." Zhao Ruyu continued to clarify, perceiving Zhang Feng's lingering doubt. While Zhang Feng conversed with Zhao Ruyu, another disciple leapt onto the stage. "I am Sun Yong, and I seek the guidance of Senior Brotherly." With that declaration, a radiant flash emerged behind Sun Yong, and a long sword was summoned forth. The sword shimmered with a captivating azure glow, truly a sight to behold. This Sun Yong is a disciple of Elder Ouyang, and his azure water sword holds considerable renown among the outer disciples, with strength that should not be underestimated. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to inquire, Zhao Ruyu proactively provided an introduction. It seemed that Senior Sister Ruyu had a profound understanding of the disciples within their sect. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and asked, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I spend my days doing nothing but inquiring about others' affairs?" Zhao Ruyu frowned slightly, her voice tinged with irritation as she replied, No, please do not misunderstand, Senior Sister. What I meant to convey is that you possess a wealth of knowledge and information, unlike my own limited understanding." Zhang Feng hastily explained. He dared not offend the sister Zhao Ruyu lightly. "That seems more like it." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Zhao Ruyu smiled, her expression radiating a beauty that, in Zhang Feng's eyes, was the most exquisite scenery in the world, leaving him momentarily entranced. Noticing Zhang Feng's gaze upon her, a blush crept onto Zhao Ruyu's cheeks. "Silly boy, look at the stage, don't just stare at me," Zhao Ruyu playfully chided, awakened by her words. Zhang Feng redirected his attention to the stage. Lian Xue, with her folding fan, unleashed a flurry of afterimages that swarmed towards Sun Yong from all directions. In response, Sun Yong wielded his azure water sword with fluidity, deftly parrying the fan's relentless assault, blocking each attack with impeccable precision. Despite the fan's furious onslaught, the sword's defense remained impenetrable. For a time, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. Sun Yong, undeniably a favored disciple of Elder Ouyang, demonstrated skills honed under his esteemed tutelage, proving challenging even for Lian Xue. Brotherly's prowess is unfathomable. Given time, Sun Yong is bound to falter. I place my faith in Brother Sun. Go, Brother Sun. The spectators engaged in animated discussions. Zhang Feng, let us make a wager. The loser must fulfill a task for the winner, with no room for refusal or evasion. Do you dare? Zhao Ruyu proposed. What is there to fear? Zhang Feng decisively agreed. If it were anyone else making such a suggestion, he would consider it trivial. However, since it was proposed by Zhao Ruyu, it held a different significance. Then I wager on Senior Brother Sun Yong's victory. Zhao Ruyu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Zhang Feng remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. Within the Xuanwu sect, Lian Xue's reputation surpassed that of Sun Yong, largely due to Elder Su presenting him with a replica of the celestial fan. The genuine celestial fan resided in Elder Su's possession, despite being a replica. This artifact possessed astonishing power. Relying on the imitation celestial fan, Lian Xue had scarcely faced defeat, his renown growing ever larger. Sun Yong's Bai Shui sword also boasted an extraordinary origin, having been discovered by him in an ancient relic, wielding immense strength. As the stalemate continued, Lian Xue grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he shouted, "Expand." The celestial fan instantly transformed into a colossal size, descending upon Sun Yong. Feeling the overwhelming sensation of suffocation as the fan approached, Sun Yong remained composed. He released his sword, and the Bai Shui sword shimmered in the air, elongating to several feet as it met the celestial fan. With a sharp sound, the Bai Shui sword pierced through the fan's surface. The replica of the celestial fan promptly reverted to its original size, plummeting from the sky. Lian Xue himself suffered a backlash, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother Sun is truly formidable, I concede," Lian Xue said dejectedly. He had anticipated a certain victory in his ascension to intersect disciple but was unexpectedly confronted by such a powerful adversary in Sun Yong. Witnessing Lian Xue's defeat, the audience murmured in astonishment. Who would have thought Sun Yong possessed such formidable strength? The defeat of Lian Xue was indeed unforeseen. Truly, there are always stronger individuals among the strong. This competition for ascension to intersect disciples is certainly captivating. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Lian Xue and Sun Yong were both individuals of extraordinary prowess. Senior brother Sun Yong has emerged victorious. Junior brother Zhang, one must accept the outcome of a wager. Zhao Ryu reminded Zhang Feng. What is it that senior sister Ryu wishes for me to do? Zhang Feng inquired. I have yet to come to a decision. I will inform you once I have. Zhao Ryu responded. Just remember, you must not backtrack when the time comes. That is not an option, he assured her. Whatever I have promised to sister Ryu, regardless of the challenges that may arise, I shall exert every effort and remain steadfast in my commitment. Zhang Feng replied. After speaking, the two once again shifted their gaze to the arena. Following his victory over Lian Xue, Sun Yong continued to face challenges from other disciples. One after another, he vanquished 9 disciples in succession. The inspector announced that Sun Yong had successfully advanced to the inner sect. He became the first inner sect disciple to emerge from the 20 arenas today. Among the audience were Sun Yong's friends and family, who erupted in ecstatic cheers. Initially, when Sun Yong had just defeated Lian Xue, many were skeptical of his prowess, believing that his victory might merely have been a stroke of luck. However, as he continued to defeat subsequent challengers, each of whom was equally formidable as Lian Xue, the crowd gradually recognized the true extent of Sun Yong's strength. Even if they were to face each other again, Lian Xue would still be unable to triumph over Sun Yong. After Sun Yong was surrounded by his friends and left the stage, the inspector randomly assigned another contestant, and the competition resumed. Chapter 31. The Invincible East. This competition persisted until the 3rd day. On that day, Zhang Feng arrived at the arena designated for his group as per usual. Before long, Zhao Ryu also made her appearance. So, are you planning to take the stage today? Zhao Ryu teased, aware that Zhang Feng had registered but had yet to compete. She recognized Zhang Feng's commendable strength, capable of holding his ground against a 10th-level cultivator with his 7th-level cultivation. Although she was certain she would be defeated should they face each other, she understood that in such a fierce contest, Zhang Feng's chances of success were slim. Of course not. They are all so formidable. If I recklessly step forward, the risks would be considerable. Zhang Feng followed up on Zhao Ryu's remarks. After entering the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Feng, in order to avoid drawing attention and suspicion, kept his cultivation suppressed at the 7th layer of qi condensation. Therefore, in Zhao Ryu's eyes, Zhang Feng remained at the original 7th layer of qi condensation. Observing for a few more days would reduce the risk? How naive, she thought. At this level of competition, our realms are still too low. We must at least reach the 12th layer of qi condensation before we can contemplate such matters. However, it's no concern, just a few years' time, and with diligent practice, we shall be ready. Zhao Ryu teased while encouraging him. Thank you, senior sister Ryu. For your guidance, I am immensely grateful. Zhang Feng concluded his words with a deep bow. Come now, given your disposition, you are most likely mocking me. You always take pleasure in teasing others. Zhao Ryu replied, her face betraying a hint of feigned anger. Akin to the enchanting allure of spring mountains and the gentle caress of the breeze upon the willows, an ineffable charm that speaks volumes. No, dear junior. I speak with utmost sincerity. Zhang Feng hurriedly clarified. It is rather peculiar about Zhang Feng's character. He simultaneously exerts every effort to amuse Zhao Ryu while being exceedingly apprehensive of the wrathful fist that Zhao Ryu might unleash in a fit of rage. Perpetually teetering on the brink of perilous folly. If you take an oath, I shall believe that your intentions are genuine, Zhao Ryu declared. Zhang Feng found himself in a predicament. For those who practice cultivation, oaths hold immense significance. What may seem like a casual declaration is, in truth, a solemn vow made before the heavens and the earth as witnesses. Should one dare to deceive, the consequences are likely to manifest upon oneself. Thus, cultivators seldom utter falsehoods when taking oaths. It was evident that he lacked the courage. Zhao Ryu felt she had finally grasped a weakness of Zhang Feng's and was eager to mock him mercilessly. However, at that moment, The voice of the inspector from the stage rang out. Zhang Feng, step up to defend the platform. As Zhang Feng grappled with how to respond to Zhao Ruyu's verbal onslaught, the sound that emerged felt like a grand reprieve, rescuing him from his plight. Zhang Feng ascended the stage without uttering a word. As the multitude of disciples below discerned that Zhang Feng was merely at the 7th layer of qi condensation, a flurry of chatter ensued. How audacious it is for one at such a low level to participate in the promotion contest. They lack prudence in their cultivation, foolishly aspiring to ascend in one leap, utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. Although the contest stipulates that lethal force is prohibited, the nature of combat inevitably leads to moments where one cannot restrain their might, resulting in fatalities from time to time. Should one encounter a rival with whom they harbor animosity, the contest presents an opportune moment for vengeance. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in red, adorned with delicate makeup, leapt onto the stage. I am Dongfang Yuanxua. May I inquire your esteemed name? The young man in red posed his question with utmost courtesy. I am Zhang Feng, he replied. The flamboyance of the young man in red evoked memories of Dongfang Bubi within Zhang Feng's mind. However, it would be impolite to remain silent and return to a question posed. Very well, I shall witness your esteemed skills, brother Zhang. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in red elegantly flicked his sleeves, unleashing 10 golden needles that sliced through the air. Truly reminiscent of Dongfang Bubi. Zhang Feng was taken aback and exclaimed, Brother Zhang, your memory truly fails you. I just mentioned that I am Dongfang Yuanxua, not Dongfang Bubi. The young man in red quickly corrected Zhang Feng upon hearing the misnomer. Zhang Feng had no time to engage in idle chatter. As he witnessed the golden needle strike like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly formed a gesture with his hands, conjuring a colossal hand in the air. At the very moment the golden needle approached, the gigantic hand gently clenched, causing the needle to lose all its brilliance and fall helplessly to the ground. Where did that formidable hand originate? What kind of mystical art could withstand a top-tier spiritual artifact? The disciples below were left in a state of astonishment. In truth, this was a technique Zhang Feng had learned from the celestial arts left behind by the heavenly desiring demon lord. This particular art was known as the manifestation technique. In essence, it allowed one to exhibit a certain martial skill or technique in an exaggerated manner. For instance, the technique Zhang Feng manifested this time was the Kayu palm. The true potency of the Kayu palm could only be perceived upon striking an object, such as turning stone to dust. However, the manifestation technique enabled the Kayu palm to take the form of a hand before making contact with any object. Naturally, its power could not surpass that of the original Kayu palm. Yet, it possessed two significant advantages. Firstly, it allowed for remote strikes without physical contact. Secondly, this manifestation served as an excellent means of intimidation. In combat, the significance of momentum is paramount. If one side dominates in presence, the opponent is likely to falter psychologically, leading to a half defeat even before the battle commences. Dongfang Yuanxuan never anticipated that his treasured artifact would be effortlessly neutralized by his opponent the moment it emerged. He was bewildered by the events that had just transpired and failed to summon any other artifacts, remaining frozen in place, utterly dazed. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Zhang Feng did not continue his assault. The spectators believed that Dongfang Yuanxua must be seething with anger, undoubtedly preparing to unleash a formidable counterattack against Zhang Feng. With his mastery at the 11th level of qi condensation, Dongfang Yuanxua was poised to unleash his full might. Just wait. This young man named Zhang Feng was about to face dire consequences. It was said that Dongfang Yuanxua cherished his flying needle artifact immensely. And now that Zhang Feng had destroyed its spiritual essence, retribution was imminent. Just as the crowd awaited Dongfang Yuanxua's retaliatory strike, a wail erupted from his lips. My flying needle artifact, my most beloved flying needle artifact. To everyone's astonishment, Dongfang Yuanxua began to weep on stage. Zhang Feng, you shall compensate me for my flying needle artifact. Zhang Feng gazed at himself, his face a portrait of resentment. Oh my, can it be that I am not mistaken? This effeminate fellow is actually weeping in public. Such youthfulness. During my time, despite enduring numerous defeats, I never shed a single tear. How disheartening. I had anticipated a thorough reprimanding from him. Zhang Feng gazed at the weeping Dongfang Yuanxua, suddenly feeling as though he had snatched a candy from a child. If the other party were to confront him with a more formidable treasure upon witnessing the destruction of his own, he would not have been taken aback. However, being compelled to compensate someone so childlike left him utterly perplexed. Truly, he is but a child, innocent in nature, yet ill-suited for the path of immortality. Zhang Feng silently reflected. The path of cultivation is a journey against the heavens, fraught with obstacles. Were it not for unwavering determination and a heart as steadfast as rock, this road would inevitably lead to a dead end. Zhang Feng indeed envied Dongfang Yuanxua's ability to cry whenever he wished. Yet, he found himself unable to shed a tear. Zhang Feng's path to immortality is one of relentless advancement, where no weakness or tears are permitted. Chapter 32. Angering the inspector in this match, Zhang Feng emerged victorious. Dongfang Yuanxua, depart swiftly, otherwise, you shall be held accountable for disrupting the contest. The inspector, witnessing Dongfang Yuanxua's unreasonable behavior, hastily announced the result of the match. Dongfang Yuanxua was not among the individuals arranged by Wang Ziheng. His designated contenders were only linked to Zhang Feng after he had defeated Dongfang Yuanxua. Is this not the very person that Manager Wang spoke of? Gong Shidi, you go first. A tall disciple instructed a youth exuding an aura of malevolence beside him. Very well, Wang Shixiao. Watch as I leave this fellow half dead. Gong Shidi proclaimed, leaping onto the stage. I am Gong Qingshuan, here to experience Brother Zhang's remarkable skills. Gong Qingshuan declared with unwavering confidence, for he possessed the capability to back it up. As a master at the 12th level of qi condensation, he regarded Zhang Feng's. At the 7th level, with disdain, he unleashed a flying tether, which appeared to emerge from the depths of hell. Shrouded in swirling black mist that sent chills to the core upon mere sight. The tether danced like a spirit serpent, unpredictable in its trajectory. It struck with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt. Zhang Feng, you are doomed this time. To perish beneath my underworld tether would indeed be your fortune. Do not blame me, blame only Manager Wang for offering 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Your worthless life is worth but 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Dying would grant you peace. Gong Qingshuan thought to himself, envisioning Zhang Feng's demise at the hands of his underworld tether, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, as the underworld tether was about to strike Zhang Feng, he vanished from sight. Gong Qingshuan was taken aback. The underworld tether moved with extraordinary speed. None had ever escaped its grasp. Yet, Zhang Feng had vanished before his very eyes. Such speed was terrifying. As he frantically searched for Zhang Feng's whereabouts, a sudden chill gripped his right shoulder. Ah! A scream echoed across the arena. Gong Qingshuan writhed on the ground, clutching his shoulder as blood gushed forth. Zhang Feng had severed his entire arm with a transparent flying sword. From Gong Qingshuan's earlier lethal attack, Zhang Feng had sensed the intent to kill. Despite having no enmity with Gong Qingshuan, he would not show mercy to those who sought his life. Severing an arm with the transparent flying sword was already a display of restraint. Had it been someone else, they would have undoubtedly been dispatched with a single strike. This match is won by Zhang Feng, the inspector declared, casting Zhang Feng a meaningful glance, seemingly displeased with his earlier actions. Zhang Feng feigned ignorance. He could hardly believe that the inspector had not noticed the murderous intent behind Gong Qingshuan's recent strike. It was clearly an attempt on his life, not a mere contest. At that moment, the inspector had remained silent. Upon witnessing Gong Qingshuan's failed attack, which resulted in Zhang Feng severing one of his arms, the inspector's expression of discontent seemed rather unjust. Fairness? In this world, where is fairness to be found? Only the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Zhang Feng, how ruthless you are to have severed junior brother Gong's arm. I, Wang Xian, shall not spare you. With Gong Qingshuan defeated, Wang Xian promptly ascended the stage to challenge him. Wang Xian, at the 13th level of qi condensation, naturally looked down upon Zhang Feng, who displayed only the 7th level of qi condensation. He believed Zhang Feng's victory over Gong Qingshuan was mere luck, in a fair contest of strength. Zhang Feng would surely falter against Gong Qingshuan. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian summoned a gleaming pair of golden scissors, their serrated edges glinting menacingly. Under his command, the scissors lunged towards Zhang Feng with lethal intent. Junior brother Gong, witness as I avenge you, Wang Xian shouted. The force behind this strike was formidable, and the spectators below sensed Zhang Feng was in dire peril. The inspector, surnamed Miao, a close friend of Wang Ziheng, perceived Zhang Feng's impending doom and showed no inclination to intervene, rather nodding in satisfaction. Zhang Feng, be careful, Zhao Ruyu exclaimed in alarm. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Feng vanished from sight. The scissors struck nothing but air. In truth, upon seeing the scissors aimed at him, Zhang Feng had executed the Lingyan step to evade the attack. With his foundation building prowess, he could have easily withstood the strike. But it was not yet the time to reveal his true strength. When Zhang Feng reappeared, he had seized Wang Xian by the chin, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With Wang Xian subdued, the golden scissors fell to the ground, ungoverned. Wang Xian, his neck gripped by Zhang Feng's formidable hand, turned crimson as he flailed helplessly in the air. How had Zhang Feng vanished and then reappeared so suddenly? His speed was terrifying, leaving no trace behind. Even Wang Xian found himself outmatched. This individual was extraordinarily powerful. How had he never heard of Zhang Feng before? He recalled that Zhang Feng was the disciple of the water lute fairy, a so-called waste with a mixed spiritual root. How had he become so strong? What? You say that Zhang Feng is the so-called waste disciple of the water lute fairy? He has only been in the sect for a few months. How could he have progressed so rapidly? They must have misjudged his spiritual roots at the outset. If such a person is deemed a waste, then we are even less than that. As the disciples below grasped Zhang Feng's true identity, they could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. From that moment onward, no one dared underestimate Zhang Feng, the so-called mixed spiritual root waste. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings and caught sight of Zhao Ruyu smiling at him, which instantly warmed his heart. However, he soon realized that Inspector Miao was casting a cold, hostile gaze in his direction, brimming with animosity. Zhang Feng, regardless of the outcome, quickly set Wang Xian down and do him no harm. Inspector Miao exclaimed, a hint of desperation in his voice. Esteemed Inspector, did you not witness his earlier attempt to take my life with that scissor? Why did you not intervene then? Zhang Feng retorted. I have just observed that Wang Xian was merely engaging in a normal spar with you, without any intent to bring you harm. Do you presume to question my judgment? The Inspector Miao replied, his voice seething with fury. How dare a mere disciple of the 7th layer of qi condensation confront him? It seemed this youth truly embodied Wang Ziheng's words. He was utterly disrespectful of his elders. Very well, since it has come to this, let us consider it a misunderstanding. In deference to Inspector Miao, I shall release Brother Wang. Zhang Feng smiled and remarked, it seems that Zhang Feng possesses a sense of propriety. Otherwise, I would have ensured he faced dire consequences today. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's conciliatory words, the anger of the Inspector Miao intensified, transforming his countenance to a shade reminiscent of pig liver, though it softened slightly thereafter. However, Zhang Feng's subsequent actions ignited a fury within him, compelling him to wish for nothing less than to extinguish Zhang Feng's life. With a forceful motion, Zhang Feng hurled Wang Xian in the direction of Inspector Miao. A resounding crash echoed as dust billowed from the arena, creating a deep crater where Wang Xian lay curled up, incessantly coughing up blood. Chapter 33, Confrontation with a Foundation Establishment Expert. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Inspector Miao's simmering anger surged to its zenith. With a swift gesture of his hand, an imperceptible azure light shot forth, hurtling directly towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had repeatedly provoked him, prompting his decision to eliminate him on the spot. Even if others were to investigate afterwards, he could easily claim it was an act of protection for Wang Xian, retaliating against Zhang Feng's assaults. However, in the heat of the moment, he misjudged the situation, resulting in the accidental death of Zhang Feng. The Inspector Miao had already devised a plausible excuse for himself. The sect would hardly pursue him for the sake of a mere disciple at the chi refining stage, likely allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. With this thought, a smile unwittingly appeared on Inspector Miao's face. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The azure light was effortlessly extinguished by Zhang Feng's large hand, vanishing without a trace. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone else. Only Inspector Miao and Zhang Feng were aware of the events. What transpired? This was a strike from a Foundation Establishment cultivator, although he had not employed a magical artifact. It was far beyond the capacity of a chi refining disciple to withstand. A tempest of disbelief surged within Inspector Miao. He could not fathom that Zhang Feng had grown so formidable. He intended to launch another attack to gauge Zhang Feng's true strength, but at that moment, he found himself devoid of any justification to act. Zhang Feng cast a fierce glance at the Inspector Miao. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him. No matter how formidable one might be, he remained merely a junior in the chi condensation stage. The old man had countless methods to extinguish him. Inspector Miao soon regained his composure. Reflecting on the inexplicable fear he had just experienced, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own overthinking. How could an ant like Zhang Feng possibly pose a threat to him? The competition proceeded as usual. After witnessing Zhang Feng effortlessly defeat Dongfeng Yuanchua, Gong Qingshuan, and Wang Xian in succession, several individuals arranged by Wang Ziheng began to reconsider their participation. Their abilities were comparable to those of the defeated opponents, and their primary objective for entering was to ascend to the inner sect. Naturally, if they could also acquire 10 medium-grade spirit stones from Wang Ziheng, they would be inclined to participate. However, the reality was that Wang Ziheng had only spoken of a waste with a mixed spiritual root at the 7th level of chi condensation, who suddenly revealed formidable strength, prompting everyone to re-evaluate the cost-effectiveness of this endeavor. If they were to be eliminated by Zhang Feng due to the lure of those 10 medium-grade spirit stones, losing their chance for promotion would be a grave miscalculation. Nonetheless, some believed that Zhang Feng's victories were mere flukes, and that his actual strength was negligible. Convincing themselves they could easily best him, those who held such beliefs ultimately stepped onto the platform, only to find themselves soundly defeated by Zhang Feng's overwhelming prowess, leaving them battered and bruised. Without at least half a year of recovery, full healing would be a formidable challenge. Thus, Zhang Feng triumphed over 10 adversaries in succession. And Inspector Miao, with great reluctance, announced Zhang Feng's advancement. Zhang Feng cast a fierce glare at him before descending the stage with an impassive expression. You little brat. Just wait, he thought. Even if you become an inner disciple, I possess myriad ways to eliminate you. The expression of Inspector Miao darkened, if given the chance. He would have relished the opportunity to take Zhang Feng's life immediately. As Zhang Feng stepped down from the arena, Zhao Ruyu swiftly approached him. So, you are this formidable? All this time, you kept it hidden from me. You are quite the scoundrel. Zhao Ruyu pouted. Oh, it's nothing much, merely third in the village. Zhang Feng casually remarked. The third? Then where are the first and second? Are they also within our Xuanwu sect? Zhao Ruyu's eyes widened as she earnestly inquired. If the third is already so formidable, then surely the second and first must be even more extraordinary? Without the first and second, it merely implies a rather ordinary comparison. Zhang Feng suddenly realized that this was not the Earth of the 20th century, and his words would be difficult for others to comprehend. He walked alongside Zhao Ruyu, gradually distancing themselves from the arena of competition, where the sounds of combat had become faint echoes. They settled down on a slab of bluestone. Junior brother Zhang, could you share with me the reason behind your arrival at the Xuanwu sect? Zhao Ruyu unexpectedly inquired. Initially, it was to seek a cure for my ailments. Zhang Feng candidly replied, treating an illness? What ailment? Is it better now? Zhao Ruyu inquired with deep concern, her eyes filled with worry. Zhang Feng observed this with warmth in his heart. In this foreign land, where he felt utterly alone, at least Sister Yu treated him with genuine kindness. Previously, His life in Panjiayuan had been filled with deceit and trickery, where everyone was driven solely by self-interest, and he had never experienced sincere affection from anyone. Sister, may I share my story with you? Would you like to hear it? Zhang Feng gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him and remarked, I wish to listen. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ruyu responded, I hail from another realm, one vastly different from the Xuanwu Continent. It possesses its own unique civilization and countless wonders absent in this world, with technology that has reached remarkable heights. Zhang Feng spoke eloquently. Are you referring to the celestial realm? Zhao Ruyu struggled to comprehend Zhang Feng's description of another dimension, yet her thoughts immediately turned to the celestial realm. No, it is not the celestial realm. The inhabitants there do not cultivate immortality. It is a realm governed solely by science. Zhang Feng elucidated. Science? What constitutes science? Zhao Ruyu had never encountered such terminology before. Never mind, senior sister, these details are inconsequential. In any case, it is a breathtaking locale, adorned with airplanes and automobiles. A plethora of exquisite culinary delights and fine wines, towering skyscrapers, and bustling markets. Zhang Feng spoke of the wonders of Earth in the 21st century, captivating Zhao Ruyu to the point of enchantment, despite her total unfamiliarity with such inventions as planes and automobiles. I am an antique dealer. One fateful night, 2 thieves broke into my home and took my life. Upon awakening, I found myself in the Xuanwu Continent, transformed into a beggar. Yet my body was nearly overwhelmed by an abundance of spiritual energy. Arriving at Xuanwu sect, I sought the aid of the immortals, hoping their celestial arts would save me. Zhang Feng recounted his experiences, yet he deliberately omitted the matter of the incense burner, for it constituted his greatest secret, not to be revealed lightly. This was not due to a lack of trust in Zhao Ruyu. Rather, it was a reflection of Zhang Feng's cautious and meticulous nature. In this world, it is not the improbable that we fear, but the possibility of the unforeseen. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's tale, Zhao Ruyu gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. She had not anticipated that Zhang Feng's background was so tragic. First, he was slain by another, then his soul traversed to the divine martial continent, ultimately inhabiting the body of a beggar. And what came next? Zhao Ruyu inquired. You should have heard of the subsequent events. Master Xuanwu, moved by my plight, took me under her wing to preserve my life, ensuring I would not perish in a catastrophic explosion of my own being. Zhang Feng remarked. The matter of Xuanwu and accepting disciples is well known to most. Naturally, Zhao Ruyu is no exception. And what comes next? What are your intentions moving forward? Zhao Ruyu inquired once more. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall not do so in vain. I am determined to become a formidable force step by step, to uncover the identity of those who have wronged me, and to exact my revenge. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth. Consumed by a deep hatred for the 2 who had wronged him, he vowed that if the day ever came when his skills were sufficient, he would ensure that their blood debts were repaid in kind. Chapter 34. The Promise of Companionship Indeed, Junior Brother Zhang. There will come a day when you transform into a formidable force. However, I urge you to set aside thoughts of vengeance for now. Dedicating yourself to your cultivation is of utmost importance, Zhao Ruyu reassured Zhang Feng. Thank you, senior sister Ruyu. Zhang Feng gazed at Zhao Ruyu with a smile and inquired. Sister Ruyu, could you share with me the story of your origins? Zhang Feng inquired. I am but a concubine's daughter from the Zhao clan, a family of cultivators. My father harbors disdain for my mother, and consequently, he shares his aversion towards me. Thus, I was sent to Xuanwu sect, so that he may not see me and be troubled by my existence. Zhao Ruyu replied nonchalantly. Yet, Zhang Feng discerned the sorrow she could not conceal within her gaze. Zhao Ruyu, typically carefree and seemingly devoid of concerns, harbored all her sadness and grief deep within her soul. A young girl, rejected by her father from the moment of her birth, bore an immense shadow upon her tender heart. Initially, she believed her father's anger stemmed from her disobedience, prompting her to tread carefully and mature beyond her years, striving for perfection in all her endeavors, yearning for her father's approval. As she matured, she came to realize that no matter how hard she tried, her father's disdain would not diminish in the slightest. The years spent at Xuanwu sect have been the happiest of her life. Sister Ruyu, let us not dwell on the past. From this moment forth, I shall accompany you on the path ahead, if it pleases you. As Zhang Feng listened to Zhao Ruyu's words, a pang of emotion surged within him, prompting an involuntary response. Zhao Ruyu was taken aback by Zhang Feng's unexpected declaration. She had not anticipated such a statement from him. Are you serious? She inquired. Her cheeks flushed. Indeed, senior sister, let the heavens bear witness. Zhang Feng declared resolutely without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Zhao Ruyu replied, her gaze lowered, uttering only this single word. For a fleeting moment, both found themselves at a loss for words, enveloped in a somewhat awkward silence. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind arose, causing a stray strand of Zhao Ruyu's hair to brush against Zhang Feng's face, bringing with it a delicate fragrance. By the way, senior sister, I have 2 bottles of elixirs that enhance cultivation. Please take them. Zhang Feng inquired. What kind of elixir is it? Zhao Ruyu smiled as she gently accepted it with both hands and asked, Is it the Ascension Elixir and the 4 Symbols pill? Zhang Feng replied. What? Is it truly the Spirit Ascension pill? Zhao Ruyu exclaimed, her breath quickening, causing her proud bosom to rise and fall dramatically. It was not surprising that she reacted so strongly. The reputation of the Spirit Ascension pill was indeed formidable. This remarkable elixir is effective even for those at the foundation establishment stage and is exceedingly rare in the market. She never imagined she would have the fortune to consume such a precious pill. Yet, Zhang Feng presented her with an entire bottle. How could she not be astonished? As for the Four Symbols pill, having never heard of it due to its ancient origins, she could only surmise that its extraordinary qualities were on par with the Spirit Ascension pill, especially since Zhang Feng brought them forth together. The value of this pill must be exceedingly high. How did her junior acquire it? After a moment, Zhao Ruyu managed to compose herself, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Zhang Feng as she inquired, "If I were to say that I concocted this myself, would you believe me, senior sister?" Zhang Feng replied with a hint of playful sarcasm, "Believe? Of course, I believe. The prowess displayed by junior brother Zhang today is indeed remarkable and well concealed. I will believe whatever you say." Zhao Ruyu responded earnestly, "Very well, senior sister. It is getting late. Let us converse another day." Zhang Feng suddenly made such a remark. All right. Zhao Ruyu intended to converse further with Zhang Feng, but upon hearing his words, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Although her junior brother Zhang possessed many commendable qualities, he often lacked the sensitivity to comprehend the subtleties of a girl's emotions, frequently leading to a cessation of engaging dialogue. Upon receiving his identity badge as an inner sect disciple, Zhang Feng declined the cultivation cave offered by the sect and chose instead to reside in a small courtyard on Zixiao Peak. The entire Zixiao Peak was inhabited solely by him and the water Qinyu fairy, who spent most of her time in seclusion and seldom attended to him. Zhang Feng relished this carefree existence. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it was essential for him to acquire the appropriate cultivation techniques. Zhang Feng perused the artifacts left behind by the heavenly desire devil technique and once again encountered the celestial demon scripture. He placed the jade slip containing the heart method of the celestial demon scripture against his forehead and began to study it earnestly. After a considerable period, Zhang Feng opened his eyes. No wonder the heavenly desire devil lord advanced in his cultivation at an astonishing pace. It was all due to the efficacy of the celestial demon scripture. During his study of the celestial demon technique, Zhang Feng discovered that this particular method of cultivation, once mastered, could surpass the speed of other techniques of the same rank by several folds, even dozens of times, and its power was astonishing beyond belief. Furthermore, the 12 flying swords he acquired could only unleash their maximum potential when activated by the celestial demon technique. This technique is indeed the legendary method that is both formidable and relatively easy to cultivate, elucidating the reason behind the invincibility of the heavenly desire demon lord among peers. However, in the grand tapestry of existence, perfection is an elusive concept. The greatest flaw of the celestial demon technique lies in its tendency to gradually accumulate a murderous aura within the practitioner during the cultivation process. Over time, this aura can corrupt the practitioner's mind, rendering them devoid of rationality and transforming them into a bloodthirsty fiend, fixated solely on slaughter. This explains the insatiable bloodlust of the heavenly desire demon lord, who spares even the most ordinary of mortals. Zhang Feng greatly admires the advantages of the heavenly demon technique, yet he finds its flaws utterly unacceptable. What should he do? He wonders if the incense burner can possibly contain the murderous aura generated by the practice of the heavenly demon technique. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Zhang Feng, and he recalled the incense burner. He promptly summoned it forth and placed it before him, commencing his cultivation of the celestial demon technique. As time elapsed, Zhang Feng diligently practiced for several hours. If an onlooker were present, they would witness a faint, ethereal black mist enveloping his form, swirling incessantly around him. Moments later, a trace of sanguine energy emerged from within the black mist. Is this the essence of the killing intent? Zhang Feng contemplated silently. He summoned all his spiritual energy, attempting to envelop that strand of blood aura, yet the aura was exceedingly potent, instantly dispersing the spiritual energy that encased it. Zhang Feng attempted several times. Yet regardless of how he intensified his spiritual energy, he could not achieve success. Meanwhile, that wisp of blood energy gradually approached his forehead, seeking to penetrate within. Zhang Feng, overwhelmed with anxiety, found himself drenched in perspiration, at a loss as to how to quell this surge of sanguine energy. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a crimson light emanated from the incense burner, enveloping the blood energy within its glow. Moments later, it was released once more. However, Zhang Feng distinctly sensed a transformation within the blood energy. It no longer writhed with the same restlessness as before, and he felt an uncanny ability to harness it. With a mere thought, the blood energy coiled around his finger, manifesting as a faint scarlet trace, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. With another mental command, the trace morphed back into blood energy, soaring from his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, a flash of red light swept through the courtyard, reducing a massive stone to mere dust. The potency of this blood energy was astonishing. No wonder even the formidable Tianyuan Jun had succumbed to its control. This would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon in my future endeavors. Zhang Feng was exceedingly pleased with the efficacy of his blood chi attack, nodding in approval. After several more hours had passed, he concluded his practice of the heavenly demon technique. The advancement in his cultivation was indeed remarkable. In terms of the enhancement of his magical power, it felt as though he had cultivated for several months in just a brief period. Zhang Feng silently praised the swift cultivation of the heavenly demon technique. Chapter 35, Discovery of the Superior Spirit Stone Vein during the trials in the Forbidden Zone. Xuanwu sect overwhelmed Tianjin Valley and Huayun Gate with absolute superiority, thereby securing the majority of the mining rights to the spirit stone veins. Xuanwu sect did not hold the other two factions accountable for their encirclement in the Forbidden Zone. Aware of their own shortcomings, the two factions ceased their disputes regarding the proportions of spirit stone extraction. Subsequently, the three sects commenced the mining of spirit stones within their allocated territories. Given the cooperative nature of the endeavor, minor frictions were inevitable, though they remained inconsequential. One day, while extracting spirit stones, Xuanwu sect seemingly discovered a vein of superior spirit stones. Upon reporting this news to the sect, it drew the utmost attention of the three esteemed elders, who ordered a thorough examination of the samples. Ultimately, it was confirmed that they indeed had unearthed superior spirit stones, which sent the higher-ups of Xuanwu sect into a frenzy of excitement. The value of superior spirit stones is unparalleled, as their purity of spiritual energy far surpasses that of medium-grade spirit stones, and many large-scale formations require them for activation. Their preciousness is self-evident. This discovery pertained to a small vein, yet even a modest vein represented an immense fortune. The leaders of Xuanwu sect strictly instructed their disciples to maintain secrecy. But as the saying goes, no wall is impenetrable. Upon learning of Xuanwu sect's find, Tianjin Valley and Huayun Gate became envious and began to dig fervently within their own extraction zones, hoping to uncover superior spirit stones as well. After some time, Tianjin Valley also discovered a vein of superior spirit stones, comparable in size to that of Xuanwu sect. Shortly thereafter, Huayun Gate made a similar discovery. This prompted the senior leaders of the three sects to reassess the value of the spirit stone veins. Initially, they believed it to be merely a medium-grade spirit stone mine, which had already led to fierce contention. The revelation of superior spirit stones changed everything. While medium-grade spirit stones are indeed valuable, their worth pales in comparison to that of superior spirit stones. Those formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage are renowned across the land. Yet even they possess only a handful of superior spirit stones, typically acquired through fortunate circumstances. How could the three major sects of Chu not become frenzied upon discovering a vein of superior spirit stones? The factions began to bolster their manpower and expedite the mining process. The strength of the three major sects of Chu is typically regarded as inferior within the Xuanwu Continent, primarily due to the limited resources of Chu, which larger sects often overlook, allowing their status to remain unshaken. However, the discovery of a superior spirit stone vein ignited ambitions among more powerful sections. Elder Wu, one of the 12 elders of Xuanwu sect, was stationed at the site of the newly discovered superior spirit stone mine. During an inspection, he noticed a disciple behaving suspiciously, looking around furtively. "What is your name?" Elder Wu inquired. Disciple Qian Feilong. The disciple initially appeared startled but quickly regained his composure. "Ah, I remember now. You are the disciple of Shui Qian, the fairy of Zixia Peak, correct?" Elder Wu said, stroking his long beard with a smile. "Yes, Elder, my master is indeed the fairy of Shui Qian." Qian Feilong felt relieved and naturally followed Elder Wu's lead in conversation. "Is that so?" Elder Wu suddenly asked. A chill ran down Qian Feilong's spine. Before he could react, Elder Wu's large hands were upon him. With his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, Qian Feilong was no match for Elder Wu, who was at the core formation stage. Elder Wu swiftly subdued him, rendering him immobile. "Elder, why is this happening?" Qian Feilong asked innocently from the ground. "Young man, the fairy of Zixia Peak only has one disciple named Zhang Feng, a disciple with mixed spiritual roots. I merely mentioned it to test you. Now, tell me, which sect do you belong to?" Elder Wu laughed heartily. "Since you've seen through my guise, I shan't pretend any longer. Have you heard of the Soul Sect?" Qian Feilong confessed, revealing his true identity. Upon hearing the name Soul Sect, Elder Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly took Qian Feilong and headed toward Xuanwu sect, instructing the disciples not to allow any strangers into the mine after his departure. In the main hall of Xuanwu sect, Chang Qingzi and the 12 elders wore grave expressions. "What should we do about this matter?" Chang Qingzi, seated in the Master S throne, furrowed his brow. "It appears that the news of the superior spirit stone vein has leaked, attracting the attention of the Soul Sect." Elder Wu stated. "You are correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a spy to investigate." Chang Qingzi nodded in agreement. According to Qian Feilong, he had already relayed the situation of the spirit stone mine to the Soul Sect. Before long, they would likely dispatch their elite to seize it. Elder Wu expressed his concerns. "Master Chang, this is a grave matter that concerns not only Xuanwu sect but also the three major sects of Chu. I find it hard to believe that the Soul Sect aims solely to rob us. Given their strength, annihilating our three sects would be a trivial endeavor. Therefore, this matter must be reported to the three esteemed elders for further deliberation." Elder Zhao interjected. "Indeed, Elder Zhao makes a valid point. I suspect that Tianjin Valley and Huayun Gate also have spies from the Soul Sect, though they are yet to realize it. They cannot remain aloof from this issue." Chang Qingzi added. "What shall we do with Qian Feilong? If we kill him, it may provide the soul sect with justification to attack us. If we spare him, it may appear as if we are timid and cowardly. How should we proceed, Master? Elder Wu inquired regarding Qian Feilong's fate. Let us first confine him. Chang Qingzi decided. The soul sect is a powerful faction located not far from Chu. It boasts no less than 10 cultivators at the transformation stage. The members of the soul sect excel in a technique that allows them to refine the souls of their enemies into their artifacts. In combat, they can unleash souls to harm foes. It is said that some formidable disciples of the soul sect can unleash millions of souls in a single attack, wielding a power that others at the same stage cannot hope to match. Given the strength of the three major sects of Chu, they are utterly incapable of contending with the soul sect. The reason the soul sect has not set its sights on Chu in recent years is due to Chu's extreme poverty. In contrast, the forests and marshes where the soul sect resides are rich in various cultivation resources, rendering Chu's meager offerings unworthy of their attention. However, this time is different. Chu has discovered a vein of superior spirit stones. No cultivator can resist the allure of a superior spirit stone mine. This is not merely a few pieces of superior spirit stones but several veins. Who could remain indifferent in the face of such vast resources? It is often said that those who cultivate immortality should be free from desires and demands. In truth, the greed of cultivators is not fundamentally different from that of ordinary mortals. The distinction lies solely in the objects of their desire. In this regard, the soul sect is certainly no exception. Chapter 36. A storm approaches. The Heavenly Sword Valley stands as the most formidable of the three major sects in the state of Chu, boasting a greater number of nascent soul cultivators than both the Fire Cloud sect and the Water Moon sect combined. In the realm of cultivation, nascent soul practitioners are regarded as dominant forces. The quantity of these practitioners significantly influences the strength of a sect, provided there are no cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Above the nascent soul stage lies the God transformation stage. It is said that once a cultivator reaches this tier, they may ascend to the celestial realm and attain immortality. The prowess of a God transformation cultivator is immensely formidable, far beyond the capabilities of their nascent soul counterparts. In recent years, the Heavenly Sword Valley has maintained its position as the preeminent sect in Chu, largely due to the presence of Su Zhang, a master of God transformation. Over a millennium ago, Su Zhang entered the God transformation stage, and it was only after suffering severe injuries at his hands that the demon lord Tianyu was forced to retreat into the purple initial forbidden land, where he languished for a millennium before ultimately being vanquished by Zhang Feng. At this moment, within the heavily guarded Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the apparent highest leaders of the three major sects of Chu convened once more. The Valley Master, Taoist Yimei, sat at the center, flanked by Zhang Yifan, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect, and Chang Qingzi, the master of the Water Moon sect. Brother Cha Qing speaks wisely, Taoist Yimei remarked. Recently, we at the Heavenly Sword Valley have also detected the presence of suspected spies, though we have yet to unveil them. His countenance was benevolent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if discussing a matter entirely unconnected to himself. While our Fire Cloud sect has yet to uncover the issues you both have mentioned, we do not dismiss the possibility. Zhang Yifan furrowed his brow and spoke. Both the Xuanwu sect and the Tianjin Valley have uncovered lurking spies. It is utterly implausible to believe that there are none within the Huiyun sect. The intentions of the Soul sect are unmistakably clear. They seek to ascertain the veracity of the high-grade spirit stone mines. How could they possibly overlook the Huiyun sect? This only underscores the laxity and mismanagement under my jurisdiction, which has allowed such spies to go undetected. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of shame appeared in Zhang Yifan's eyes. However, this momentary embarrassment was swiftly replaced by the inscrutable wisdom characteristic of an ancient fox. The Soul sect possesses strength that vastly surpasses our three sections. Even if we were to unite our forces, it would likely amount to striking a stone with an egg. After Long Qingzi spoke, he let out a deep sigh. What strategy do you propose, Brother Cha Qing? Inquired the Yimei Taoist, sweeping his dust whisk towards Long Qingzi. What the Soul sect covets is merely the high-grade spirit stone mines. If we were to offer up these mines, the siege by the Soul sect would surely be lifted. Long Qingzi declared. I wholeheartedly concur with Brother Cha Qing's assessment. Upon hearing Chang Qingzi's words, Zhang Yifan immediately concurred. Do the two of you truly wish to relinquish the precious high-grade spirit stone mine you have in hand? A rare seriousness appeared on the otherwise unchanging face of the one-browed Taoist. Naturally, we would be averse to such a notion, yet circumstances are stronger than personal desires. What can one do if unwilling? If exchanging a spirit stone mine can secure the survival of the entire Huiyun sect, then there is little to lament. While high-grade spirit stone mines are exceedingly valuable, what use is wealth if one is unable to enjoy it? In the end, it amounts to naught. Zhang Yifan articulated his reasons, to which Chang Qingzi could not help but nod in agreement. Have you had any dealings with the Soul sect? Asked the one-browed Taoist, glancing between Zhang Yifan and Chang Qingzi with a knowing expression. Our Fire Cloud Gate has never had any interactions with the Soul sect. Zhang Yifan spoke with unwavering certainty, declaring. My Xuanwu sect has never had any entanglements with the Soul sect. Chang Qingzi, without a moment's hesitation, added. The practitioners of the Soul sect wield the malevolent arts of soul capture and spirit snatching, each one more brutal than the last. Do you truly believe that offering a high-grade spirit stone mine will ensure your safety? The one-browed Taoist, a worthy leader of the Heavenly Sword Valley, displayed insight that far surpassed both Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi. Wherever the soul sect treads, it leaves devastation in its wake, sparing neither life nor blade of grass. They're a horde of bloodthirsty fiends, and now that they have set their sights on our state of Chu, they will not relent easily. The one-browed Taoist continued. Is it possible that the soul sect possesses no sense of reason? Changqingzi, taken aback by the Taoist words, gasped in disbelief. The practitioners of dark arts have long since become demons. There is no reason to be had. With that, the one-browed Taoist let out a deep sigh. What do you propose we do, esteemed Taoist? After listening to the one-browed Taoist's discourse, Zhang Yifan's previous agreement with Changqingzi crumbled, and he eagerly sought guidance from the Taoist. For the time being, we must prepare for a desperate battle. The long-browed Taoist spoke with a commanding presence, his robes billowing without wind. Is there truly no other way? Changqingzi inquired. Before we resort to desperate measures, each of our three sects could send forth a messenger to communicate our intent to surrender the Spirit Stone Mine in exchange for our sect's safety. If there is even a 1% chance, we must not abandon hope. The one-browed Taoist shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, a resounding chorus of laughter erupted from outside the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The laughter was so potent that it cleared the air, dispelling any gloom. It started faintly in the distance but grew closer until it resonated as if right beside them. The three were captivated by the laughter, momentarily lost in thought. When they regained their senses, they realized that another figure had appeared within the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. This individual was clad in garments as white as snow, with dark hair at the temples, sharp brows, and starry eyes, looking to be around 30 years of age. Disciples greet Master Su. The one-browed Taoist immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing him. Rise, no need for such formality. The man in white responded with a smile, his warmth akin to the sun melting away the chill of winter. At this moment, Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi, even in their naivety, recognized the identity of this illustrious figure, the soul transformation realm cultivator in the entire state of Chu, the enduring shield of the Heavenly Sword Valley. The legendary Su Zhong who had gravely wounded the Heavenly Desire Demon Lord a millennium ago. Zhang Yifan of the Fire Cloud sect pays respects to Elder Su. Changqingzi of the Xuanwu sect pays respects to Elder Su. Upon encountering the legendary figure, Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi were profoundly shaken, promptly performing a gesture of reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise, Su Zhong said with a gentle demeanor. Return and inform the Grand Elders of Huayun sect and Xuanwu sect that Su Zhong of Tianjin Valley intends to form a tri-sect alliance to prepare for battle. Should the Soul Sect dare to invade, the alliance will respond with full force. Su Zhong declared decisively. Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi, who had previously been somewhat hesitant, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing the foremost figure of the Chu Kingdom express such resolve. If we must engage in battle as the leader of my sect, how can I shrink from the fight? After bidding farewell to Su Zhong, Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi soared into the sky. Master, when facing the Soul Sect, what are the odds of success with the combined strength of our three factions? Asked the one-browed Taoist as he observed Zhang Yifan and Changqingzi departing. Su Zhong did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he gazed towards the direction of their departure and uttered a cryptic remark. Those who cultivate the Tao should merely do good deeds and not inquire about the future. From that moment on, the one-browed Taoist forbade all disciples from going out and activated the Heavenly Sword Extermination Formation. Chapter 37, Inspection Team, Water Moon Sect Great Hall. Zhang Feng and dozens of Foundation building disciples were urgently summoned to this location. Have you heard? Our sect's protective array has been activated. We are left wondering what has transpired. Indeed, such a protective formation is rarely initiated unless in dire circumstances. It seems to be connected to the Soul Sect. What? Are you referring to the sect known for their sinister practice of soul extraction and refinement? Precisely, those twisted individuals. It is said that the disciples of the Soul Sect are bloodthirsty and ruthless, each possessing formidable skills that make them exceedingly difficult to confront. The disciples below exchanged hushed whispers, their anxiety palpable. The activation of the Xuanwu sect's protective array had already unsettled them, and this sudden summons to the Grand Hall only amplified their unease. Silence, everyone. The activation of our sect's array is due to the recent emergence of malevolent cultivators in our Chu Kingdom, who specifically target low-tier practitioners. Rest assured, you are entirely safe within the confines of our sect, Changqingzi declared, addressing the murmurs below and fabricating this explanation. He continued, I have called you all here to announce an important matter. Recently, a few wicked cultivators have set their sights on our newly discovered high-grade Spirit Stone Mine. After discussions with the Tianjin Valley and Huayun Gate, our three sects have decided to form a patrol team comprising 50 disciples from each sect to ensure the safety of the Spirit Stone Mine. Changqingzi elaborated, emphasizing that the three sects had reached a consensus on the necessity of safeguarding the Spirit Stone Mine. You are all distinguished disciples of the Xuanwu sect, and it is imperative that you fulfill your responsibilities diligently. He added. Zhang Feng was described as exceptional for the first time by others. It is quite ironic that he, deemed a useless cultivator with a mixed spiritual root by many, could be considered outstanding. This expedition is led by Elder Wu, and it is imperative that everyone adheres to his arrangements. If there are no objections, please return to pack your belongings. We shall depart in 2 hours. Changqingzi urged everyone, hastening their preparations for the journey ahead. There is little for Zhang Feng to tidy up. He carries all that is useful with him. However, he believes that this journey may take longer than expected, and thus feels it necessary to bid farewell to the water loot fairy in Zhaoryu. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng summoned a flying sword and swiftly headed towards the falling sunset peak. Disciple Zhang Feng seeks an audience with the master. He called out loudly outside the purple cloud cave. "Come in," replied the water loot fairy, her voice emanating from within the cave. Though soft, it was clear and distinct. "What brings you here?" Upon Zhang Feng's entrance into the purple cloud cave, the water loot fairy inquired. "The sect has assigned me to join the patrol team to guard the spirit stone mine, and I fear I shall be away for an extended period. I have come to bid farewell to my esteemed master." Zhang Feng spoke earnestly. "Go, do not force anything. Preserving your own life is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Shui Qinxian furrowed her brows and replied, "Disciple shall dutifully obey the master's command." Zhang Feng cupped his hands in salute, preparing to take his leave. Just a few steps away, he was called back by the water loot fairy. "I possess a talisman that can withstand the full force of a core formation cultivator's strike. Take it and keep it close. It may save your life in a critical moment." Upon finishing her words, the water loot fairy tossed a resplendent talisman, shimmering with vibrant hues, into Zhang Feng's hands. Disciple expresses gratitude to the esteemed master. Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. To possess an object capable of withstanding the full force of a core formation cultivator's strike was nothing short of an invaluable treasure. How could he not be elated? His esteemed master, the water loot master, had always shown him great affection. First, she accepted him as her disciple. Then, during their previous expedition to the Forbidden Land, she cautioned him against consuming the blood-burning pill and gifted him a concealment talisman. Now, she had bestowed upon him this priceless talisman. Should he achieve success in his cultivation in the future, he vowed to repay her kindness generously. In his letter, Zhang Feng expressed to himself that after bidding farewell to the water loot fairy, he sought out Zhao Ruyu. "Junior brother Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhao Ruyu exclaimed with immense joy upon Zhang Feng's unexpected arrival. "The sect has assigned me to inspect the spirit stone mine. My absence may be prolonged, so I came to bid farewell to my elder sister." Zhang Feng remarked, "I see." The brilliance in Zhao Ruyu's eyes dimmed instantly. However, she understood that the sect's mission must be fulfilled. It was an obligation that every disciple had to adhere to, with no exceptions. "Please exercise utmost caution, and seek me out as soon as you return," Zhao Ruyu advised. Despite Zhang Feng's formidable strength, a tinge of concern lingered within her. "Understood, senior sister Ruyu. Time is of the essence. I must depart immediately." Having spoken, Zhang Feng took to the skies on his sword and vanished from sight. Zhao Ruyu gazed longingly in the direction of his departure, her heart awash with a myriad of emotions. By the time Zhang Feng arrived at the sect square, the majority had already gathered, with only a few yet to arrive. Suspended in the air above the square was the colossal vessel from the previous trial in the Forbidden Grounds. After approximately half an hour, everyone had assembled, and under the guidance of Elder Wu, the great ship swiftly set course for the Spirit Stone Mine. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached the designated location of the Spirit Stone Mine. One by one, the participants flew down to the ground on their flying devices. The Spirit Stone Mine, encompassing a radius of 500 miles, belonged solely to our Xuanwu sect. Although this expedition was ostensibly a joint patrol among 3 sects, each faction primarily monitored its own mines, merely signaling for assistance in the event of danger. After a brief respite, they were instructed to form teams of 3. Elder Wu's words prompted everyone to begin organizing their groups. At that moment, those with extensive social connections clearly held an advantage. Familiar faces quickly banded together to form teams. The understanding and trust among acquaintances were markedly greater than that among strangers. In Xuanwu sect, Zhang Feng had only Zhao Ruyu as a close companion. "How about we form a trio, junior sister?" he proposed. Zhang Feng stood in a daze for quite some time before a tall disciple of the Xuanwu sect approached him. Following closely behind was a shorter individual. "Excellent. This is precisely what I have been seeking," Zhang Feng said with a hint of delight. To be honest, seeing others forming teams while he stood alone was rather unseemly. Zhang Feng lamented inwardly about his poor social connections. "I am Hong Qingmu, and this is my cousin, Hong Qi Shui," announced the tall figure, gesturing towards the shorter man beside him as he addressed Zhang Feng. "I am Zhang Feng. Pleased to make the acquaintance of both Hong brothers." Zhang Feng spoke as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Hong Qingmu and Hong Qi Shui promptly returned the salutation. After forming their teams, each group selected a representative to approach Elder Wu to receive their respective patrol area maps and assign tasks. The patrol area assigned to Zhang Feng's group was rather remote. After a brief discussion among the 3, they resolved to set out immediately. Hong Qingmu brandished a long spear, while Hong Qi Shui summoned a flying shuttle. In an instant, the two darted through the air with remarkable speed, producing a series of piercing sounds as they cut through the atmosphere. Zhang Feng's most formidable treasure is not to be easily revealed. He merely summoned an ordinary flying sword. In terms of speed, it barely matched that of the brothers Hong Qingmu on the ground. Since Zhang Feng established his foundation, he had not undertaken any long-distance flights. This time, flying with his sword allowed him to master numerous flying techniques. After approximately a day of flight, he finally arrived at their inspection area. Chapter 38. Zombies. This region, characterized by dense forests and marshes, was enveloped in a thick layer of mist. Zhang Feng, wary of the potential toxicity of the mist, hastily consumed an antidote pill. His spiritual vision, refined through numerous body tempering sessions, possessed a far greater penetrating power than it did during his time at Ghost Mist Ridge. Therefore, the fog that obstructed the sight of others posed no hindrance to him. The three travelers, exhausted after days of relentless journeying, found a suitable spot to sit in meditation and recuperate. Zhang Feng pretended to meditate, yet at that moment, the incense burner remained still, for with his mixed spiritual roots, he could not absorb sufficient celestial energy. Although he could not restore his spiritual power through meditation, Zhang Feng possessed an abundance of spirit elevation pills and 4 essence pills. He discreetly retrieved a spirit elevation pill and consumed it, feeling a surge of potent energy coursing through his body, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Should anyone discover that Zhang Feng utilized a pill, treasured by others, merely to replenish his own spiritual energy, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury, condemning him for squandering such a precious resource. However, with the remarkable effects of the incense burner at his disposal, alchemy had become exceedingly simple for Zhang Feng. With an ample supply of elixirs, he indulged freely, embracing his lavishness. After approximately 2 hours, the trio concluded their meditation. Brother Zhang, let us split up and explore this area to gather information, but do not stray too far. Signal with a fireball if anything arises, suggested Hong Qingmu. Brother Hong speaks wisely. Let us proceed with our separate endeavors. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Feng and the 2 others began to soar in 3 distinct directions. The area under the jurisdiction of Zhang Feng and his companions is vast. Perhaps due to the presence of the Spirit Stone Mine, the spiritual energy here is abundant, making it an ideal place for cultivation. After several hours of flight, Zhang Feng came to a halt before a cavern. He sensed an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy in this place and was compelled to investigate the reason behind it. He ventured along the uneven path and entered the cave. The deeper he went, the more the spiritual energy flourished, becoming so dense that it seemed almost impenetrable. Even Zhang Feng's spiritual vision was rendered ineffective, obscured by the ethereal mist. His sight extended only a few meters ahead. At that moment, the incense burner within Zhang Feng began to rotate, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy that permeated the surroundings. Approximately half an hour later, the mist was entirely consumed and drawn into the incense burner, which subsequently returned to Zhang Feng's dantian, transforming into a small pool of water. Zhang Feng's cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment. Such a rapid advancement in his realm signifies the astonishing abundance of spiritual energy in this location. Zhang Feng remarked, as the ethereal mist was entirely absorbed. His vision suddenly broadened. He discovered a faint glimmer flickering upon the cave walls. Zhang Feng stepped forward and pried out a stone the size of a fist. Could it possibly be a high-grade spiritual stone? Zhang Feng was astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. Zhang Feng placed the stone in the palm of his hand and took a deep breath. Instantly, an immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the stone, flowing into Zhang Feng's dantian and ultimately converging in a small pool of water. It was truly a high-grade spiritual stone. Zhang Feng's breath quickened with excitement. Could it be that the high-grade spirit stones were obtained with such ease? He pondered whether there might be more high-grade spirit stones concealed within the cave walls. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng waved his hands vigorously, sending gusts of wind towards the cave walls. The force of his strikes was akin to that of a hammer. Instantly, clouds of dust erupted, enveloping the entire cavern in a haze. A luminous halo enveloped Zhang Feng, shielding him from all the encroaching dust. After the passage of half an hour, the dust dissipated. The cave walls radiated a spectrum of colors, dazzling to the point that one could scarcely keep their eyes open. Could it be that these are all exquisite spirit stones? Zhang Feng felt that this idea was somewhat insane. If all of it were premium spirit stones, he would truly have struck it rich. Zhang Feng, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, swiftly pried off a fragment for examination. In no time, he silently removed another piece, followed by the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, until he had extracted a total of 20. At this point, Zhang Feng could assert with complete certainty that this location was replete with premium spirit stones. This discovery sent him into a frenzy of elation, particularly given that he had been cultivating for less than a year. One could hardly blame him for his lack of composure. After all, this represented an immense fortune. Only those who have encountered such a windfall could truly comprehend the euphoric state Zhang Feng was experiencing. With a decisive command, 12 flying swords simultaneously darted towards the cavern wall. 2 hours later, all the spirit stones had been harvested, totaling an impressive 200. While others might struggle their entire lives to acquire even a single premium spirit stone, I have just obtained such a bountiful quantity. Coupled with what I received from the heavenly desired demon lord, it seems my fortune knows no bounds. Zhang Feng exclaimed, having expressed his lament. Zhang Feng was poised to exit the cave when suddenly, a series of cackling sounds erupted from behind him. He had no time to turn around. 12 flying swords were swiftly launched towards the source of the noise. A shadow, elusive as a specter, darted left and right, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the swords. The shadow moved with such remarkable speed that, Without Zhang Feng's keen spiritual vision, it would have been impossible to trace its movements. After deftly avoiding the flying swords, the shadow lunged towards Zhang Feng. At that moment, it was too late to redirect the flying swords. Zhang Feng executed the Lingyan step, vanishing from his original position as if in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself behind the shadow. The shadow, taken aback for a brief moment, quickly pivoted to face him. Zhang Feng yearned for this moment of turning. Two fiery talismans were hurled from his hands, instantly resulting in a violent explosion. Zhang Feng sprinted towards the cave entrance with utmost urgency, not daring to linger for even a moment. The formidable power of the fire talisman, once unleashed, would undoubtedly cause the cave to collapse. Just a heartbeat before the entrance succumbed to the inevitable collapse, Zhang Feng narrowly escaped, leaping out of the cave. What a close call. This fire talisman should never again be employed in such confined spaces, lest he be buried alive. Zhang Feng, still trembling with fear, silently reminded himself of the enigma that had just unfolded. What, indeed, was that shadowy figure? Zhang Feng recalled the shadow he had just encountered. The shadow possessed strength far superior to his own. Had it not been for his quick wits and decisive actions, he likely would not have escaped so easily. Just as Zhang Feng was preparing to depart, a tremendous force burst open the rocks that had collapsed at the cave's entrance. The shadow emerged amidst the flying debris, revealing itself to be a zombie. This zombie was clad in tattered Taoist robes, nearly disintegrating, and its body resembled that of a desiccated corpse. It was evident that this was the remains of a certain cultivator, whose body had gradually developed a semblance of consciousness through the infusion of spiritual energy after death, transforming into a zombie that continued its cultivation. Given the abundance of spiritual energy within the cave, it could proudly claim the second-best location, while other places would humbly settle for less. Thus, this zombie had chosen this cave, rich in high-grade spiritual stones, as its sanctuary for cultivation. However, the unfortunate circumstance was that Zhang Feng had obliterated its sanctum. Enraged, the zombie commenced its assault on Zhang Feng. Realizing this, Zhang Feng hesitated no longer and swiftly cast 3 fiery talismans. Following this, 12 flying swords surged forth in unison. The zombie, having previously experienced the potency of the fiery talismans, evaded them in the instant Zhang Feng unleashed them, leaving the talismans to strike nothing but air. Yet, the 12 flying swords, akin to relentless parasites, would pursue their target unerringly as long as Zhang Feng maintained his focus on them. After several rounds of confrontation, the 12 flying swords formed a tight encirclement, trapping the zombie in the center, poised to strike at Zhang Feng's command. This zombie's cultivation level was comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but its tough hide and rapid movements rendered ordinary magical artifacts ineffective against it. Consequently, typical mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators would find themselves at a disadvantage in combat against it. Zhang Feng wields 12 flying swords and, having cultivated the celestial demon technique, his strength cannot be merely assessed by his realm. Upon witnessing the zombie ensnared, Zhang Feng acted without the slightest hesitation, unleashing 12 flying swords that transformed into streaks of lightning, piercing toward the creature. This particular zombie, having attained a semblance of intelligence, was well aware of the necessity to seek advantage and evade danger. As the flying swords approached with ferocious intent, it swiftly raised its claws to deflect the onslaught. The swords clashed against the zombie's claws, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. However, upon closer inspection, the attack left only faint white marks on the zombie's claws, inflicting hardly any significant damage. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng intensified the frequency of his sword assaults. The 12 flying swords struck with an even swifter pace than before, their blows against the zombie producing an increasingly dense cacophony. Gradually, the marks left by the flying swords upon the zombie's body grew ever deeper. This relentless onslaught persisted for the duration of half an hour. Zhang Feng was searching for the zombie's vital point, for upon discovering it, he could deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the zombie awaited the depletion of Zhang Feng's magical energy. The zombie's reasoning was not without merit. In any contest of magical prowess, while technique is one aspect, the endurance of one's power holds greater significance. Among two adversaries of equal initial strength, who shall ultimately prevail? Certainly, it is the one endowed with profound and lasting magical energy. Some may resort to consuming elixirs to replenish their spiritual power when nearing exhaustion. However, such potions are often exorbitantly priced, beyond the means of an ordinary practitioner. Yet, Zhang Feng belonged to the rare breed of cultivators who possessed an abundance of elixirs. Time and again, when his magical energy waned, he would produce a spirit-enhancing pill and consume it, instantly revitalizing himself. This scenario unfolded repeatedly. Each time the zombie sensed Zhang Feng's impending collapse, Zhang Feng would invariably produce another elixir to rejuvenate himself. How could this individual possess such a plethora of elixirs? The zombie, vexed and gritting its teeth, could not help but ponder this question. As time passed, the wounds on the zombie deepened. Although Zhang Feng had yet to locate its vital point, if this continued, it was inevitable that Zhang Feng would not be the one to fall. Suddenly, a flying sword struck from behind, piercing the zombie's third vertebra. The zombie let out a piercing howl, a sound reminiscent of a wailing ghost, sending chills down the spine of all who heard it. Could this be the zombie's vital point? Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he pondered the question. Subsequently, 12 flying swords swiftly altered their trajectories, aiming for the third segment of the zombie's spine. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing sounds intermingled with the anguished cries of the zombie, creating a haunting symphony. In a short span of time, the zombie began to falter under the relentless assault. Zhang Feng once again retrieved a spirit elevation pill and swallowed it. The flying swords descended like a torrential downpour. The zombie could finally withstand no more, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up clouds of dust. Were it not for the formidable power of the flying swords, which prevented the zombie from closing in to launch an attack, he might have gained little advantage today. Zhang Feng contemplated approaching to ascertain whether the zombie was truly lifeless. To his astonishment, as he drew near, an unforeseen calamity struck. The seemingly motionless corpse abruptly sprang to life, its dark, menacing claws lunging directly at Zhang Feng's face. Given the formidable sharpness of those claws, should they make contact, the outcome would undoubtedly be a gruesome explosion of brain matter. In that moment, the proximity rendered any other means of defense utterly futile. Zhang Feng reacted swiftly, thrusting his palms forward to meet the claws of the zombie. Bang! Zhang Feng and the zombie retreated several paces. The zombie was astonished, pondering how this human cultivator possessed such formidable palm strength. Zhang Feng was utterly astonished. Despite the fact that the zombie had initially been injured by the fiery talisman and subsequently besieged by flying swords for an extended period, it still possessed such formidable combat prowess. The recent confrontation with the zombie had caused his blood to surge violently within him, nearly prompting him to vomit blood. However, he understood that the zombie had a bloodthirsty nature, should he indeed spew blood at this moment. It would not only incite the creature's ferocity but also reveal his own vulnerabilities. Zhang Feng forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood, his hands clasped behind his back, each gripping 3 fiery talismans. The zombie, uncertain of Zhang Feng's current condition, dared not make a rash move. At this moment, it became evident to him that the young man before him was not to be trifled with. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the man and the corpse. Zhang Feng, now injured, can no longer wield his flying sword to strike at his foes. The zombie has been deliberating on Zhang Feng's vulnerabilities. Several times, it contemplated rushing forward. Yet at the last moment, it refrained. Perhaps if it held on a little longer, this human cultivator would succumb on his own. After all, the poison from its claws could claim a life with but a mere touch. Just a little longer, the zombie mused. Zhang Feng finds himself in a dire predicament. A mass of dark energy manifests in the palm of his hand, gradually spreading and creeping along his arms. His consciousness begins to wane, becoming increasingly hazy. Zhang Feng beheld the memories of his childhood spent in the orphanage, witnessing the torment inflicted upon him by older children, and recalling the nights filled with fear that rendered him unable to sleep, curled up in his bed. He also revisited the moments of deception and trickery in Panjiayuan, culminating in a scene where a guest brandished an incense burner, only to meet his demise at the hands of another, leading to his rebirth in the Xuanwu Continent. He envisioned his beggar's visage, the arduous journey across mountains to reach Shui West sect, and ultimately being taken under the wing of the enchanting Shui Qinxian, alongside his beloved senior sister Ryu. The venom had already surged from his arm to his shoulder, and Zhang Feng's consciousness was nearing dissolution. Seizing the opportunity, a zombie lunged towards Zhang Feng with alarming speed. It unfurled its dark claws, poised to eviscerate him and savor the ensuing feast. Zhang Feng's pupils detected the movement of the zombie, and as he bit his tongue, his gaze instantly sharpened. With a swift motion, he brandished both hands, sending 6 fiery talismans soaring towards the zombie like 6 shooting stars. The undead creature had not anticipated that this human cultivator possessed such a skill. However, it was now too late to evade the attack. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and when the dust settled, the zombie lay charred and motionless on the ground. Just as Zhang Feng prepared to launch another fiery talisman, the zombie spoke. "Please, do not kill me. I shall recognize you as my master." The creature's voice was exceedingly rough, yet Zhang Feng could barely grasp the essence of its words. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt utterly disoriented, unable to concentrate on anything. He divided a fragment of his consciousness and ventured into the zombie's spiritual sea. The zombie was remarkably compliant, offering no resistance whatsoever. Should there be any defiance, this fragment of consciousness would be devoured by the zombie's spiritual essence. Thus, a master-servant contract was forged. With a mere thought, Zhang Feng could cause the zombie's spiritual sea to shatter. Conversely, if Zhang Feng were to perish, the zombie would undoubtedly meet its demise as well. However, if the zombie were to fall, it would impose no detriment upon Zhang Feng. After completing this process, Zhang Feng could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 40. The zombie administers medicine. Zhang Feng experienced a dream in which he was incessantly consuming elixirs. The potency of the elixirs was overwhelming, leaving him with the sensation that his body was on the verge of bursting. This feeling of impending explosion caused him to awaken in discomfort. Zhang Feng opened his eyes, and the scene before him rendered him utterly astonished. He beheld a zombie, inexplicably having managed to open his storage bag. now holding a vial and feeding itself medicinal pills one by one. Scattered nearby were several empty vials, clearly indicating that all the elixirs had been consumed. You foolish creature. What on earth are you doing? Can one indiscriminately consume medicinal pills? Zhang Feng leapt to his feet in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently. However, he simultaneously realized that the dark energy enveloping his arm had dissipated. It was likely due to the elixir the zombie had inadvertently administered to him, which had serendipitously neutralized the corpse poison within him. It turned out that upon witnessing Zhang Feng's collapse, the zombie had panicked, bound by their master-servant agreement. The zombie understood that if Zhang Feng perished, it too would meet its demise. Thus, it resorted to desperate measures, rummaging through the elixirs Zhang Feng carried, in search of one that could counteract the poison. The zombie, uncertain of which elixir possessed the antidote, proceeded to haphazardly administer various potions to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's storage bag contained a plethora of elixirs, some of which he had personally concocted, while others were acquired from the demon lord of heavenly desire. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, he was afflicted by a zombie toxin and was uncertain about the appropriate antidote. By a twist of fate, the zombie inadvertently assisted Zhang Feng in alleviating the poison. At that moment, when Zhang Feng scolded it, the creature, perplexed, scratched its head with its ebony claws, unable to comprehend the source of Zhang Feng's ire. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming accumulation of energy within him, causing immense discomfort. He hurriedly employed his mental techniques to channel the spiritual power into his dantian. Suddenly, the incense burner began to rotate, swiftly absorbing all the spiritual energy. This encounter had been perilously close, nearly costing him his life at the hands of a zombie. Zhang Feng cast a disdainful glance at the zombie and remarked with irritation, "I can't possibly allow a zombie to follow me around. It's simply too conspicuous." With this thought in mind, he opened his storage bag, gesturing for the zombie to enter. Initially reluctant, the zombie complied promptly upon noticing the sharpness in Zhang Feng's gaze. With the addition of this mid-foundation zombie, his strength had at least doubled. After securing the zombie within the storage bag, Zhang Feng felt a significant uplift in his spirits. Although he had narrowly escaped death this time, the rewards were substantial. It aptly illustrated the adage, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. In this area rich in spiritual energy, Zhang Feng sat down and began to cultivate the heavenly demon art. Several hours later, having completed his training, he concluded, "It's time to return and reunite with the Hong brothers." Zhang Feng brandished a flying sword, transforming it into a streak of light that sped away. Upon reaching the assembly point, Hong Qingmu inquired, "Brother Zhang, have you made any discoveries? This area is saturated with spiritual energy. Practicing here for just a few hours is equivalent to several days of cultivation elsewhere." Zhang Feng spoke earnestly. He certainly would not disclose the encounter with the zombie in the subsequent conquest. "What you say is indeed true, Brother Zhang. I have also noticed this," he replied. "We spend half of our time patrolling this area and the other half cultivating. What do you think, Brother Zhang?" Hong Qingmu suggested. "That sounds splendid." Zhang Feng nodded. In the following days, nothing of significance transpired. The three spent their time in a blend of patrol and cultivation. Hong Qishui was taciturn, obediently following Hong Qingmu's directives. In contrast, Hong Qingmu was quite loquacious, sharing numerous anecdotes about the customs and traditions of the Xuanwu Continent, as well as tales of immortal cultivation. Zhang Feng is still quite unfamiliar with this world. The only person he was acquainted with before was Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu does not discuss such matters with him. Therefore, when Hong Qingmu speaks, Zhang Feng listens with utmost attentiveness. As Zhang Feng listened with increasing attentiveness, Hong Qingmu spoke with growing enthusiasm. Thus, the lives of the three were not devoid of interest. On this particular day, Zhang Feng and the others diligently set out to conduct their respective inspections. As was their custom, Zhang Feng completed his inspection and, finding no anomalies, returned early. Shortly after, Hong Qingmu also arrived back. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while. "Why hasn't Qing Shui returned yet?" Hong Qingmu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Do not fret, my brother Hong. This area is devoid of any demonic beasts or similar threats. There is no danger. He is likely on his way back now." Zhang Feng consoled him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a bright light raced towards them from the distance. "I was right. Behold that mysterious brilliance. It must be Hong Qingshui's flying shuttle." Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned profoundly grave. For behind Hong Qingshui, three shadowy figures swiftly pursued him. "This is dire. Qingshui is being hunted. Brother Zhang, I implore you to join me in repelling the foe," Hong Qingmu said solemnly to Zhang Feng. Naturally, Zhang Feng responded. Upon finishing his words, both individuals summoned their magical artifacts, swiftly converging towards Hong Qingshui. Upon the arrival of Zhang Feng and Hong Qingmu, Hong Qingshui halted his fleeing light, feeling a sense of reassurance. "Qishui, what transpired?" Hong Qingmu inquired hastily. "While I was on patrol, these three individuals suddenly appeared from nowhere and launched an unprovoked assault against me. Unable to withstand their attack, I had no choice but to flee." Hong Qingshui recounted the events. The three assailants, clad in black robes, upon noticing Hong Qingshui's halt, refrained from immediate action, pausing in turn. Moments earlier, they had relentlessly pursued Hong Qingshui, each possessing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, ensuring their dominance over him. However, the situation had shifted, as their opposition now consisted of 3 individuals. The black-robed figures began to appraise the strength of Zhang Feng and his companions. Zhang Feng is also assessing the strength of the figure in the black robe. Among Zhang Feng, Hong Qingmu is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Hong Qishuai and Zhang Feng are at the early stage. In this comparison, the black-robed figures hold the advantage. Hand over your storage bags, and you may be spared, one of the black-robed individuals declared, his tone imbued with a sense of superiority. What if I refuse? Zhang Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. He detested the condescending manner in which others spoke to him, both in the past and in the present. Then go ahead and die. The figure clad in black, witnessing Zhang Feng's refusal to submit, wore an increasingly ferocious expression, as if poised to strike at any moment. Zhang Feng, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, summoned his translucent flying sword and, with a swift teleportation, struck at the figure cloaked in black. Zhang Feng's sudden action took the cloaked figure by surprise. He had never anticipated that the first to strike would be Zhang Feng. By the time he sensed the danger, the transparent flying sword was perilously close to his throat. In a moment of dire urgency, his body twisted in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Nevertheless, a faint scarlet line marred his neck, a testament to Zhang Feng's lethal precision. How perilous! The attack of that flying sword was utterly silent. The cloaked man, feeling the blood on his neck, silently reflected upon the lingering terror of the encounter. As Zhang Feng unleashed his flying sword, he was completely unaware of the peril it posed. Had he reacted even a moment later, he might have faced a dire fate. Reflecting on this, the cloaked figure was drenched in cold sweat. He could no longer afford to underestimate Zhang Feng, despite his seemingly nascent foundation. The black-robed man then summoned a soul banner, and instantly, anguished wails echoed as countless specters surged forth from the banner. This is dire. They are members of the soul sect. Hong Qingshui exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 41, The Hunter and the Prey. With a commanding shout, the black-robed figure unleashed a legion of wailing spirits, who charged ferociously towards Zhang Feng and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng casually hurled several fiery talismans into the fray. Boom! Flames erupted, and the thunderous explosion drowned out the wails of the spirits. Numerous ghosts were shattered into countless pieces, while those who survived were sent fleeing in a panic. The figure cloaked in black hastily attempted to regain control. He had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would unleash several top-tier fiery talismans at once, resulting in devastating losses among the spirits he had summoned. Zhang Feng, witnessing the figure in the black robe manipulating the chaotic spirits, hastily sought to flee. Do not run. The figure in the black robe urgently called out as Zhang Feng attempted to escape. Zhang Feng first launched a transparent flying sword, causing a wound on his neck that, though not grievous, was exceedingly humiliating. Subsequently, he employed a flame talisman, inflicting damage upon the specters he had summoned. Such actions rendered the situation irreconcilable. How could he permit Zhang Feng to depart easily? He disregarded the lingering spirits that had yet to be retracted and closely trailed behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng swiftly maneuvered, quickly distancing himself from the figure cloaked in black. The black-clad man, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urgency. If this continued, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly escape, which would be a profound humiliation for him. In a moment of hesitation, he produced a crimson pill, and after a brief contemplation, he resolutely swallowed it. Following the ingestion of the pill, the black-clad man's speed significantly increased, and in no time, he had closed the gap behind Zhang Feng. Brat, prepare to meet your end, he declared as he launched a piercing needle from his hand, aimed directly at Zhang Feng's back. Zhang Feng sensed a disturbance behind him. With a flicker of thought, a transparent flying sword swiftly arrived, cleaving the penetrating bone nail in two with a single stroke. Subsequently, Zhang Feng ceased his retreat. Why has he stopped running? The figure in black, observing Zhang Feng's halt, assumed that his magical energy was nearly depleted. No longer fleeing. It was time to send you to the afterlife. Zhang Feng spoke softly. 12 flying swords soared into the air, aligning themselves in a straight line, all directed towards the figure in the black robe. What is this? The black-robed man was taken aback by the formidable display. The 12 swords glimmered with a blood-red light, exuding an overwhelming pressure. With no time to ponder, he forcefully summoned his soul banner. A wisp of black mist erupted from it, coalescing in the air into the shape of a gigantic skull. Its mouth agape as it lunged toward Zhang Feng. Go! The 12 flying swords rushed forward at an astonishing speed to confront the skull. Though the skull appeared fearsome, it was relentlessly driven back by the onslaught of the swords. Ultimately, one sword pierced through the top of the skull, causing it to dissipate into black mist. For the first time, a look of terror appeared in the eyes of the black-robed man. Zhang Feng's initial assault was executed with the silent precision of a transparent, flying sword. He believed that, with sufficient caution, he would evade Zhang Feng's path. The second strike involved Zhang Feng employing a top-tier flame talisman, which caused damage to the specter he had summoned. Judging solely by strength, He had no doubt he could easily overpower Zhang Feng. However, at this moment, his perspective had shifted entirely. It was evident that Zhang Feng possessed the capability to slay him. Witnessing the skull shatter, the cloaked figure hastily unfurled the soul banner. The banner expanded in the wind, exuding an imposing aura that seemed capable of obscuring the very sky. Zhang Feng paid no heed to these matters. 12 flying swords shot swiftly towards the figure in the black robe. With a sharp sound, 12 holes appeared on the soul banner. Upon observing the figure in the black robe, his eyes widened in terror, filled with sheer horror, as one of the flying swords pierced through his heart. Zhang Feng removed the storage bag from the cloaked figure and summoned his flying sword, swiftly retracing his steps along the same path. Zhang Feng had not been away for long. However, upon his return to encounter the brothers Hong Qingmu and Hong Qingshui, he found them in a perilous predicament, overwhelmed by two men clad in black robes, unable to mount any effective resistance. Hong Qingmu fared slightly better, although he was unable to prevail. He managed to hold his ground for the moment. In stark contrast, Hong Qingshui was gravely injured, his body marred by bloodstains, on the verge of succumbing to his wounds. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Feng swiftly grasped Hong Qingshui by the collar, propelling him backward with great speed. Simultaneously, his left hand exerted tremendous force as he hurled several blazing talismans forward. Due to the proximity and the element of surprise, the man in the black robe was caught entirely off guard and was instantly engulfed by flames. The fire produced by the top-tier talismans was formidable beyond measure. The black-robed figure was trapped in the inferno, writhing in agony. Another man in black, seeing his companion ensnared, attempted to rescue him, but found himself entangled by Hong Qingshui. Rendered immobile, before long, the flames subsided, and the black-robed man who had been engulfed was reduced to nothing but ashes. A gasp escaped the lips of the remaining black-robed figure upon witnessing his companion perish in such a horrific manner. He realized that his fate was dire. Alone, he was no match for the three adversaries before him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he became distracted, and Zhang Feng's transparent flying sword swiftly sliced through his neck. The black-robed man had indeed been correct in his assessment, but he had not anticipated his demise would be so swift. A severed head fell to the ground. Thus, the battle came to a close. Ironically, the trio who had initially pursued Hong Qingshui, once hunters, had ultimately become the hunted, all meeting their demise. In this world, nothing is certain. It is filled with unpredictable variables, and no one can guarantee their safety. Hong Qingshui surveyed the scene. One of the three black-robed figures had been completely consumed by flames. Another lay decapitated, and though he had not seen the third, it was evident he too had perished. All of this transpired due to Zhang Feng. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. His brother and he had already found themselves in perilous circumstances, and it was clear that they would have been slain by their opponents had Zhang Feng not intervened. The strength of the Soul Sect disciples was far beyond that of the disciples from the Xuanwu sect, unleashing countless vengeful spirits upon them. Merely dealing with these spirits was an arduous task, and had the enemy summoned other magical artifacts, they would have been utterly powerless to respond. Fortunately, the Soul Sect disciple had focused all his energy on cultivating the Soul Banner, with few other magical artifacts at his disposal. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more challenging, and it was likely that the two brothers would not have withstood until Zhang Feng's return. Initially, when Zhang Feng fled, Hong Qingshui had silently cursed him for lacking integrity, having promised to face the enemy together only to abandon them. Yet, the black-robed men, unwilling to let him escape, pursued him. This inadvertently allowed Zhang Feng to divert one of them, transforming a 3-on-2 scenario into something more manageable. To his surprise, Zhang Feng returned shortly after his departure, while the pursuers had vanished without a trace. How could this be explained? The only plausible explanation was that Zhang Feng had swiftly resolved his opponents and returned to provide assistance. With his mid-foundation cultivation, Hong Qingshui was no match for the mid-foundation enemies of the Soul Sect. Yet, Zhang Feng had been able to conclude the battle in an instant. What kind of strength was this? Having spent several days with Zhang Feng, Hong Qingshui had found him somewhat reserved, not exactly taciturn but certainly not loquacious. He had assumed Zhang Feng's cultivation was merely at the initial foundation level, believing he stood little chance against mid-foundation opponents. However, reality had delivered a harsh blow to his assumptions. The opponent he struggled against, who had pressed him relentlessly, was swiftly dispatched by Zhang Feng upon his return. Brother Zhang truly conceals his capabilities, Hong Qingshui remarked, bowing deeply. Brother Hong, you flatter me, Zhang Feng humbly remarked. It is crucial never to allow others to discern one's true nature. Brother Zhang, now that disciples of the Soul Sect have appeared in our midst, should we not return to report this matter to Elder Wu? Hong Qingmu suggested. Brother Hong speaks wisely, let us set forth at once. After listening, Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. The three of them then set off and arrived at the stronghold of Elder Wu the following day. Hong Qingmu recounted the encounter of the three of them with the disciples of the Soul Sect. Have disciples of the Soul Sect already emerged? Elder Wu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Logically, their movement should not be this swift. Elder, please take a look. Zhang Feng retrieved the captured soul banner, and it was indeed an artifact of the Soul Sect. Elder Wu finally believed that Hong Qingmu's words were not mere fabrications. Given this revelation, it indicated that the patrol area under their jurisdiction had become exceedingly perilous, and there was no need to proceed further. Stay here for the time being, Elder Wu instructed. Days passed, and other patrolling disciples returned to the main camp, having encountered disciples of the Soul Sect as well. Elder Wu recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly dispatched messengers to summon all patrolling disciples back to the main camp. Some returned, while others would never return again. Elder Wu noted with dismay that the number of returning Xuanwu sect disciples was but half of what it had been. From this day forth, no disciple is permitted to venture outside, Elder Wu declared to all. Simultaneously, he reported the situation to the sect, hoping for reinforcements. Half a month elapsed. Yet no reinforcements arrived. The disciples of the Soul Sect had begun to make frequent appearances near their main camp, effectively surrounding them. Elder Wu, what shall we do now? Hong Qingmu inquired, witnessing that the number of Soul Sect disciples far exceeded their own. It seems the sect is also facing difficulties, otherwise, reinforcements would surely have been dispatched. Elder Wu sighed heavily. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they would have to abandon the Spirit Stone mine. Disciples, follow me as we break through, Elder Wu shouted. Soaring into the sky, with the disciples of the Xuanwu sect closely trailing behind, they truly had no other option but to attempt an escape. However, how could the Soul Sect allow them to evade so easily? Seeing their attempt to flee, the Soul Sect disciples promptly summoned their soul banners to obstruct them. A golden core elder from the Soul Sect swiftly took to the skies to confront Elder Wu, and thus commenced an epic battle. The clash of golden core cultivators unleashed formidable power, far beyond the capabilities of foundational stage cultivators. Zhang Feng found himself confronted by Soul Sect cultivators attempting to obstruct his path. He weaved left and right, hoping to outpace his pursuers with sheer speed. However, the disciples of the Soul Sect were no slouches either, hot on his heels. This relentless chase continued for the span of half an hour. Zhang Feng felt that if he did not address the other party's words, he would not be able to escape. Zhang Feng halted midair, awaiting the pursuit of the Soul Clan disciple behind him. The disciple, possessed of a pair of crimson eyes, exuded an unsettling aura. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's sudden cessation, a sense of vigilance arose within the red-eyed figure. Nevertheless, he pressed on, drawing closer to Zhang Feng's position. As the disciple approached, Zhang Feng swiftly flicked his right hand, casting a fiery talisman into the air. The red-eyed pursuer had no time to evade, and was immediately engulfed in flames, howling as he plummeted to the ground. After a few rolls, he lay still. When the flames finally extinguished, only remnants remained at the scene. Zhang Feng did not linger, and continued his flight towards the Watermoon sect. After several days, he finally arrived near the Watermoon sect. However, he discovered that a considerable number of disciples from the Soul Sect were stationed outside the gates of the Watermoon sect. In response, the Watermoon sect had also dispatched its disciples to stand in opposition. Would returning guarantee his safety? Zhang Feng questioned himself in his heart. At this very moment, the Xuanwu sect had already been besieged. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, the likelihood of the Xuanwu sect's defeat was exceedingly high. It appeared that if he chose not to return, his chances of survival might actually increase. However, he thought, what if Sister Ryue is still inside? Zhang Feng immediately pondered the situation. While his own safety would undoubtedly be assured by not returning, he could not help but worry for Zhao Ryu's well-being. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng reached a decisive conclusion. However, it was not as simple as his desire to return. He first had to circumvent the formidable army of the Soul Sect, which seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he could only wait on the periphery for the time being. Days passed, and the Soul Sect did not launch a large-scale assault against the Xuanwu sect. Instead, only minor skirmishes occurred, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. The disciples of the Soul Sect inherently possessed greater strength than those of the Xuanwu sect, yet the latter capitalized on their advantageous terrain and adopted a strategy of waiting, which afforded them some leverage. Additionally, the protective formation of the Xuanwu sect had been activated, making it no easy feat for the Soul Sect to breach. As time progressed, the intensity of the battles escalated. Initially, only cultivators in the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages engaged in combat. Soon, cultivators at the core formation stage joined the fray, transforming the skirmishes into an all-out assault by the Soul Sect. At this juncture, the might of the Soul Sect became evident, as they deployed over 20 core formation cultivators, most of whom were formidable late-stage practitioners. In such a confrontation, the true contest lay among the higher-tier cultivators, as a single core formation practitioner could easily overpower countless foundation establishment cultivators, leading to a one-sided massacre. However, the opposing core formation practitioners would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Yet, what if their numbers were insufficient? This presented a grave predicament. The overwhelming presence of the Soul Sect's core formation cultivators inflicted severe casualties upon the Xuanwu sect's forces, leading to a steady retreat. At this critical moment, the three Grand Elders of the Xuanwu sect could no longer restrain themselves and took action. The Soul Sect, too, had three nascent soul experts join the battle. Faced with insurmountable pressure, the Xuanwu sect retreated within their own stronghold. The protective formation of the Xuanwu sect, said to have been laid out by a revered predecessor, was of immense power. Presently, none among them possessed the capability to re-establish such a formation. The elite members of the Soul sect, despite employing all their means, found themselves unable to breach this formation. Observing this, the disciples of the Xuanwu sect felt a measure of relief. At this moment, the great hall of the Xuanwu sect was filled with its formidable members, all of whom wore expressions of deep concern. They were at a loss as to how to confront the imminent crisis of their sect's annihilation. The Soul sect's aggressive advance left them uncertain of their next steps. We have expressed our willingness to offer high-grade spirit stone mines to the Soul sect, yet they do not seem inclined to relent. Elderly, one of the 3 grand elders and a prominent nascent soul expert of the Chu kingdom, spoke wearily. He had sustained injuries from a confrontation with the Soul sect's nascent soul cultivators days prior and had yet to fully recover. For now, our only option is to fight to the death, Elder Ouyang, another of the grand elders, declared. I have consulted with Senior Su Zhong from the Heavenly Sword Valley, and he indicated that we are not without hope. Another grand elder added. Chapter 43, The 3 Killing Swords. Elder Chen, could you elaborate? Long Qingzi inquired, his spirits lifting upon hearing the prospect of a possible turnaround. It is said that the founders of the 3 sects of our Chu kingdom were once fellow disciples from the same lineage, hailing from beyond our domain. When each sect was established, their master gifted them a sword as a token of their sect's power, the Killing Body Sword, the Killing Thought Sword, and the Killing God Sword. The Heavenly Sword sect received the Killing Body Sword, the Fire Cloud sect obtained the Killing Thought Sword, while our Xuanwu sect holds the Killing God Sword. Individually, these swords wield limited power, but when wielded simultaneously, their might becomes boundless, capable of slaying gods and vanquishing immortals. Elder Chen elaborated. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of those present. In the face of the Soul sect's formidable threat, this revelation served as a potent morale booster. The 3 killing swords must not be used lightly, for doing so would jeopardize our sect's fortune. When invoked, they must be wielded by our own disciples to unleash their full potential, thus preventing any covetousness or internal strife among the 3 sections. This principle has been the cornerstone of our coexistence for many years. Our founder's master truly exerted great effort in this matter. Elder Chen continued. Since these 3 swords must be united in their usage, and with our 3 sects currently besieged, did Senior Su Zhong indicate where we should converge? Long Qingzi pressed further. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing his concerns. The swords have a primary and secondary designation. The Heavenly Sword Valley and the Fire Cloud sect possess the secondary swords, while our Xuanwu sect wields the primary sword. The secondary swords may be moved, but the primary sword must remain within the sect, should circumstances become dire. The Heavenly Sword Valley and Fire Cloud sect will surely bring their swords to our aid. Therefore, whatever happens, the Xuanwu sect must not fall to the Soul sect. Elder Chen explained to the assembly. Though Long Qingzi posed the question, Elder Chen clarified for all present. This was the first time they had heard of such matters, leaving them astonished. It was evident that the founder of the Xuanwu sect, in acquiring the primary sword of the 3 killing swords, had outstripped the founders of the other 2 sects in prowess. In stark contrast, the Xuanwu sect had now become the weakest among the 3, evoking a sense of melancholy. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the hall. The 3 grand elders' expressions shifted dramatically, causing them to rise in alarm. It was the sound of the protective formation shattering. Outside the Xuanwu sect, the cultivators of the Soul sect were launching a relentless assault on their defensive array. Despite its fortitude, the formation could not withstand the continuous onslaught from the Soul sect's forces. After enduring countless attacks, the protective formation began to show signs of imminent collapse. Gather all disciples and prepare to confront the enemy, Elder Chen commanded. At this moment, the Xuanwu sect had no recourse but to engage in battle. The Soul sect members were fully committed to breaching the formation. Suddenly, the protective barrier opened, and the disciples of the Xuanwu sect emerged one by one. These timid turtles have finally summoned the courage to fight back? Excellent. I shall ensure they are utterly annihilated. One of the Soul sect members exclaimed. This is rather unusual. Could there be a trap? Others within the Soul sect speculated. Subsequently, all personnel from both sides were embroiled in the conflict. The scale of this battle was unprecedented. The disciples of the Xuanwu sect, realizing there was no retreat, fought valiantly with their lives on the line. Zhang Feng also joined the fray, confronting a mid-stage soul master of the Foundation establishment realm. In the early stage of Foundation establishment, one cannot last more than 10 exchanges under my prowess. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's initial Foundation establishment cultivation, his opponent could not help but sneer derisively. Zhang Feng remained oblivious to these circumstances. However, given the life and death struggle he faced, he naturally held nothing back. The ethereal flying sword struck swiftly, yet his opponent deftly evaded the attack. The greatest advantage of the translucent sword lies in its elusive nature. Yet, when confronted by a perceptive adversary, this edge dissipates entirely. The Soul sect practitioner summoned a soul banner, unleashing countless ghosts that surged toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was acutely aware of the formidable restraining power of the flame talismans against spirits, and with a swift motion, he unleashed two of them. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing a multitude of souls in flames. "How dare you harm my specters?" exclaimed the soul sect practitioner, gritting his teeth in fury. He had not anticipated that Zhang Feng possessed such potent and high-tier flame talismans. "Behold the magical artifact," the soul sect practitioner shouted, as he summoned forth a ghostly chain, emanating dark energy. The chain surged forward menacingly, its aura thick with malevolence, promising inevitable harm to any spirit it struck. As Zhang Feng witnessed the ghostly chain approaching, he swiftly summoned a flying sword for defense. This sword was not one of the 12 blood swords, but rather an ordinary flying sword. Among all his magical artifacts, excluding the incense burner, the 12 blood swords possessed the greatest power. These were once the renowned weapons of the heavenly desire demon lord, known for their formidable reputation across the realm. However, Zhang Feng feared the attention of onlookers. Despite the demon lord's prominence fading into history a millennium ago, there remained the possibility that someone might recognize the blood sword's origin and link him to the infamous figure, which would spell disaster for him. Thus, he hesitated to wield the 12 blood swords lightly. Seeing the ordinary flying sword easily struck aside by the ghostly chain and rendered devoid of spirit upon landing, Zhang Feng promptly unleashed a zombie. The moment the zombie emerged, it seized the ghostly chain and yanked it forcefully. The soul sect cultivator felt a sharp pain in his grip as the chain was wrenched from his possession. How could this zombie possess such immense strength? He gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this undead creature would exhibit such terrifying power. With a mere tug, the ghostly chain slipped from his grasp. A display of extraordinary force indeed. While he was still in shock, the zombie advanced and raked its claws across his abdomen, beginning to feast. This gruesome spectacle was witnessed by another soul sect cultivator nearby, who could hardly believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his previously dominant junior had been reduced to mere sustenance for the zombie. A mix of astonishment and fury surged within him, prompting him to abandon his fallen comrade and charge at Zhang Feng. This individual was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator among the elite of that realm. Although Zhang Feng's strength was comparable to that of an average mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he stood no chance against a late-stage practitioner without resorting to the 12 blood swords. Recognizing Zhang Feng's prowess with the flame talisman, the late-stage soul sect cultivator sheathed his soul banner and summoned a long spear. The spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng sensed the ominous aura surrounding him. The full-force strike in the late stage of foundation establishment was nothing short of terrifying. Zhang Feng urgently summoned the zombies to defend. The zombies, engrossed in their sanguinary feast, rushed forth at Zhang Feng's call, extending their sharp claws to meet the spear. A clang resonated, reminiscent of metal colliding. The claws of the zombie failed to grasp the spear and were instead repelled. The spear, undeterred, lunged towards Zhang Feng. The full-force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator altered the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a net-like confinement around Zhang Feng, temporarily incapacitating his movement. In such a predicament, what options remained but to endure? Was he truly compelled to summon the blood sword? In a fleeting moment, Zhang Feng's mind raced. Chapter 44. Slaying a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, 12 beams of sword light surged into the sky, intercepting the spear. The spear shattered upon impact, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever. This left the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the soul sect utterly astonished. His spear, deemed indomitable and a rare weapon he had wielded in numerous battles, was swiftly severed. How could it be so easily broken? Was the opponent's blood sword truly a treasured artifact? A series of questions flashed rapidly through his mind. Although this disciple of the Xuanwu sect was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he possessed a transparent flying sword for stealthy assaults and a mid-stage foundation establishment zombie companion, not to mention the sword that had just severed his own. Such wealth, could he be a relative of a certain elder from the Xuanwu sect? The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the soul sect pondered this. Regardless, he thought, if I kill him, all of this will belong to me. He licked his lips, fixating on Zhang Feng as though he were gazing at a corpse. In the next moment, the soul banner was summoned, and the spirits within it surged forth. I am eager to see how many flame talismans you possess. The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the soul sect sneered. His reasoning was not unfounded. Among the effective methods to counter spirits, flame talismans were among the simplest and most effective. However, while standard flame talismans were significantly lethal to spirits, only the top-tier flame talismans exhibited substantial destructive capabilities. Zhang Feng had previously cast precisely such a talisman. Yet, talismans of this caliber often bore exorbitant prices, and as consumables, few would stockpile them in abundance due to their low cost-effectiveness. With ample spirit stones available, it would be far more advantageous to purchase powerful artifacts directly. Thus, he deduced that Zhang Feng could not possess many flame talismans. Even if a portion of the spirits were vanquished, the remainder would be more than sufficient to rend Zhang Feng to pieces. As Zhang Feng beheld the phantoms surging toward him in overwhelming numbers, He displayed not a trace of panic. Instead, he offered a serene smile to the opposing soul sect cultivator. This scene, however, struck the cultivator as decidedly peculiar. Could it be that my assessment was erroneous? Pondered the late-stage foundation establishment practitioner of the soul sect. He soon concluded that this was merely a psychological tactic employed by his adversary, one that warranted no further attention. Zhang Feng hurled a blazing talisman, and a tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing numerous specters and flames that sent forth wisps of smoke and eerie wails. No matter, my legion of spirits is vast. Such losses are trifling. The late-stage cultivator of the soul sect had prepared to sacrifice half of his specters, rendering the current losses inconsequential. Meanwhile, apart from unleashing the fiery talisman upon the spirits, 12 flying swords were also engaged in a relentless slaughter of the phantoms. Generally, regular flying swords pose no threat to spirits, but these 12 sanguine blades, bestowed by the formidable Tianyu demon lord of the nascent soul stage, wield unparalleled power beyond that of ordinary artifacts. The 12 swords darted through the throng of spirits, leaving a trail of anguished cries and billowing green smoke in their wake. Observing this, the late-stage cultivator of the soul sect felt no remorse. Instead, his desire for the blood swords intensified. He formed intricate hand seals, hastening the emergence of spirits from the soul banner. He aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. Zhang Feng hurled another flame talisman, incinerating a multitude of specters. Yet, the sheer number of ghosts overwhelmed him, and he felt his rate of extermination was insufficient. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 3 more flame talismans. The devastation wrought by a single talisman was already considerable. With 3 unleashed simultaneously, countless specters were obliterated, leaving a vast pit in the ground. But this was merely the beginning. After the initial 3, he cast another trio, followed by yet another, and yet another. The foundation-building disciple of the soul sect was utterly dumbfounded. Where did this young man acquire such an abundance of top-tier flame talismans? He pondered silently. However, this was hardly the moment for questions. The number of his remaining specters had dwindled to a mere 1/10 of their original strength. As a disciple of the soul sect, his greatest reliance had been almost entirely annihilated by Zhang Feng. Regret gnawed at his heart. Yet, Zhang Feng showed no inclination to consider his feelings. 12 flying swords surged forth, seeking openings to strike. The overwhelming aura of blood made it difficult for the foundation-building disciple to breathe, prompting him to hastily summon a green stone. The stone whirled in the air, rapidly enlarging, preparing to intercept the onslaught of the flying swords. Defensive artifacts typically took the form of shields, though there were other types. This stone was a first for Zhang Feng, who said that disciples of the soul sect were limited to soul banners. Zhang Feng pondered inwardly. Only the disciples of the soul sect, wielding the soul banner, would find themselves utterly helpless when confronted with objects that could restrain spirits. The soul sect cultivator, at the later stage of foundation establishment, who fought against Zhang Feng, possessed not only a greater number of spirits within his soul banner than others, but also wielded a formidable long spear. Moreover, the green stone he had just summoned was impressive in its own right. This green stone successfully withstood the assault of 12 blood swords, demonstrating an astonishing degree of hardness that rivaled, if not surpassed, the claws of a zombie. Seeing the green stone block the blood swords, the soul sect cultivator felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he exerted all his effort to control the green stone. This stone served not only as a defensive weapon, but could also be utilized offensively. Enlarging the stone and crashing it down would surely turn his opponent into a mere pulp. As this thought crossed his mind, he let out a cold chuckle, preparing to seize an opportunity to crush Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng would not grant him such an opening. Seizing the moment while the cultivator was preoccupied with the green stone, he commanded the zombie to launch a surprise attack from behind. The soul sect cultivator, caught off guard, fell victim to the zombie's grasp, which reached into his chest. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him. He gazed in disbelief at the black claw of the zombie piercing through his body, never anticipating such a fate. With eyes rolling back, he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Zhang Feng unceremoniously accepted the other party's storage bag, along with the soul banner, taking them both without hesitation. Zhang Feng found this victory to be quite hard-won. This experience made him acutely aware of his own insufficient cultivation. In the realm of immortality, possessing low cultivation is an inherent sin. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings and discovered that Zhao Ryu was engaged in combat with a disciple of the soul sect not far from him. Zhao Ryu had now attained the 10th level of qi condensation. However, her opponent from the soul sect had reached the 12th level. With the formidable power of her azure blade, Zhao Ryu managed to withstand the onslaught of her adversary, yet she was clearly on the verge of defeat. Her endurance was waning, as the azure blade became ensnared by countless specters, causing her movements to slow. Furthermore, her opponent's flying sword incessantly disrupted her efforts, compelling her to summon a shield for defense. In a matter of time, her defeat was all but inevitable. Zhang Feng, without uttering a word, launched his sword even before his arrival. The translucent flying sword appeared in an instant, delicately slicing across the neck of the soul sect disciple. causing the head to roll away from the body. With the master deceased, the soul banner lost its control and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The uncommanded spirits were instantly thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Sister Yu, it has been quite a while, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Chapter 45, The Emergence of the Transformation Stage Cultivator. Upon seeing Zhang Feng's sudden appearance, Xiao Ryu felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. During the time Zhang Feng was away, she was engulfed in worry. Even amidst the turmoil of battle, her thoughts remained fixed on him. It dawned on her that Zhang Feng had transformed into the most significant person in her life. Tears shimmered in Xiao Ryu's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing her tears pierced Zhang Feng's heart, prompting him to gently wipe them away. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xiao Ryu threw herself into Zhang Feng's embrace, holding him tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. At this moment, Zhang Feng's mind was a blank slate, allowing Xiao Ryu to hold him without resistance. An oblivious disciple of the Soul Sect, seeking to achieve two goals with one action, commanded the Soul Banner to strike forth. With a swift glance from the corner of Zhang Feng's eye, a palpable aura of killing intent emerged. With a mere thought, a transparent flying sword dispatched the adversary from a distance of 10 paces. At this moment, Zhang Feng yearns for solitude, wishing fervently that this moment could stretch into eternity. How splendid it would be if time could remain suspended in this instant. What Zhang Feng failed to notice was that in the distance, a disciple of the Xuanwu sect, named Li Jiangwu, was casting a sinister gaze upon him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Li Jiangwu was the great-grandson of the esteemed elder Li Huan, enjoying the elder's deep affection. Despite his modest cultivation level, being at the 9th layer of the qi condensation stage, even the venerable Chen Qingzi treated him with utmost courtesy. Wary of incurring his displeasure, Li Jiangwu had grown accustomed to wielding his power within the Xuanwu sect, unabashedly seizing whatever caught his fancy. The others, intimidated by his status, could only seethe in silence. Consequently, he regarded not only the qi condensation disciples, but also the Foundation establishment cultivators with disdain, often uttering, "You Foundation establishment scoundrels are nothing more than trifles in my great-grandfather's eyes." This phrase frequently ignited the ire of the insulted Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Fortunately for Li Jingwu, he was aware that the core formation elders were formidable, thus refraining from overstepping his bounds with them. Within Li Jiangwu's heart lay a secret, his unspoken infatuation for Xiao Ryu. She was as ethereal as a celestial being descended from the heavens, and upon their first encounter, he was utterly captivated. Yet, he had never confessed his feelings to her. Whenever someone approached Xiao Ryu or displayed any admiration toward her, Li Jingwu's jealousy would flare, prompting him to covertly deal with the suitor, ensuring they kept their distance from her. However, Li Jingwu lacked the prowess to easily chastise anyone, as many of Xiao Ryu's admirers were high-level qi condensation cultivators. Nevertheless, he surrounded himself with a cadre of sycophantic Foundation establishment disciples, who had greatly benefited from their association with him and were thus eager to act on his behalf. The elders within the sect were well aware of these events, but chose to turn a blind eye, unwilling to delve deeper due to Li Jiangwu's influential status. At that moment, upon witnessing the object of his affection being held in Zhang Feng's embrace, Li Jiangwu's jealousy surged, fueling a desire to tear Zhang Feng apart on the spot. Yet, Zhang Feng's cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage held him in check, leaving him to plot how best to deal with Zhang Feng in the future. Unbeknownst to all this, Zhang Feng was blissfully savoring the delightful sensation of having a beauty in his arms. When had she returned, Zhang Ryu released her hold on Zhang Feng, and upon recalling their recent intimate gestures, she felt a flush creeping up to her neck. Having returned home for a few days, she had been lingering in the vicinity. Zhang Feng gently uttered. Zhang Feng wished to utter more sweet words, yet an oblivious disciple from the Soul Sect charged forth. "Junior brother, I have so much to express to you, but this is not the right moment. Let us first fend off our enemies." Xiao Ryu understood that this was not an opportune time for conversation. "Very well, senior sister, take refuge behind me." Zhang Feng spoke as he extended his hand, drawing Xiao Ryu behind him. At that moment, Xiao Ryu felt an extraordinary warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, she had never been treated in such a manner. Zhang Feng pointed at the Soul Sect disciple, and 12 flying swords instantaneously reduced him to a pulpy mass. The battle then commenced anew. Zhang Feng's performance on the battlefield was akin to that of a celestial killing star descending upon the earth, with 12 flying swords infused with a surge of blood energy. Wherever he went, the majority of the Soul Sect disciples were vanquished in a single exchange, utterly powerless to retaliate. Zhang Feng's performance here has caught the attention of the Soul Sect's golden core cultivators, yet they find themselves entangled with the 12 elders of the Xuanwu sect. Unable to divert their focus, Zhang Feng, with formidable strength and remarkable performance, found the majority of the Xuanwu sect disciples firmly suppressed by the Soul Sect disciples. The battle between the golden core and nascent soul cultivators continued, albeit with the signs of defeat becoming increasingly evident. The 12 elders of the Xuanwu sect, led by the sect master Changqingzi and 3 esteemed elders, struggled to endure against the unexpectedly overwhelming power of the Soul Sect. They had anticipated that while the Xuanwu sect might not surpass the Soul Sect, it would at least possess the strength to engage in battle. However, it was clear that the elders had overestimated their sect's capabilities. It could not be said that they were utterly crushed, but the disparity was not far off. Just as the Xuanwu sect's forces teetered on the brink of collapse, numerous points of light appeared on the eastern horizon, and the southern sky also shimmered with light. The reinforcements from the Tianjin Valley and the Huiyun Gate had arrived. A wave of elation surged through the Xuanwu sect's ranks, only to be swiftly replaced by profound gravity. For behind the Tianjin Valley and Huiyun Gate, the Soul Sect's forces were in hot pursuit. The Xuanwu sect was the weakest among the 3 great sects of the Chu Kingdom, and thus the Soul Sect had dispatched the fewest troops to assault them. The numbers attacking the Tianjin Valley and Huiyun Gate far exceeded those engaged on the battlefield against the Xuanwu sect. Su Zhong, cease your escape. A voice rang out like thunder in the ears of the crowd. A cultivator from the Soul Sect? The 3 esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect thought simultaneously. Who but a cultivator at the transformation stage would dare to address Su Zhong in such a manner? No sooner had the words left his mouth than 12 divine figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. All of them were transformation stage cultivators from the Soul Sect, representing the formidable foundation that allowed the Soul Sect to launch an offensive against the Chu Kingdom with such audacity. The appearance of these 12 transformation stage cultivators caused the flow of spiritual energy in the area to stagnate, as if time itself were suspended. Among them, 8 were at the early transformation stage, 3 at the mid-transformation stage, and only 1 at the late transformation stage. As Su Zhong manifested, the 3 esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect bowed in reverence, for he was their sole transformation stage cultivator. Ji Wuwei, do you feel any remorse for initiating this conflict without cause? Su Zhong proclaimed with a booming voice, suspended in midair. Remorse? Su Zhong, are you jesting? What courage does a defeated general possess to utter such words? Ji Wuwei retorted, followed by a fit of wild laughter. The 11 other transformation stage cultivators at his side joined in the mirth. Su Zhong had been a late-stage transformation cultivator a millennium ago, and now he stood at the peak of that stage. In contrast, Ji Wuwei had only recently ascended to the late transformation stage. Thus, in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Su Zhong. However, the Soul Sect prevailed in numbers. With 12 against 1, Su Zhong would inevitably find himself outmatched. This was the foundation of Ji Wuwei's audacity, and seeing Su Zhong speak thus, he questioned whether the latter had been rendered senseless by fear. Since you harbor no regret, I shall bear the consequences. Su Zhong sighed deeply. He was not one who reveled in slaughter, but given the circumstances, he had no alternative. He formed seals with his hands, summoning a small blue sword that hovered in the air. Although diminutive, it radiated a brilliant aura and exuded an oppressive might. The sudden appearance of the blue sword left the gathered crowd gasping for breath. Even the 12 transformation stage cultivators of the Soul Sect were expressions of solemnity. Could this be? Ji Wuwei murmured, as if struck by an epiphany. One of the esteemed elders from the Huiyun Gate, Wu Datong, mirrored Su Zhong's actions, summoning a yellow flying sword of similar size. The yellow glow flickered, dazzling the onlookers. The 3 esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect simultaneously formed seals and chanted incantations. Soon, a purple flying sword appeared above the back mountain of the Xuanwu sect, swiftly joining the blue and yellow swords in the air. Upon observation, the crowd noted that while the blue and yellow swords exuded heavy pressure, their murderous intent was relatively restrained. The purple flying sword, however, radiated a pervasive aura of slaughter, reminiscent of an ancient deity of death. When the purple sword manifested, Ji Wuwei's expression shifted dramatically. Ji Wuwei, in terms of overt power, our 3 sects combined cannot match the Soul Sect. But do you truly believe you can manipulate us at will? Withdraw now, and you may yet have a chance. Su Zhong urged once more. Though the 3 sects had never utilized the tri-killing sword since their establishment, he had never doubted their might. Even transformation stage cultivators could not withstand a fraction of their power. Su Zhong, do not think you can intimidate us with mere words. Let us see your true strength. Ji Wuwei replied. Despite his reservations, the appearance of the 3 swords evoked ancient legends regarding the 3 sects of the Chu Kingdom. Yet, those were but tales, their veracity shrouded in the mists of time. He would not relinquish the imminent victory for the sake of a long-forgotten fable. The thought of seizing the 3 sects of the Chu Kingdom and monopolizing the high-grade spirit stone mine filled him with an intoxicating sense of pride, leading him to cackle maniacally. Su Zhong, recognizing Ji Wuwei's demeanor, understood that if he did not demonstrate his power to inflict pain upon them, the Soul Sect would not readily cease its assault on the 3 sects of Chu Kingdom. Let Xuanwu sect and Huiyun Gate lift the ban on the flying swords. Su Zhong bellowed. A ban? What ban? The disciples were bewildered by his words. The ban Su Zhong referred to concerned the killing intent sword and the god of slaughter sword. When the founder passed down the tri-killing swords, he imposed a restriction. Only members of their sect could wield them. This restriction had been handed down through the generations. Once lifted, anyone could utilize them. Among the 3 sects, Su Zhong possessed the highest cultivation, and only he could wield the tri-killing swords to unleash their full potential. There was no dissent from the Xuanwu sect or the Huayun Gate on this matter. The three esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect combined their strength to emit a beam of radiant light directed at the purple flying sword. Similarly, the three esteemed elders of the Huayun Gate unleashed a powerful light aimed at the yellow flying sword. With the ban lifted, Su Zhong infused his entire spiritual power into the three flying swords. As he continuously channeled his energy, the swords each released a beam of sword light, coalescing into shadowy forms in the air. Initially, the sword shadows were small, but under the relentless infusion of Su Zhong's peak late transformation stage power, they gradually expanded from several zhang to over 10. The immense pressure rendered the onlookers breathless. Is this truly the tri-killing sword? The three esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect exclaimed in astonishment. The presence of Su Zhong meant that the four late-stage nascent soul elders of the Tianjian Valley were not invulnerable, having witnessed the blue sword. They were also aware of the existence of the tri-killing sword. Their hearts raced with shock. Jiwei, do you dare to fight? If not, retreat swiftly. We will not pursue. Su Zhong questioned once more. This was, in essence, a counsel. Once the tri-killing sword was unleashed, the consequences would exceed his control. In that moment, tens of thousands of soul sect disciples would likely meet their demise on the battlefield. Su Zhong, let us fight. Why the unnecessary preamble? Jiwei declared. Although Jiwei was astonished by the immense pressure emanating from the colossal sword shadow, he was not entirely unprepared, as the soul sect possessed its own trump cards. Su Zhong, unwilling to prolong the conversation, altered his incantation, causing the gigantic sword shadow to tremble and subsequently divide into 12 smaller sword shadows. The massive sword shadow itself remained unchanged, but Su Zhong's complexion paled significantly, revealing the substantial toll this division took on his spiritual energy. The 12 sword shadows loomed majestically in the sky. Observing this, the 12 soul sect cultivators at the god transformation stage summoned their respective soul banners. The 12 soul banners obscured the sky, confronting the 12 sword shadows from a distance. Soon after, the banners emitted torrents of black mist, transforming into 12 enormous ghostly figures. At that moment, the battlefield above became surreal, with the 12 ghostly figures facing off against the 12 sword shadows. The ghostly avatar technique of the soul sect was indeed well prepared. Let these 12 ghostly figures experience the might of the triple kill sword. Su Zhong proclaimed with grandiosity. As soon as the words left his lips, the 12 sword shadows surged forth, targeting the ghostly figures. The ghostly figures extended their elongated claws, reaching for the sword shadows. The sword shadows diminished in size under the grasp of the ghostly claws, while the ghostly figures gradually faded under the assault of the sword shadows. Ultimately, both the ghostly figures and the sword shadows vanished simultaneously. A stalemate? The onlookers merely stared in awe at this extraordinary battle, refraining from engaging in their own skirmishes. In a clash of such formidable god transformation level experts, battles at the core formation and foundation establishment levels became redundant. If Su Zhong were to triumph, the soul sect would inevitably retreat. Conversely, a victory for the soul sect would herald a massacre of the three factions. Thus, Su Zhong could not afford to lose. He was acutely aware of this fact. Subsequently, the colossal sword shadow split again, producing 12 additional smaller sword shadows. Su Zhong's complexion grew even paler. The soul sect did not hesitate. The 12 colossal soul banners expelled black mist once more, conjuring another set of 12 ghostly figures. However, this time, the ghostly figures appeared somewhat fainter than the first. Indeed, when the 12 sword shadows clashed with the 12 ghostly figures, the latter disappeared before the sword shadows had fully exhausted their might. This left the 12 god transformation cultivators of the soul sect in a state of bewilderment. They were aware of the diminishing power of their ghostly figures, yet they could not comprehend why the sword shadows did not exhibit a similar decline. Though the triple kill sword was formidable, its consumption of spiritual energy was immense. They found it hard to believe that Su Zhong could withstand the assaults of 12 god transformation cultivators without faltering. As the 12 sword shadows had nearly been depleted by the ghostly figures, they were met with the defensive artifacts summoned by the 12 god transformation cultivators of the soul sect. Although these artifacts barely managed to withstand the onslaught, they were all destroyed without exception. The residual power of the sword shadows was astonishing. Jiwei sighed. Chapter 47. The emergence of the Azura Jiwei and his fellow god transformation cultivators of the soul sect had evidently underestimated the power of the 12 sword shadows. To be capable of shattering the artifacts of god transformation cultivators while being nearly exhausted was truly astonishing. Brother Ji, should we? One of the god transformation cultivators, Feng Xinzhong, began to inquire, but Jiwei interrupted him before he could finish. Elder Feng, do not rush. The time is not yet ripe. We must further deplete Su Zhong's spiritual energy to ensure absolute certainty. Jiwei declared confidently. Your three factions in the Chu Kingdom possess foundational legacies. Does the soul sect lack any? Jiwei sneered. Su Zhong, witnessing the soul sect utilizing the ghostly avatar technique to connect the 12 sword shadows for 2 rounds of assault, was also taken aback. If these were ordinary god transformation cultivators, even a united front of 12 would have been utterly obliterated by the 12 sword shadows. This demonstrated the formidable nature of the ghostly avatar technique. Let us see how many of your ghostly figures can withstand the onslaught of my sword shadows. Su Zhong shouted, channeling immense spiritual energy into the triple kill sword. Ji Wuwei, the previous two attacks were merely probes, not the true lethal strike of the triple kill sword. The next technique is called Morning Breeze and Dawn Moon. Do you dare to face it? Su Zhong proclaimed, standing in the sky with newfound dominance and no trace of his former humility. Whatever deadly move you possess, unleash it. Ji Wuwei feigned indifference, though his heart was gripped by astonishment. The power of the previous 2 rounds of attacks was formidable, and the fact that Su Zhong claimed they were merely tests hinted that the forthcoming strike would be even more challenging to withstand. He glanced at his fellow Soul Sect elders, noticing the concern etched on their faces. Just as Ji Wuwei and his companions were preoccupied with apprehension regarding the next round of attacks, the colossal sword shadow once again divided into 12 sword shadows. An uncanny scene unfolded. A bright moon appeared in the midday sky, accompanied by a gentle breeze, creating the illusion of dawn. Observing the 12 sword shadows, 6 of them bore the contours of the moon, while the other 6 were infused with a continuous breeze. Su Zhong, witnessing this, intensified the flow of his spiritual energy. The moonlight on the 6 sword shadows shimmered brilliantly, causing an excruciating sensation to those who beheld it, while the breeze transformed into a tempest that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The force of this assault far surpassed the previous 2 rounds. If the earlier attacks could be likened to a child wielding a sword, this one was undoubtedly a robust man swinging a hammer, an immense disparity. On the Soul Sect side, the black mist emanating from the 12 soul banners surged forth more rapidly, swiftly morphing into 12 ghostly figures. Upon their emergence, the ghostly figures opened their mouths wide and inhaled forcefully. The souls contained within the soul banners of the Soul Sect disciples were uncontrollably drawn into the 12 ghostly figures. As they absorbed the souls, the hue of the ghostly figures shifted from black to golden, and their size increased significantly. The Soul Sect disciples were left awestruck by this sudden turn of events. They felt anguish for their lost souls while simultaneously being stunned by the overwhelming power of the 12 golden ghostly figures. Golden fiends, indeed. It seems the Soul Sect has cultivated the ghostly avatar technique to such a remarkable degree. Let us see if my morning breeze and dawn moon can break through. Su Zhong exclaimed, sending the 12 sword shadows, imbued with moonlight and tempest, charging toward the 12 golden fiends. The moonlight and tempest enveloped the golden fiends, whose forms began to dissolve like snow meeting boiling water. However, the moonlight and wind were gradually depleted, their range diminishing, and the sword shadows likewise shrank in size. Ultimately, the 12 sword shadows were entirely consumed, yet the golden fiends, due to their substantial size, retained approximately 2/3 of their presence. The disciples of the 3 major sects in the Chu Kingdom watched this outcome with growing concern. Conversely, the Soul Sect rejoiced. The golden fiends indeed possessed immense power. Our Soul Sect reigns supreme. I told you, what kind of foundation could a sect from such a barren land as the Chu Kingdom possess? The faces of the Soul Sect disciples were alight with joy, as they seemingly forgot about the souls being devoured by the soul banners. The golden fiends truly exhibited extraordinary prowess. Now, let us see if you can withstand my second move, Purple Chi from the east, Su Zhong declared, as the colossal sword shadow once again split into 12 sword shadows. This time, the sword shadows were enveloped in swirling purple energy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Go! 12 violet sword shadows, swift as meteors and quick as lightning, surged with immense force towards the golden demon. This time, the golden demon could no longer withstand the assault, pierced through by the chilling violet sword shadows, which swiftly dissipated it. The violet sword shadows, however, remained largely unscathed, effortlessly annihilating the golden specter. Now it was the turn of the Soul Sect disciples to be taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been boasting, only to be harshly confronted with reality. Even more shocking were the 12 transformation stage cultivators of the Soul Sect. They understood better than anyone the formidable strength of the golden demon. Yet it was so easily dispelled by the violet sword shadows. To make matters worse, the momentum of the sword shadows did not wane. After vanquishing the golden demon, they charged straight toward them. Brother Ji, Fang Xianzong exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Ji Wuwei felt a deep sense of despair. If he unleashed his final move now, he could certainly dispel the violet sword energy, but the cost would be exorbitant. Moreover, Su Zhong's third move had yet to be utilized. Should he deploy his ultimate attack to negate the violet sword shadows now? It raised a significant question of whether Su Zhong would still be able to respond when he unleashed his third move. Just then, the 12 violet sword energies swiftly approached, filling the air with a thunderous sound. Gritting his teeth, Ji Wuwei threw forth a shattered jar. This jar, in a state of disrepair, seemed on the verge of collapse, appearing utterly insignificant before the 12 violet sword shadows. Ji Wuwei shouted, "Consolidate." The black mist of 12 soul flags swiftly converged upon the shattered jar, ultimately forming a towering specter. The specter coalesced with the solidity of a true entity, emanating an immense oppressive force. Shura? Su Zhong exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the Soul Sect had cultivated a Shura. No wonder they dared to act recklessly. Even knowing that our Chu country had the 3 killing swords of the 3 sects. Was this the foundation of the Soul Sect? Su Zhong mused inwardly. Once the Shura materialized, it struck out with a palm, causing the 12 violet sword shadows to dissipate as if they had never existed. These 12 violet sword shadows had effortlessly crushed the golden demon, like withering straw, unstoppable. Yet, they could not withstand the might of the Shura. It was evident just how powerful the Shura was. The power of the Shura was indeed beyond human capabilities. Since they had cultivated a Shura, let it receive my final strike. Listen closely. This move is called Morning Here, Evening Die, Su Zhong declared, embodying the essence of an ancient war god. His presence as firm and imposing as a mountain. This time, the colossal sword shadow did not split into 12. Instead, the sword body gradually solidified, resembling an eternal blade of slaughter. Su Zhong's face had turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, clearly a result of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Yet he persevered, for if he relinquished now, the countless cultivators behind him would become mere souls upon the soul flags of the soul sect disciples. The enormous sword began to rotate slowly, aiming squarely at the Shura. Chapter 48. The soul sect's disastrous defeat. Seeing this, the Shura opened its mouth and unleashed a tremendous roar toward the sword shadow. Those present on the battlefield experienced the sensation of having their souls wrenched from their bodies, resulting in a fleeting moment of distraction. Go! Su Zhong shouted, and the massive sword shadow surged forth, carrying the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth toward the Shura. Compared to the previous 12 sword shadows, the colossal shadow moved slowly. However, it imparted an inescapable feeling, as if one could not evade it even if they fled to the ends of the earth. The Shura extended its enormous claws, preparing to receive the sword shadow barehanded. When the sword shadow collided with the Shura's massive claws, it produced a sound akin to thunder. The onlookers were stunned by the noise, clutching their ears in pain. It caught it. Ji Wuwei began to laugh heartily. As long as the Shura could withstand the onslaught of the sword shadow, the ensuing ghost prison could bind it, gradually assimilating it into the Shura. With this thought, Ji Wuwei's eyes blazed with fervor, as if he could already envision the Shura wielding the 3 killing swords and dominating the Xuanwu Continent. But in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sword shadow advanced a foot forward despite being gripped tightly by the Shura's claws. What? Ji Wuwei gasped. The nearby Fang Xinzong and other transformation stage elders were equally horrified. Although the sword shadow moved slowly, its ability to progress indicated that it had not been fully controlled by the Shura. If it continued, the sword body would inevitably pierce through the Shura. If the Shura were to fall, who could withstand the thunderous strike of this sword? The Soul Sect was launching an all-out assault on the 3 great sects of the Chu Kingdom. Could it truly meet its demise here? That would be utterly absurd. The sword shadow continued to close in on the Shura's body, nearly piercing it. Ji Wuwei felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Was he truly prepared to take such a step? His thoughts raced. Finally, he gritted his teeth, seemingly resolute. Soul Sect disciples, prepare for sacrifice, Ji Wuwei shouted. He then cast a spell. The Shura opened its gaping maw, sucking in countless Soul Sect disciples from the battlefield. The Shura's body solidified further. With a fierce grip of its claws on the sword shadow, the advance of the sword shadow halted abruptly. Su Zhong observed this scene, filled with a mix of shock and anger. He was astonished by the Shura's surge in power and furious that the Soul Sect treated the lives of its disciples with such disregard. He intensified the flow of spiritual energy, yet no matter how hard he tried, the sword shadow could not advance a single inch. After the Shura gained control of the sword shadow, several massive black chains erupted from its body, tightly binding the sword shadow. The colossal sword shadow exhibited signs of struggle, yet it could not escape the bindings of the black chains. The sword shadow was originally white, but under the corrosion of the chains, the tip gradually turned black. Once the entire sword body became entirely black, the 3 killing sword would be completely assimilated and wielded by the Shura. This is the ghost prison? Su Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. He had only heard of the ghost prison before, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. Su Zhong felt a surge of panic. He understood the power of the ghost prison. However, due to prolonged expenditure of spiritual energy, he found his own reserves severely depleted. Though anxious, he could find no effective means to escape the current predicament. Not good. Senior Su appears to be out of spiritual energy. We must take action. The 3 grand elders of Xuanwu sect exclaimed in unison. Subsequently, the 3 of them began channeling their spiritual energy into the violet flying sword. The remaining disciples of Xuanwu sect, witnessing this, began to exert their power as well. The members of Tiankong Valley and Huayun sect quickly responded, channeling their spiritual energy into the blue and yellow flying swords, respectively. Under the infusion of tens of thousands of spiritual energies, the colossal sword shadow trembled, and the black chains were shattered. The sword shadow continued its relentless thrust toward the Shura's body. This is not good, Ji Wuwei shouted loudly, and once again unleashed a spell. The Azura opened its enormous maw, devouring countless disciples of the Soul Sect. This time, the consumption lasted longer than before, and soon less than 60% of the disciples remained. Azura continued to consume, and the numbers dwindled to 30%, then 20, then 1. In the end, Aside from those in the god transformation, nascent soul, and core formation stages, all lower-ranked soul sect disciples were swallowed whole by Asura. This scene left the representatives of the three major sects of the Chu kingdom dumbfounded. The cruelty of cultivators and the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world is a universally accepted notion. None would dare to take a moral high ground and cast judgment. Yet, such a blatant disregard for human life was beyond their acceptance. After all, no matter how much one cultivates, they remain human, not entirely devoid of empathy. These soul sect disciples aspired to transcend the mundane, wishing to cultivate and achieve greatness on the path of enlightenment. Who would have thought they would end up as mere fodder for Asura? The irony was that it was their own sect's elders who fed them to the beast. Asura seemed sated, letting out a belch, its grip slightly lessening. However, this did not halt the movement of the sword shadow, it merely slowed its pace. The representatives of the three sects hastened the flow of spiritual energy. The sword shadow pierced through Asura's body, a ghastly roar reverberating across the battlefield. Asura attempted to wrench the sword shadow free. But with tens of thousands of streams of spiritual energy pouring in, the sword's advance was unstoppable. As the sword shadow penetrated completely, Asura's form transformed into swirling black mist. The sword shadow continued forward, shattering 12 soul flags into fragments. Though strong, the flags crumbled effortlessly under the might of that strike. The sword shadow then hovered above the heads of the 12 god transformation elders. The soul sect's unwarranted aggression had inflicted countless injuries upon our three sects. It was time to collect some interest, Su Zhong proclaimed. Had Ji Wuwei heeded the advice earlier, matters might have turned differently. Yet, at this juncture, allowing these god transformation elders to retreat unscathed was impossible. Even if he, Su Zhong, consented, the others would not. I will hold them off, you all escape. Ji Wuwei shouted. The damaged vessel reappeared above Ji Wuwei's head, barely withstanding the downward strike of the sword shadow. Brother Ji, Feng Xianzong cried out. You all must flee. The defeat of the soul sect this time is entirely my fault. I must atone with my life. Ji Wuwei's voice rang out, filled with regret. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation, leading to this loss. The thought that not a single cultivator from the soul sect's core formation stage had survived flooded his heart with remorse. I am a sinner of the soul sect. I hope you can forgive me after my death. Ji Wuwei murmured to himself. In the opportunity Ji Wuwei fought desperately for, the 11 god transformation elders of the soul sect, along with the remaining members, fled in disarray. They understood that with their strength, they could not endure even a moment beneath the colossal sword shadow. It was wiser to preserve their powers for future reckoning. Thus, they escaped swiftly. However, the clash between Su Zhong and Ji Wuwei was not yet concluded. The vessel emitted cracking sounds under the sword shadow. Cracks multiplied until, with a resounding crash, it finally succumbed and shattered. The immense sword shadow descended, and Ji Wuwei was instantly reduced to dust beneath its might. Chapter 49. The Return of the Demon Lord? Victory. Upon witnessing Ji Wuwei's demise, the disciples of the three major sects of the Chu kingdom erupted into jubilant cheers. Su Zhong's pale face managed a faint smile before dizziness overtook him, causing him to plummet from the sky. Elder Li of the Water Moon sect, closest to Su Zhong, swiftly flew to catch him. At that moment, the elders of the Heavenly Sword Valley arrived. Elder Su has merely exhausted his spiritual energy. He is not gravely harmed. There is no need for concern. Let us allow Elder Su to recuperate in the Water Moon sect, and once he has recovered, he may return to the Heavenly Sword Valley. Elder Li assessed and suggested to the elders of the Heavenly Sword Valley. Then we are most grateful. The elders of the Heavenly Sword Valley agreed after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Li Huan's heart soared with joy. Who is Su Zhong? He is the pinnacle of the Chu kingdom, a formidable figure at the peak of the god transformation stage. In the entire Xuanwu Continent, he is a force to be reckoned with. Hosting such a legendary individual in the Water Moon sect is indeed an honor. They could also seek his guidance on various cultivation matters, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Days later, Su Zhong finally regained his strength. The three-kill sword possesses immense power, consuming an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. In the Chu kingdom, aside from Su Zhong, no one else could wield it alone. Had he not been at the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, he would not have endured until victory was achieved. During Su Zhong's recovery, the members of the Fire Cloud sect and Heavenly Sword Valley did not depart. Though the three sects suffered losses due to the Soul sect's aggression, their foundations remained intact. Under Su Zhong's leadership, they united their strengths and repelled the invading enemy, a force whose reputation far surpassed that of the three sections. Such a triumphant outcome demanded grand celebration. However, the honor for this victory belonged to Su Zhong, thus the feast would only commence after his awakening. The day following Su Zhong's revival marked the beginning of the celebration banquet. The Grand Hall of the Water Moon sect was filled with cultivators of the core formation stage and above. Su Zhong, unable to decline, took the seat of honor. Given his prowess, no one dared to object. However, out of humility, he felt somewhat out of place seated at the head of the table in the Water Moon sect. After much insistence from the others, he reluctantly accepted the position. Beside him sat a number of nascent soul elders, while the rest of the attendees took their respective seats. The victory over the soul sect is entirely thanks to Elder Su. Let us raise our cups in his honor. Elder Chun, one of the high elders of the Water Moon sect, declared. Indeed, Elder Chun speaks true. The others chimed in agreement. The defeat of the soul sect is a testament to the combined might of our three sects. I shall not take undue credit. Su Zhong humbly responded. Upon hearing Su Zhong's words, admiration filled the hearts of those present. Despite being the most powerful cultivator in the Chu Kingdom, capable of wielding the three-kill sword and repelling the soul sect, he displayed no greed for accolades. Such integrity is worthy of respect. Although many cultivators are often unscrupulous and disregard moral character, in the presence of someone like Su Zhong, who embodies both strength and virtue, they could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. The banquet proceeded with clinking glasses, an array of spiritual wines and fruits at their disposal. Spirits lifted. They indulged in merriment and revelry. The tension that had gripped them during the soul sect's advance now dissipated in the intoxicating atmosphere. Has your sect captured the demon Lord Tianyu? Su Zhong inquired. The demon Lord Tianyu? Are you referring to the bloodthirsty figure from a millennium ago? Elder Chun of the Water Moon sect asked, uncertain if the demon Lord Su Zhong spoke of was indeed the same as the one he knew. Yes, the one who is renowned as the foremost figure in the nascent soul stage. Su Zhong remarked. Wasn't that individual vanquished by our predecessors a millennium ago? Elder Chun inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. A millennium ago, the heavenly desire demon lord wrought havoc upon the disciples of the three major sects, ultimately attracting my attention, which led to his demise. This tale is widely known among the three major sects of the Chu Kingdom. He was merely gravely injured by my hand, and did not perish. I had intended to slay him, yet the heavenly desire demon lord possessed an extraordinary method of escape, one that I could not pursue in time, allowing him to flee, leaving his life or death in uncertainty. Su Zhong recounted the events of that year. Ah, so that is the case. Elder Chen exclaimed, astonished by Su Zhong's revelation. Everyone believed the heavenly desire demon lord to be dead, yet the truth was otherwise. Could it be that the heavenly desire demon lord has resurfaced? What prompted your earlier inquiry, esteemed elder? Elder Chun, recovering from his astonishment, pressed further. Not at all. Su Zhong waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. The heavenly desire demon lord was a notorious killer, with profound cultivation that made him nearly insurmountable for ordinary Yuanying stage practitioners, having slain countless individuals. If he were indeed to return, it would spell calamity for the three major sects of the Chu Kingdom. I noticed a set of flying swords wielded by a disciple of your sect on the battlefield, which bore a striking resemblance to the 12 blood swords of the heavenly desire demon lord, hence my inquiry, Su Zhong elucidated. In truth, he had long been haunted by the fact that the heavenly desire demon lord had managed to escape after being grievously injured. Ah, I see. I had overlooked this matter. I shall dispatch someone to investigate and provide you with an answer, esteemed elder. Elder Chen replied with utmost respect, mindful not to dismiss Su Zhong's inquiry lightly. Su Zhong nodded in acknowledgement. The 12 blood swords of the heavenly desire demon lord. Elder Chen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruyu and Zhang Feng sat upon a large rock at the Xuanwu sect, their expressions incredibly relaxed. The gentle breeze tousled Zhao Ruyu's long hair, sending a waft of fragrant aroma into Zhang Feng's nostrils. The soul sect has finally been repelled. Do share your experiences from these past days. Zhao Ruyu inquired with keen interest. There's not much to tell, really. I was merely dispatched to inspect a remote area of the spirit stone mining zone, where I procured some high-quality spirit stones and coincidentally subdued a mid-stage foundation establishment zombie. Zhang Feng spoke in a calm manner, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. What? A top-grade spirit stone? A mid-stage foundation establishment zombie? Zhao Ruyu was taken aback, unable to believe her own ears. Indeed. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Zhang Feng promptly produced 10 high-quality spirit stones and placed them before Zhao Ruyu. Goodness, are these truly high-quality spirit stones? Zhao Ruyu marveled at the shimmering brilliance of the stones, feeling the potent aura emanating from them. After picking one up and examining it closely in her palm, she sighed in wonder. Prior to this moment, she had only encountered high-quality spirit stones once, received from the heavenly desire demon lord, and had never seen them elsewhere. How could Zhang Feng, with just a brief outing, casually come across such treasures? Is it possible that high-quality spirit stones are now ubiquitous? Contemplating this, she pouted and shot a glare at Zhang Feng. How did you manage to subdue that mid-stage foundation establishment zombie? Zhao Ruyu inquired further. Zhang Feng recounted the events of subduing the zombie to Zhao Ruyu, omitting the details of his poisoning and the bloodletting by the zombie, lest it cause her undue concern. So that is how it transpired. Zhao Ruyu remarked after listening. She understood that although Zhang Feng spoke with ease, the experience must have been fraught with peril. The strength of a mid-foundation establishment stage zombie is not something that an ordinary early foundation establishment practitioner could contend with, even if Zhang Feng is not an ordinary early foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 50. The endearingly foolish Zhang Shidi. By the way, senior sister, I see that you have now reached the 11th layer of the qi condensation stage. Do the elixirs I gifted you still hold any efficacy? Zhang Feng inquired with genuine concern, for both the spirit-enhancing pill and the four symbols pill had developed a resistance within him, rendering them ineffective for the time being. He was keen to ascertain whether Zhao Ruyu experienced a similar predicament. The spirit-enhancing pill you gifted me, I have consumed but a single one, and I have yet to try the four symbols pill. The potency of the spirit-enhancing pill is so remarkable that I hesitate to take it. As she spoke of the elixirs bestowed by Zhang Feng, her face illuminated with excitement. The effects of the spirit-enhancing pill were nothing short of extraordinary. Just one had elevated her from the 8th to the 11th level of qi condensation. Should she consume a few more, reaching the pinnacle of qi condensation would be within her grasp. She gazed at Zhang Feng with a radiant expression, deeply grateful for his generous gift of the pills. It is worth noting that the spirit-enhancing pill is an exceedingly precious elixir, far beyond the reach of a cultivator of her humble caliber. Had it not been for Zhang Feng's generosity, she would never have experienced the miraculous effects of the spirit-enhancing pill. Yet, one must ponder, was Zhang Feng's gift truly an act of mere benevolence? Who would freely offer an entire vial of spirit-enhancing pills to another? Nevertheless, one cannot overlook that Zhang Feng's kindness extended far beyond just the gift of pills. In Zhao Riyu's eyes, Zhang Feng's figure was reflected, and scenes from their acquaintance danced in her mind, causing a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. Upon hearing that Zhao Riyu had elevated her cultivation level by 3 tiers merely with a single ascension pill, Zhang Feng was taken aback. His own cultivation had advanced through the accumulation of numerous elixirs, with each step proving to be exceedingly arduous. Consequently, both the ascension pill and the four symbols pill had become entirely ineffective for him. In contrast, Zhao Riyu seemed to achieve her progress with remarkable ease. It appeared that his mixed spiritual roots were indeed woefully inadequate, were it not for the assistance of the incense burner and its ability to stimulate the growth of spiritual herbs. His aptitude would render him ill-suited for the path of immortality. How fortunate it is, then, that I need not worry about the ineffectiveness of elixirs on you. Zhang Feng spoke earnestly to Zhao Riyu. This was his heartfelt confession. Should Zhao Riyu develop a resistance to these two types of elixirs, he would have to seek out new formulations. Why would they cease to be effective? Zhao Riyu inquired, perplexed. Excessive consumption can lead to resistance, rendering them ineffective, he replied. Zhang Feng patiently elucidated. Regardless of what Zhao Riyu inquired, he remained exceptionally patient. How much would one have to consume? Zhao Riyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. If someone claimed to subsist on such a miraculous elixir, she would find it utterly implausible. The Ascension elixir has already lost its efficacy on me. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and spoke. This was originally his secret, yet he did not wish to conceal anything from Zhao Riyu. However, the matter concerning the incense burner was an exception. He believed that the implications of the incense burner were too significant, and he was unwilling to involve Zhao Riyu in it, thus refraining from mentioning it to her. The Ascending Spirit Pill is a second-tier elixir. It should have some effect even if you are at the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Riyu inquired. Indeed, the Ascending Spirit Pill is effective for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. However, as I mentioned earlier, excessive consumption leads to drug resistance, and I am experiencing that myself. Not only the Ascending Spirit Pill, but the Four Symbols Pill has also become ineffective for me. Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, how much do you consume at once? Zhao Riyu inquired. About a bottle, came the response. Zhang Feng said, slightly embarrassed, what? 1 bottle? Do you treat such a precious elixir as mere sustenance? Zhao Riyu exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. Is there truly someone in this world who consumes ascension pills as food? I have another bottle here. Allow me to present it to my esteemed senior sister. Zhang Feng spoke as he retrieved a bottle of ascension elixir from his storage bag and placed it into Zhao Riyu's hands. Zhao Riyu was utterly bewildered. Stunned by both Zhang Feng's earlier words and his current actions, Zhang Feng presented her with an entire bottle of spirit elevation pills. Should this news be divulged, it would be met with incredulity. Even the 3 esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect would not bestow such generosity upon their closest kin. She comprehended the significance of this gesture. If these pills were to be exchanged for spirit stones, they would amount to a fortune unattainable by most cultivators in a lifetime. The rarity of spirit elevation pills is self-evident. Although they may not aid in ascension, their efficacy in restoring spiritual energy during combat far surpasses that of spirit stones. Moreover, the potency of the spirit elevation pills gifted by Zhang Feng surpassed the descriptions found in ancient texts. Were they to be auctioned, they would fetch an astronomical price. Contemplating Zhang Feng's kindness, even someone as naive as she could grasp the depth of his generosity. Thank you, junior brother Zhang. Throughout my life, aside from my mother, you are the only one who has shown me such kindness. Tears shimmered in Zhao Riyu's beautiful eyes. Zhao Riyu, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, possessed unparalleled beauty and was the object of affection for countless male disciples of the Xuanwu sect. Many courted her, but their intentions were driven solely by her beauty, lacking any genuine care. Yet, Zhang Feng was different. Fear not, senior sister, consume the pills without hesitation. If they prove insufficient, just ask me again. I have an abundance. Zhang Feng gently wiped away the tears from Zhao Ruyu's cheek, and a warmth spread through her heart, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Sister, have you caught a chill recently? Why is your face so flushed? Zhang Feng noticed the sudden flush on Zhao Ruyu's face and inquired with concern. Zhang Feng's inquiry stemmed from his previous experiences in Panjiayuan, where he had engaged in deceitful and underhanded dealings, leaving him unfamiliar with the concept of genuine embarrassment. How could he possibly comprehend the thoughts of a young lady like Zhao Ruyu? Truly, he was a fool. Zhao Ruyu, amused by Zhang Feng's question, couldn't help but smile. Her junior, Zhang, was sometimes adorably naive. Zhou Sun, I require your assistance in uncovering a matter. Elder Chun, one of the esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect, addressed a middle-aged cultivator. Zhou Sun, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment and one of the 12 elders of the sect, responded with utmost respect. Please instruct me, master. Please investigate whether any disciple of our Xuanwu sect wielded 12 blood swords as their magical treasures during the recent battle with the Soul sect. Elder Qin commanded. He had promised Su Zhong a response and was determined not to break his word. Is this to cultivate as a core disciple? Zhou Sun inquired, puzzled. Core disciples were fundamental to a sect, enjoying privileges that far surpassed those of ordinary inner disciples. Most of them would eventually rise to prominence within the sect. Given Elder Qin's directive, Zhou Sun instinctively associated it with core discipleship. Not quite. Senior Su Zhong suspects that the 12 blood swords used by this individual are the magical treasures of the heavenly desiring demon lord from 1,000 years ago. Elder Qin clarified. Zhou Sun, having personally instructed this disciple, had nothing to conceal. Once the disciple confirms the situation, I shall report back to you, master. Zhou Sun pledged before promptly setting out on his investigation. After several days of scrutiny, he finally discovered that it was indeed Zhang Feng who commanded the 12 blood swords on the battlefield. Zhang Feng. Why does this name sound so familiar? Zhou Sun mused. Master, this Zhang Feng is the waste disciple with mixed spiritual roots taken in by the fairy of water Qinin. He often bullies others within the sect, relying on the fairy's support, and even dared to challenge me when he was still at the qi condensation stage. Wang Ziheng embellished, casting Zhang Feng in a negative light. Previously, when he sought a foundational pill from Zhang Feng, the latter had the audacity to retort, infuriating him. Although he had arranged for someone to deal with Zhang Feng during the inter-sect disciples promotion competition, it had backfired, causing his friend Miao Romin to lose face. He was determined to avenge this grievance and would not let the opportunity to slander Zhang Feng slip by. Wait, did you just say he dared to confront you while still at the qi condensation stage? Has this Zhang Feng now surpassed the qi condensation stage? Zhou Sun questioned, perplexed. Indeed, master. This brat seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity and has recently reached the foundation establishment stage. Wang Ziheng replied, a mix of anger and jealousy in his tone. He had endured countless trials over many years to achieve his foundation establishment. While this mixed spiritual root Zhang Feng had made such rapid progress. Is that so? Zhou Sun was taken aback at first, but then elation surged within him. Given the low aptitude of a mixed spiritual root, merely reaching the qi condensation stage was already remarkable. How could he possibly break through? Unless he had encountered a tremendous opportunity. This certainly suggested a connection to the heavenly desiring demon lord. The 12 blood swords were the demon lord's life treasure and would never be given to another. Thus, the only explanation was that the heavenly desiring demon lord had perished, and Zhang Feng had acquired all his cultivation resources. As this thought crossed Zhou Sun's mind, his heart began to race. Who was the heavenly desiring demon lord? He was a figure renowned 1,000 years ago, claimed to be the foremost among those at the nascent soul stage. Any treasure he possessed could incite fierce competition, even among nascent soul cultivators. It was highly probable that Zhang Feng had obtained everything the heavenly desiring demon lord left behind. Demonic techniques, magical treasures, materials, formations, talismans, and celestial arts. This would explain how a mixed spiritual root could reach the foundation establishment stage. At this juncture, if he were to reveal the truth, the 3 esteemed elders of the Xuanwu sect would undoubtedly be stirred. In such a case, his own standing would be jeopardized. Zhou Sun's mind raced with calculations. Master, I have ascertained that during the recent battle with the Soul sect, none of our disciples wielded the 12 blood swords. Zhou Sun reported to Elder Qin. Very well, understood. Elder Qin replied calmly. He too found it hard to believe that artifacts belonging to the heavenly desiring demon lord would suddenly appear in the hands of a disciple of his sect. Zhou Sun's response was within his expectations. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw. Elder Qin continued. Disciple obeys. Zhou Sun respectfully bowed and exited, his heart light with joy. He had been preoccupied with how to address Elder Qin's inquiries, yet he had navigated through it so effortlessly. If Elder Qin no longer harbored doubts, then the matters ahead would be at his discretion. With this thought, Zhou Sun couldn't help but burst into laughter, startling a flock of birds into flight. At this moment, Zhang Feng appeared to Zhou Sun as a veritable moving treasury. The prospect of acquiring all the resources left by the heavenly desiring demon lord and leaping into the nascent soul stage, thus becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, made Zhou Sun unable to contain his excitement, and he soared directly towards Zixia Peak. Upon reaching Zixia Peak, Zhou Sun first paid his respects to Fairy of Water Qinin. All 12 elders of Xuanwu sect were at the foundation establishment stage, primarily at the initial stage. After receiving a medicinal gift from Zhang Feng, Fairy Qinin had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a significant increase in strength. To avoid arousing suspicion from Fairy Qinin, Zhou Sun did not seek out Zhang Feng immediately. He had not intended to visit Zixia Peak, as he had little rapport with Fairy Qinin, who was naturally aloof and often wore a cold demeanor towards others. However, after observing for several days, he noted that Zhang Feng remained secluded within Zixia Peak. Reluctantly, he resolved to pay a visit. Fairy Qinin, Zhou Sun pays his respects. Zhou Sun called out loudly outside the Zixia cave. Please enter. Fairy Qinin's voice floated gently from within the cave. Upon entering, Zhou Sun surveyed the cave with keen interest. This cave abode of yours is truly a marvel, Fairy Qinin. It is my first time visiting, and it is indeed splendid. Zhou Sun remarked with a smile. The Zixia cave was simply adorned, a fact that Zhou Sun's words subtly belied with a hint of mockery. Fairy Qinin furrowed her brows slightly, responding, are you implying that my abode is rather shabby? Zhou Shixiang. Zhou Sun had intended to throw a veiled insult, but found himself exposed by Fairy Qinin's words, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He hastily replied, I meant no such thing. You have misunderstood me, Fairy. Knowing her temperament, he realized that inciting her wrath could lead to an immediate dismissal. Subsequently, Zhou Sun engaged in aimless small talk for quite some time. Fairy Qinin, not one for conversation, largely ignored his ramblings, leaving him to speak to himself. At last, Fairy Qinin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Zhou Shixiang, what brings you here? I wish to acquire a foundational pill for a relative of one of my disciples who is on the verge of foundation establishment. Zhou Sun replied. Zhou Sun spoke lies with an unwavering countenance and a steady heart. Are you jesting, brother Zhou? Asked the water Qinxian with a faint tone of disdain evident in her eyes. Sister, such words are unwarranted. I have truly come seeking a foundation establishment pill. Zhou Sun hastily defended himself. The sect maintains stringent control over the distribution of foundation establishment pills. They are issued strictly according to sect regulations, unless commanded otherwise by the Grand Elders. But I have no foundation establishment pills, the water Qinxian replied, her voice tinged with irritation. She felt that Zhou Sun was merely idling away time at her expense. I am aware that you possess none, yet your disciple does. Zhou Sun continued. I have heard of his commendable performance in the trial within the Forbidden Grounds, earning him 32 foundation establishment pills as a reward. Surely, requesting one in exchange is not unreasonable? As for the price, you may set it as you wish. Zhou Sun asserted. The news of Zhang Feng being rewarded with 32 foundation establishment pills has spread widely within the sect, becoming common knowledge. This incident also serves as the catalyst for Zhang Feng's prior enmity with Wang Ziang. You have stated it yourself. It belongs to my disciple. How can I take charge? He resides in a courtyard halfway up the mountain. You may seek him out yourself. The Water Qin Fairy has already issued an edict to dismiss guests. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's spirit soared, for this was precisely the outcome he had desired. Thus, his search for Zhang Feng would unfold naturally, without raising any suspicion from the Water Qin Fairy. In that case, I shall take my leave. Zhou Sun remarked, rising to bow, his expression tinged with feigned disappointment. This was merely an act. Swiftly exiting the Zixiao cave, Zhou Sun made his way to the mountainside, eager to ascertain the true nature of Zhang Feng. Chapter 52. The test, but is he not the disciple of Zhang Feng? Zhou Sun inquired. I am Zhang Feng, paying my respects to Elder Zhou. Zhang Feng, upon recognizing Zhou Sun, promptly bowed in greeting. He was well aware of Zhou Sun's esteemed position as the 12th elder of the Xuanwu sect, a figure of great renown within the sect. Even if Zhang Feng were somewhat uninformed, he would certainly recognize such a prominent individual. There is no need for excessive courtesy. My dear disciple, Zhou Sun gently encouraged, offering a supportive hand to Zhang Feng while regarding him with a warm smile, exuding an aura of approachability. After taking a seat, Zhou Sun surveyed Zhang Feng's modest dwelling, a small bed, a table, and a few chairs, devoid of any other furnishings. My dear disciple, your quarters are rather sparse. Do you not know that the sect provides dedicated abodes for foundational stage cultivators? Zhou Sun inquired with a smile. Esteemed elder, I have grown accustomed to this place, and it is conveniently close to Master S. Zixiao Cave, making it difficult for me to part with it. Zhang Feng replied. To remain unencumbered by worldly matters is indeed a rare virtue. Zhou Sun expressed his admiration for Zhang Feng. Following this was a leisurely conversation, during which he inquired about Zhang Feng's hobbies and any challenges he faced in his cultivation. This left Zhang Feng utterly perplexed, as he was unaware of the true intentions behind Elder Zhou's visit. After some time spent in casual dialogue, Zhou Sun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, I have heard that during the recent battle with the Soul Sect, you displayed extraordinary valor, vanquishing several foundational cultivators of the Soul Sect. Such prowess places you among the elite of the younger generation. Zhou Sun seemed to casually mention the events of recent days, yet it was a carefully prepared remark. Zhang Feng humbly responded, No, I have only just entered the foundational stage. My strength is still quite limited, and I cannot accept the title of elite. Upon hearing Zhou Sun mention the battle with the Soul Sect, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Could it be that someone has indeed taken notice of the 12 blood swords he wielded? If that were the case, it must mean that his disciple possesses some formidable treasure. Zhou Sun, with a casual smile, inquired further. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a knot tighten in his throat, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved his transparent flying sword. Zhou Sun picked up the sword, experimenting with its capabilities before taking a moment to examine it with great interest. This sword possessed the power of instantaneous movement, and its transparency made it ideal for surprise attacks. No wonder his junior could display such formidable prowess in battle. It was indeed aided by such a remarkable treasure. Zhou Sun lavished praise upon the flying sword, and his words were not unfounded. Zhang Feng's transparent sword was certainly no ordinary item. Possessing this sword would undeniably enhance his abilities. Zhou Sun refrained from pursuing the topic further, which allowed Zhang Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. I have come today to request a foundation establishment pill from you, dear junior. Might you part with one? Zhou Sun inquired. Elder Zhou, I regret to inform you that I no longer possess any foundation establishment pills. Zhang Feng replied. Zhang Feng has truthfully reported. At present, he indeed possesses no foundation establishment pills. Could it be that they have all been exchanged by someone? Zhou Sun inquired with confusion. No, it is because the disciples consumed them all during their foundation establishment. Zhang Feng spoke with a hint of embarrassment, as the situation seemed rather unbelievable. What? You consumed all 32 foundation establishment pills? Zhou Sun exclaimed in astonishment. Most individuals attempting to establish their foundation do not succeed with just one pill, and it is not unheard of for them to consume 2 or 3. However, the notion of swallowing 32 at once is truly unheard of. The primary reason is that foundation establishment pills are exceedingly precious and not readily available in the market. They cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones. Even the disciples from prominent families can only acquire one through their sect. During the recent trial in the Forbidden Area, it was only because of the desire to gain an advantage in the contest for spirit stones that they offered foundation establishment pills as rewards. Well, I suppose this visit has been in vain. After digesting the shock for a while, Zhou Sun uttered this remark before departing. Strangely, while most would feel disappointment in such circumstances, Zhou Sun did not. Instead, he bid farewell to Zhang Feng with genuine kindness. After seeing Zhou Sun off, Zhang Feng's anxious heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, Zhou Sun had only come to exchange for foundation establishment pills, rather than for something else. His greatest fear was that someone would recognize his 12 blood swords, as that would place him in a perilous situation. Ziheng, I need you to do something for me. Upon returning to his own cave dwelling, Zhou Sun wore a grim expression, completely shedding the affability he had shown Zhang Feng. Master uncle, please instruct me. Wang Ziheng was adept at executing Zhou Sun's commands flawlessly. Seek an opportunity to eliminate that Zhang Feng. Zhou Sun stated with remarkable composure. He had a strong suspicion that the 12 blood swords were indeed in Zhang Feng's possession, but he could not be entirely certain. During his last encounter with Zhang Feng, he attempted to probe the matter, yet Zhang Feng was tight-lipped. When Zhou Sun tried to steer the conversation towards the 12 blood swords, Zhang Feng deflected with a transparent flying sword. However, that transparent sword was also quite extraordinary, potentially a treasure bestowed by the heavenly Desire Demon Lord. Thus, he wanted Wang Ziheng to kill Zhang Feng, after which he would employ his own methods to extract the truth from him. As for evading the scrutiny of the sect and Shui Qinxian, he had his own strategies in place. On an afternoon 10 days later, Zhang Feng left the sect, intending to visit the market at Tianjian Valley to gather some alchemical herbs or herbal seeds. Among the multitude of items left by the Heavenly Desire Demon Lord, he discovered a pill known as the Heavenly Demon Pill. This pill, when combined with the Heavenly Demon Technique, could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed and would never lead to the development of a tolerance. Upon catching sight of it, Zhang Feng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. With this celestial demon pill in his possession, he would no longer have to fret over the issue of drug resistance. Although as long as he could procure the seeds of spiritual herbs, concocting elixirs was merely a matter of moments for him. The formulas suitable for the foundation establishment stage were limited and mostly classified as non-marketable items, making them exceedingly difficult for him to acquire. The market in Tianjian Valley was significantly larger than that of Shui West Sect, and having engaged in transactions with Tianyao Pavilion on several occasions, he had established a degree of familiarity with them. Zhang Feng was soaring through the skies on his sword when, suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, blocking his path. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Zhang Feng immediately identified him as Wang Ziheng. The memory of their previous encounter, where Wang had sought to exchange a foundation-building pill and resorted to threats when his demands were unmet, ignited a surge of anger within Zhang Feng. Wang Ziheng, what is your purpose in obstructing my path? Zhang Feng inquired bluntly. There was no need for courtesy with such a person. After all, they had openly threatened his life. Should he lower himself to ingratiate and seek forgiveness? That was not in Zhang Feng's character. Although he had engaged in deceitful practices while at Panjiayuan, Such skills were essential for profit in the antiques trade. Zhang Feng is a person who believes in reciprocity. If one treats him with a foot of respect, he responds with a yard of respect, distinguishing clearly between gratitude and grievances. Naturally, he wishes to take your life. Wang Ziheng spoke with resentment. Having lost face at the hands of Zhang Feng previously, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly, constantly yearning for revenge. This time, he seized the opportunity to settle this score. With Zhou Xian providing cover, he need not fear the repercussions from his sect or the inquiries of Shui Qinxian after eliminating Zhang Feng. Indeed, so what are we waiting for? Let us take action. Zhang Feng, wearing a smile, said teasingly, "Wait a moment, that's enough." After Wang Ziheng finished speaking, a sly grin appeared on his face. Suddenly, another figure emerged behind Zhang Feng, blocking his escape route. Chapter 53, The Unyielding Miao Romin. Zhang Feng scrutinized the figure before him and recognized it to be Miao Romin, the inspector presiding over the internal disciples promotion competition. Miao Romin had previously humiliated Zhang Feng, which naturally left him with a deep-seated grudge. This time, as Wang Ziheng sought to deal with Zhang Feng, he felt secure with the powerful artifact bestowed upon him by Zhou Sun, ensuring that Zhang Feng would not escape. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, he had invited Miao Romin to join him in this endeavor. "Wang brother, I was delayed by some matters. Am I still on time?" Miao Romin addressed Wang Ziheng, ignoring Zhang Feng entirely. "Not too late at all, Miao brother. Your presence is most welcome. Today, we shall ensure this scoundrel meets his demise here." Wang Ziheng appeared utterly confident, as if Zhang Feng were already a helpless fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. "Very well, let the two of you old scoundrels come at me together," Zhang Feng nonchalantly remarked. Although Wang Ziheng and Miao Romin had both been in the foundational stage for many years, they remained stagnant at its initial level, making no further progress. Given Zhang Feng's ability to slay practitioners at the late foundational stage of the Soul Sect, dealing with these two posed no challenge for him. "Brother Wang, allow me to take the lead and eliminate this waste. You stand by to prevent his escape," Miao Romin declared, harboring a resentment towards Zhang Feng that rivaled that of Wang Ziheng. "If Brother Miao insists, then please proceed." Wang Ziheng had no objections. Does it truly matter who vanquishes Zhang Feng? What truly matters is ensuring his demise. Upon receiving Wang Ziheng's affirmative response, Miao Romin immediately summoned a large umbrella. With his hands forming intricate seals, flames erupted from the umbrella, hurtling towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, witnessing the ferocity of the flames, wasted no time and hurled several top-tier ice spike talismans. Hundreds of ice spikes shot forth like arrows, piercing through the air. Upon encountering the flames, the ice spikes began to melt, yet the chilling aura emanating from them quelled the fiery onslaught. It appeared that employing these ice spike talismans against fire proved remarkably effective. This marked Zhang Feng's inaugural usage of the ice spike talismans since their acquisition, and he was pleasantly surprised by their efficacy. Miao Romin, noticing the ineffectiveness of the initial wave of fire attacks, promptly intensified his spiritual energy, launching a second barrage. This time, even more robust streams of flames erupted from the celestial umbrella. To counter this formidable assault of flames, it would require at least several thousand ice spikes of similar potency to the previous ones. A minimum of 30 top-tier ice spike talismans would be necessary to withstand such a force. He doubted that Zhang Feng possessed such an abundance of high-level ice spike talismans. "Let's see if you survive this," Miao Romin declared with a sinister expression. This celestial umbrella, passed down from his master, wielded immeasurable power. Due to his limited cultivation, he could not unleash its full potential. The current offensive was far beyond what an ordinary foundational stage cultivator could endure. He could almost envision Zhang Feng reduced to ashes by the searing flames. Some individuals are simply not worth the enmity. Miao Romin involuntarily let out a cold chuckle. Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Zhang Feng unleashed a multitude of ice spike glyphs. Thousands of ice spikes surged forth, hurtling directly towards the advancing flames with ferocity. The quantity of supreme ice spike talismans that Zhang Feng carried was beyond Miao Romin's imagination. The flames and ice spikes clashed evenly, ultimately dissipating simultaneously. This battle unfolded in an extraordinarily bizarre manner. Most of Miao Romin's spiritual energy had already been expended, leaving him somewhat breathless. In stark contrast, Zhang Feng remained composed and serene, having not utilized a shred of his spiritual power. "I refuse to believe you still possess supreme ice spike talismans." Miao Romin, a man who had little faith in the supernatural, was convinced that Zhang Feng, following the recent depletion of energy, had exhausted his supply of supreme ice spike talismans. He once again heightened his spiritual energy output, channeling every last drop into his attack. With this immense surge of power, the heavenly umbrella began to tremble, and a searingly hot purple flame erupted from within. Wherever it passed, it seemed as though the very air ignited. "Ha!" Miao Romin, his eyes gleaming with fervor, let out a triumphant laugh. Yet, he was taken aback to see Zhang Feng remaining unfazed, even shaking his head in resignation. Was this a mockery of him? In the next moment, Zhang Feng unleashed an unfathomable number of supreme ice spike talismans. the sky filled with ice spikes, and an overwhelming chill enveloped the entire realm. The once mighty flames were snuffed out in silence beneath the formidable assault of the ice spikes. With no barriers remaining, the ice spikes surged directly toward Miao Rumin. At this juncture, he had depleted all his spiritual energy, devoid of any means to resist. This sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Wang Ziheng no time to intervene. Miao Rumin's pupils dilated in terror, and he was swiftly transformed into a porcupine by the ice spikes, dead beyond recovery. The uncontrollable heavenly umbrella plummeted to the ground beside Miao Rumin's spiky corpse. No, the dramatic turn of events was unbearable for Wang Ziheng. Enraged, he retaliated by summoning a ceramic jar. The jar rapidly expanded in midair, its opening resembling a bottomless abyss, concealing its contents. Incantations flowed from Wang Ziheng's lips, and an immensely powerful suction force emerged from the jar. This peculiar force did not target the body, but instead aimed at the soul. The jar had been specifically lent to Wang Ziheng by Zhou Sun to combat Zhang Feng. Possessing tremendous power, this jar was Zhou Sun's renowned magical artifact. A foundation-establishing cultivator could not withstand its might. Even though Zhang Feng had previously slain numerous foundation-establishing cultivators in his encounters with the Soul Sect, he would find himself facing despair beneath the overwhelming force of this jar. Zhang Feng felt as though his soul was on the verge of detaching from his body, the sensation of separation nearly suffocating him. Zhang Feng's consciousness gradually became obscured, and his vision began to blur, leaving him only able to hear Wang Ziheng's triumphant laughter. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the strength to wield his magical artifacts against Wang Ziheng. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? In the fleeting second before losing consciousness, Zhang Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength to open his storage bag. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Feng slowly regained awareness. His head throbbed painfully, and his entire body felt exceptionally unwell. Yet, despite the discomfort, he was alive. Zhang Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon the lifeless body of Wang Ziheng, which lay not far away, its head grotesquely gnawed upon. What had transpired? He vaguely recalled that just before losing consciousness, there had been a disturbance within his storage pouch, and in that final moment, it seemed he had managed to open it. Could it be the work of a zombie? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ponder. However, after scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the zombie. Just as he was about to employ his mental perception, the zombie materialized within his line of sight, clutching a tattered bowl. What purpose could it serve with such a decrepit bowl? Zhang Feng said irritably. This zombie is exceedingly grotesque, and it still bears the remnants of Prince Heng's brain upon its lips, which is thoroughly repulsive. And master, drink water. The zombie articulated with great difficulty. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. This zombie displayed a surprising degree of concern for him. A warmth blossomed in his heart, and he was about to utter some kind words. Yet, in the next instant, he began to vomit. The remnants from the zombie's mouth dripped one by one into the bowl, which he had just moments ago intended to drink from. Chapter 54. Zhang Feng's obsession with cleanliness. Do not come any closer. Keep your distance. Zhang Feng shouted loudly, halting the advance of the zombie. The zombie, perplexed by Zhang Feng's sudden outburst, obediently retreated several steps. Zhang Feng removed the storage bags from Miao Rumin and Wang Ziheng, discovering that aside from spirit stones, the contents were a chaotic assortment of materials. Although these materials were of no immediate use to him, they might prove beneficial in the future, or perhaps, if he chose not to utilize them, they could be exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Among the spoils of this conflict, the most valuable treasures were undoubtedly the Tianluo umbrella and the ceramic jar on the ground. In terms of potency, the ceramic jar held greater power. However, the energy required to activate the Tianluo umbrella was exceedingly high. When Miao Rumin employed it, the canopy barely opened to 1/10 of its capacity. Had it been able to open further, Zhang Feng's top-tier ice spike talisman might not have sufficed to withstand its might. Contemplating this, a satisfied smile crept upon Zhang Feng's lips. After securing the two magical artifacts, he casually conjured a fire spell, and a flame materialized at his fingertips. The fire then split into two, one darting toward Miao Rumin and the other toward Wang Ziheng, instantly reducing their remains to ashes. As he prepared to leave, Zhang Feng noticed the zombie lingering at a distance, hesitant to approach him. You ought to clean yourself up. I have a penchant for cleanliness. And your filthy appearance is quite revolting, do you understand? Zhang Feng spoke with evident irritation. Although the majority of cultivators transcend the ordinary, their hearts unyielding and their emotions frigid, far surpassing the common man, it is needless to say that matters of hygiene and tolerance are trifles in comparison. Nonetheless, Zhang Feng, having been immersed in the teachings of modern civilization, differed significantly from the cultivators of the Xuanwu Continent. All right, master. The zombie seemed to comprehend Zhang Feng's words, hastening towards a nearby small pond to cleanse the filth from its mouth. This particular zombie, having cultivated in an area rich in spiritual energy, had developed a sense of awareness, far removed from the instinct-driven behavior of ordinary zombies. Moreover, the absence of bottlenecks in its cultivation allowed for rapid advancement. Given time, The potential achievements of this zombie could be boundless. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng found the creature's appearance to be less unappealing. Come here, I have something delicious for you. Zhang Feng waved his hand, beckoning the zombie to come closer. He tossed a spirit elevation pill into the zombie's mouth. The zombie chewed absent-mindedly for a moment before swallowing it. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy began to flow within the zombie's body. Following this, the zombie let out a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding trees. The oppressive aura of late Foundation establishment radiated outward. Had it truly entered the late stage of Foundation establishment so easily? Zhang Feng was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Each elevation of his realm was fraught with difficulty, often leading to a propensity for resistance. Yet, this zombie had effortlessly ascended from the mid-stage of Foundation establishment to the late stage with merely a single spirit elevation pill. This incited a frenzy of jealousy within him. His own mixed spiritual roots, indeed, were a source of profound frustration. Zhang Feng subtly shook his head. Should I offer the zombie a few more spirit elevation pills and observe if any change occurs? Contemplating this, he tossed several more spirit elevation pills into the zombie's mouth. As the pills dissolved, they unleashed a torrent of immense spiritual energy within the zombie's body. This scene was all too familiar to Zhang Feng, having experienced it countless times himself. Yet, this time, the zombie's realm did not ascend any further. Do you still wish to consume more? Zhang Feng inquired tentatively. It was not that he was reluctant to give the spirit elevation pill. Rather, he feared that the zombie might succumb to an excess and perish. After all, without the aid of an incense burner, the zombie could not regulate the overwhelming spiritual energy within itself. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's question, the zombie nodded, unabashedly revealing its yearning for the spirit elevation pill. Zhang Feng continued to feed several pills until the zombie lost its appetite. With the continuous consumption of the elixirs, the zombie's realm ascended to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Feng was quite pleased with this development. With such a formidable zombie companion, he felt unperturbed by any adversaries in the core formation stage. In the heat of battle, the zombie could serve as his most potent weapon. Zhang Feng stowed away the zombie and continued on his journey. Recently, Gao Zhongyuan from the Tianyao Tower had been quite pleased with himself. After acquiring several bottles of spirit elevation pills from Zhang Feng, he hastened to deliver them to Elderly. Upon examining them, Elderly was astonished. It was remarkable that someone could produce such an abundance of high-quality spirit elevation pills at once. Overjoyed, he accepted Gao Zhongyuan as his disciple and specifically instructed him to notify him the next time Zhang Feng visited. Gao Zhongyuan took Elder Li's words to heart. Although Elder Li was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, he was the only named disciple of Su Zhong, who had never taken in any formal disciples. Thus, the distinction of being the sole named disciple was unparalleled in the Tianjin Valley. While Elder Li's status in Tianjin Valley was somewhat inferior to that of nascent soul cultivators, he certainly surpassed most core formation cultivators. During this period, Zhang Feng's prolonged absence left Gao Zhongyuan feeling somewhat anxious. One day, he was lounging in the sun at the entrance of the Tianyao Tower, half closing his eyes in relaxation. Gao Ge, you seem to be enjoying a leisurely moment, Zhang Feng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Gao Zhongyuan opened his eyes to discover it was indeed Zhang Feng. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment for days, and finally, Zhang Feng had arrived. With a smile, he welcomed Zhang Feng inside while quickly instructing the enchanting woman to inform Elder Li, Brother Zhang, it has been quite some time. Have you truly reached the Foundation establishment stage? Gao Zhongyuan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. He found it impossible to discern Zhang Feng's cultivation level. Yet the immense pressure emanating from him was unmistakable. Such a formidable presence could only belong to a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. However, during their previous encounter, Zhang Feng had merely been a minor cultivator at the 7th layer of the Qi condensation stage. To leap to the Foundation establishment stage in such a brief period seemed utterly implausible. Even with the most extraordinary innate talent, such a feat would be unattainable. I was fortunate enough to enter the Foundation establishment stage a few days ago, Zhang Feng responded, and his words stirred a tempest within the heart of Gao Zhongyuan. Previously, he had only harbored suspicions, but with Zhang Feng's explicit acknowledgement, he found it difficult to accept the reality. When he first encountered Zhang Feng, their cultivation levels were comparable. Yet, in the mere span of a few months, the latter had transformed into a senior at the foundational stage, someone he now had to look up to. This revelation was challenging for him to digest. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Gao Zhongyuan came to a realization. It must surely be the effect of the elixirs. In Zhang Feng's possession lies an abundance of ascension elixirs, and with the aid of such potent potions, it is only natural for one's realm to ascend rapidly. This realization instilled in him a greater confidence regarding the efficacy of the ascension elixirs in Zhang Feng's grasp. If only he could procure one from Zhang Feng, his cultivation would surely experience a significant enhancement. Gao Zhongyuan pondered to himself. Does Brother Gao have something to express? Zhang Feng inquired with a smile, noticing Gao Zhongyuan's hesitance. I have a humble request, and I hope for your understanding, Brother Zhang. Gao Zhongyuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There is no need for formalities, feel free to speak. Zhang Feng encouraged. Zhang Feng took a sip of the cool tea and spoke. He and Gao Zhongyuan had already interacted on 2 occasions, and their conversation had become more casual. I wonder if Brother Zhang could sell me a spirit-ascending pill? Gao Zhongyuan timidly inquired. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Zhang Feng promptly extracted a spirit elevation pill from the vial and presented it to Gao Zhongyuan. Brother Zhang, I haven't finished speaking. The quality of this spirit elevation pill is beyond reproach, yet the price of 10,000 spirit stones is beyond my means. Over the years, I have accumulated merely 9,000 spirit stones. Could the remaining 1,000 be offset with other materials? As he uttered these words, Gao Zhongyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The Tianyao Pavilion boasts a significant business presence and is quite renowned in the surrounding market. However, Gao Zhongyuan merely serves as the shopkeeper, receiving a fixed remuneration. 9,000 spirit stones represent the entirety of his wealth, a sum that reflects his relatively high salary as a shopkeeper. Were he an ordinary practitioner at the Qi condensation stage, he would only earn a handful of spirit stones within a year in the sect. A spirit elevation pill priced at 10,000 spirit stones is something one could only dream of acquiring in a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a pang of sadness in his heart. This is the helplessness of an ordinary cultivator. Without the assistance of the incense burner, how could he possibly consume spirit-enhancing elixirs as if they were mere food? I shall not ask for any payment for this spirit-enhancing elixir. I bestow it upon Brother Gao. Zhang Feng spoke directly. What? Brother Zhang, are you jesting? Gao Zhongyuan could hardly believe his ears. That was a sum of 10,000 spirit stones. He had only interacted with Brother Zhang a couple of times. They hardly shared a deep connection. Could it be that such a considerable gift was offered so freely? This is nothing, for did you not bestow upon me a thunderfire bomb last time, Brother Gao? That bomb proved immensely helpful to me. Zhang Feng remarked. Indeed. The thunderfire pill had assisted him in vanquishing demonic creatures within the forbidden grounds. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhongyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. As the proprietor of a shop, he was aware that when a customer's purchases reached a certain threshold, the sect permitted him to offer complimentary items to foster goodwill and entice repeat patronage. This practice was fundamentally different from Zhang Feng's act of generously gifting him a spirit ascension pill without any expectation of return. Last time, Brother Zhang mentioned that this spirit ascension pill was sold on behalf of the sect's core formation elder. Does this not invite retribution? Gao Zhongyuan inquired. Brother Gao, you are overly concerned. It is merely a single spirit ascension pill, hardly consequential. Zhang Feng assured him. Zhang Feng generously remarked, punishment? Who would impose it? He would never punish himself. Gao Zhongyuan was overjoyed and cautiously tucked away the ascension pill. He expressed his profound gratitude towards Zhang Feng. With this ascension pill, his stagnant cultivation would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. Subsequently, Zhang Feng provided Gao Zhongyuan with the materials list required for concocting the heavenly demon pill. Before long, Gao Zhongyuan had everything prepared. Brother Zhang, do you require anything else? He inquired with a beaming smile, grateful for the gifts he had received. By the way, I still possess 6 vials of ascension pills. I would like to exchange them all for high-grade talismans. As he spoke, Zhang Feng handed Gao Zhongyuan the 6 vials. Another 6 vials. Gao Zhongyuan exclaimed, astonished. Who exactly is Zhang Feng, that he consistently presents such extravagant ascension pills? While he wrestled with his curiosity, his face radiated uncontainable joy. He set the pill vials aside, not bothering to inspect them one by one as he had done previously. Aren't you going to examine them, Brother Gao? Zhang Feng inquired curiously. Brother Zhang, each of your spirit elevation pills is a masterpiece. I trust you completely. Gao Zhongyuan elucidated. As his words faded, an enchanting woman entered the elegant chamber, accompanied by a man of extraordinary demeanor. Gao Zhongyuan promptly rose to greet them, then introduced, Master, this is Brother Zhang Feng. He continued to introduce Zhang Feng. This esteemed individual is my master, elderly from the Pill Hall of the Heavenly Sword Valley, a first-grade alchemist. Zhang Feng respectfully responded. I am Zhang Feng, honored to meet elderly. Upon hearing Gao Zhongyuan's introduction, Zhang Feng performed a respectful bow. You are too modest, Taoist Zhang. We are both foundational cultivators, and such formality is unnecessary. Elderly responded with a courteous gesture. Were he an ordinary foundational cultivator, he would not have bothered to engage. Deeply enamored with the art of alchemy, Elderly, however, possessed limited talent in this field, remaining a mere first-tier alchemist capable of crafting only the most basic first-tier elixirs. Thus, his utmost admiration was reserved for those with extraordinary talent in alchemy, where their cultivation level was of secondary importance. When he beheld the spirit elevation pill presented by Gao Zhongyuan, he was utterly elated. Although the spirit elevation pill was classified as a second-tier elixir, the quality of the one Zhang Feng produced was scarcely distinguishable from that of a third-tier elixir. Such a technique, capable of transcending the original tier of an elixir, was beyond the reach of all but a ninth-tier alchemist. Consequently, Elderly surmised that Zhang Feng was concealing a singular ninth-tier alchemist from the kingdom of Chu behind him. He yearned to seek guidance from this esteemed elder regarding the art of alchemy, but understood the necessity of cultivating a good rapport with Zhang Feng first. Taoist Zhang, it is truly commendable that you have attained the foundational realm at such a young age. Elderly remarked with a smile. Ah, elderly, you jest. It is merely a stroke of luck. Zhang Feng replied modestly. Zhang Feng humbly remarked, Brother Zhang, you are not from the Heavenly Sword Valley, so there is no need for such formality. My name is Li Shiqi. From now on, you may simply call me by my name. Li Shiqi sensed a certain distance in Zhang Feng's repeated address of elderly and wished to foster a closer relationship, hence he revealed his true name. Meanwhile, Gao Zhongyan observed with a perplexed expression, pondering inwardly. My master, even when facing golden core cultivators, has never shown such deference. Why is he treating Zhang Feng with such courtesy? Brother Zhang, would you be willing to become a guest alchemist of our heavenly medicine pavilion? Li Shiqi continued to inquire. But I am a disciple of the Watermoon sect. This may not be appropriate, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng promptly replied, this is of no consequence. Although the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion is nominally affiliated with the Heavenly Sword Valley, all management decisions rest solely with me. It is merely required that a portion of the profits be submitted to the sect on time. The sect shall not interfere in any other matters. Noticing Zhang Feng's uncertainty, Li Shiqi elucidated, the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion holds a unique status within the Heavenly Sword Valley. However, I do not engage in alchemy. All the elixirs for sale are crafted by the esteemed foundational elders of our sect. Zhang Feng continued, this is of no concern. As long as Brother Zhang remembers to think of Tian Yaokei first when he has elixirs to sell. Li Shiqi smiled and waved his hand, adding, by becoming an alchemist at Tian Yaokei, one can procure various treasures and elixirs at an exceedingly low price. Moreover, the alchemists of Tian Yaokei, in a certain sense, enjoy the protection of Tianjian Valley, which also serves as a symbol of status. Noticing that Zhang Feng remained unmoved, Li Qi directly presented the most enticing offer. Is what you say true, Brother Li? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng could hardly contain his excitement and promptly inquired, is the advantage truly this substantial? Indeed, without a doubt. Li Shiqi replied, very well, I shall agree. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng replied. Seeing Zhang Feng agree to his request, Li Shiqi's face lit up with joy. This is the token of a Dan master. Li Shiqi retrieved a wooden waist badge from the storage pouch at his waist and presented it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng accepted the badge with both hands, perceiving a subtle surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. This badge signifies the status of a third-tier alchemist and grants the ability to summon disciples from the Heavenly Sword Valley within a certain range. Li Shiqi elaborated on the function of the badge to Zhang Feng. Chapter 56. The Marriage Announcement of Zhao Ruyu. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. The badge of a third-tier guest alchemist is the very first to be bestowed since the establishment of the Tiandao Pavilion. Gao Zhongyuan explained. Then I am most grateful. Zhang Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. After exchanging a few casual words with Li Shiqi, he stored away the materials and talismans for refining the Heavenly Demon Pill and departed from the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Zhang Feng immediately commenced the alchemical process for the Heavenly Demon Pill. Before long, a furnace containing 10 pills was successfully formed. Zhang Feng swallowed a pill and commenced the cultivation of the Heavenly Demon technique. A considerable amount of vital energy was extracted, manifesting as faint markings upon his fingertips. At this moment, Zhang Feng had already entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This advancement was attributed not only to the extraordinary cultivation speed of the Heavenly Demon technique, which surpassed that of ordinary methods, but also to the assistance provided by the Heavenly Demon Pill. Zhang Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the effects of the Tianma Dan. What? Marry Li Jiangwu? Don't even think about it. Zhao Ruyu exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. You err, Li Jiangwu is the most cherished great-grandson of elderly. Marrying him would undoubtedly elevate your status within the Xuanwu sect, and consequently, enhance our Zhao family's standing as well. Zhao Tailong articulated slowly. As the patriarch of the Zhao clan, he was ecstatic when Li Jiangwu sought his daughter's hand in marriage, promptly deciding to betroth his daughter to him. Fearing that his daughter might not grasp the gravity of the situation, he endeavored to elucidate the benefits. I would rather die than marry him. If you wish to marry him, then do so yourself. Zhao Ruyu retorted, her fury palpable. Slap. Zhao Tailong delivered a resounding blow to Zhao Ruyu's face. Impudent. This concerns our family's interests, and it is settled. Regardless of your feelings, you will wed in 3 days. Zhao Tailong declared, disregarding his daughter's tears as he stormed out of the room. A few days prior, Zhao Tailong had summoned Zhao Ruyu back home. Due to her status as a daughter of a concubine, he had seldom shown concern for her. Since Zhao Ruyu joined the Xuanwu sect, this was the first command she had received from her father. Unaware of the true purpose, Zhao Ruyu rushed back to the Zhao family, only to be met with her father's directive to marry Li Jiangwu. This was unacceptable to her. Her affections lay with Zhang Feng, and she could not fathom accepting anyone else. Family interests? Father, have you ever cared for your daughter? Zhao Ruyu cried within, feeling like nothing more than a pawn for her father's ambitions. Perhaps he had never regarded her as his daughter at all. Zhao Ruyu murmured, tears streaming down her face. To prevent her from fleeing, Zhao Tailong confined her to her chamber, forbidding her from venturing outside. Family guardians were stationed outside the door, ensuring that no outsiders approached. News had already spread throughout the Xuanwu sect. With the great-grandson of the elders set to marry, the entire sect was adorned with festive decorations, celebrating the joyous occasion. Who is it that is to be wed? Zhang Feng initially intended to visit the mission pavilion to undertake a task, aiming to accumulate the contribution points required of inner disciples each year. However, upon noticing the festive atmosphere enveloping the sect, he could not help but inquire of a nearby disciple. Esteemed Uncle Master, may I ask the reason for this celebration? The disciple, recognizing the query from a foundation establishment elder, respectfully replied, it is because Li Jiangwu is to be wed in 3 days. Zhang Feng pondered, Li Jiangwu? I do not recall having heard of him. Zhang Feng shook his head. He was well aware of the cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above within the sect. The Watermoon sect had 13 foundation establishment cultivators, comprising 12 esteemed elders and the sect leader, Changqingzi. He was particularly familiar with the 3 grand elders. However, he had no recollection of this Li Jiangwu. Master, Li Jiangwu is the great-grandson of the venerable elder Li. One disciple explained upon noticing Zhang Feng's unfamiliarity with Li Jiangwu. Ah, that explains the grand spectacle, Zhang Feng remarked. Zhang Feng displayed a look of sudden realization. Indeed, it is customary for disciples to have no such elaborate arrangements for their weddings. Very well, you may return to your duties. Zhang Feng waved his hand and addressed the disciple. Upon hearing his words, the disciple bowed respectfully and departed. It is a pity for senior sister Zhao Ruyu, as a beautiful flower has been placed upon a pile of dung. After the disciple left, he muttered to himself. Since Zhang Feng underwent the refinement of his spiritual power, his senses have become exceptionally acute, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Wait, what did you say? Zhang Feng's powerful shout halted the disciple, who had taken several steps away. I humbly report, Master Uncle, that I was merely expressing my sentiments, with no intention of disrespect. The disciple, startled by Zhang Feng's sudden call, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What did you just say about Zhao Ruyu and a flower blooming amidst cow dung? At this moment, Zhang Feng's emotions were in turmoil as he exclaimed loudly, I must report, Master Uncle, that the one Li Jiangwu intends to marry is none other than Sister Zhao Ruyu. The disciple, clearly startled by Zhang Feng's outburst, stammered his response. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, he summoned a flying sword and, in a frenzy, soared toward a particular direction. Zhao Ruyu, belonging to the lineage of Elder Zhao within the Xuanwu sect, was said to be of the same clan. However, it appeared that Elder Zhao had never bestowed any care upon Zhao Ruyu. The training grounds of Elder Zhao were situated at Sunset Peak, and Zhao Ruyu typically resided there as well. At this moment, Zhang Feng was heading directly towards Sunset Peak. Upon arriving at Sunset Peak, Zhang Feng searched high and low but could not locate Zhao Ruyu. After inquiring, he discovered that Zhao Ruyu had been summoned home by her father. The news of Zhao Ruyu's impending marriage to Li Jiangwu, to take place 3 days hence, was also confirmed here. It turned out to be a decree from the Zhao family. Zhang Feng unraveled the intricate circumstances surrounding Zhao Ruyu's coerced marriage. Zhao Ruyu, with her cheerful disposition and kindness towards others, garnered widespread sympathy from those around her. Who is Li Jiangwu, after all? Merely a bully who exploits the name of Elder Li to prey upon the vulnerable. Aside from the sycophants eager to elevate their status, who would desire to wed such a debauched scion? In terms of both beauty and cultivation talent, Zhao Ruyu far surpasses Li Jiangwu by several leagues. However, this is a matter dictated by familial command. The wishes of the Zhao family take precedence, rendering Zhao Ruyu's personal desires inconsequential. This exemplifies the helplessness of an individual when confronted with the demands of familial interests. I shall never permit you to marry Li Jiangwu, even if it means incurring the wrath of the entire Xuanwu sect. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng made a resolute decision. He resolved to seize the opportunity to disrupt the wedding. He was acutely aware of the implications this would entail. Such an action would not only offend the Zhao family, but would also incur the wrath of the entire Xuanwu sect. It might even lead to his own demise. However, at this moment, none of these concerns mattered to him. In this moment, Zhang Feng's heart was consumed by a singular thought, to whisk Zhao Ruyu away to a distant land. Regardless of the cost, he was willing to pay it. With this resolve, he shed the initial confusion that had plagued him, embracing a newfound calm. The Zhao clan was replete with formidable experts, and a reckless assault would require meticulous preparation. A fierce battle loomed ahead, and Zhang Feng was determined to equip himself adequately for it. Naturally, he had also braced himself for the worst possible outcome. Chapter 57. The wedding heist. 3 days later, the Zhao residence was ablaze with festivity. Every face adorned with a smile. The wedding procession formed a long line, showcasing the grandeur of the Xuanwu sect. The young lady is indeed fortunate to marry the great-grandson of Elder Li. Indeed, from her humble beginnings as a concubine-s daughter, she has unexpectedly ascended to such heights. It must be fate. The servants of the Zhao household chattered animatedly. Zhao Ruyu had long been neglected by her father, leading the household staff to regard her with indifference. She had endured their subtle bullying until her departure to the Xuanwu sect, which finally liberated her from such treatment. The groom has arrived. With this jubilant announcement, Li Jiangwu made his entrance, radiating pride and joy. Having harbored feelings for Zhao Ruyu for years, he found it difficult to grasp the reality of his long-held wish finally being fulfilled. Recently, during the fierce battle against the Soul sect, witnessing Zhao Ruyu in the embrace of an unfamiliar man had nearly driven him to despair. After the conflict, he fervently implored Elder Li to facilitate his union with Zhao Ruyu. Elder Li, besotted with his great-grandson, complied and personally penned a letter to Zhao Tailong. A word from a Yuanying stage elder of the Xuanwu sect could reverberate across the borders of the Chu kingdom. Upon receiving the missive, Zhao Tailong immediately acquiesced. The Zhao family had always relied on the Xuanwu sect, and many other prominent families thrived under its auspices as well. However, these families were embroiled in covert rivalries, often competing against one another. The Zhao clan had suffered under the oppression of the Wang family for years, struggling to hold their ground as various enterprises were seized by their rivals. Zhao Tailong was deeply troubled by this reality, and the letter represented a lifeline. Should his daughter marry the great-grandson of the Xuanwu sect's esteemed elder, the Zhao family status would undoubtedly soar, eclipsing the Wang family with ease. At that point, the Wang family would not only be compelled to return the businesses they had wrongfully taken, but would also be obliged to offer reparations to quell Zhao Tailong's wrath. As for his daughter's feelings, he was indifferent. After years of raising her, it was time for her to contribute to the family. When Zhao Tailong spotted Li Jiangwu in his wedding attire, he rushed forward. "My son-in-law, after your arduous journey, please come inside and rest." Zhao Tailong inquired warmly, supporting Li Jiangwu as if he were afraid he might stumble. The onlookers, aware of the father-in-law assisting his son-in-law, might have mistaken the scene for a godfather aiding his godson. Li Jiangwu, however, paid no heed to his father-in-law as concern. His sole focus was on Zhao Ruyu. He held no regard for anyone else, including her father, whom he treated with disdain, a true reflection of his oppressive demeanor. While he claimed to love Zhao Ruyu, his affection was more rooted in her beauty than in genuine sentiment. "My son-in-law, today I entrust my daughter to you." Once inside the Zhao family hall, Zhao Tailong took Zhao Ruyu's hand and presented her to Li Jiangwu. With a beaming expression, Li Jiangwu extended his hand, ready to receive the jade hand offered by his father-in-law. "Wait, I oppose this marriage." A voice erupted suddenly, startling everyone as they turned toward the entrance to see a young man in his 20s approaching with composed confidence. Who is he? They wondered, puzzled. On the day of Zhao Ruyu's wedding, who dared to act so audaciously? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Feng. The Zhao family members had not encountered him before, thus failing to recognize him. However, Li Jiangwu was well aware of Zhang Feng's identity. Following the conclusion of the battle against the Soul sect, he had dispatched individuals to uncover Zhang Feng's background. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Zhang Feng, but refrained due to his foundational cultivation level. Now, with Zhang Feng openly opposing his marriage, Li Jiangwu felt a surge of fury. "Zhang Feng, do not presume that your foundational cultivation grants you immunity. With a mere word from my great-grandfather, you could vanish without a trace," Li Jiangwu declared vehemently. Acknowledging his own mediocrity, he resorted to invoking the authority of his great-grandfather, fully aware that confronting Zhang Feng directly would be an act of self-humiliation. "Silence." Zhang Feng delivered a swift slap in return. Smack. Li Jiangwu, caught off guard, suffered a heavy blow to his face, instantly marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. "You." Li Jiangwu's face flushed crimson with rage as he managed to utter that single word. "You what? Before the elders of the sect, you exhibit no decorum whatsoever. Is it unjust to strike you in such a manner?" Zhang Feng calmly remarked. Zhang Feng is a foundational cultivator, naturally an elder in the presence of those in the qi condensation stage, a fact that needs no further elucidation. Upon witnessing Li Jiangwu receiving a slap from Zhang Feng, the foundational cultivators of the Xuanwu sect exchanged glances and stepped forward. "I am Feng Yizhua." One of the foundational cultivators of Xuanwu sect inquired. "Zhang Feng, today is a day of great joy for junior disciple Li. As a senior, what is your intention in causing a disturbance here?" Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, "I have no ulterior motive. I simply wish to take Sister Ruyu away. Those who are wise should step aside." Zhang Feng had inquired thoroughly and discovered that Li Jiangwu was surrounded by a cadre of foundation-building sycophants. As a cultivator of the foundation-building stage, it was truly disgraceful for him to shamelessly seek the favor of a qi condensation practitioner with connections. Thus, Zhang Feng could only regard such individuals with disdain and contempt, naturally offering them no kindness. "How audacious! If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might truly believe yourself to be invincible." At this, Feng Yizhu felt humiliated by Zhang Feng's reprimand and retorted with a fierce challenge. "Very well, bring it on. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are." Zhang Feng remarked nonchalantly, his thoughts entirely consumed by Zhao Ruyu. Despite his presence for such a duration, why had Sister Ruyu yet to unveil the bridal veil adorning her head? Zhang Feng, filled with confusion, spoke up. Before he could comprehend the situation, Feng Yizhua had already unleashed his treasure. It was a bracelet that rapidly expanded upon being activated, radiating myriad rays of resplendent light. The brilliance blinded the onlookers, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Today, Zhang Feng, you shall witness the might of my celestial bracelet, Feng Yizhua proclaimed. As the bracelet descended upon Zhang Feng with tremendous force, the momentum suggested that if struck, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, Zhang Feng would not allow himself to be hit. He executed the Lingyan step, vanishing like a wraith. The celestial bracelet, unable to halt its momentum, crashed heavily into the ground, sending dust soaring and creating a deep crater. At that moment, a palm-sized transparent flying sword was aimed at Feng Yizhua's forehead. Should it advance a few more inches, it would surely result in a fatal outcome. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng calmly reappeared on the opposite side of the hall. Observing the stunned Feng Yizhua, cold sweat trickled down Feng Yizhua's face, terrified that a single miscalculation from Zhang Feng could cost him his life. Brother Zhang, we are fellow disciples. It was merely a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Chapter 58. Zhao Ryu under the influence of the bewildering powder. Since it was a misunderstanding, please step aside. Zhang Feng withdrew his flying sword, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Had he said this earlier, Feng Yizhua might have thought him pretentious. However, he now comprehended the gulf that lay between them. Zhang Feng possessed the absolute prowess to slay him in a single exchange. The earlier stealthy attack of that translucent sword still sent shivers down his spine. Had Zhang Feng harbored any intent to kill, he would have undoubtedly already become a lifeless corpse. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Feng Yizhua felt no trace of his former arrogance and swiftly sidestepped, fearing that any delay might provoke Zhang Feng to reconsider. Is there anything else? Zhang Feng fixed his gaze upon the others beside Li Jiangwu and declared, Gudashuan, Wang Yu, you two shall engage together. Witnessing Zhang Feng's formidable prowess as he swiftly vanquished Feng Yizhua, Li Jiangwu then pointed to the other two individuals nearby and issued a loud command. Both Gudashuan and Wang Yu, who were cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment, felt a sense of embarrassment wash over them at Li Jiangwu's commanding tone. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to comply. Gudashuan summoned a spiked club, which radiated a brilliant azure light, exuding the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Wang Yu unleashed a flying dagger, enveloped in an ominous black aura, signifying its extraordinary nature. With a resounding cry of go, the spiked club and the dagger surged forth towards Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Feng remained unfazed and summoned the celestial net umbrella, which he had seized from Miao Romin. In the days leading up to this moment, Zhang Feng had meticulously erased all traces of Miao Romin from the umbrella and had refined it anew. Now, as he wielded it, he found himself adept and confident. In the initial stages of Zhang Feng's foundational cultivation, the canopy of the celestial umbrella unfurled to 1/5 of its capacity, exceeding the size of the one wielded by Miao Romin by more than double. Two streams of violet flames erupted from the celestial umbrella, directly confronting the oncoming wolf-toothed club and flying daggers. The two artifacts became ensnared by the violet flames, rendering them unable to advance even an inch. Gudashuan and Wang Yu intensified their flow of spiritual energy. However, the violet flames evidently proved superior, steadfastly resisting the assault of the wolf-toothed club and the daggers. Zhang Feng maintained an expression of serene indifference, exhibiting an effortless demeanor, as if the heavenly net umbrella were engaging in an active assault. In stark contrast, Gudashuan and Wang Yu appeared drenched in sweat, clearly struggling against him. The two found themselves at a disadvantage in their confrontation with Zhang Feng, which rendered their expressions somewhat embarrassed. Just as they were preparing to intensify their spiritual energy, a sudden clang resonated through the air. The wolf-fawn club and flying daggers inexplicably plummeted from above, wobbling momentarily on the ground before falling still. No matter how fervently Gudashuan and Wang Yu summoned them, the artifacts remained unresponsive, akin to mere scraps of metal. This unexpected turn of events left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. Initially, they had anticipated a lengthy duel between Gudashuan and Wang Yu against Zhang Feng, only to witness such a hasty conclusion. Brother Zhang, as fellow disciples, we merely intended to engage in a friendly sparring match with you, with no ulterior motives. Gudashuan and Wang Yu, realizing their treasured artifacts had been effortlessly disarmed by Zhang Feng, swiftly lowered their postures, shedding their earlier aggressive demeanor. They were acutely aware that should Zhang Feng harbor any intent to kill, they would be utterly defenseless. Thus, they decided to retreat to a safe distance. Zhang Feng retracted the celestial umbrella, his expression devoid of emotion, speaking in the same tone as when he had previously vanquished Feng Yizhua. Gu and Wang, witnessing Zhang Feng's mercy, no longer sought to display their bravado, and, like Feng Yizhua, swiftly retreated to the sidelines. Is there anything else? Zhang Feng fixed his gaze upon Li Jiangwu and continued speaking. At this moment, two foundation establishment cultivators stood by Li Jiangwu's side, having witnessed the recent confrontation. They deemed themselves unworthy opponents for Zhang Feng and bowed their heads in silence. Li Shuang, Zhang Ru, you two shall advance. Li Jiangwu commanded loudly, his tone tinged with desperation. The repeated defeats of the 3 foundation establishment cultivators beside him at the hands of Zhang Feng had severely tarnished his pride. He felt an urgent need for someone to emerge and utterly vanquish Zhang Feng to assuage the resentment festering within him. However, upon issuing his command, Li Shuang and Zhang Ru remained utterly still. I have nurtured you 2 useless fools for so many years. Seeing that Li and Zhang were intimidated into silence by Zhang Feng's imposing presence, Li Jiangwu erupted in fury. Li Shuang and Zhang Ru, berated by a junior, did not dare to respond, leaving Zhang Feng, who was observing from the side, shaking his head in disappointment. How tragic it is that these individuals, in their pursuit of immortality, have lost even their spirit along the way. Zhang Feng mused inwardly. Cultivators are inherently those who defy fate, striving against the heavens for their destiny. One must possess an indomitable spirit. How can someone who has severed their own backbone venture far along the path of cultivation? With such servility, what purpose does cultivation serve? Any mortal with a semblance of dignity surpasses such a practitioner. Is there nothing left? If not, I shall take senior sister Ryu and depart. Zhang Feng spoke as he approached Zhao Tailong, abruptly seizing Zhao Ryu from his grasp. Zhang Feng abruptly lifted the bridal veil from Zhao Ryu's head, revealing her vacant gaze, as if she were a mere shell of a human. This is not good. She has fallen victim to the effects of the spirit-dimming powder. The spirit-dimming powder renders its victims completely devoid of consciousness, leaving them as pliable as a lifeless puppet. This scheme was devised by Zhao Tailong to prevent his daughter from causing a scene at the wedding. Zhang Feng hastily produced the antidote and administered it to Zhao Ryu. This antidote, which he had inadvertently concocted a few days prior as a precaution, unexpectedly proved invaluable in this moment. Typically, after being afflicted by the forgetting powder, one would require several hours to regain consciousness following the antidote's administration. However, thanks to the enchanting properties of the incense burner, Zhao Ryu awakened after just 3 breaths. Zhang Feng, is that you? Were Zhao Ryu's first words upon regaining her senses. During her days of confinement at home, her thoughts had been persistently occupied with Zhang Feng. Marriage had not previously been a consideration for her. When her family pressured her to wed Li Jiangwu, she was vehemently opposed. The thought of marriage only conjured the image of Zhang Feng, her unassuming yet valiant junior who had rescued her from peril on numerous occasions. How delightful it would be if it were him who would come to claim her hand. As this notion crossed her mind, Zhao Ryu felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Zhang Feng. The sweetness radiating from her expression was unmistakable to all present. It became evident that the lady of the Zhao family had feelings for him. The guests invited to witness the ceremony began to murmur among themselves. Today was a momentous occasion for the Zhao family, with illustrious clans from the state of Chu receiving invitations. Consequently, the Zhao residence was a gathering place for the elite of Chu. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Li Jiangwu cursed silently. This day, which was meant to be his celebration, had been thrown into chaos by Zhang Feng's interference. Meanwhile, his bride gazed at the intruder with a blissful expression, infuriating Li Jiangwu to the point of near apoplexy, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Ryu, I will take you away. Zhang Feng spoke gently. Chapter 59, The Silver Flying Boat. Zhao Ryu replied softly. As long as Zhang Feng was by her side, she was willing to follow him anywhere, be it across the vast expanse of the world. Just as the two were making their way towards the door, Zhao Tailong, who had remained silent until then, interjected, preposterous. Is it so simple for you to take my daughter away? He continued, do you wish to try? Zhang Feng's tone was decidedly contemptuous, showing no regard for the dignity of the Zhao family patriarch. He held in disdain those who would resort to administering a mind-altering drug to their own daughter for the sake of familial gain. Although an antidote existed for the mind-altering drug, it nonetheless inflicted a significant degree of trauma on the mind. The thought of such despicable tactics employed to compel obedience from his daughter ignited a fierce indignation within Zhang Feng. Such audacious ruffians. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might truly believe that the Zhao residence is filled with inept individuals. Zhao Tailong, shedding his earlier sycophancy before Li Jiangwu, spoke with resolute defiance. Zhao Tailong was indeed justified in his assertion. He was the only late-stage foundation establishment cultivator within the entire Zhao family. Despite Zhang Feng's previous victories over several opponents, those adversaries were merely early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Tailong had discerned that Zhang Feng was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and with his own late-stage prowess, he was confident he could easily overpower Zhang Feng. With this thought in mind, Zhao Tailong let out a thunderous roar as he summoned a long blade, its surface flickering with flames and exuding an overwhelming pressure. This time, Zhang Feng did not hesitate. He unleashed 12 blood swords. The torrential aura of blood dissipated the oppressive force emanating from the long blade. With a single command from Zhang Feng, 12 blood swords surged forth, imbued with a formidable aura of crimson energy, directly assaulting the long knife. In the blink of an eye, the long knife was struck down to the ground, rendered devoid of spiritual power. Zhao Tailong stood dumbfounded. He was acutely aware of the immense power his long knife possessed. Countless cultivators had met their demise beneath its blade. It was his life's treasure. The last time he had unleashed it was several years ago when a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator was vanquished in merely 3 exchanges. For the past few years, it had been nurtured within his dantian. To his utter disbelief, upon its first summoning today, it was effortlessly overpowered by the opponent's 12 blood swords. This outcome was simply unacceptable to him. However, Zhang Feng was indifferent to his acceptance. Were it not for Zhao Tailong being the biological father of Zhao Ruyo, he would have undoubtedly executed him on the spot. To dare use the confusion powder against Zhao Ruyo was a transgression deserving of death. Zhang Feng, suppressing the fury within, cast a fierce glare at the dazed patriarch of the Zhao family. Grasping Zhao Ruyu's hand, he strode grandly towards the gates of the Zhao residence. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to step forward. Li Jiangwu's eyes burned with rage as he fixated on the retreating figures, his animosity reaching a boiling point. However, he found himself powerless, as all his subordinates were no match for Zhang Feng. With his cultivation at the qi condensation stage, provoking Zhang Feng would merely result in a single slap. Just as Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu were about to exit the Zhao residence, a thunderous shout resonated from the heavens. Halt! The 2 forceful words echoed like thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears of the crowd, causing them instinctively to cover their ears. Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu turned simultaneously. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, and a tremendous aura enveloped them like a sweeping tide. Master Zhou, it has been a long time. Zhang Feng spoke, harboring no particular ill will towards this individual. For he was unaware that Wang Ziheng had been sent to assassinate him at this person's behest. The visitor was none other than Zhou Sun. Upon seeing Zhang Feng present, Zhou Sun's heart swelled with joy. Not long ago, he had instructed Wang Ziheng to slay Zhang Feng, and had even lent him his soul-controlling pot, just in case. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziheng never returned, and upon investigation, Zhou Sun discovered that Wang Ziheng had vanished on the very day he was supposed to execute Zhang Feng. Although he was reluctant to accept the possibility that Zhang Feng could have overpowered Wang Ziheng, who wielded the soul-controlling pot, reality might indeed suggest the contrary. What vexed him further was the disappearance of his own soul-controlling pot. This artifact was his life's treasure, possessing a unique resonance with him. Strangely, despite exhausting all means, he could not sense the location of the pot, leaving him in a state of profound anxiety. While he possessed other treasures, none could compare to his life's artifact. The loss of this vital tool diminished his strength by at least a third, fueling his urgency. Today, Elder Chen had summoned him to assist Li Jiangwu, ensuring that the wedding proceedings remained undisturbed. Yet, chaos had indeed ensued, and the instigator was none other than the very Zhang Feng he sought to capture. Once he apprehended Zhang Feng, he could employ his soul extraction techniques to make him comply. The whereabouts of his soul-controlling pot, along with the vast resources left behind by the heavenly demon lord, were all in Zhang Feng's possession. Thus, encountering Zhang Feng today was, indeed, a serendipitous delight. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, Zhou Sun's arrival meant that he and Zhao Ruyu would likely find it difficult to escape. After all, with his mid-foundation cultivation, attempting to confront the nascent soul-level Zhou Sun would be nothing short of folly. Zhang Shizizi, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Sun inquired. Zhou Shishu, this madman Zhang Feng is causing a ruckus here, intending to abduct my fiancée. Before Zhang Feng could respond, Li Jiangwu interjected, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhou Sun's arrival as though it were a lifeline, even addressing him with the rare title of Shishu, which he would typically disregard. Is that so? Zhang Shizizi? Zhou Sun queried with a gentle expression. Indeed, no matter what, I must take Sister Ryu away today. No one shall impede me. Zhang Feng resolutely declared that even if this action turned the entire world against him, he would remain unfazed. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that he stood no chance against the core formation stage Zhou Sun. His only recourse was to flee. The speed of a foundation establishment cultivator was far inferior to that of a core formation expert. However, Zhang Feng had recently discovered a swift flying vessel left behind by the heavenly desire demon lord, capable of traversing vast distances in an instant, albeit requiring immense spiritual energy to operate. Only high-grade spirit stones would suffice. Fortunately for Zhang Feng, he possessed an ample supply of such stones. Zhou Sun regarded Zhang Feng with a bemused expression, unable to fathom the source of his confidence in making such bold claims before him. To Zhou Sun, it seemed inconceivable that Zhang Feng could elude his grasp. This moving treasure would soon belong to him. Therefore, he resolved to capture Zhang Feng and return him to the sect for elderly's judgment. After declaring his intent, Zhou Sun hesitated, curious to observe Zhang Feng's reaction. Just as Zhou Sun relaxed his guard, Zhang Feng gestured, and a silvery flying vessel materialized in midair. Before anyone could react, Zhang Feng scooped up Zhao Ruyu and landed on the vessel, which then transformed into a streak of silver light, racing away. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhou Sun comprehended the situation, the silver vessel had already become a distant speck on the horizon. Zhou Sun hastily summoned his sword to pursue. only to realize that the vessel's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering his own pace seemingly sluggish. A sudden alarm gripped Zhou Sun's heart. How can Zhang Feng's silver flying vessel possess such astonishing speed? One must understand that although a golden core cultivator's flying speed may not be instantaneous over vast distances, it is certainly formidable. At this moment, with all his might, the distance between them is only widening. This must be a treasure left behind by the demon Lord of Heaven. Otherwise, how could a Foundation establishment cultivator possess such an extraordinary artifact? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Sun's desire to capture Zhang Feng intensified. If he could seize Zhang Feng, the silver vessel, along with other treasures, would undoubtedly be his. Suddenly, Zhou Sun bit his tongue, and a spray of blood transformed into a crimson mist, rapidly absorbed by the sword beneath his feet. The flying sword flickered with a bright red light, significantly increasing its speed. This is not good. Elder Zhou is closing in, Zhao Ruyu exclaimed, witnessing Zhou Sun's relentless approach. Sister, do not worry. The speed of the silver flying vessel is far from its limits, Zhang Feng reassured with a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhao Ruyu felt a profound sense of relief within her heart. Zhang Feng does not engage in idle talk. His words undoubtedly carry profound reasoning. He proceeded to extract several superior spirit stones from his storage bag and embedded them into the auxiliary slot beside the main slot. Previously, only the main slot housed the superior spirit stones, while the auxiliary slot remained empty. Now, with both slots adorned with superior spirit stones, the energy supplied to the silver flying vessel has effectively doubled. Consequently, the vessel's speed surged, leaving Zhou Sun far behind once more. This infuriated Zhou Sun, who had been on the verge of catching up, only to see the silver vessel transform into a distant speck of light. Would he allow Zhang Feng to escape unscathed? Absolutely not. Zhou Sun was resolute in his pursuit, willing to pay any price to achieve his goal. He retrieved a blood-red elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, propelling his speed to an astonishing level. The distance between Zhou Sun and the silver flying vessel diminished rapidly. What should we do, Zhang Feng? Elder Zhou is closing in, Zhao Ruyu exclaimed in alarm, her concern palpable as she witnessed Zhou Sun's sudden acceleration. Zhang Feng remained silent, his brows furrowing in contemplation. He had not anticipated that the silver flying vessel could traverse such incredible speeds, enabling Zhou Sun to catch up once more. Indeed, the prowess of a core formation cultivator was profoundly unfathomable, far beyond the capabilities of one in the Foundation establishment stage, to say nothing of other factors. Merely the swiftness of this vessel, without his own silver flying craft, would render him unable to keep pace, even on horseback. Zhang Feng retrieved a spirit ascension pill and consumed it. As the pill's spiritual energy spread within his body, he channeled this formidable force into the silver flying vessel. This infusion of energy granted the vessel an additional surge of power, propelling its speed to new heights. Observing this, Zhou Sun did not hesitate and promptly ingested a crimson pill. This blood-red elixir was designed to awaken his latent potential. Upon consumption, his realm would experience a temporary enhancement, albeit with certain side effects. Yet, in this moment, he could afford no such concerns. Securing Zhang Feng was paramount, and all else was worth the risk. After consuming the blood-red pill, Zhou Sun felt his speed increase once more, narrowing the distance between himself and the silver vessel. Now, my speed is comparable to that of the silver flying craft. Such rapidity must be powered by high-grade spirit stones, as Zhang Feng's innate spiritual energy alone could not achieve this. Once the energy from the spirit stones is depleted, the speed will inevitably decline, Zhou Sun thought to himself, a sense of satisfaction swelling within. His conjecture was not unfounded. The silver vessel consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, and once the high-grade spirit stones were nearly exhausted, a significant reduction in speed would follow. However, this was contingent upon Zhang Feng lacking sufficient high-grade spirit stones to replenish the energy in a timely manner. As a cultivator who had reached the core formation stage for several years, Zhou Sun possessed only a couple of high-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, which he had acquired through sheer fortune. In this foundational stage of cultivation, how could Zhang Feng possibly possess an abundance of high-grade spirit stones? Thus, Zhang Feng and Zhao Ruyu soared through the skies aboard a silver flying vessel, while Zhou Sun pursued them on his sword from behind, the two parties maintaining a distance of several hundred miles. Although this distance may seem considerable to an ordinary person, for Zhou Sun and Zhang Feng, who navigated the silver vessel, it was merely the blink of an eye. Yet, within this span of several hundred miles, Zhang Feng could not extend his lead, nor could Zhou Sun close the gap. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a protracted tug-of-war. Zhang Feng remained unfazed. For as long as Zhou Sun's speed could not be enhanced, he would face no difficulty encountering him. Zhou Sun wagered on Zhang Feng's lack of premium spirit stones for exchange. With his golden core cultivation, traversing day and night at such a pace posed no challenge for him. He could exhaust Zhang Feng to the brink. 3 days and nights elapsed. Zhou Sun's spiritual energy began to wane. The crimson elixir could no longer be consumed, for the repercussions would be insurmountable. Yet, the speed of Zhang Feng's silver flying vessel showed no signs of diminishing. If this continued, the distance between them would inevitably widen, allowing Zhang Feng to escape. This predicament vexed Zhou Sun immensely. The thought of letting Zhang Feng flee was utterly unacceptable to him. After careful contemplation, before his own speed noticeably declined, Zhou Sun drew a flying sword from his storage pouch. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it forcefully, unleashing a mighty beam of sword light that cleaved through the heavens, surging towards Zhang Feng with overwhelming force. Zhang Feng sensed a disturbance behind him and, upon turning around, was filled with astonishment. This is the formidable power of the core formation stage, truly fearsome indeed. Zhang Feng mused silently. He was acutely aware that Zhou Sun, realizing he could not catch up, had lost his patience and was now attacking him. In haste, he retrieved the talisman bestowed upon him by the water lute fairy during his patrol, fervently channeling his spiritual energy into it. The talisman flickered, and a colossal shield materialized above the silver, flying vessel. The water lute fairy had previously stated that this talisman could withstand the full force of a core formation practitioner's strike. Before Zhang Feng could make any further moves, a beam of sword light descended upon him. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, reminiscent of a clap of thunder. The silver flying vessel swayed violently from the impact, leaving Zhang Feng disoriented. He grasped Zhao Ruyu tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhao Ruyu, lacking foundational cultivation, was far too weak and nearly tumbled out of the vessel amidst the tumult. Once Zhang Feng steadied himself and turned his gaze back to the shield talisman, he noticed a fissure had formed upon its surface. Though the crack was not large, it was perilous, for when a fissure appeared, it signified imminent shattering. This realization filled Zhang Feng with trepidation. Glancing back, he observed that the distance between himself and Zhou Sun had seemingly widened, but before he could rejoice, a cry of alarm escaped his lips. Not good. Another beam of sword light hurtled toward the silver flying vessel. Although this strike appeared weaker than the last in terms of ferocity, given the talisman's already compromised state, such an assault could prove fatal. Without uttering a word, Zhang Feng swiftly retrieved a handful of talismans from his storage bag and flung them towards Zhou Sun behind him. These talismans were the finest grade he had purchased from the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion last time, and they came at a steep price. Under normal circumstances, he would never indulge in such extravagance. Yet, in this moment of life and death, he could hardly afford to ponder over material possessions. Chapter 61. The death of Zhao Ruyu. The gleam of the sword arrived in an instant, crashing heavily against the shield. Once more, a thunderous sound resonated through the air as the shield emitted a series of cracking noises. Zhang Feng cast his gaze once more upon the shield, only to discover that, although it remained unbroken, it was now marred by a multitude of intricate cracks. Turning his attention to Zhou Sun, he noted that the vast array of talismans he had hurled had created a significant distance between them. Individually, these talismans held little power to affect Zhou Sun. However, when unleashed in such great numbers, even a practitioner of Zhou Sun's caliber found himself momentarily flustered, inadvertently slowing his pace. As Zhou Sun perceived the widening gap between himself and Zhang Feng, a tide of fury and resentment washed over him. His expression twisted into a grimace, revealing his inner turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a blood-red elixir and swallowed it whole. A beam of radiant sword light, more potent than the first, erupted from Zhou Sun's hand. Yet, as the sword light surged forth, he found himself suspended midair, unable to propel himself further. The previous assault had drained him of all his spiritual energy. He placed all his hopes upon this strike, for he had already discerned the shield's imminent demise. Certain it would not withstand a third blow. With the prospect of toppling the silver flying vessel, Zhang Feng would be at his mercy. A smile crept across Zhou Sun's face as he beheld the sword light hurtling towards the silver vessel, envisioning his impending triumph. With a resounding crash, the sword light collided with the shield, which endured but a fleeting moment before shattering into fragments. The sword light, having expended merely a third of its might, continued its descent towards the silver, flying vessel below. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng hastily cast a multitude of defensive talismans, conjuring an impressive array of protective shields, numbering no less than 100. As the sword light was poised to strike the protective barrier, a brilliant white light shimmered across the surface of the silver flying vessel, spontaneously manifesting into a radiant white shield. Zhang Feng's heart swelled with joy, for he had not anticipated that the silver flying vessel possessed an automatic defense mechanism. The blade of light struck against the silvery barrier, causing it to indent. The depth of the indentation grew increasingly pronounced, while the radiance of the sword was gradually diminished. Are we destined to perish? Zhao Ruyu gazed quietly at Zhang Feng, her demeanor devoid of any panic. No, we shall not. Zhang Feng declared resolutely. It's all right. Being able to perish alongside you leaves me with no regrets. Zhao Ruyu whispered, Senior sister, do not think such foolish thoughts. We shall not meet our demise. Zhang Feng gazed intently at the approaching sword light above, casting forth all remaining defensive talismans. The the protective shield enveloping them swelled with dozens more layers. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that the protective shield of such caliber offered only minimal resistance against the blade's radiance. Nevertheless, it provided a semblance of security, serving as a psychological solace. After a brief struggle, the white luminescent barrier of the flying vessel ultimately succumbed, shattering under pressure. However, the sword's brilliance was diminished to less than a mere 20% of its original potency. Even so, this residual force was more than sufficient to breach the defenses enveloping Zhang Feng. With a cacophony of crackles, the protective shield surrounding him was systematically dismantled by the remnants of the sword's light. A chill ran through Zhang Feng's heart as he extracted a shield from his storage pouch with his left hand, while tightening his embrace around Zhao Ruyu with his right. The 100 layers of luminous barriers were instantaneously breached, causing a further depletion of the sword's radiance. Nonetheless, the remaining shards of sword light remained exceedingly sharp, striking heavily against the shield that Zhang Feng held. Zhang Feng felt as though struck by lightning, his shield shattering instantaneously. At that moment, Zhao Ruyu wriggled free from his embrace and leaped to his back. The residual radiance of the sword sliced through Zhao Ruyu, her close-fitting armor barely enduring for a fleeting moment before dissipating along with the sword light. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Feng no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, Zhao Ruyu lay crumpled on the ground. A long gash opened on her back by the lingering sword light, blood flowing incessantly. Zhang Feng was in a state of panic, hastily retrieving all the hemostatic elixirs he possessed and pouring them over the wound. However, the wound was too extensive. The elixirs were immediately washed away, unable to adhere to the injury. Senior sister, senior sister. Zhang Feng's complexion turned pale, and his words became incoherent. Zhang Feng, it's futile. There is no hope left. That sword light was too powerful, and my 3 souls and 7 spirits have already been injured. I cannot survive. Cough, cough. Zhao Ruyu's voice was frail, teetering on the brink of death. No, there must be a way. I am determined to save you. Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he howled like a madman. He had originally intended to whisk Zhao Ruyu away to a distant paradise, never anticipating such a tragic conclusion. Why were you so foolish? Zhang Feng wept, his heart bleeding, tears gushing forth like a spring. It is often said that a man sheds tears only when he reaches a state of profound sorrow. This was the most helpless moment of Zhang Feng's life. He feared nothing, not even death. Yet, he could not bear to witness the departure of his beloved, feeling utterly powerless. Junior brother Zhang, do not cry. Your presence brings me great joy. Since my mother passed away, you are the only one who has genuinely loved and cared for me. I am content. Zhao Ruyu endeavored to muster a smile. However, to Zhang Feng, this smile was more painful than tears. Senior sister, it is I who have caused you harm. I should not have been so reckless. Zhang Feng uttered in despair, consumed by profound regret. Had it not been for his reckless actions in seizing the bride, Zhao Ruyu would not have met her untimely demise. It was his own folly that led to Zhao Ruyu's tragic fate. Reflecting upon this, Zhang Feng struck himself fiercely across the face. Do not succumb to despair, he pleaded internally. Promise me, live on. Zhao Ruyu's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Barely a breath, Zhang Feng ceased to fan himself, as a considerable swelling had already formed on his face. He nodded gravely. Zhao Ruyu extended her hand, wishing to caress Zhang Feng's face, which was marked by redness and swelling from the slaps. Zhang Feng hurriedly grasped it and placed it upon his face. Zhao Ruyu gazed at Zhang Feng with an expression of unparalleled tenderness. Suddenly, the hand that was pressed against Zhang Feng's face slipped away. Senior sister, senior sister. Zhang Feng held Zhao Ruyu tightly, shouting in a frenzied manner. Zhao Ruyu has departed, taking with her the love she bore for Zhang Feng. Her spirit gradually began to drift away from her body, a sight visible to Zhang Feng, who practiced the art of cultivation. These souls had been grievously wounded by the blade's light, and could no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation. In a mere moment, they would forever dissipate into this world. The souls of Qi condensation stage cultivators bear little difference from those of ordinary mortals. Without the cultivation of the primordial spirit, they cannot seize another's body. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng summoned a fragrant censer. A beam of white light emanated from the censer, drawing both Zhao Ruyu's corporeal form and her soul within. Preserved within the censer, her body would remain eternally youthful, and her soul would never dissipate. This remarkable ability of the censer was something Zhang Feng had gradually uncovered. Sister Ruyu, wait for me. I shall undoubtedly bring you back to life. Zhang Feng wiped away his tears. He was determined to save Zhao Ruyu. At present, he found himself powerless to assist her, constrained by his own cultivation. However, once his strength reached a sufficient level, he would undoubtedly discover a way to resurrect Zhao Ruyu. Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming chill, as if he had been stripped bare and cast upon a frozen expanse. The world no longer held the radiant smile of his beloved senior sister, Ruyu. There was no one left to share his innermost thoughts with. The path ahead was one he would have to traverse alone. Chapter 62. The isolated isle. All of this unfolded before Zhou Sun's eyes. He had unleashed a tremendous strike, yet Zhang Feng miraculously survived, defying all expectations. Zhou Sun was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch as the silver flying vessel soared further and further away, until it vanished from sight. The silver vessel, equipped with spirit stones in both its main and auxiliary slots, maintained its speed, continuing its rapid flight unimpeded. Zhang Feng was enveloped in profound sorrow, sitting vacantly in the silver airship, indifferent to its destination. The autonomous vessel aimlessly navigated through the clouds, carrying him along. Thus, day transformed into night, and night into day. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps months had passed, or even years. Eventually, the silver airship, having exhausted its spiritual energy, slowed to a halt on a small island. This island was surrounded by the vast ocean, a solitary haven amidst the deep sea. Zhang Feng sat motionless in the boat, his beard and hair cascading down to the ground, resembling a wild man from a distance. After several days of this desolation, he finally regained his clarity. He could not remain in such a state of despair. He needed to cultivate his strength, for only then could he hope to resurrect Zhao Ruyu. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings and noticed a zombie not far away, scavenging for food. He stowed away his silver flying vessel and conducted a thorough inspection of the area, realizing that the spiritual energy on this solitary island was rather scarce, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Consequently, he resolved to depart in search of a more conducive location for his practice. After tidying himself up and securing the zombie, he took to the skies. This time, he chose not to utilize the silver flying vessel. Although it boasted remarkable speed, it required high-grade spiritual stones for propulsion. Zhang Feng possessed a limited supply of high-quality spirit stones and could not afford to squander them recklessly. He summoned a flying sword and, having chosen a direction, soared into the sky. Zhang Feng flew for an entire day and night without encountering a single island, let alone a continent. It appears I am amidst the vast depths of the ocean, Zhang Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly, a few dark spots appeared in the distance. They seemed to be boats. Zhang Feng hastened towards the dark spot. In the mid-stages of foundation establishment, his speed was extraordinarily swift, and soon he arrived beside the shadowy figure. Indeed, there were several vessels. The one in front appeared to be fleeing, while the three behind were in hot pursuit. Sun Renha, you cannot escape this time. Surrender the cargo on your ship, and I shall spare your life, shouted the men on the pursuing vessels. Wu La, must you force Sun to this extent? Came the reply from the ship ahead. Clearly, these individuals were martial artists, their internal energy robust, allowing their voices to carry clearly even amidst the ocean winds. Subsequently, the three ships accelerated, gradually encircling the vessel in front. The crew on the leading ship displayed signs of panic, loudly strategizing their next move. Before they could finalize their plans, the men from the three ships executed their lightness skills, leaping onto the besieged vessel. Sunrenha, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Wu La proclaimed, wielding a steel knife with a smug expression. Why must you pursue me to this end, Wu? I have never wronged you. Sun Renha retorted, filled with indignation. He had set sail with a total of 10 merchant ships, laden with various goods. After Wu La ruthlessly slaughtered the crew of 9 vessels and commandeered both the ships and their cargo to his lair. Sun's own ship had endured great hardship to break free, only to be relentlessly pursued. He was old, death held little fear for him, but his daughter remained in the cabin, and the thought of her falling into the hands of these rogues filled him with despair. Your words are truly laughable. You are a merchant, I am a pirate. Robbing you is simply a matter of course. What reason is there to discuss? Wu La replied, his demeanor reeking of shamelessness. Here rests the deal. I will relinquish all the cargo on my ship, and I will not resist. You may do as you please. But please spare my daughter and allow her to leave. Sun Renha pleaded, desperation evident in his tone. He understood that the likelihood of Wu La sparing his daughter was slim, yet he had no other options. Most of the people on his ship were sailors, capable of labor but lacking in combat skills. In contrast, Wu La commanded a crew of desperate men, all skilled fighters, unflinching in the face of killing. Although Sun possessed some martial arts background, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, which explained why they had been able to annihilate his 9 vessels. Upon hearing Sun Renha mention his daughter, Wu La's eyes gleamed with interest. Very well, I never harm women, he declared. Is that truly the case? Sun Renha asked, initially relieved, but soon filled with doubt. Of course. Haven't you heard that even thieves have their code? Those in our line of work are men of their word. Surrender at once to avoid further suffering. Wu La proclaimed, feigning righteousness. Although Sun Renha did not fully trust Wu La's words, he complied and dropped his weapon, allowing the pirate crew to bind him. Shortly thereafter, his daughter was dragged from the cabin. Do not touch me. Keep your filthy hands away. Sun Haiyan shouted at one of the pirates. At 20 years of age, she was as enchanting as spring willows, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, possessing a beauty that was unparalleled. This was her first time accompanying her father on a voyage. Initially, Sun Renha had been reluctant, but after her persistent pleas, he had finally relented. Little did they expect to encounter this band of pirates along the way. Wow, this young lady is quite a catch, Wu La exclaimed, eyeing Sun Haiyan's beauty with lustful intent, swallowing hard. Shameless, she retorted, brimming with disdain at the lecherous gaze she was all too familiar with. Oh really? Wu La chuckled, unperturbed. He reached out, running his fingers across her delicate face. So smooth. Sun Haiyan, both embarrassed and furious, retaliated with a slap, only to have her wrist seized by Wu La. His grip was like an iron hoop, rendering her immobile. Little beauty, why so fiery? We'll need to cool you down later, he lewdly remarked, prompting raucous laughter from the surrounding pirates. Wu La, you promised that if I surrendered, you would spare my daughter. Why do you go back on your word? Sun Rinha cried out, anguish and rage intertwining as he witnessed his daughter's humiliation. I said I wouldn't kill your daughter, and I have kept my word. I want her to be my wife. We shall consummate our union right away. Father-in-law, please allow me to pay my respects, Wu La declared, bowing in a mockingly improper manner, eliciting more laughter from his crew. Sun Rinha was filled with self-reproach. As the president of the Sun Merchant Association, how could he have believed a pirate's promise? My dear, let us proceed to our chamber, Wu La said, forcibly dragging Sun Haiyan towards the cabin. Despite her fierce resistance, she was no match for the formidable pirate. Just as Sun Rinha attempted to intervene, a blade was pressed against his throat. As Wu La pulled Sun Haiyan forward, 1 foot entering the cabin, a voice thundered from above. Release her. The voice was imbued with an undeniable authority. Wu La, taken aback, appeared momentarily dazed. Chapter 63. The celestial being. The crowd looked up, and there stood Zhang Feng, his feet resting upon a flying sword, suspended in midair like a celestial being. Is that a heavenly immortal? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Help! A celestial immortal! Sun Rinha cried out, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Zhang Feng gently descended onto the boat, sheathing his flying sword. He had witnessed everything that transpired on the vessel moments ago. Release her and depart at once. Zhang Feng glanced at the dazed Wu Lao and spoke coldly. He held no favorable impression of pirates. Very well, we shall depart at once. Upon hearing the immortal's command, Wu Lao hastily released Sun Haiyan and led a group of pirates to swiftly disembark. Observing Wu Lao fleeing like a lost dog brought great joy to Sun Rinha. The once imposing pirates, upon encountering the immortal, had been reduced to the state of frightened wretches. We thank you for your life-saving grace. Sun Rinha and the crew knelt in gratitude. Prepare a place for me. I wish to rest. In response to the collective expressions of gratitude, Zhang Feng offered no acknowledgement, merely issuing a cold directive. Sun Rinha, upon hearing this, promptly rose to lead the way, escorting Zhang Feng to a lavish chamber within the ship. This room had originally been his dwelling. Does the immortal have any further instructions? Sun Rinha, relieved that Zhang Feng showed no disdain for his quarters, felt a sense of ease. To the eyes of mortals, this room was indeed opulent, befitting his status as the president of the Sun clan. Yet, in the eyes of an immortal, it might hold little significance. Legends spoke of immortals residing in realms of ethereal beauty, far beyond the mundane world. However, seeing Zhang Feng enter the room and take a seat without a hint of discontent suggested that he was indeed an immortal of unpretentious nature. Answer several questions for me. Zhang Feng still wore a frosty demeanor. Esteemed immortal, I assure you that I shall speak with utmost candor and leave nothing unaddressed. Sun Rinha respectfully replied. This was the first time in his life he had encountered an immortal. To be able to respond to the inquiries of such a being was indeed a tremendous honor. What is this place? Zhang Feng inquired. After Zhao Ruyu's demise, Zhang Feng was engulfed in despair, his mind devoid of concern for anything else. The silver flying vessel carried Zhang Feng through an indeterminate expanse of time. Consequently, Zhang Feng was utterly unaware of his current whereabouts. This place is the boundless sea. Sun Rinha responded. He pondered to himself, indeed, a celestial being from beyond, for how could one be ignorant of the boundless sea? The boundless sea? How far is it from the state of Chu? The name of the boundless sea had never graced Zhang Feng's ears before, prompting him to inquire further. The state of Chu? This name is unfamiliar to this old man. I know not where it lies, nor do I have any notion of the distance from here. Sun Rinha replied. Does the boundless sea belong to the Xuanwu Continent? Zhang Feng rubbed his temples and continued to inquire. Indeed. This is the westernmost edge of the Xuanwu Continent. Sun Rinha replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. The state of Chu is situated at the extreme eastern edge of the Xuanwu Continent, while this boundless sea lies at the far western end. By such calculations, he must be at least several million miles away from the state of Chu. Several million miles? How could one possibly traverse such a distance? Zhang Feng murmured to himself. Since the demise of Zhao Ruyu, he had remained in a state of utter confusion. However, it was inconceivable that the spirit stones aboard the silver flying vessel could sustain such a long journey. Unbeknownst to him, during the vessel's flight, a zombie had somehow slipped out of the storage bag. Although it had remained within the confines of the bag, when Zhou Sun's formidable sword light struck the vessel, it could still sense the overwhelming force even through the storage bag. The instinct of the zombie compelled it to perceive Zhou Sun as a formidable adversary, prompting it to distance itself for its own safety. Before the silver vessel could exhaust the energy of the mid-grade spirit stones, it retrieved several top-grade spirit stones from the storage bag, stones that Zhang Feng did not even recognize, and embedded them into the primary and auxiliary slots. These top-grade spirit stones were left behind by the celestial devil, acquired by this eminent individual of the nascent soul stage through unknown means. The top-grade spirit stones epitomized the concept of extremity. Their energy, paradoxically, became more subdued, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary stones in appearance, a fact that Zhang Feng was oblivious to. It was the zombie's extensive training amidst an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones that heightened its sensitivity to spiritual energy, allowing it to identify the top-grade stones. The purity and density of the energy within a single top-grade spirit stone far exceeded that of a mid-grade stone, with a single piece containing energy equivalent to that of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, many advanced magical formations and long-distance teleportation arrays could only be activated by the power of top-grade spirit stones. Thus, the rarity of these stones rivaled that of the legendary celestial jade. Once the silver vessel was equipped with the top-grade spirit stones, its velocity surged, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Had Zhang Feng known that he possessed top-grade spirit stones within his storage bag, and had he embedded them into the main and auxiliary slots of the silver vessel, Zhou Sun would undoubtedly have been left far behind. With such speed, he could have easily outpaced Zhou Sun by an insurmountable distance. Yet in the affairs of the world, ignorance often breeds misfortune. It was only with the formidable support of these top-grade spirit stones that Zhang Feng was able to traverse millions of miles. However, all of this remained entirely beyond his awareness. Zhang Feng pondered for a while, but was unable to arrive at a conclusion. Never mind. Since it is impossible to return at this moment, the pressing priority is to elevate his own cultivation. Zhang Feng consoled himself, assuring that once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, a way to return would undoubtedly present itself. Zhang Feng's inner thoughts were entirely unknown to Sun Renha. Withdraw, and do not disturb me with trivial matters. Zhang Feng spoke to Sun Renha with an expressionless demeanor. After Sun Renha respectfully withdrew, Zhang Feng prepared to cultivate the celestial demon technique. When he retrieved the vial containing the celestial demon pills from his storage bag, he discovered that the vials containing the spirit elevation pills and the four symbols pills were entirely empty. It turned out that during the flight of the silver flying vessel, the zombies had taken all the spiritual medicines from Zhang Feng's storage bag. A portion was consumed by the zombies themselves, while another portion was fed to the bewildered Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng had no recollection of any of this. He merely sensed something peculiar. Could it be that he had lost them during the flight? Yet this explanation seemed implausible, for why were the vials still present while the pills had mysteriously vanished? Had someone been secretly indulging in his elixirs? Zhang Feng released a zombie from the storage bag and inquired, "Is that so?" The zombie stammered in response, "Yes. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden from indulging in any unauthorized snacks." "How dare you?" Zhang Feng spoke sternly. "Understood, master." The zombie tilted its head and replied. Zhang Feng retracted the zombie, poised to cultivate the heavenly demon technique. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed from outside. "The immortal Old Wu heir has come again," Sun Renha anxiously proclaimed from beyond the door. "Understood." Zhang Feng spoke lightly. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Zhang Feng re-emerged on the deck. "So you're a celestial being? You nearly had me fooled," Wu Lao heir exclaimed, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous submissive self. After leaving, he had pondered the situation, feeling that something was amiss. He suspected that Zhang Feng might be a mere juggler, as those skilled in such arts often possess a technique akin to ascending a celestial ladder, allowing one to hover in midair. If Zhang Feng were indeed a celestial being, why would he refrain from punishing him? Surely it was out of fear of being exposed. Enraged by this thought, Wu Lao heir felt as though he had almost been deceived by Zhang Feng. Moreover, his infatuation with Sun Haiyan compelled him to return. Chapter 64. Whitestone City. Upon concluding that Zhang Feng was merely a performer, Wu Lao heir lost all fear and reverence. "I have heard that a celestial's body is impervious to blades and bullets. Let us see if you can withstand my strike," Wu Lao heir declared, increasingly exhilarated as he swung his knife towards Zhang Feng. The strike was grand in its momentum and formidable in power. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a brilliant light erupted from Zhang Feng's being. The onlookers were blinded by the radiance. When the light dissipated, they beheld Wu Lao heir, drenched in blood, lifeless beyond revival. The pirates who had accompanied Wu Lao heir onto the ship inexplicably plunged into the sea, now struggling against the frigid waters. The witnesses were left in a state of shock. From the moment Wu Lao heir swung his blade to the ensuing conclusion, it transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no one the wiser about what had occurred. Such was the power of a celestial being. Who else could achieve such a feat? To have witnessed such celestial arts is a fortune indeed for us. The sailors murmured amongst themselves, expressing their gratitude for Zhang Feng's defense against the pirates. While also marveling at the extraordinary display of celestial prowess he had manifested, Zhang Feng paid no heed to the words of those around him and entered the cabin's quarters. The grand vessel traversed the sea, often subjected to assaults from the marine beasts lurking beneath the waves. Although these creatures were of a lower rank, a moment's negligence could spell disaster for the mortal fleet. Consequently, the crew procured a substantial quantity of medicinal substances to counter the beasts with each voyage. These potions possessed a certain efficacy against the majority of the ocean's denizens. When the beasts launched their attacks, a mere sprinkling of the concoction into the water would cause them to disperse, abandoning their assault on the ship. Curiously, ever since Zhang Feng took residence aboard a month ago, there had been no encounters with the marauding creatures. On several occasions, crew members spotted beasts approaching their merchant vessel, only for the creatures to suddenly veer away, as if they had encountered a specter, fleeing into the depths. This phenomenon left the crew in astonishment. After nearly 2 months at sea, the merchant ship finally neared land. Although referred to as land, it was merely a larger island. This island, known as Baishar City, stood as a preeminent metropolis amidst the boundless ocean. The city boasted a myriad of commercial establishments and bustling trade, with over 10 million mortals residing within its confines. The city lord, Li Yuanhao, was renowned for his extraordinary martial prowess, said to have received enlightenment from an immortal. However, the true power governing the city was rumored to belong to a mysterious force, the specifics of which remained shrouded in secrecy. The Sun family, affluent and influential, undeniably held significant wealth in Baishar City. Yet, with great riches came the necessity for the means to safeguard such wealth. Otherwise, fortunes could vanish overnight. The Sun family was keenly aware of this truth, finding security in the backing of the Iron Fist sect. Renowned for its multitude of masters, the sect held a prestigious reputation in the martial world. Yet, the most crucial aspect lay in the existence of a legendary ancestor within the Iron Fist sect, whose martial abilities were said to transcend the mundane realm. The exact nature of this transcendence was a subject of much speculation. In any case, the Iron Fist sect's formidable reputation ensured that none dared to covet the Sun family's assets. Naturally, in exchange for this protection, the Sun family contributed substantial sums to the sect annually. Sun Renha, the president of the Sun Merchant Association, resided in an expansive estate. He had arranged for Zhang Feng to stay in the rear courtyard of his residence, a request made by Zhang Feng himself, desiring solitude. The courtyard was adorned with an abundance of bamboo, resembling a tranquil bamboo grove. Whenever the wind rustled through, the bamboo leaves would whisper melodiously, creating an enchanting symphony. Zhang Feng resides in the backyard, diligently practicing the heavenly demon technique, content in his solitude. One day, Wei Zhongyu, the young master of the Iron Fist sect, arrives to propose marriage. "I will not marry," Sun Haiyan coldly declares, disregarding Wei Zhongyu's feelings. "Miss Sun, I advise you to reconsider." Wei Zhongyu, handsome and talented, possesses formidable martial skills, standing out among his peers. Countless young maidens have fallen for him, yet he pays them no heed. However, from the moment he laid eyes on Sun Haiyan, he was captivated. Despite several attempts to send intermediaries to court her, she rebuffed him with various excuses. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and came in person to propose. In his view, the Sun family relies on the Iron Fist sect, which has elevated their status. Without the sect's protection, what is the Sun family worth? Therefore, Wei Zhongyu believes that marrying him would be an elevation for the Sun family. Furthermore, with his great-grandfather being an immortal, he considers himself the scion of divine lineage. How could the Sun family not be seen as aspiring? Yet, Sun Haiyan's repeated rejections have left him feeling humiliated. Thus, his tone now carries an edge of threat. Yes, it is a threat. He thinks the young master of the Iron Fist sect, possess great power. Can I not intimidate a mere merchant? Young master, please be patient. Allow me to persuade my daughter. Sun Renha, sensing the young master's unfavorable tone, quickly intervenes. To the Iron Fist sect, the Sun family means nothing. They have always depended on others. If his daughter offends the young master, their future may become bleak. Sun Renha pulls Sun Haiyan aside. "Haiyan, why must you speak so harshly? Could you not be a bit more gracious?" He gently chides, his tone more comforting than reproachful. "Father, I simply do not like Wei Zhongyu. Why must you insist that I marry him?" Sun Haiyan pouts. Her father usually indulges her, but in matters of marriage, he is adamant about her union with Wei Zhongyu. With his looks and martial prowess, countless beautiful women yearn to be his wife. Yet you disregard him entirely. Sun Renha implores, valuing Wei Zhongyu highly. A young man of such excellence is rare, yet for reasons unknown, his daughter turns him down, causing him considerable anxiety. He fears she may miss out on a splendid match and also worries about offending the Iron Fist sect. The Sun family has thrived under the sect's protection, and if his daughter rejects the young master's proposal, it could mean severing ties with the sect, a cost the Sun family cannot bear. Do you wish for your daughter to live a life devoid of happiness? Sun Haiyan, sensing her father's resolute stance, realizes the gravity of the situation and tears up, feeling unjustly treated. How could one marry such a paragon and not find happiness? Sun Rinha continues to persuade her. However, seeing his daughter in tears softens his heart. If your mother were still alive, she would never allow you to marry someone you do not love. Sun Haiyan sobs uncontrollably. Do you truly harbor no feelings for Wei Zhongyu? Sun Rinha, moved by the mention of his late wife, asks solemnly. Indeed, I have only rejected him until today. His arrogant demeanor today has filled me with disgust. Sun Haiyan retorts angrily. Very well, if my daughter does not wish to marry, then she shall not. Sun Rinha seems to release his long-held obsession with the match, exhaling deeply. Father, is that truly your decision? Sun Haiyan's eyes widen in disbelief. She knows that as the president of the Sun Merchant Association, every word and action must consider the greater good. The Iron Fist sect has always been their greatest ally, and many factions envy the Sun family's wealth. Without the sect's backing, the Sun family could have been obliterated. Thus, her father has always supported the proposal. Yet today, he is willing to forsake the interests of the entire Sun Merchant Association for her sake, a testament to a father's selfless love. This realization brings tears to her eyes. Dear daughter, do not cry. Sun Rinha smiles as he wipes her tears and steps out of the side hall. Wei Zhongyu has grown impatient waiting in the main hall. As the young master of the Iron Fist sect, his personal visit to propose marriage has left him feeling neglected, igniting his frustration. Just as he is about to unleash his anger, he sees Sun Rinha entering. My apologies for keeping you waiting, young master. Sun Rinha hastily offers. Wei Zhongyu remains silent, merely grunting in response, creating an awkward atmosphere. Young master, please calm your anger. I just spoke with my daughter. She feels that neither her appearance nor her family background can compare to yours, and she believes she is unworthy of you. I kindly request that you seek another suitable match. Sun Rinha smiles diplomatically. I do not care. Wei Zhongyu perceives this as a rejection but feigns ignorance, declaring, but my daughter does care. Sun Rinha, noticing Wei Zhongyu's pretense, feels his expression shift and decides to be straightforward. Young Master Wei, should you desire my daughter, it is your family that is elevating itself. Do not take my refusal lightly. Wei Zhongyu, enraged by Sun Rinha's words, slams his hand on the table and stands up, admonishing, then the Sun family will not seek such elevation today. Sun Rinha leisurely sips his tea, unbothered. Do you comprehend your words, Sun Rinha? Do you understand the consequences of offending the Iron Fist sect? Wei Zhongyu is momentarily stunned by Sun Rinha's audacity. He wonders if Sun Rinha has lost his senses. The Sun family conducts its business openly and fairly. We have nothing to fear. Sun Rinha stands resolutely, showing a stark contrast to his usual submissive demeanor. Previously, he had been accustomed to bending to others for the sake of his family, but today, he has abandoned those principles for his daughter's sake. Very well, Sun Rinha. You have guts. Prepare to face the wrath of the Iron Fist sect. Wei Zhongyu retorts before storming out, followed by his entourage. Master, must the situation escalate to this extent? The butler inquires as they leave. What my daughter chooses to do regarding marriage is my decision, Sun Rinha stubbornly declared. The butler glanced at Sun Rinha and shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. Yet, he knew in his heart that the Sun family was likely on the brink of a catastrophic disaster. The Sun family resided in a location within Baishur City, where the aura of the heavens and earth was relatively rich. The density of this spiritual energy is imperceptible to mortals. Even those who practice martial arts remain entirely unaware. However, living in such an environment over time would enhance one's physique and prolong life. After a period of diligent cultivation, Zhang Feng has advanced from the mid-foundation stage to the late foundation stage. He feels an immense surge of spiritual power coursing through him. With his current combat prowess, he is capable of contending against ordinary early-stage core formation cultivators. If he were to face Zhou Sun at this moment, the outcome would be evenly matched. Given that Zhou Sun has lingered in the early stages of core formation for an extended duration, placing his strength among the elite of his rank. Zhang Feng's supply of the heavenly demon elixir was nearly depleted, prompting him to seek out materials for its reformation. The ingredients required for the elixir were typically easy to procure, with little chance of unavailability. However, after several days of traversing the streets and alleys of Baishur City, he found himself empty-handed. The various herbs and auxiliary materials he encountered were merely suited for mortals. As for the essential items used in cultivation, he discovered not a single one. How peculiar. Could it be that there were no practitioners of the mystical arts in Baishur City? Zhang Feng murmured to himself. Indeed, there are cultivators, yet it is merely the ordinary folk who remain oblivious to their existence. As Zhang Feng concluded his words, a beggar passing by interjected, Esteemed elder, please hold your steps. Zhang Feng was taken aback, realizing that he could not discern the beggar's cultivation level. As he saw the beggar moving further away, he hurriedly called out. To his surprise, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the beggar not only did not halt, but instead quickened his pace. At this moment, Zhang Feng urgently needed to concoct the heavenly demon pill. Without the necessary materials, his subsequent cultivation would be rendered futile. Confronted by a potential informant, Zhang Feng did not hesitate to pursue them. The beggar quickened his pace, and upon reaching a secluded area, he tossed the tattered bowl he had been using to beg into the air. In an instant, The bowl expanded dramatically, and the beggar leaped into it, soaring swiftly into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng promptly summoned a flying sword, transforming it into a streak of white light that pursued relentlessly. The speed of the broken bowl was astonishingly swift. Zhang Feng exerted every ounce of his strength, yet barely managed to keep up. Thus, the beggar led the way while Zhang Feng followed closely behind. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the broken bowl finally came to a halt. "Young friend, you possess remarkable cultivation at such a tender age," the beggar remarked, stowing away the broken bowl and greeting Zhang Feng. "Senior, you jest. My humble skills are insignificant in your esteemed presence." Zhang Feng performed a respectful bow and spoke. "In the realm of cultivation, the strong are revered. Showing deference in the presence of the powerful is a fundamental courtesy. You are too modest, my young friend. Your cultivation level is at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet the speed at which you wielded your sword just now was hardly inferior to that of a novice in the nascent soul stage." The beggar, observing Zhang Feng's humility and composure, nodded in satisfaction. "You flatter me, esteemed senior. I ventured out this time intending to procure some ordinary materials, but after scouring every avenue and alley of Baishur City, I found not a single shop that offered them for sale." Zhang Feng directly got to the point, expressing his confusion. "There is nothing to worry about. Those shops in the market are meant for mere mortals." The beggar waved his hand dismissively. "Might I kindly request, esteemed elder, where I may procure the items I seek?" Zhang Feng bowed deeply and respectfully inquired. Chapter 66. The younger generation is fearsome. 50 spirit stones. "I shall tell you," the beggar said with a grave expression. Zhang Feng was taken aback for a moment, then, with a smile, retrieved 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to the beggar. "Excellent. Truly remarkable generosity, a young talent to be admired." Upon receiving the spirit stones, the beggar's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly praised Zhang Feng, giving him a thumbs up. "Might I inquire what you wish to reveal to me, esteemed senior?" Zhang Feng asked, noticing the beggar's unwavering gaze fixed upon the spirit stones. Of course. Do not let my status as a beggar deceive you. My character is beyond reproach, honest to both young and old," the beggar declared, as he handed Zhang Feng a jade slip. Zhang Feng grasped it tightly, revealing a deep purple jade slip, its surface shimmering with intricate runes. "This is the purple jade talisman, utilized to breach barriers," the beggar elucidated. "Barriers? What barriers?" Zhang Feng was perplexed by the beggar's mention of a barrier. The beggar abruptly seized the purple jade talisman from Zhang Feng's hand and tossed it several paces ahead. A ripple surged forth, and soon a black hole materialized. The void gradually expanded, and the surrounding scenery swiftly transformed, revealing a bustling marketplace before Zhang Feng's eyes. "Youngster, why do you linger? Everything you seek can be found within," the beggar urged, noticing Zhang Feng's dazed expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng bowed deeply to the beggar, grasped the purple jade talisman, and swiftly entered the marketplace. This marketplace was the only one in Baishur City, thus it was quite substantial in size. The cultivators of Baishur City had little interaction with mortals, rendering it rather mysterious to the common folk. Zhang Feng wandered through the market, gathering most of the materials necessary for concocting the celestial demon pill, yet he found himself lacking a crucial herb known as scorpion grass. He inquired at every shop, but each merchant claimed to have never heard of such a herb. Scorpion grass was abundant in the kingdom of Chu, which is why Zhang Feng had not specifically sought to collect its seeds. However, now, due to the absence of scorpion grass, the creation of the celestial demon pill seemed implausible. Without the celestial demon pill, any further elevation of Zhang Feng's realm would require the concoction of a third-grade spiritual pill. Yet, how easily could one obtain the formula for such a third-grade pill? Zhang Feng shook his head and exited the marketplace. The beggar waited outside, still lingering. "Do you happen to know where one might find scorpion grass?" Zhang Feng noticed the beggar was still present and promptly inquired. Although the beggar might not possess the knowledge, Zhang Feng pondered the possibility. The scorpion grass, as it is referred to on the eastern side of the Xuanwu Continent, is known as the rootless herb on this side of the boundless sea, and it is not found in the market. In my youth, while traversing distant lands, I encountered a few specimens on a remote island. However, such a plant holds little value, and I could not be bothered to gather it. If you desire it, feel free to collect it yourself." The beggar spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had merely posed the question casually, harboring little expectation. To his astonishment, the beggar responded immediately. This was truly unexpected. It seemed that the beggar possessed remarkable insight. "Thank you for the information, esteemed elder. I shall proceed to gather it at once. However, could you kindly disclose the precise location of the island?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Of course, 100 spirit stones." The beggar replied with a smile, exhibiting no sense of shame whatsoever, as if this were a matter of course. Zhang Feng, in need of assistance, offered no negotiation. He readily produced 100 spirit stones and tossed them to the beggar. The youth is indeed formidable. The old beggar's smile broadened, and he lavished Zhang Feng with praise. "Esteemed elder, the small island. Zhang Feng had no inclination to listen to his ramblings and hurriedly inquired, "Is there a map within?" The old beggar replied, "Follow the map, and with your speed of evasion, you can return within 10 days. As he spoke, he tossed a jade slip to Zhang Feng. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I take my leave." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Feng brandished a flying sword and ascended into the air. The old beggar gazed at Zhang Feng's receding figure, his eyes brimming with admiration. "It has been a long time since I encountered such a magnanimous young man. The youth truly inspires awe." Zhang Feng, guided by the jade slip map provided by the old beggar, finally arrived at the small island after 5 days of flight. The island, though modest in size, spanning merely 100 miles, was adorned with lush, verdant trees, exuding an aura of vibrant vitality. Zhang Feng gradually commenced his search for the Scorpio grass on the small island. On the 3rd day, he finally discovered several clusters of the long Scorpio grass nestled within a rocky crevice. Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy within. With the Scorpio herb in hand, the celestial demon pill seemed to be within reach. Just as he extended his hand to pluck it, a chilling breeze emerged from behind him. He turned to behold a massive crimson python, large enough for 3 men to encircle, gaping its blood-red maw and lunging toward him. Zhang Feng dared not linger. With a swift motion, he unfurled his steps and instantly distanced himself by several dozen feet. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough, otherwise he would have likely met his demise within the belly of the colossal python. Zhang Feng was drenched in cold sweat, secretly relieved. This red giant python was a 3rd-tier beast, its strength comparable to that of an initial-stage nascent soul cultivator. Coupled with its immense power, a typical initial-stage nascent soul practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand a confrontation. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The fact that the red giant python had been lurking nearby, without Zhang Feng detecting its presence, was far more alarming. Upon realizing that its previous ambush had been evaded by Zhang Feng, the giant python momentarily stood in shock, but soon anger took over. Its massive tail swept through the air, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was not so easily caught. With a series of agile movements, he deftly evaded the strike. The python, unwilling to concede defeat, opened its gaping maw to bite down once more. Zhang Feng did not evade this time. As the colossal python sought to engulf him in a single gulp, he hurled forth a dozen fiery talismans. A thunderous explosion ensued, followed by a fierce blaze erupting. The enormous serpent was engulfed in flames, writhing on the ground in agony. Its desperate struggles were formidable, leveling the nearby hills under the sheer force of its tumultuous thrashing. Zhang Feng gazed on, secretly alarmed. Without the aid of talismans, it would surely have been another arduous battle. Zhang Feng lamented that the prowess of this gigantic python should not be underestimated. It was not that he triumphed effortlessly, rather, it was the abundance of top-tier talismans at his disposal that allowed him to wield them without a hint of reluctance. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. Zhang Feng once again expressed his sentiments. By the time the flames extinguished, the enormous python had been reduced to a mere pile of ashes. Yet amidst the charred remnants, a flickering green light persisted. Chapter 67. The Retribution of the Iron Fist Sect. This is the inner core of the colossal python. Zhang Feng exclaimed with great joy. This giant python is a 3rd-tier demon beast, and its inner elixir is often utilized in the refinement of medicinal pills, making it exceedingly precious. Zhang Feng, content, stored the giant python's inner elixir in his storage bag and, after harvesting the scorpion grass, departed from the small island. 5 days later, Zhang Feng returned to Baishur city. Descending from the heavens and landing directly in the backyard of the Sun family, Zhang Feng entered his chamber, poised to cultivate the heavenly demon technique, when he was interrupted by the anxious voice of Sun Ren outside the door. "Is the immortal master within?" Sun Ren requests an audience with the immortal master. "Come in." Zhang Feng spoke softly. "It is indeed fortunate that the immortal master is present. For the past few days, Xiao Lao Air has been seeking an audience with the immortal master, and today, he has finally succeeded." Upon seeing Zhang Feng in the room, Sun Renha displayed great excitement. It turned out that in recent nights, several members of the Sun family had been murdered. Sun Renha suspected that this was an act of retaliation from the Iron Fist sect. Consequently, he had offered a substantial sum to engage several highly esteemed masters from the martial realm, only to have them all slain one by one, their heads displayed at the entrance of the Sun residence. This left the Sun family in a state of constant fear and anxiety. Sun Renha had thought of Zhang Feng and had attempted to seek him out several times, only to discover that Zhang Feng was not present. He assumed that Zhang Feng had likely departed. Thus, he came today with a glimmer of hope. To his surprise, Zhang Feng had indeed returned. Sun Renha recounted the recent tribulations faced by the Sun family to Zhang Feng. "I shall take care of this matter." After listening to Sun Renha's account, Zhang Feng remarked, "Given that we are guests in their abode, it would seem inappropriate for him not to take action when the Sun family is being threatened in such a manner." According to Sun Renha, the Iron Fist sect appears to be a formidable faction within the martial world. As for the venerable elder within the Iron Fist sect, he is likely a practitioner at the Qi condensation stage, which is of little concern. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's assurance, Sun Renhe was overjoyed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude before stepping out. Zhang Feng's capabilities are well acknowledged. Once he agrees to assist, the Sun family has nothing to fear. As night descended, two cloaked figures armed with blades infiltrated the Sun residence. They moved with such agility and grace, resembling swallows darting through the air, clearly displaying formidable martial prowess. They approached the door of Sun Renhe's chamber, their orders being to first incapacitate him by severing a leg, and then methodically destroy the Sun family as a lesson on the consequences of offending the Iron Fist sect. Just as they prepared to breach the room, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the heads of the intruders rolled away from their shoulders, clattering to the ground. Subsequently, a fireball incinerated the bodies and severed heads, leaving no trace behind. That night, Sun Renhe slept soundly, having not experienced such restful slumber in days. With Zhang Feng's assurance, he felt as if he had consumed a calming tonic, free from the dread of recent events. The following morning, as the sun rose, Sun Renhe awoke and inquired with the steward, learning that the night had passed without incident. "Sir, has the Iron Fist sect ceased its retaliatory actions?" The steward asked cautiously. "What does it matter? The absence of trouble is a blessing." Sun Renhe replied with a smile, his spirits evidently high. The steward, having served Sun Renhe for decades, understood his temperament well and recognized that his master's demeanor indicated a sense of security. In the subsequent nights, Sun Renhe perceived no disturbances. He was aware that Zhang Feng had discreetly dealt with any would-be aggressors. Chapter 68. The Death of the Young Sect Master Father. We have received no reports from the men dispatched to the Sun family. Wei Zhongyu informed Wei Wuti, the leader of the Iron Fist sect. What? Those men were elite warriors. How could the Sun family possess such strength? If that were the case, why would we have needed the protection of the Iron Fist sect all these years? Wei Wuti responded, perplexed. Perhaps Sun Renhe has found formidable allies, suggested Wei Zhongyu. Who would dare oppose the Iron Fist sect? Wei Wuti declared confidently, and rightly so, the Iron Fist sect had no rivals in the martial world. Few sects could stand against them, primarily due to the exceptional skills of their members and the backing of Wei Wuti's legendary grandfather, Wei Dazhong. In his youth, Wei Dazhong had stumbled upon a scroll of cultivation techniques, diligently practicing until he reached the 5th level of the qi condensation stage, after which he made no further progress. Even at this level, he could perform simple spells, and with the aid of several low-tier spiritual artifacts, no martial artist could match him. With Wei Dazhong's presence, the Iron Fist sect became a force that none dared to provoke, excluding those like the Lord of Baishur City, who had mysterious backing. "You do not fret. Sun Renhe's daughter will not escape. Tonight, you will lead the charge. I shall send you additional men to ensure the Sun residence is drenched in blood, and we shall see if Sun Renhe dares to be defiant." Wei Wuti consoled his son, whom he cherished dearly, granting nearly every request. Wei Zhongyu had set his sights on Sun Renhe's daughter, only to be rebuffed when he sought her hand in marriage. To Wei Wuti, this was a profound humiliation. Thus, he had dispatched elite members of the sect for several days, intending to show the Sun family the consequences of their defiance, aiming to compel Sun Renhe to yield and allow his daughter to marry Wei Zhongyu. Despite the disappearance of his men, Wei Wuti believed the Sun family lacked the capacity to contend with the Iron Fist sect. With enough reinforcements, obliterating the Sun family would be a trivial task. "Thank you, Father, for your unwavering support," Wei Zhongyu exclaimed with excitement upon hearing his father's words. With his father's provision of skilled fighters, he felt the Sun family was no match for him. Imagining the scene of Sun Renhe kneeling before him, pleading for his daughter's hand, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. That night, as darkness enveloped the land, over 20 figures clad in black leapt into the Sun residence, intent on unleashing a massacre. However, before they could make a move, a flying sword appeared silently, wrapping around their necks, and within moments, their heads fell to the ground. The assault was as swift as lightning, leaving them no time to react, their expressions frozen in the moment before their planned carnage, including that of the young master of the Iron Fist sect, Wei Zhongyu. Zhang Feng emerged from the veil of night, conjuring a fiery spell that instantaneously reduced the lifeless bodies on the ground to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The following morning, the Sun family awoke, relieved to have survived another tranquil night. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Iron Fist sect. "What? The young master has yet to return?" Wei Wuti exclaimed in fury. He was acutely aware of Wei Zhongyu's activities the previous night. By all accounts, he should have returned by now. As dawn broke and still no sign of him, an ominous feeling began to stir within Wei Wuti. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Hurry and search for the young master. Wei Wuti bellowed, his displeasure palpable. The subordinates, sensing their leader's wrath, dared not take a breath. "Why are you all just standing there? Get moving," he shouted again. The subordinates, relieved to receive a reprieve, dashed out in a flurry. Once they had departed, Wei Wuti hurriedly made his way to the back mountain. He paused before a cave entrance. "Grandfather, I seek your audience," he called respectfully, though his tone betrayed his anxiety. "Come in." An aged voice echoed from within the cave. Wei Wuti hastened inside. The cave was sparsely furnished. On a stone bed sat an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, meditating in a cross-legged position. What is it? The elder inquired before Wei Wuti could approach. Grandfather, Zhongyu went out last night with a group to attack the Sun family and has yet to return. He must have been captured. Wei Wuti said urgently. What? The Sun family has the audacity to detain my Wei family members? The elder, Wei Dazhong, sprang to his feet, his anger palpable. It is likely that the Sun family has hired some formidable experts to bolster their defenses, leading to our losses. Grandfather, you must intervene this time. Wei Wuti implored. Alas, my time is short, and I had no desire to partake in the trivial squabbles of the mortal realm. However, for the sake of Zhongyu, I shall make an exception this once. Wei Dazhong conceded with a sigh. As a cultivator, he preferred to distance himself from the conflicts of the mundane world. Upon hearing his grandfather's willingness to act, Wei Wuti's heart swelled with joy. With his celestial grandfather's intervention, no matter how powerful the Sun family's hired experts might be, they would be vanquished in an instant. After all, the martial prowess of mortals paled in comparison to that of an immortal. The Iron Fist sect had encircled the Sun residence. This time, they had mobilized their entire force. Wei Wuti stood at the forefront, a palanquin behind him. Sun Renha, has Zhongyu been detained by your family? Wei Wuti demanded. What do you mean, Sectmaster? Sun Renha responded, bewildered. He was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, as Zhang Feng had executed everything without informing him. Stop pretending. Release Zhongyu at once, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of your Sun family. Wei Wuti retorted furiously, his focus solely on finding his son. Sectmaster, please calm down. Since the young master left to propose marriage, he has not returned. There must be a misunderstanding. Sun Renha stammered, sensing the gravity of the situation. If he refused to allow his daughter to marry Wei Zhongyu, it would incite the ire of the Iron Fist sect. Yet, if Zhongyu's disappearance was linked to him, it would lead to a reconcilable conflict. Still unwilling to admit it? Very well, then I shall press until you do. Wei Wuti had lost all patience. He waved his hand, signaling the experts of the Iron Fist sect to advance. The warriors of the Iron Fist sect were formidable, far surpassing the mere guards of the Sun family. What ensued was a one-sided slaughter. After the guards of the Sun family were slain, the focus shifted to the family members, who, despite some possessing basic martial skills, were no match for the onslaught of the Iron Fist sect's experts. As dozens of Sun family members fell, a steel blade was drawn against Sun Renha's neck. Sun Haiyan and other relatives were restrained. Sun Renha, will you not speak the truth at this moment? Wei Wuti inquired, surveying the surroundings. Given the commotion, one would expect the experts hired by the Sun family to have intervened, yet there was no sign of them. Sectmaster, I truly have not seen the young master, let alone detain him. Sun Renha insisted, aware that his explanations would bear no fruit. Wei Wuti had already made up his mind regarding the accusation. Then you shall perish, Wei Wuti declared, having completely lost his composure. He gestured for the Iron Fist sect experts to raise their blades. Contemplating the execution of Sun Renha, he resolved to dig deep until his son was found. As the experts of the Iron Fist sect began to raise their blades slowly, Sun Haiyan let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. Just as Sun Renha braced for death, a voice resonated from the Sun family's rear courtyard. Stop. This voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. The experts of the Iron Fist sect clutched their ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. Wei Wuti, too, was disoriented by the sound, barely managing to remain upright. The figure within the palanquin, Wei Dazhong, could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly emerged, bowing deeply towards the Sun residence. I am Wei Dazhong, paying my respects to the elder. I apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive me. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Wei Wuti asked, perplexed by his grandfather's strange behavior. Silence. Wei Dazhong rebuked. How will this matter conclude? Zhang Feng's voice resounded once more. Wei Dazhong found himself at a loss regarding how to conclude the matter. Zhang Feng was unaware of the true extent of his cultivation. The way he had initially sent the masters of the Iron Fist sect sprawling on the ground indicated that he was certainly not a mere chi condensation stage practitioner. Thus, he refrained from provoking him lightly and hastily emerged from the palanquin, offering his profound respects. Initially, he had intended to confront the Sun family to rescue his great-grandson and simultaneously seek their annihilation. However, the emergence of such a formidable cultivator from the Sun family left him at a loss for strategy. In the face of overwhelming power, he could only bow in submission. It is entirely up to the esteemed elder to decide. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Dazhong finally spoke. What? No, grandfather, that is absolutely out of the question. Wei Wuti exclaimed urgently, bewildered by his grandfather's apparent fear of this unseen figure. Silence. Wei Dazhong reprimanded sharply. Since we are here, let us not depart. Let all remain to accompany the unjustly fallen members of the Sun clan in their burial. Zhang Feng's voice was faint, yet it stirred up tumultuous waves within Wei Dashang's heart. Grandson, if you possess any courage, come forth and repeat that before your esteemed Wei grandfather. Wei Wuti could no longer contain himself, erupting with fury. He could not fathom why his grandfather was so submissive today. He refused to believe that this individual could surpass his grandfather's prowess. In his eyes, his grandfather was an invincible entity. As soon as Wei Wudi's tirade ceased, a bizarre scene unfolded. Suddenly, Wei Wudi's head detached from his body, a clean cut at the neck, as if severed by a razor-sharp instrument. Subsequently, the heads of the other members of the Iron Fist sect began to roll one after another onto the ground. The onlooking members of the Sun family were rendered speechless. Having never witnessed such a strange spectacle, Wei Dishang was paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat, his heart a tumult of anger and terror. Zhang Feng's method of attack, if employed against him, would be utterly insurmountable. At this moment, he could only implore his adversary for mercy. Should Zhang Feng choose to spare him today, he would certainly relay this matter to the Lord of Baishur City, whose influential backing would not stand idly by. These scoundrels, devoid of conscience, prey upon the weak and disturb the tranquil cultivation of the elders. Their demise is well-deserved. Wei Dazhong feigned an expression of righteous indignation. Now that these villains have met their end, I shall take my leave. Wei Dazhong continued, eager to depart immediately, and summoned the Lord's formidable forces to exact a gruesome vengeance upon Zhang Feng, thus alleviating the bitterness in his heart. The very fact that Zhang Feng had taken his life, and the high likelihood that his great-grandson would meet a similar fate at this man's hands, fueled his desire for retribution. He yearned to consume his flesh and wear his skin. Wei Dazhong was astute, yet Zhang Feng was no fool. With enmity firmly established, a resolution of death or survival was inevitable. How could they simply brush aside this conflict with mere words? You shall also remain. Zhang Feng spoke softly. Chapter 71. Stirring the City Lord's Manor. What? Are you truly determined to eradicate everything, senior? Wei Dazhong's complexion changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes flickering with terror and fury. Gritting his teeth, he unhesitatingly summoned a flying dagger and swiftly assumed a defensive stance. However, before a foundation-building cultivator, the defenses of the chi condensation stage were as fragile as paper. The transparent flying sword raced forth like lightning, effortlessly cleaving his dagger in two. Without losing momentum, the sword continued its relentless assault towards Wei Dazhong. His eyes widened in disbelief, shock etched across his face. He could not muster any resistance before being severed in half by the flying sword. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. After this, Zhang Feng uttered no further words. The transparent flying sword, as if responding to its master's command, swiftly returned to the courtyard of the Sun residence. The many family members within the Sun household, witnessing this heart-stopping turn of events, were left speechless. They had initially believed the Sun family was doomed, only to find the situation transformed in the blink of an eye. Just moments earlier, the Iron Fist sect had threatened to annihilate the entire Sun household, instilling fear in everyone's hearts. Yet now, the Iron Fist sect lay in ruins. The reversal occurring so swiftly that it left no time for reaction. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, struggling to accept this new reality. After a long while, someone finally regained their senses, murmuring, "What on earth just happened?" The members of the Sun family whispered among themselves. But only Sun Renha's gaze was sharp, glimmering with insight. He decisively ordered everyone to quickly clean up the scene and hurried towards the courtyard. Grateful for the immortal's life-saving grace, the Sun family is indebted beyond measure. Sun Renha knelt, his emotions surging as he called out loudly before Zhang Feng's door. The voice of one who had survived a calamity revealed boundless gratitude and reverence. At that moment, Zhang Feng sat quietly within, and upon hearing Sun Renha's words, he smiled faintly, replying in a calm tone, "There is no need for such formality. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. A return for your guidance to Baishur City." In truth, Zhang Feng was not a cold-hearted individual. Within the limits of his abilities, he was always willing to assist. Throughout the exchange, he spoke to Sun Renha through the door. Afterward, Zhang Feng instructed Sun Renha to depart. For the annihilation of the Iron Fist sect left much work to be done. News swiftly reached the city Lord's Manor. What? The Iron Fist sect was completely wiped out? Jin Suo exclaimed in shock. As the Lord of Baishur City, such a significant event left him unable to remain calm. Indeed, my lord. Not only was the Iron Fist sect destroyed, but Wei Dazhong was also slain. The city patrol officer replied. Even Wei Dazhong could not escape. Jin Suo murmured. Do we know who was responsible? He continued to inquire. The Iron Fist sect was immensely powerful, and its annihilation in a single day would undoubtedly provoke unrest. He needed to uncover the truth behind this incident. Apparently, the individual never revealed themselves. According to the Sun family, it seems an immortal was brought back by Sun Renha from the sea. The patrol officer responded. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder they possessed the strength to slay Wei Dazhong. Jin Suo realized. If a high-ranking immortal intervened, the destruction of the Iron Fist sect was hardly surprising. Inform the steward to prepare gifts. I shall pay a visit to the Sun residence. Jin Suo commanded. Chapter 72. The City Lord's Invitation. Master, the City Lord has arrived. The steward exclaimed in a panic. Upon hearing that the City Lord himself had come, Sun Renha hastily rose to greet him. In Baishur City, the City Lord was akin to heaven itself. All matters of security within the city fell under the jurisdiction of the city lord's manor. The extent of their power and influence surpassed that of any ordinary sect. To put it plainly, in Baishur City, the city lord's manor could effortlessly erase any sect from existence. Sun Renha pays his respects to the city lord. Sun Renha knelt on the ground, trembling with apprehension. He wondered if the city lord's visit was related to the annihilation of the Iron Fist sect. Given the long-standing cordial relationship between the Iron Fist sect and the city lord's manor, the thought sent a chill down his spine. Please rise quickly. President Sun need not be so formal, Jin Suo said with a smile. Sun Renha felt a wave of relief. The city lord's tone did not suggest he was there to seek trouble. I have heard that there is a distinguished guest in your residence. Might President Sun facilitate an introduction? Jin Suo casually remarked, savoring his tea. Sun Renha realized that the city lord's visit was indeed to see Zhang Feng. However, it was not for him to decide whether Zhang Feng would meet the city lord. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the immortal, Sun Renha said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Under normal circumstances, when the city lord wished to see someone, it was a privilege. They could simply summon them. However, this was different. Zhang Feng was an immortal and naturally could not be treated with mundane courtesy. That is only proper. Jin Suo nodded with a smile. Immortal. The city lord of Baishur, Jin Suo, is currently in the manor and wishes to meet you. Sun Renha announced outside Zhang Feng's residence. Understood, you may leave. I will come shortly, Zhang Feng replied. In truth, from the moment Jin Suo arrived, Zhang Feng had sensed the formidable aura characteristic of a foundation-building cultivator. It was wise to avoid offending such a person. In a short while, Zhang Feng arrived in the main hall of the Sun residence. I am Jin Suo, pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist. As soon as Jin Suo saw Zhang Feng step through the door, he quickly rose, his face alight with a welcoming smile. He keenly sensed that although the cultivator named Zhang Feng appeared to be at the mid-foundation building stage, his true strength likely far exceeded that level. I am Zhang Feng. Honored to meet you, City Lord. Seeing the warm reception from Lord Jin, Zhang Feng did not dare to be negligent and promptly returned the greeting with cupped hands. Taoist Zhang, I apologize for my impromptu visit today. I come with matters to discuss. On the 10th of next month, I humbly request your presence at my humble abode for a conversation. Might you grant me the honor? Jin Suo wasted no time and directly articulated his intentions. Before his words had fully settled, Sun Renha, standing beside him, was already taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. It is well understood that in the city of Baishur, who would dare to hope for a personal invitation from Lord Jin? Such a rare privilege truly incited immense envy among all present. Zhang Feng abhorred disturbances, and his appearance at this moment was merely to alleviate some troubles for the Sun residents. However, this did not imply that he would willingly entangle himself in a myriad of complications. He was contemplating a suitable excuse to decline. This is an inconspicuous elixir I chanced upon, which greatly benefits the enhancement of foundational powers. He hoped that Zhang Taoist would graciously accept it. Observing that Zhang Feng did not immediately acquiesce, Jin Suo then produced a silken box. Zhang Feng initially intended to decline, yet Jin Suo had already opened the exquisite box, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Based on Zhang Feng's experience, this was likely a third-grade spiritual elixir, which would greatly aid in the enhancement of his current cultivation. Thank you, Lord Jin. Since you extend such a sincere invitation, it would be impolite to refuse. I shall certainly honor our appointment on the 10th day of next month. Zhang Feng accepted the brocade box and replied. Chapter 73, The Efficacy of the Classless Dan. Since fellow Taoist Zhang has consented to this matter, my purpose for this journey has been fulfilled, so I shall no longer disturb your tranquil cultivation. Jin Suo rose to take his leave. After seeing Jin Suo off, Zhang Feng returned to his residence in the rear courtyard. At this moment, in the spacious and solemn hall of the Sun residence, only Sun Renha remained, quietly bowing his head, lost in contemplation. It is imperative to note that the city Lord Jin is not a figure to be trifled with. For an ordinary person, merely meeting him is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Even for a top-tier martial arts faction like the Zhang Taekwon sect, it is exceedingly difficult to gain the favor of such a powerful and influential lord. However, today, astonishingly, the city lord lowered his status, set aside his pride, and personally visited the Sun residence. Such an action is truly incomprehensible. Furthermore, what is even more significant is the immense respect and attention the city lord bestowed upon Zhang Feng. He regarded Zhang Feng as an equal, addressing him as fellow Taoist Zhang, and his demeanor was imbued with profound respect. To ensure that Zhang Feng could attend the special invitation on the 10th of next month, the city lord even generously presented a priceless precious spirit elixir as a gift. In all of Baishur City, who else could enjoy such an honor? Sun Renha could not help but ponder, if he could successfully align himself with this towering figure, would it not imply that the Sun Merchant Association could potentially ascend to become the foremost merchant association in Baishur City? With this thought, Sun Renha's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of a promising future beckoning to him. Upon returning to his abode, Zhang Feng promptly opened the brocade box gifted by Jin Suo. A rich and potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth. Zhang Feng is currently cultivating the heavenly demon art, making rapid progress. He has transcended the limitations of his mixed spiritual root aptitude, as if this art were custom-tailored for him. However, Zhang Feng is eager to return and exact his vengeance. He desires an even swifter enhancement of his abilities. At this juncture, elixirs have become his preferred choice. The Ascending Spirit Elixir and the Four Symbols pill in Zhang Feng's possession had long since lost their efficacy, serving merely as a means for a swift replenishment of spiritual energy, without any effect on the elevation of his realm. Suddenly acquiring this so-called third-grade elixir, the Wuluiden, naturally incited Zhang Feng's curiosity to delve into its mysteries. Ultimately, he realized that a formula was essential. How could he possibly fathom it on his own? He murmured to himself, while gazing intently at the Wuluiden nestled in his palm, letting out a long sigh. In truth, Zhang Feng had been engrossed in his studies for the better part of the day, yet he had made no discernible progress. It is imperative to understand that each elixir formula represents the culmination of extensive efforts by predecessors who devoted countless precious herbs and endured numerous trials to refine their findings. Every herb involved, along with the precise quantities required, leaves no room for carelessness or arbitrary adjustments. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to total failure in the refining process. Zhang Feng was acutely aware of this. If only he could possess a complete formula, he believed that with his adeptness in using the incense burner, he could successfully concoct the Wuluiden. However, before that, it was crucial to ensure that all necessary medicinal materials were gathered, even if it meant acquiring just the seeds of these herbs. His upcoming visit to the City Lord's Manor on the 10th of next month might just yield a clue to the elusive formula. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before swallowing the elixir in his hand. Immediately, a formidable surge of spiritual energy unfurled within his abdomen. Zhang Feng hastily employed the celestial demon technique to channel this energy into his dantian. After 2 hours of arduous effort, he was drenched in sweat, yet wore a face of elation, for he had now reached the zenith of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chapter 74. The Master of Five Poisons. Time swiftly passed, arriving at the appointed day. Zhang Feng arrived at the City Lord's mansion as promised. "Friend Zhang, please do come in." As Zhang Feng entered the gates of the City Lord's mansion, Jin Suo approached him, clearly having waited for quite some time. As Zhang Feng followed Jin Suo through the convoluted corridors of the Lord's mansion, they ultimately arrived at a concealed chamber. The moment the door to the secret room swung open, Zhang Feng caught sight of an individual seated upon a chair within. This person, clad in black attire, possessed a diminutive stature reminiscent of a child, their face adorned with unevenly sized protrusions. Judging by their cultivation, it appeared they were in the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon Zhang Feng's entrance, the figure in black made no acknowledgement, engrossed in sipping tea. "Allow me to introduce you both. This is my friend, Zhang, and this is the master of the five poisons," Jin Suo proclaimed. At Jin Suo's words, Zhang Feng offered a respectful bow to the master of the five poisons, who merely snorted disdainfully in response. Zhang Feng paid no heed to this, merely smiling before averting his gaze from the other. "Esteemed Taoist Zhang, please take a seat." Jin Suo, being an astute individual, immediately discerned the subtle shifts in the atmosphere and the underlying awkwardness, prompting him to hastily invite Zhang Feng to sit. Observing the situation, Zhang Feng no longer declined and gracefully took a seat. Once Zhang Feng was comfortably settled, Jin Suo lifted the teapot from the table, preparing to pour tea for him. Zhang Feng hurriedly reached out to stop Jin Suo, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "I can manage on my own. How could I trouble the esteemed lord of the city to take action personally?" Jin Suo smiled gently, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "It is indeed an honor for me that you, my esteemed guest, have graced my humble abode today. Pouring tea and serving water is merely the duty of a host." As he spoke, Jin Suo delicately lifted the teapot, directing its spout toward the teacup before Zhang Feng, and began to pour slowly. The clear, emerald tea flowed into the cup like a gentle stream. With the infusion of the tea, a refreshing and delightful aroma wafted through the air, permeating the entire room. This sweet fragrance seemed to possess a magical charm, uplifting the spirit and invigorating the mind. Zhang Feng took a delicate sip, and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the tea, which filled his mouth with its rich, sweet flavor, leaving an endless aftertaste. He could not help but exclaim, "This tea possesses an exquisite taste, truly a fine selection. May I inquire, esteemed city lord, from whence this tea originates?" Upon hearing this, Jin Suo revealed a hint of pride on his face and replied with a smile, "This tea is known as immortal fragrance, sourced from a mysterious island deep within the boundless sea. Due to the island's remote location and harsh environment, the tea trees grow slowly, resulting in an exceedingly rare yield. However, this tea has remarkable properties. Regular, moderate consumption greatly benefits the cultivation of practitioners. Should you find it to your liking, dear Taoist Zhang, I encourage you to take a canister with you upon your departure." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Then I shall express my gratitude to the esteemed city lord in advance." The master of the five poisons, witnessing the regard with which Jin Suo held Zhang Feng, found it somewhat unexpected. What remarkable abilities does this young man possess? The master of the five poisons mused inwardly. To him, Zhang Feng was merely a practitioner at the mid-foundation stage, a level beneath Jin Suo. Typically, a late foundation stage cultivator could easily overpower one at the mid-foundation stage. Of course, this also depended on the individual's cultivation methods and magical artifacts, so it could not be generalized. The purpose of inviting both of you, my friends, is to discuss a matter of great importance. Jin Suo finally steered the conversation to the crux of the issue. Please, esteemed city lord, feel free to speak, Zhang Feng remarked. Although the Five Poisons Master did not pose a question, he gestured for Jin Suo to continue. The phenomenon of the ebb tide is about to manifest. Have the two fellow practitioners ever heard of it? Chapter 75, The Ancient Relics, is what the city lord spoke of the boundless sea's tide that occurs once every 50 years? The Five Poisons Master finally spoke. Indeed, what you say is accurate. What Jin refers to is precisely this ebb tide. Upon noticing the Five Poisons Master engaging in conversation, Jin Suo smiled and responded. The Five Poisons Master is known for his treachery and malice. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, he would be unwilling to ally with such a person. However, this individual possesses profound abilities in the late foundation establishment stage, and his mastery of poison is unfathomable, making it unwise to provoke him lightly. Could it be that this ebb tide holds some hidden significance? Zhang Feng inquired, for he was new to this place and possessed scant knowledge of the boundless sea. Thus, upon hearing Jin Suo mention the ebbing tide, he pressed for further details. Your speculation is astute, Taoist Zhang, Jin responded. Recently, I have been studying ancient texts and discovered the existence of an ancient relic submerged in a certain region of the boundless sea. This site is typically concealed beneath the waves, revealing itself only during low tide. Jin Suo continued, even submerged, as long as the depth is not excessively profound. It poses no challenge to us cultivators. However, the Master of Five Poisons appeared skeptical of Jin Suo's assertion and could not help but inquire further. What you may not know, esteemed master, is that this relic, when submerged, is enveloped by a formidable water barrier. Unless one possesses the cultivation of a transformation god, it is nearly impossible to breach. Only during a natural low tide does this barrier weaken, allowing entry, Jin Suo patiently elucidated. Ah, I see. Master of Five Poisons exclaimed. Enlightened. I wish to explore this relic alongside both of you. May I inquire if you are willing to join? Jin Suo proposed. Aware of the myriad dangers that lay within the ancient site, he recognized that relying solely on his own strength would likely prove insufficient. Thus he sought the company of Master of Five Poisons and Zhang Feng. Although he was not well acquainted with either of them, the phenomenon of low tide would only last 10 days, leaving him no time to seek more suitable companions. While his status as a city lord afforded him the means to find capable allies in Baishur City, these individuals belonged to various factions. Should their respective forces intervene, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Though he held the esteemed title of city lord, a position of unparalleled authority in Baishur City, this was merely relative to ordinary mortals. Among cultivators, particularly those from powerful sects, he may not command respect. After all, human nature is inherently greedy when faced with treasures. How many can maintain a tranquil heart? Once greed takes root, the quest for treasure may become a gamble for one's very life. Thus, he sought the likes of Master of Five Poisons and Zhang Feng, free agents whose threat to him was comparatively minimal. He believed he could handle any unforeseen circumstances with his own strength. I am willing. Master of Five Poisons was the first to voice his agreement. Taoist Zhang, I almost neglected to mention. According to my knowledge, within this relic, there are alchemical pills preserved through special methods. And there is a significant possibility that formulas for these pills may also be preserved. Noticing Zhang Feng's hesitation, Jin Suo promptly revealed this enticing information. What? Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng could no longer maintain his composure. The Wu Lei Dan, a third-grade spiritual elixir, would greatly aid in the enhancement of his cultivation. If he could obtain the formula, he was confident that with the assistance of the elixir, he could reach the core formation stage. Once he attained this stage, the day of his revenge would be within reach. Zhang Feng was resolute in his determination. Zhang Feng spoke without any hesitation. Very well, since both of you have agreed, await my message regarding the departure date. I shall send someone to notify you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's affirmation, Jin Suo could not contain his joy. After exiting the secret chamber, Jin Suo hosted a grand feast at the city lord's residence. During the banquet, the Master of the Five Poisons was preoccupied with feasting, offering no superfluous words. However, Zhang Feng and Jin Suo engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words until the feast concluded. Chapter 76. The Concerns of Sun Haiyan. After the banquet, Zhang Feng returned to the Sun residence in the dead of night. Upon reaching the courtyard, he observed Sun Haiyan seated on the steps outside, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly troubled by unspoken thoughts. Miss Sun, are you still awake at this late hour? Zhang Feng approached, smiling as he inquired. Ah, master. I was merely just taking a casual stroll. Sun Haiyan, unaware of Zhang Feng's footsteps, was startled by his words. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she abruptly stood up, flustered and speechless. Before vanishing into the night, like a fleeting breeze, a sudden pang struck Zhang Feng's heart. evoking memories of his lively and endearing senior sister, Ryu. The thought that Ryu's profound vengeance remained unavenged spurred Zhang Feng to abandon any semblance of idleness. Upon entering his chamber, he devoted himself to relentless cultivation. As time progressed in his training, he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the heavenly demon art. Despite possessing a mixed spiritual root, which ordinarily precluded him from practicing, he found himself gradually able to cultivate under the restorative influence of the incense burner. Yet, when compared to those prodigies of unparalleled talent, he seemed leagues away from their prowess. Were it not for the abundant spirit elevation pills and the four symbols pills, he would have found it nearly impossible to transcend the condensation stage. However, the heavenly demon art revealed itself to be surprisingly conducive to his progress, allowing him to advance with remarkable swiftness, devoid of any sense of delay, as if it were meticulously tailored for him. The only lurking peril lay in the latent blood energy, yet these elements had fully separated under the incense burner's influence, manifesting as marks upon his fingertips. Thus, the heavenly demon art proved to be solely beneficial for him, devoid of any detriment. Little did the former heavenly desire demon lord anticipate that someone would skillfully evade the detrimental effects of the heavenly demon art that could lead to madness. As Zhang Feng continued his cultivation, yet another strand of blood energy was extricated, entwining itself around his finger. Zhang Feng gazed at his right index finger, which was already ensnared by a multitude of blood threads, numbering no less than 100. The combined force of these blood threads, when unleashed, remained untested by Zhang Feng. "Yinner, you have been frequently wandering to the backyard these past few days. Is there something amiss?" inquired Sun Renha, a hint of perplexity in his voice. "Nothing, father. I was merely taking a stroll," Sun Haiyan replied, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly defended herself upon noticing her father's scrutiny of her recent unusual behavior. In truth, Zhang Feng had twice rescued the lives of Sun Haiyan and her father, extricating them from perilous situations. Initially, Sun Haiyan felt overwhelming gratitude, yet as time progressed, this sentiment gradually morphed into profound affection. Numerous young talents and martial heroes had sought her hand in marriage, but none had managed to capture her heart. All had been met with rejection, including Wei Zhongyu, the young lord of the Iron Fist sect, who had recently suffered the tragic loss of his family. The reason for her indifference lay in her complete lack of feelings towards these suitors, regardless of their esteemed backgrounds. However, the arrival of Zhang Feng illuminated her world, akin to a radiant beam of light piercing through the darkness. In recent days, every time she caught a glimpse of Zhang Feng from afar, her heart fluttered like a startled deer, restless and agitated. This extraordinary sensation was unprecedented, compelling her to sneak into the backyard daily, yearning for even a fleeting encounter with Zhang Feng. Unfortunately, fate conspired against her, for Zhang Feng consistently remained behind closed doors, refusing to emerge. Aside from a chance meeting one evening upon his return from the Lord's mansion, she had not seen him since, which left her with an abundance of sighs. Yet, unbeknownst to Sun Renha, her father, all of this transpired unnoticed. From now on, refrain from visiting the backyard to avoid disturbing the sage's cultivation, Sun Renha advised. "Do not worry, father. I understand." Sun Haiyan felt a sense of relief as her father remained oblivious to her true feelings. Time slipped away unheeded. One day, as Zhang Feng was engaged in meditation, Sun Renha escorted a visitor to the backyard. "Sage, the city lord has sent someone to deliver something, insisting it must be handed over personally to you." Sun Renha's voice resonated from outside the room. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, "Immortal master, this is the item entrusted to me by the lord of the city." After entering the room, the emissary from the city lord's residence promptly handed Zhang Feng a jade slip. Zhang Feng pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and the voice of the city lord Jin resonated. "Friend Zhang, meet tomorrow at noon in the poplar grove outside Baisher City." "Understood. I shall return and inform the city lord that I will certainly arrive on time," Zhang Feng replied after reading the message within the jade slip. Chapter 77. The mysterious water column. The following noon, in the poplar grove outside Baisher City, Jin Suo had already arrived early. Before long, a mystical light approached rapidly, revealing the figure of Zhang Feng. "Indeed, friend Zhang is punctual," Jin Suo greeted him. "I apologize for keeping the city lord waiting." Zhang Feng performed a respectful bow and replied, No, the timing is just perfect." Jin Suo chuckled. As his words faded, a streak of black light pierced the air from a distance. It was the Five Poisons Master. "It has been a long time, Master," Jin Suo greeted, clasping his fists. The Five Poisons Master nodded, but did not speak. Zhang Feng had a markedly poor impression of the Master from their last encounter at the city lord's residence. He could hardly be bothered to acknowledge the Five Poisons Master, offering only a faint smile, neglecting even the most basic gesture of respect. The Five Poisons Master, noticing this, felt a surge of disdain rise within him. It was well known that, as a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was accustomed to being fawned over and flattered wherever he went. Yet here stood this man named Zhang Feng, treating him with such blatant disregard. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, feeling an unprecedented insult. He glared fiercely at Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. However, in the face of the five poisons master's hostile gaze, Zhang Feng remained remarkably composed and unruffled. It was as though he had discerned the master's intentions, showing neither fear nor retreat, but rather choosing to ignore the hostility directed at him. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that if the master of the five poisons dared to provoke him, he would undoubtedly deliver a considerable surprise in return. After all, he was no feeble fruit to be bullied at will. Should anyone wish to test him, he would not hesitate to render their hand useless. Jin Suo glanced between the master of the five poisons and Zhang Feng, sensing the palpable tension in the air. The discord among comrades before any action was not a promising omen. Dear fellow cultivators, our destination for this journey lies on an island deep within the boundless sea. You need only follow closely in my wake, Jin Suo declared, sweeping his arm to reveal a gleaming long knife that radiated cold light. With a deft tap of his toes, he leapt onto the blade, transforming into a dazzling silver streak that soared toward the heavens. The master of the five poisons observed this scene with a slight, cold smile, muttering incantations under his breath. In an instant, a pitch-black, ghostly chain, shimmering with an eerie luminescence, shot forth from his sleeve. He cast a fierce glare at Zhang Feng before leaping onto the ghostly chain, propelling himself skyward in pursuit. Witnessing the two depart in succession, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he formed a spell with his fingers. A crystal-clear flying sword materialized before him. He sprang onto the sword, which blazed with brilliance, darting through the sky like a meteor as he closely pursued the two ahead. The boundless sea stretched infinitely, and after half a month of continuous flight, they had not yet reached their destination. This expanse was far greater than that of the state of Chu. This realization struck Zhang Feng deeply. If they continued to fly upon their swords at this pace, how long would it take to reach the state of Chu? Zhang Feng suddenly recalled the moment. Suddenly, the sea below surged, and three towering columns of water swiftly ascended towards the heavens, heading straight for Zhang Feng and his companions. Observing this, Jin Suo hovered in midair, his long blade elongating to several dozen feet, cleaving towards the oncoming water columns. The columns were dispersed by the brilliance of the blade, transforming into droplets that cascaded back to the ocean's surface. However, the long blade was also repelled by the force of the water columns. After this fierce exchange, it resulted in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the master of five poisons manipulated the ghostly chains to stir the water columns, converting them into a swirling mist, yet the chains too were eventually repelled. Undoubtedly, this encounter also ended in a draw. Zhang Feng thrust his transparent flying sword vertically into the water column, causing the aquatic force to shatter upon contact. Once the entire water column had been disintegrated, the flying sword maintained its momentum and plunged beneath the surface of the sea. Before long, the ocean's surface began to exhibit a crimson hue, deepening with each passing moment. Chapter 78. Breaking the forbidden cone, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the water, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, the sea regained its tranquil demeanor. Clearly, it was the work of a monstrous beast lurking within the depths. It seemed that Zhang Feng's earlier strike had inflicted significant injury upon the creature, rendering it incapable of further combat and forcing its retreat. Jin Suo and the master of five poisons exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of astonishment. While Jin Suo had always believed that Zhang Feng's true capabilities exceeded the mere appearance of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, he had never anticipated such formidable strength. He and the master of five poisons had barely managed to hold their ground against the two water columns. Yet Zhang Feng's single attack had the power to gravely wound a sea beast. Jin Suo was acutely aware that Zhang Feng's previous strike had merely been a casual effort, devoid of any exertion of full strength. He pondered whether he could withstand an all-out assault from Zhang Feng. With this thought, a hint of wariness crept into his gaze as he regarded Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, the master of five poisons was equally taken aback. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed such astonishing prowess. My fellow Taoist, the number of monstrous beasts in the boundless sea is vast. Since that creature has ceased its pursuit, we should prioritize our mission and proceed, Jin Suo suggested decisively. Zhang Feng and the five poisons master nodded in agreement after hearing the words. The three of them set forth once more, soaring ahead. 10 days later, the mysterious island spoken of by Jin Suo gradually came into view. This island, approximately 100 miles in circumference, was typically submerged beneath the sea, resulting in the absence of trees, yet it was adorned with a vibrant array of corals. Following the map's guidance, the trio diligently searched over the next few days until they finally discovered the entrance to the ancient ruins. Upon arriving at the entrance, a massive stone door appeared before them, impressively broad and towering, evoking a sense of grandeur. Allow me to test the fortitude of this door, Jin Suo proclaimed, swiftly brandishing his long blade and launching an all-out assault on the stone door. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, the door suddenly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, forcefully rebuffing the weapon. In light of this development, Jin Suo exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Indeed, remnants of the restrictions remain. City Lord, what is happening? What are these residual restrictions?" The anxious five poisons master inquired, nearly driven to madness by the proximity of the treasure yet unable to approach it. Although the water restrictions had ceased with the ebbing tide, The entrance itself still bore restrictions that required the cooperation of both companions to dismantle. Jin Suo explained patiently, which was precisely why he had sought assistance. For alone, he could not breach these barriers. With that, Jin Suo patted his storage bag, and a gleaming golden cone soared forth. The cone expanded against the wind and shot toward the stone door. As it neared the door, it clashed with the vibrant light. Jin Suo poured all his magical energy into the cone, causing it to rotate slowly, as if striving to penetrate the colorless radiance. Yet, the five-colored light proved remarkably resilient, and the cone struggled to make progress. However, with the incessant spinning, the five-colored light began to dim gradually. This cone, known as the restriction-breaking cone, possessed extraordinary efficacy in dispelling restrictions, but it required immense magical energy to sustain it. I implore my two companions for assistance, Jin Suo called out. Upon hearing his plea, Zhang Feng and the Five Poisons Master joined forces, channeling their magical energy into Jin Suo. With their combined powers, the restriction-breaking cone spun faster and faster, producing a faint sound akin to the breaking of air. Chapter 79. Independent space. As the restriction-breaking cone continued to whirl, the colors of the five-colored barrier began to fade. Several hours passed, and due to the sustained outpouring of magical energy, the trio found their reserves nearly depleted. Yet, despite the dimming of the five-colored barrier, it remained remarkably tenacious, refusing to shatter. Observing this, Jin Suo began to feel anxious. If the barrier did not collapse before their magical energy ran dry, it would soon revert to its previous strength, forcing the trio to start anew. Finally, with a determined resolve, Jin Suo summoned another restriction-breaking cone from his storage bag. This one gleaming silver, distinct from the previous one. Zhang Feng and the venomous sage were simultaneously startled. Restrictions, if faced with sufficient force, can indeed be shattered through sheer brute strength. However, certain formidable restrictions possess the ability to rebound when forcibly broken. Artifacts unleashed in attack may be hurled back toward their wielders, potentially striking them down in an instant. Worse still, such reckless force may trigger a chain reaction within the restriction, unleashing a devastating counterattack in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the treasures protected within could also suffer irreparable damage. The restriction breaking all, however, is a mystical artifact capable of delicately dismantling restrictions, much like a key effortlessly turning in a lock. When Jin Suo summoned the first all, the two were already astounded. To possess even one such miraculous tool was considered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet, to their disbelief, Jin Suo revealed a second. Fellow Taoists, channel all your remaining spiritual power to me. While Zhang Feng and the venomous sage were still reeling in astonishment, Jin Suo's voice rang out. Without hesitation, the two complied, pouring every last drop of their remaining energy into him. A radiant brilliance erupted from Jin Suo's form as the two all spun faster and faster. The once dazzling five-colored barrier emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds. The fractures grew louder until, with a thunderous explosion, the barrier finally shattered. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng and his companions displayed expressions of delight. The formidable barrier had nearly drained their entire reserves of spiritual energy. Yet they ultimately succeeded in dismantling it at the final moment. Just as joy enveloped the trio, the stone door behind them creaked open of its own accord. My dear companions, let us proceed separately once we enter. Any treasures we acquire shall belong to ourselves. This is a jade token capable of measuring the ebbing tide, and it is imperative that we depart before the tide recedes completely. Otherwise, the water barrier will activate, and we shall be forever ensnared in this place. Upon concluding his words, Jin Suo distributed a jade token to Zhang Feng and the Master of Five Poisons. Zhang Feng glanced at the jade tablet in his hand, which clearly displayed the number 10, indicating that there were still 10 days until the tide would recede. Subsequently, the three individuals entered the stone door in succession. According to the records, this place was the cave of an ancient powerful being, and it undoubtedly contained numerous treasures. My fellow Taoists, you must search diligently. Do not leave this treasure mountain empty-handed. Furthermore, there exists a spatial prohibition here, preventing flight, so please exercise caution. Jin took the lead and stated, I shall go ahead. He then proceeded in a particular direction. The Master of Five Poisons observed Jin's path, contemplated for a moment, and then chose to walk in the opposite direction. Zhang Feng was utterly oblivious to the secrets of this ancient relic, lacking a specific aim as he ventured towards the space between the two individuals. The relic was vast, a realm unto itself, having been carved out as an independent sanctuary. Only those of extraordinary cultivation could possess such a secluded domain. Yet, its enormity was staggering, seemingly several times larger than the islands beyond. The quest for treasures within this expansive chamber would be no trivial pursuit. Chapter 80. The Qilin Beast. This relic had remained undisturbed for countless years, saturated with an abundance of spiritual energy. And within its confines flourished numerous herbs long extinct in the outside world. The Millennium Heart-Piercing Lotus, the Millennium Blood Teargrass, the Millennium Jade Berry, and the Millennium Purple Spirit Mushroom. Zhang Feng was astounded by the multitude of precious medicinal herbs before him. Not only were there countless specimens, but each one boasted an age exceeding a millennium. Each individual plant, if placed in the outside world, would be of immeasurable worth. Zhang Feng unreservedly pocketed everything. Just as he was about to pluck a millennial-old purple spirit mushroom, his hand inadvertently brushed against a stone at the root of the mushroom. "Oh!" Zhang Feng suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that when his fingers made contact with the stone, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from within the rock. What could this be? Zhang Feng focused his attention on the stone he had just touched. The stone before him was roughly the size of a basin. Its surface covered in lush moss. However, its remarkably regular shape made it hard to believe that it was a product of nature. Could it possibly be an egg? Zhang Feng murmured softly. Filled with profound curiosity, he began to scrutinize the enigmatic stone closely. He attempted to wipe away the moss that cloaked the surface of the stone. As the moss was gradually removed, a layer of pristine white eggshell was revealed. Indeed, it was an egg. But what creature's ovum could it possibly be? Zhang Feng pondered quietly within. He could distinctly perceive that the spiritual energy contained within the egg was exceedingly feeble, as if the tiny life within was in a state of extreme fragility. This wondrous phenomenon ignited a profound curiosity within him. Thus, he cautiously began to infuse his own spiritual energy into the egg. As moments ticked away, approximately an hour elapsed, when suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed, and the shell shattered, revealing a delicate little creature. Could it be a qilin? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him almost speechless. The diminutive creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary qilin, both in appearance and demeanor. The qilin cub seemed to instantly detect the familiar aura of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Feng, akin to that within the egg. It joyfully bounded towards him, extending its tiny tongue to fervently lick his fingers, exuding an unmistakable affection. After the initial shock, Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with joy. If this little beast were indeed a qilin, he would have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. The qilin, revered as a divine creature, is said to exist solely in the celestial realm. Possessing unparalleled talents and formidable abilities, it can easily overpower various demonic beasts and spirits. Even a newly born qilin boasts combat prowess comparable to that of a human cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage. Owning a qilin would effectively double his own strength. Furthermore, as the qilin continues to grow, its power would only increase. In his ecstatic state, Zhang Feng produced a spirit elevation pill and held it in his palm. The qilin sniffed it and promptly swallowed it whole. After consuming the spirit elevation pill, the qilin let out a joyful roar, and its body expanded noticeably. It seemed to have sensed the wondrous effects of the pill, and after finishing it, the qilin gazed longingly at Zhang Feng, resembling a dog in its eagerness. Zhang Feng helplessly shook his head. He felt that the current behavior of this ancient mythical beast was strikingly similar to that of a pug begging for food. Perhaps this is a common trait among all animals, whether they be ordinary dogs or divine beasts. Zhang Feng once again produced a spirit-enhancing pill, and this time, the qilin beast swallowed it whole, omitting even the process of savoring the aroma. After a joyful roar, the qilin beast's body expanded once more. Indeed, it is a divine creature, exhibiting such astonishing growth speed. Zhang Feng lamented. Chapter 81. The Fire Spirit Fruit. Zhang Feng gazed at the qilin beast, filled with immense joy. Initially, his venture into the ruins was motivated by the quest for the recipe of the unparalleled elixir. However, at this moment, the acquisition of the formula had become inconsequential, for the value of the qilin beast far surpassed that of a mere third-grade recipe. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng unhesitatingly drew a dagger across his fingertip. Squeezing forth a drop of blood, he carefully let that drop fall upon the center of the qilin beast's forehead. In an instant, the blood seemed to dissolve into the beast as if it were water, leaving behind a faint, ethereal scar. Thus, the bond of recognition between Zhang Feng and the qilin beast was deemed a resounding success. With the ceremony completed, the qilin beast truly belonged to Zhang Feng. However, throughout this process, any hint of reluctance from the qilin would have resulted in failure. The recognition ceremony was, in essence, a sacred contract forged between master and spirit beast. It must stem from a willing heart, otherwise, it would not be acknowledged by the laws of heaven and earth. Remarkably, the qilin beast appeared to comprehend Zhang Feng's intentions, remaining tranquil and compliant throughout, displaying no signs of resistance or unwillingness. After the ceremony, Zhang Feng and the qilin beast embarked on a new journey together. At first, the qilin was relatively docile, faithfully trailing behind Zhang Feng. Yet it wasn't long before the true nature of this divine creature was unveiled. The qilin burst forth like a wild stallion, dashing about wildly, bounding eastward for several paces before racing westward in a flurry. Its movements were as swift as the wind, its speed surpassing imagination, even outstripping that of cultivators of the Foundation building stage who wielded flying artifacts. Due to Zhang Feng's lack of precise information regarding the location of the unparalleled elixir recipe from the golden chain, he found himself searching aimlessly. Akin to a headless fly, a daunting task akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, his journey was not without rewards. Along the way, he collected an array of rare and precious thousand-year spirit herbs, a delightful surprise amidst the chaos. Just as they arrived at the entrance of a cave, the qilin beast suddenly became extraordinarily exhilarated, disregarding Zhang Feng's calls and rushing headlong into the cave, as if something within was powerfully beckoning it. Zhang Feng, fearing for the qilin beast's safety, followed closely into the cave. The cavern was replete with stairs, descending steeply. The steps were treacherously slick. Yet the qilin beast raced down without a hint of slipping or falling. As the qilin beast sprinted ahead, Zhang Feng exerted himself to keep pace. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he barely managed to match the Kirin Beast's rapid strides. It is worth noting that Zhang Feng was no ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. His prowess rivaled that of the most formidable late-stage cultivators. Despite his utmost efforts, he could only just keep up with the Kirin Beast's velocity. Were divine beasts truly this astonishing? Reflecting on the life-threatening ordeals he had endured to attain this level, the Kirin Beast's innate speed at birth filled Zhang Feng with an envious frenzy. How egregiously unfair the heavens seemed, Zhang Feng exclaimed with resentment. After traversing for half an hour, he reached the end of the cave. Before him lay a vast lake of molten lava, its surface churning incessantly, emanating an intense heat. Amidst the molten expanse, a verdant tree stood tall, adorned with 3 crimson fruits. The fire spirit fruit. This is the fire spirit fruit, Zhang Feng exclaimed with excitement. In Chapter 82, titled The Giant Python, the jade slip left by the Demon Lord of Heaven contained an introduction to the fire spirit fruit. The fire spirit fruit is a celestial treasure formed from the condensation of fiery spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The richness of the spiritual power it harbors is incomparable to that of ordinary elixirs. Such a rare and unrivaled sacred fruit, when consumed, can propel a cultivator's prowess to new heights, potentially allowing them to leap into a higher realm. This is especially beneficial for those who primarily cultivate fire-based techniques. With such a divine object so near, Zhang Feng's joy was palpable. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately commanded his flying sword to surge forward, prepared to harvest the fire spirit fruit. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The surface of the magma lake began to churn violently, resembling a pot of boiling water, sending forth a multitude of splashes. Suddenly, an enormous python burst forth from the seething lava. This python's girth was akin to that of a massive barrel, its eyes as large as lanterns, flickering with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of 2 wavering will-o'-the-wisps. Typically, powerful guardian beasts protect these rare herbs. These guardians will ruthlessly attack anyone who approaches before the herbs are fully mature, only consuming them once they are completely ripe. Clearly, this giant python was aware of the intruder's intentions. It raised its colossal tail and struck down violently upon the surface of the magma lake. In an instant, the scalding lava erupted like a torrential rain, splattering in all directions. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Zhang Feng hurriedly evaded with his sword. In stark contrast, the Qilin standing nearby remained utterly unperturbed, rooted to the spot. The molten lava splattering upon its form appeared to inflict no harm whatsoever. Witnessing the scene while hastily dodging, Zhang Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As Zhang Feng deftly maneuvered his sword to evade the strikes of the colossal python, he meticulously assessed its formidable strength. In his estimation, the python's power transcended the foundational stage of cultivation. Engaging it directly would likely lead to his demise in the northwest. Yet, the allure of the fire spirit fruit, a rare treasure of the heavens and earth, made the prospect of retreat utterly unacceptable to him. Just as Zhang Feng found himself in a quandary, the Qilin beast sprang into action. With a gust of wind at its feet, it advanced over the molten lava, charging towards the python with an indomitable spirit. The python, fixated on Zhang Feng, had failed to notice the Qilin beast, which was only slightly larger than a small dog. Upon witnessing the Qilin beast's approach, the python disdainfully flicked its massive tail, intending to crush this audacious creature in a single blow. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Zhang Feng promptly summoned the 12 blood swords. The swords, with remarkable swiftness, intercepted the colossal serpent's tail before it could reach the Qilin beast. The overwhelming force of the tail sent the 12 blood swords flying, leaving no opportunity for even a fleeting moment of resistance. The mighty tail continued its relentless assault towards the Qilin beast, and at this juncture, there lay no barrier between them. Zhang Feng found himself unable to invoke his treasures once more in time. Zhang Feng's heart was filled with anxiety. The Qilin beast had only just been born. Could it possibly meet its demise now? In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Qilin beast did not get thrown away. Instead, it clung tightly to the tail of the giant python and, with a forceful inhale, the python's flesh and blood flowed into the Qilin beast's mouth like jelly. Indeed, it resembled jelly, a modern delicacy that Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of. The python let out a heart-wrenching scream, but before long, the sound ceased. All that remained was a massive python skin undulating upon the surface of the lava lake. Had the once mighty python truly met its end in such a manner? Zhang Feng widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the diminutive Qilin beast before him, no larger than a puppy. How could such a small creature have drained the life essence from a massive python? Chapter 83, The Black Pen. After consuming the flesh and blood of the giant python, the Qilin beast was instantly enveloped in a dazzling crimson glow, shimmering incessantly. Simultaneously, its body began to grow at an astonishing pace, and in mere moments, it had transformed into a colossal form, comparable to that of an adult bull. An overwhelming and intimidating aura surged forth from the Qilin beast. Could it be at the core formation stage? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the majestic Qilin beast before him, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions. For cultivators, achieving the golden core stage is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, this Qilin had effortlessly transcended to the realm of core formation merely by the crude act of devouring the flesh and blood of serpents. It seemed the Qilin sensed Zhang Feng's astonished gaze, and with a buoyant gait, it approached him, nuzzling gently against his chest. However, at that moment, The beast's newfound strength was formidable yet unrefined, and its affectionate nudge caused Zhang Feng to stumble backward involuntarily. After a brief moment, Zhang Feng regained his composure, suddenly recalling that he had yet to harvest the fire spirit fruits. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the flying sword beneath his feet and swiftly plucked 3 fire spirit fruits from their perch. Once the gathering was complete, Zhang Feng dared not linger, hastily fleeing the cave with the Qilan beast in tow. As soon as Zhang Feng departed, the master of 5 poisons arrived, only to discover that someone had beaten him to it. Gazing at the barren azure trees, the master of 5 poisons spoke calmly, his demeanor devoid of any anger. This transformation was starkly different from his prior self. It was likely due to Jin Suo, who possessed a comprehensive understanding of the area. After contemplating the situation, the master concluded that Jin Suo had indeed taken the fire spirit fruit. The master had expended immense effort to relocate the fire spirit tree, which took millennia to bear its precious fruit. Did Jin Suo truly believe he was worthy to enjoy it? The master's expression remained serene, betraying no hint of emotional disturbance. Meanwhile, Jin Suo stumbled upon a stone chamber, within which he discovered dozens of pieces of purple goldstone. This material was esteemed as one of the finest resources for crafting, significantly enhancing the hardness of weapons. A chunk the size of a fist could command a starting price of 1,000,000 spirit stones and was often priceless, only surfacing occasionally at grand auctions. The sheer quantity of purple goldstones filled Jin Suo with elation. Just as he prepared to stow the stones in his storage bag, a sudden shiver coursed through him. As if he were being watched, he immediately expanded his spiritual awareness and indeed found someone lurking in the shadows. "Come out, for I have already discerned your presence," Jin Suo declared coldly. Upon being discovered, the master of 5 poisons emerged from the dark corner, his face betraying no fear. Jin Suo was taken aback to find it was the master of 5 poisons. What was this old poison master plotting by hiding here? Jin Suo mused inwardly. The city lord certainly possessed some skills. Despite being merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual power was surprisingly formidable. Not bad, indeed. The master of 5 poisons complimented. "Your flattery is misplaced. Are you lurking in the shadows with the intent to ambush me?" Jin Suo retorted coldly, his expression shifting. Both he and the master were at the late stage of foundation establishment, and if it came to blows, he was fully prepared to eliminate him. Sensing Jin Suo's hostile tone, the master of 5 poisons wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, a large black brush materialized in the air, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Jin Suo was astonished. He had never witnessed the master wield this artifact before. The brush began to move autonomously, inscribing characters in the air. Moments later, a massive character for kill loomed ominously in the atmosphere. Chapter 84. The true monarch of fire spirits. The blood-red character hung suspended, radiating a chilling aura of death. When had the old poison master grown so powerful? Jin Suo was astounded, sensing the immense might contained within the character. Based on his knowledge of the master of 5 poisons, he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment and should not possess such strength. He had merely questioned the master, yet he was met with such a lethal response, leaving him bewildered. "Master, surely we need not resort to such drastic measures over a mere disagreement?" Jin Suo remarked, his tone now lacking the prior iciness. Given the master's display of strength, he realized he was no match and thus softened his approach. "I prefer not to engage in conflict. Surrender the fire spirit fruit, and I shall spare your life," the master of 5 poisons stated coolly. Jin Suo felt a surge of rage but refrained from expressing it. While fuming internally, he was beset by doubts. Something felt off about the master of 5 poisons. His demeanor and strength seemed drastically altered. "What, do you refuse to hand it over?" the master inquired, noting Jin Suo's hesitation. "Master, I assure you, the fire spirit fruit is not in my possession. I truly cannot surrender it," Jin Suo replied, striving to suppress his fury. It had been many years since he had uttered such conciliatory words, yet the current situation seemed dire. "Very well, I shall simply take it from your corpse." The master's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the suspended character descended toward Jin Suo with ominous force. In response to the oncoming threat, Jin Suo swiftly produced a copper mirror from his storage bag. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the mirror, colliding with the descending character. The impact produced a deafening explosion, sending dust soaring into the air, engulfing everything in its wake. Moments later, as the dust settled, the silhouette of the master of 5 poisons emerged, but Jin Suo was nowhere to be found. He had evidently fled. "Ah. It appears to be the master's Haotian divine mirror. I wonder where Jin Suo acquired such a treasure?" the master mused, wiping the blood from his lips. Having just successfully seized a new body, his soul had yet to fully harmonize with it, limiting him to the strength of an early-stage core formation. With Jin Suo wielding the Haotian divine mirror, a direct confrontation would likely lead to mutual destruction. "Perhaps I should wait and recover for a while longer." The master sighed in resignation. This cave's former owner was a formidable being from ancient times known as the true monarch of fire spirits, whose power was unfathomable. After venturing out on a journey, the true monarch never returned. A servant named Asan had been tasked with guarding the cave. While Asan's cultivation was significantly inferior to that of the true monarch, he was nonetheless a formidable core formation practitioner. Over the eons, even core formation practitioners could not withstand the ravages of time. Asan should have perished long ago. But he had cultivated a secret technique left behind by the true monarch, allowing him to extend his existence. When someone finally broke the seals to enter the cave, he seized the opportunity to seize a new body. Now, the Master of Five Poisons was the one who had been possessed by a San. Days earlier, the true Master of Five Poisons had discovered a stone chamber filled with numerous cultivation techniques and elixirs. In his excitement, he let down his guard and was subsequently seized by a San's residual spirit. After taking over, a San learned that the fire spirit fruit planted by his master was nearing maturity, prompting him to investigate. To his dismay, he found that Zhang Feng had already harvested it. Believing Jin Suo to be the culprit, this led to their earlier confrontation. After their clash, Jin Suo had sustained severe injuries and was currently curled up in a cave, spitting blood. If it weren't for this Haotian divine mirror, I would surely have perished at the hands of that old poison master, Jin Suo murmured, recalling the harrowing escape and still feeling a lingering dread. Chapter 85, The Marvelous Effects of the Fire Spirit Fruit. Zhang Feng searched in other locations, thus remaining unaware of the fierce battle that had transpired between Jin Suogong and the Master of Five Poisons. He scoured several places in succession, yet all had been thoroughly plundered by Jin Suogong and the Master of Five Poisons. On this journey, Zhang Feng not only acquired the mythical Qilin beast but also the extraordinary fire spirit fruit, along with a plethora of millennium-old spiritual herbs, making his gains truly bountiful. Although he did not discover the recipe for the Wuluiden, there is little to lament. It is time to depart. Zhang Feng glanced at the jade slip in his hand, which displayed the numeral 1. This indicated that there was less than a day remaining until the end of the tide's retreat. If he did not depart before this period concluded, he would be trapped here until the next tide, a century hence, would afford him a chance to escape. However, that was merely a possibility. The entrance to the ruins could only be opened from the outside, without the forbidden breaking pin. The three of them would have found it impossible to enter smoothly. Who could guarantee that someone would arrive 100 years later? Even if help were to come, who could assure that they would possess the ability to unlock the ruins gate? Such uncertainties were abundant. Moreover, Zhang Feng harbored an unsettling intuition that something within the ruins was disquieting, though he could not pinpoint what it was. After Zhang Feng emerged from the ruins, he patiently awaited the return of Jin Suo and Wudu Shangren, for the three had ventured forth together and naturally ought to depart as one. Yet, an entire day elapsed without any sign of the two. Zhang Feng relinquished the notion of lingering any longer, with a flicker of his flying sword beneath his feet. He ascended into the skies. During the journey to his destination, he had traveled in the company of two companions, which had somewhat hindered their pace. However, on his return, he was unencumbered by their presence and, unrestrained, exerted his full prowess, arriving back at Baishur City in a mere fortnight. Upon reaching the Sun residence, Zhang Feng promptly entered seclusion, instructing Sun Ren to decline any interruptions for at least a month. In the secluded chamber of his quarters within the Sun residence's rear courtyard, 3 resplendent fire spirit fruits lay before him. The ancient text extolled the extraordinary properties of this fruit, claiming it could facilitate a transformation of one's very essence and enable ascension in broad daylight. Yet, its true efficacy remained to be discovered. Zhang Feng grasped a fire spirit fruit and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Typically, spiritual herbs are refined into elixirs for enhanced efficacy, as they often harbor numerous impurities that can diminish their medicinal properties. The process of alchemy effectively purges these impurities to a significant extent. However, the fire spirit fruit is a manifestation of the purest elemental fire energy, remarkably untainted and virtually devoid of any impurities. Thus, it can be consumed directly. The potent spiritual energy of the fire spirit fruit surged vigorously within Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sensation, his veins bulging and his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, the incense burner began to rotate. As it spun, the spiritual energy of the fire spirit fruit was entirely drawn into the burner. Before long, over 100 golden droplets floated out from it. Simultaneously, Zhang Feng's realm ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, it was a rare treasure. Though not as exaggerated as the legend suggested, it was marvelous enough. Zhang Feng murmured to himself, his face brimming with joy. Given his mixed spiritual roots, the journey from the mid-foundation stage to the peak of the late foundation stage posed an immense challenge. He could scarcely fathom the number of third-grade spiritual pills akin to the Wuluiden he would need to consume to barely reach such a realm. Yet, this fire spirit fruit, with just a single piece, had enabled him to achieve a breakthrough. How could Zhang Feng not be left in awe? He pondered whether consuming another would allow him to enter the core formation stage. Zhang Feng once again grasped the fire spirit fruit and swallowed it whole. Chapter 86, The Successful Formation of the Core. In an instant, the immense spiritual power contained within the fire spirit fruit erupted once more. The rampant spiritual energy surged through Zhang Feng's body, rekindling the sensation of being on the verge of explosion. At this critical juncture, the enigmatic incense burner astonishingly began to rotate anew. It resembled an abyss, continuously devouring the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy and swiftly transforming it into radiant golden droplets that floated forth. His magical prowess had only slightly amplified. Remaining at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Feng murmured with a hint of disappointment. It is utterly perplexing that after consuming 2 fire spirit fruits, Such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, he still failed to successfully condense a golden elixir. I refuse to accept this absurdity. In Zhang Feng's gaze, a resolute determination shone forth as he unhesitatingly seized the last fire spirit fruit and resolutely consumed it. In an instant, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic explosion, overwhelming his being with a terrifying sensation as if his body were on the brink of being torn asunder. At that moment, the incense burner once again sprang into action, whirling rapidly. With astonishing speed, it began to absorb the rampant spiritual energy, gradually restoring balance to the situation. Once all the tumultuous energy had been fully absorbed, countless golden droplets began to waft from within the incense burner. Could it be that failure loomed once more? Zhang Feng let out a helpless sigh, lamenting the woeful inadequacy of his innate talent. Despite consuming 3 immensely valuable fire spirit fruits, he found himself unable to ascend to the golden core realm. Such abysmal aptitude could truly be said to be unprecedented and unrepeatable. Just as Zhang Feng was engulfed in profound despondency, he suddenly perceived an astonishing transformation occurring within his dantian. Countless golden droplets were gradually coalescing into a singular mass. These golden droplets seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, merging and condensing, ultimately forming a golden water egg that bore a striking resemblance to an egg. This water egg radiated a mesmerizing golden light, akin to a resplendent sun. The dazzling brilliance pierced through Zhang Feng's body, soaring into the heavens, making it impossible to gaze directly upon, as if it harbored boundless mysteries and energy. As time unfolded, the water egg began to slowly rotate within Zhang Feng's dantian. Each revolution was accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful aura, a pressure characteristic of cultivators in the golden core stage. Had he truly reached the golden core? Was it really happening? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. He trembled with excitement, his voice quivering slightly as he spoke. This sudden surprise left him almost incapable of believing that the events unfolding before him were indeed real. At this moment, Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with joy and exhilaration. A sensation akin to finally encountering light after long wandering in darkness, or to reaching the pinnacle after enduring countless hardships. Strictly speaking, entering the core formation stage signifies a transition from a narrow and winding path to a broad and prosperous avenue on the journey of cultivation. The power possessed by a cultivator in the core formation stage is incomparably superior to that of one in the foundation establishment stage, even at the peak of the latter. This represents a qualitative leap. The two stages exist on entirely different planes. Zhou Sun, you treacherous fiend, I shall take your life. Zhang Feng spoke with deep resentment. The mere thought of Zhou Sun ignited a fierce hatred within him, a desire to rend him into countless pieces in vengeance for his beloved senior sister Ryu. Yet, when he recalled Zhao Ryu, the softest part of his heart was stirred. He extended a wisp of his consciousness into the incense burner and beheld Zhao Ryu floating amidst the fragrant smoke, rising and falling like a delicate specter. This ethereal haze seemed to possess a miraculous nurturing quality for her. Her visage remained unchanged, untouched by the pallor of death, as if she were merely in slumber. Senior sister, wait for me to avenge you. Chapter 87. What is an immortal desire? Recently, the Sun residence buzzed with activity. A continuous stream of prominent merchants arrived to discuss business, nearly wearing down the threshold. The Sun family had interests in various sectors, attracting traders from all walks of life. Initially perplexed, Sun Renha soon discovered that these visitors were drawn by Zhang Feng. Whispers circulated that the Sun family had secured an immortal as their protector, who had effortlessly obliterated the notorious Iron Fist sect. Strangely, the City Lord's Court appeared unfazed by this event. It is well known that the City Lord's Court is responsible for the safety of Baishur City, maintaining absolute order. Those who disrupt the rules or violate the 100 precepts of Baishur City face relentless extermination, regardless of their status. Thus, while incidents of family annihilation occasionally transpire under the cover of night, they are conducted discreetly. Unless the perpetrator confesses, irrefutable evidence is elusive, allowing the City Lord's Court to turn a blind eye. However, should anyone audaciously challenge the authority of the City Lord's Court, the outcome is invariably fatal. Zhang Feng's destruction of the Iron Fist sect occurred in broad daylight, witnessed by many. In the aftermath, not only did the City Lord's Court refrain from pursuing charges against Zhang Feng, but the Lord himself also humbly visited the Sun residence to pay his respects. This clearly illustrated the formidable power behind the Sun family. Initially, Sun Renha harbored concerns, fearing Zhang Feng might hold him accountable. Yet, he gradually realized that Zhang Feng exhibited no interest in such matters. This distinction between the immortal and the mundane resonated deeply with Sun Renha, who sighed internally. He felt that the enterprise he had painstakingly cultivated was utterly insignificant in the eyes of an immortal like Zhang Feng, leaving him disheartened. Father, what troubles you? You seem rather gloomy, Sun Haiyan inquired as she approached him. Dear daughter, sit and speak with me. Sun Renha gestured for her to take a seat. Observing his daughter's obedient demeanor brought him a measure of comfort. Yin Yin, what do you believe in immortal desires? Upon hearing this, Sun Haiyan blushed deeply. Reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers in March, radiant and captivating. Unlike the gold and silver of the earthly realm, which are of no consequence to them, exquisite garments, beautiful wives, and sumptuous feasts are regarded as mere refuse, entirely unworthy of pursuit, Sun Renha continued, not waiting for her response. But why am I even discussing this with you? The thoughts of an immortal are beyond our comprehension. By the way, the head of the Wang family visited a few days ago to discuss business and subtly hinted at seeking a match for his son. I refrained from agreeing, fearing you might decline. Sun Rinha spoke softly, gazing at his daughter. Beautiful wives and concubines are regarded as refuse? Sun Haiyan seemed not to have fully grasped her father's words, murmuring to herself. Yin Yin, what are you pondering? Sun Rinha asked, having noticed her distraction. Oh, nothing, father. What were you just saying? She hurriedly replied, anxious that her father might discern her thoughts, swiftly redirecting the conversation. I mentioned that the head of the Wang family had an intention to seek a match for his son during his recent visit. Sun Rinha, unfazed by his daughter's distraction, reiterated, that foolish son of the Wang family, whoever wishes to marry him may do so. I certainly will not. Sun Haiyan adopted an indifferent expression, as if the matter bore no consequence to her. Sun Rinha had grown accustomed to her dismissive attitude, sensing that in her eyes, no man was worthy of her. This realization troubled him greatly. Yin Yin, I am not pressuring you. I dared to offend even the Iron Fist sect for your sake. So you need not feel coerced into marrying the Wang family. However, you are growing up. One day, you will need to marry and bear children. You dismiss this suitor as a fool and that one is a mere burden, but do you truly intend to remain unmarried? Sun Rinha expressed his heartfelt concerns. He did not wish to force his daughter into marriage, yet her persistent refusal was untenable. He sought to understand her perspective. Father, the truth is, I already have someone I hold dear. Chapter 88. Sun Haiyan's beloved what? Are you speaking the truth? Upon hearing his daughter mention having a beloved, Sun Rinha was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. Indeed, it is true. Sun Haiyan replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Who is this paragon? Pray, tell your father. He eagerly urged. Father, I must keep this a secret for now. I cannot reveal it just yet. Sun Haiyan replied. The truth was not that she could not disclose it. Rather, she felt too timid to do so. The object of her affection was none other than Zhang Feng. Yet, she recalled Sun Rinha's earlier words regarding how immortals viewed earthly pursuits with disdain. Thus, despite her innate beauty and intelligence, she feared that in Zhang Feng's eyes, she might hold no value. It matters not, even if your beloved hails from a humble background. With the support of our Sun family, such matters are insignificant. Now, please, tell me who it is. Sun Rinha pressed on. Assuming his daughter hesitated due to her beloved's modest circumstances, he continued to inquire. Father, I will tell you when the time is right. Sun Haiyan declared, and before Sun Rinha could respond, she dashed away in a flurry. This child. Sun Rinha shook his head in resignation. Although his daughter remained reticent, he perceived this as a positive development. Renewed vigor surged within him as he tidied his attire, brushed off the dust, and returned to his business endeavors. Unbeknownst to Sun Rinha and his daughter, Zhang Feng was entirely oblivious to their conversation. Following his successful breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, his desire for vengeance against Zhou Sun intensified with each passing day. However, he recognized that he was not yet prepared. Firstly, having just attained the Golden Core, his foundation remained unstable, and he could not be certain of defeating Zhou Sun, who had lingered in the Golden Core stage for many years. Secondly, to slay Zhou Sun, he must first contend with the three nascent soul elders of the Xuanwu sect. Thus, for Zhang Feng, ascending to at least one more major realm was essential, otherwise, revenge would remain a distant dream. Fortunately, the cultivation of the heavenly demon technique advanced at an astonishing pace, and his right index finger was now riddled with blood marks. These marks were manifestations of the blood energy separated during his practice of the technique. With a mere thought, the blood marks transformed into countless crimson threads swirling in the air, each imbued with terrifying power. He pondered whether releasing all these threads at once could inflict tangible harm upon a cultivator in the Golden Core stage. Zhang Feng gazed intently at the swirling strands of blood in the sky, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought stirred within him, and those blood strands, as if summoned by an unseen force, converged upon the tip of his right index finger, reminiscent of an enraged dragon returning to its lair. The most significant drawback of the heavenly demon technique was that as one's cultivation level ascended, the practitioner would gradually descend into madness, completely losing their sense of self, transforming into a mindless automaton driven solely by the urge to kill. Such a terrifying consequence was unbearable for anyone. Even the esteemed predecessor who had created the heavenly demon technique could not escape this ultimate fate. In his final moments, he experienced a fleeting clarity and thus inscribed this grave defect at the beginning of the technique to caution future generations. Why did he not destroy the heavenly demon technique? Because this method possessed not only immense power but, more importantly, an astonishing speed of cultivation, requiring little in terms of innate talent. A mere hint of spiritual roots sufficed, far surpassing its contemporaries. He hoped that future practitioners would refine this technique and eradicate its inherent flaws. Upon acquiring the heavenly demon scriptures, Zhang Feng found himself incapable of modifying the technique. However, utilizing the power of the incense burner, the adverse effects of practicing the heavenly demon scriptures not only failed to drive him into madness but instead transformed into a formidable weapon in his hands. Yet, the extent of this weapon's astonishing might remains to be validated in actual combat. Nevertheless, in Zhang Feng's eyes, even if he cannot directly slay a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, inflicting severe damage upon them should not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 89. bestowing the spirit elevation pill to the city lord on this day. While Zhang Feng was immersed in his cultivation, footsteps echoed from the backyard. Immortal Master. Someone from the city lord's mansion seeks an audience. It was the voice of Sun Renhe. The city lord's mansion? Could it be that city lord Jin has returned from the ruins? Zhang Feng murmured to himself, requesting that he wait briefly in the hall. He would emerge shortly. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Sun Renhe acknowledged with a response and then withdrew. Moments later, Zhang Feng arrived at the grand hall of the Sun residence. Upon entering, an elegantly attired gentleman bowed deeply and greeted him. I am the steward of the city lord's residence, paying my respects to Master Zhang. There is no need for such formalities, steward. Has the city lord returned? Zhang Feng inquired. The three of them had ventured into the ruins together, but he returned alone, which made him quite concerned about the safety of Lord Jin. As for the fate of the Master of Five Poisons, he felt indifferent. I come to report, esteemed immortal. The steward replied that the lord of the city returned to the city lord's manor yesterday. I have come on his behalf to invite Master Zhang to the manor for a discussion tomorrow. Please convey to Lord Jin that I shall certainly attend, Zhang Feng responded. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng responded. He was somewhat puzzled about the last expedition to the ruins and sought clarification from Jin Suo. He even wished to inquire about the whereabouts of the elusive Dan Danfeng. After receiving Zhang Feng's affirmative reply, the butler took his leave. Zhang Feng subsequently returned to his room in the backyard. In the hall, only Sun Ren and another person remained. It turned out that the immortal master's surname was Zhang. Sun Ren mused to himself. Having spent so long in the company of Zhang Feng, he had never dared to inquire about his name, always referring to him simply as the immortal master. It was only today that he learned the master's surname. Henceforth, he would address him as Master Zhang. Sun Ren thought that this form of address would convey much greater respect. In his eyes, there could be no excessive reverence towards Zhang Feng, who had saved him and his daughter on two separate occasions. Now, the Sun family sought to rise rapidly by leveraging Zhang Feng's reputation. The magnitude of this kindness was truly beyond repayment. Zhang Feng was oblivious to Sun Ren's intentions. He pondered the purpose behind the invitation from the city lord. The following day, Zhang Feng arrived punctually at the city lord's residence. Greeted once again by the steward he had encountered previously, the steward escorted him to the secret chamber. Upon the door's opening, Zhang Feng beheld the city lord, whose complexion was pale as death. My lord, what troubles you? Zhang Feng, with a look of astonishment, inquired, have you truly reached the core formation stage? Jin Suo did not respond to Zhang Feng's question. Instead, he widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, after all, when we entered the ruins, your cultivation was still at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In just a few days of absence, you have leapt to become a formidable practitioner in the core formation stage. Anyone would be taken aback. Zhang replied, I merely stumbled upon some fortunate opportunities within the ruins and, by sheer luck, achieved core formation. Zhang Feng described with a light and carefree demeanor that his successful attainment of the golden core was largely due to the acquisition of the celestial treasure, the fire spirit fruit, during the expedition to the ruins. The catalyst for this journey into the ruins was none other than Jin Suo. Although Jin Suo had his own motives for inviting him to join the expedition, it cannot be denied that Zhang Feng benefited immensely from the experience. Thus, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Jin Suo. When Jin Suo inquired about his condition, Zhang Feng did not withhold the truth, merely alluding to it with a nonchalant remark. Taoist Zhang, or rather, Senior Zhang, is indeed a fortunate individual. Opportunities such as these are envied by others. Jin Suo, having recovered from his initial astonishment, gazed at Zhang Feng with an expression brimming with admiration, devoid of any trace of envy. Practitioners of cultivation place great importance on fortune and opportunities. Harboring jealousy towards another's good fortune can tarnish one's own state of mind and lead to downfall. In this regard, Jin Suo displayed a commendable integrity. I have known Lord Jin for some time, so it is more fitting to refer to myself as your fellow Taoist. Calling me senior feels rather awkward to me, Zhang Feng suggested, noticing Jin Suo's use of the term senior. Very well, Senior Zhang, fellow Taoist Zhang. As for my current unwell appearance, it is a result of an injury sustained in the ruins. Is it possible that aside from the three of us, there are others concealed within the remnants? Zhang Feng pressed for more information. There was no one else. It was the master of the five poisons who injured me. Jin Suo spoke, his eyes brimming with hatred. Although the master of the five poisons had attained a later stage of foundation establishment, he could at most match the city lord in combat. How could he inflict such severe injuries upon you? Zhang Feng inquired with confusion. Possessing a keen insight, he could discern the disparity in cultivation levels between the two individuals. Indeed, Zhang Daoyu exhibited remarkable capabilities, managing to gauge the depths of Jin's and another's cultivation despite being in the mid-foundation stage at that time. It is true that before entering the relic, Master Wu Du was likely only able to match me in combat. However, should Jin employ certain secret treasures, eliminating him would be well within reach. Jin Suo asserted confidently. As the lord of Baisha City, he had overseen significant affairs for many years, cultivating this confidence over time. Naturally, a substantial portion of this confidence stemmed from his own strength. Yet, upon encountering Master Wu Du again within the relic, he felt as if the latter had transformed entirely. At the outset, he demanded the fire spirit fruit from me. When I claimed I did not possess it, he disbelieved me and resorted to aggression. Xuanwu continued. He remained perplexed by the fire spirit fruit mentioned by Master Wu Du with only the 3 of them within the relic. Could it be that Zhang Feng had taken the fire spirit fruit? So that was it. As Zhang Feng heard Xuanwu mention the fire spirit fruit, a sense of unease gripped his heart, yet he displayed not a hint of it in his demeanor. Little did he know, upon engaging in combat, that the master of the 5 poisons was extraordinarily formidable, wielding a black pen of immense power. Jin utilized all his skills and exerted himself to the utmost, narrowly managing to escape. Xuanwu continued. How did the city lord eventually emerge? After I came out, I waited but saw no sign of the city lord. Once the tide receded, I had no choice but to return alone. Zhang Feng spoke, his words intended to convey to Xuanwu that he had not abandoned him. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's eyes revealed a glimmer of relief. I emerged before the tide receded, hiding in a stone cave near the ruins, and only returned after my injuries had healed substantially. At that time, Xuanwu was gravely wounded, in his condition. Even an ordinary qi condensation practitioner could have easily slain him, let alone someone as formidable and discreet as Zhang Feng. Moreover, having just suffered the betrayal of the 5 poisons master, how could he be certain that Zhang Feng would not harbor murderous intent towards him? Thus, his concealment was merely a means of preserving his life. Zhang Feng gazed at the listless Xuanwu, feeling a pang of sympathy. He reached into his storage pouch and said, the city lord once graciously bestowed upon me the Wuluiden. Today, let it be my humble reciprocation. Upon concluding his words, Zhang Feng produced a bottle of ascending spirit elixir and placed it upon the table before him, gently nudging it toward Xuanwu's position. These elixirs were crafted during his routine cultivation breaks. Although the ascending spirit elixir no longer held significant value for him, it remained an exceedingly rare treasure for other cultivators, especially in such a quantity. Xuanwu retrieved the bottle, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by an enchanting fragrance that filled the entire secret chamber. With years of experience in discerning the quality of elixirs, he recognized that this particular bottle had surpassed the 2nd grade and reached the esteemed 3rd grade, rendering it unimaginably precious. Zhang Daoyu, are you truly willing to bestow such a priceless item upon me? Xuanwu stammered, struggling to believe his ears. Although he held the esteemed title of City Lord, he had never encountered anyone so generous as to present an entire bottle of 3rd grade elixirs. Not even a core formation cultivator could afford such extravagance, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 90. Beast Tide. Indeed it is true. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. He possessed all the seeds of spiritual herbs required for concocting the ascension elixir, and with the aid of the incense burner, he could swiftly mature the herbs. Coupled with an astonishingly high success rate in refining the elixir, he could produce as many as he desired. In light of this, I shall graciously accept your offer. The ascension elixir is a remarkably precious item in the entire realm of cultivation. This elixir not only significantly enhances one's cultivation level but also serves as an exceedingly rare healing remedy. Xuanwu had been gravely injured by the master of the 5 poisons with a black ink pen, and recovery would typically take no less than 6 months. However, with the assistance of the ascension elixir, complete recovery within a month is entirely plausible. Moreover, the elixir provided by Zhang Feng is not an ordinary one. Thus the healing process will be expedited even further. Zhang Daoyu, you currently reside in the Sun Manor, thus you are considered a member of our Baishur city. Have you ever heard of the beast tide that occurs every 50 years in the Boundless Sea? Xuanwu inquired with utmost seriousness. I have never heard anyone mention it. Zhang Feng shook his head and replied. His stay in Baishur city had not been long, and he had spent the majority of his time in secluded cultivation, thus having very limited interactions with others. As a result, he had not heard of the beast tide that Xuanwu mentioned. Daoist Zhang, do you still recall the 3 towering columns of water we encountered on our way to the ruins? Xuanwu suddenly brought up the water columns they had encountered previously. Naturally, he remembered, it must have been the sea monsters attempting to launch an assault on us. Zhang Feng replied, indeed. Such demonic beasts are abundant in the Boundless Sea, typically scattered and only attacking merchant vessels. However, every 50 years, these creatures go into a frenzy, launching assaults on human settlements in the vast ocean. The sheer number of these beasts is overwhelming, rendering ordinary mortals utterly defenseless. At this point, Xuanwu furrowed his brow. What is the combat prowess of these demonic creatures? Zhang Feng inquired. Primarily consisting of beasts at the condensation stage, there are not many at the foundation establishment stage, though occasionally, beasts at the core formation stage may appear. Xuanwu elucidated. Having experienced a beast tide, he possesses a profound understanding of the strength of the beasts involved. How many of those beasts might there be? Zhang Feng inquired once more. I am unaware of the situation elsewhere, but the forces besieging Baishur city number no less than 1 million. Xuanwu sighed after speaking. What? There are actually 1 million troops? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a display of emotion was rare for him. Compared to 1 million, it was indeed not an insignificant amount. Xuanwu added, the main force resisting the beast tide is comprised of cultivators, is it not? Zhang Feng inquired further. It was not the cultivators, but rather individuals from my lord's mansion leading a group of martial forces within the city. Cultivators value their lives and are reluctant to be embroiled in such matters. As Jin Suo spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is it truly so arduous? Is there any hope of victory for mere mortals against the monstrous beast of the sea? Zhang Feng inquired once more. Almost none. During the last beast tide, the inhabitants of Baishur City suffered catastrophic losses, nearly all perishing and becoming prey for the monstrous beasts. Jin Suo was concealed by the former city lord in a secret location, barely managing to preserve his life. As Jin Suo spoke, he became ensnared in memories of the past. The former lord of Baishur City, witnessing the unstoppable advance of the beast horde, chose to hide Jin Suo, instructing him that should he survive, he must endeavor to restore Baishur City. Over the years, Jin Suo has diligently remembered the old lord's charge, gathering immigrants from various regions, which has led to the current prosperity of Baishur City. How much time remains until the next beast tide? Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring. He comprehended Jin Suo's earnest intentions. Chapter 91. The Gentleman's Pact. Approximately half a year. Jin Suo replied. In truth, the reason Jin sought Zhang's presence was to deliberate on this matter. The current Baishur City is a creation of my own hands, and it must not fall victim to the ravages of the beast tide. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance, Zhang Daoyu, in defending the city when the onslaught of beasts arrives. Jin Suo revealed the true purpose behind inviting Zhang Feng to the Lord's residence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt no particular shock. From the moment Jin Su mentioned the beast tide, he had harbored a vague suspicion. 1,000,000 demon beasts. Even in the core formation stage, Zhang would likely find himself powerless against such a formidable force. Zhang Feng sighed, and this was not merely an excuse on his part. The formidable strength of 1,000,000 demon beasts is indeed terrifying, even if they were all at the chi condensation stage. They would pose a challenge far beyond what a single core formation cultivator and a few mortal soldiers could withstand. My dear Zhang, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to contribute my share to the defense of the city, Jin responded. You need only assist me within the limits of your capability. If the situation becomes untenable, you may leave at your discretion. I firmly believe that with your current level of cultivation, none shall be able to impede your escape. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng fell into a profound contemplation. He bowed his head in silence, seemingly weighing the pros and cons observing this. Jin Suo felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood that this decision was not an easy one for Zhang Feng, and it was of utmost importance to himself as well. He retrieved an exquisite brocade box from his storage pouch and gently presented it before Zhang Feng. This is the formula for the classless pill that I fortuitously discovered in the ruins, and I present it to you today, my esteemed friend. Jin Suo's tone was sincere and resolute, his eyes revealing trust and anticipation towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lifted his gaze, beholding the exquisite brocade box before him, and his heart stirred with emotion. He was well aware of the immense value of the Wuluiden. This third-tier spirit elixir was far more precious than the Shanglingden, significantly enhancing the likelihood of successfully forming a golden core. Although he had already achieved this milestone, the Wuluiden refined through the incense burner still held tremendous benefits for advancing his cultivation. To his astonishment, the city lord had indeed discovered the formula for the Wuluiden. As Zhang Feng opened the ornate box and beheld the ancient alchemical formula within, a satisfied smile graced his visage. Observing Zhang Feng's delight, Jin Suo felt an immense weight lift from his heart. With a smile, he remarked, "It was only after I fortuitously breached a hidden chamber that I came into possession of this formula. Being no alchemist myself, it serves no purpose for me. Thus, I present it to you, Taoist Zhang, as a means of ensuring its value is fully realized." Zhang Feng cast a grateful glance at Jin Suo and solemnly remarked, "Since the city lord shows such profound favor, it would be ungrateful of me to persist in my reluctance. I am willing to assist the city lord in fending off the beast tide. Please rest assured." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Jin Suo's heart swelled with joy. He grasped Zhang Feng's hand tightly and exclaimed with excitement, "With your assistance, my mind is at ease. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang." The two exchanged smiles, deepening the mutual understanding and trust between them. By the way, what did the city lord mean by making the most of resources? Zhang Feng obtained the recipe for the Wuluiden and his spirit sword. With a smile, he remarked, "Zhang Daoyu, do you truly believe that Jin is a fool? Who could possibly present an entire vial of ascension elixirs as a gift? Aside from an alchemist, I can think of no one else." Jin Suo gazed at Zhang Feng, smiling as he replied, "Zhang's mediocre alchemical skills hardly warrant the title of an alchemist." Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat awkward upon realizing that Jin Suo had discerned his true identity, replied, "In that case, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the people of Baishur City, esteemed Taoist Zhang." Jin Suo rose and offered a deep bow to Zhang Feng. With a powerful cultivator of the core formation stage present, he felt considerably reassured. "You honor me, city lord. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Zhang Feng, eager to concoct the Wuldan, rose to take his leave. Chapter 92. Reunion with the Old Beggar. Upon returning to the Sun residence, Zhang Feng meticulously studied the formula for the Wuluiden. While other spiritual herbs could be procured from various apothecaries, the elusive Haixianting had long since vanished, leaving him uncertain of its whereabouts. After examining the formula, Zhang Feng mused to himself. After some contemplation, he resolved to first visit the market, even if he could not uncover any information regarding the Haixianting. Gathering the remaining herbs would still be beneficial. Thus, he took the purple jade talisman he had received from the old beggar, activated the barrier, and entered the marketplace. Zhang Feng stepped into a shop named Wanliazhai. As soon as one of his feet crossed the threshold, the shop assistant greeted him with fervent enthusiasm. Esteemed customer, what may I assist you in procuring today? Our establishment boasts an extensive array of treasures, elixirs, and various materials to cater to your every need, ensuring your complete satisfaction. The assistant exclaimed with a beaming smile. Zhang Feng handed a jade slip to the attendant and inquired, "Do you have all the materials listed here?" The attendant took the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. After a brief moment, he replied, "Esteemed guest, we have all the other materials in stock. But the black immortal vine has not been seen in many years. We do not possess it, nor does any other shop in the entire market. Then please gather the available materials according to the quantities specified in the jade slip." Although Zhang Feng was already aware of the rarity of the black immortal vine, hearing the attendant's confirmation still left him with a tinge of disappointment. Soon, a large bundle of herbs was handed over to Zhang Feng. After settling the payment, he was about to venture to other shops in search of fortune when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure at the street corner. It was none other than the old beggar who had previously guided him to find the scorpion grass. This venerable man possessed extensive knowledge, and perhaps he held information regarding the elusive black immortal vine. Zhang Feng was elated and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "It has been a long time, esteemed senior. I trust you have been well." The old beggar, seated on the steps at the street corner, was voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon hearing someone speak, he lifted his head. "Ah, it is you, young lad. Have you truly attained the core formation stage so swiftly?" The old beggar, with his mouth full of meat, widened his eyes and spoke in a muddled manner, nearly choking. After all, the last time he encountered Zhang Feng, the latter was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. To witness such a transformation within just a few months into a core formation practitioner was indeed astonishing. "I have merely encountered some fortunate opportunities. It is but a stroke of luck," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards the old beggar. After all, if it had not been for his guidance back then, it was uncertain whether he would have succeeded in refining the celestial demon pill at this moment. In a certain sense, the celestial demon pill holds greater significance than the Wuluiden. Without the Wuluiden, Zhang Feng would be unable to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. However, without the celestial demon pill, his progress would stagnate, as the limitations of a mixed spiritual route are widely acknowledged. As one advances further, the reliance on medicinal pills becomes increasingly pronounced. Now that we have both reached the stage of Dan formation, let us address each other as equals. "I am Su. You may call me Taoist Su," said the old beggar, recovering from his shock. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of Dan formation. And in the presence of Zhang Feng, who was at the early stage, he could no longer consider himself a senior. "Taoist Su, I have a question to pose, and I hope you will not decline." Zhang Feng bowed deeply, embodying the adage that courtesy is never unwelcome, although the old beggar appeared tattered and unkempt. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's impeccable manners, a look of appreciation inevitably graced his face. "Ah, the youth of today is indeed formidable. If only I had possessed such decorum in my own youth, I might not have found myself in the solitary state I endure now." That widow from the Zhang family, when I merely inquired if we could share a bed for the night, chased me for 3 miles, injuring my legs in the process. "Look here, look." As he spoke, the old beggar rolled up his pant leg, revealing a dark bruise the size of a coin. This was the mark left by the widow's wrath. Reflecting on it now, had I approached her as you did, with a respectful bow before making my request, I dare say she would have had no reason to refuse. The old beggar began to reminisce, his words flowing forth without restraint. Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, silently reflecting that it was fortunate Zhang the widow had not taken his life. Yet, he maintained a smile on his face, betraying no hint of impatience. The old beggar continued, "You have no idea, Zhang the widow is quite ruthless. This wound bled profusely, and it was only through the application of black immortal vine that it was ultimately healed." "What? Black immortal vine?" Zhang Feng interrupted the ramblings of the elderly beggar. Chapter 93, News of the Black Immortal Vine. "Yes, the black immortal vine. What of it?" The beggar glared at Zhang Feng, expressing his displeasure at being interrupted during his recollection of the past. "Friend Su, this black immortal vine is of great significance to me. Might I inquire about its origin?" Zhang Feng inquired anxiously. After much effort, he had finally obtained the formula for a third-grade spiritual elixir. And he was merely missing the black celestial vine. How could he not be anxious? "Certainly, it will cost you 100 spirit stones," the old beggar declared, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with his grimy hands, the playful expression on his face vanishing in an instant as he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng produced a bag of spirit stones and handed it to the old beggar, the quantity exceeding 100. Such remarkable youth. He was generous right from the start. Reflecting on the past, it seems that Zhang's widow may have rejected me because I was not particularly generous. Weighing the spirit stones in his hand, the old beggar beamed with delight and began to chatter incessantly once more. "I implore you, dear friend Su, to enlighten me." Zhang Feng once again interrupted the old beggar, reminding him, perhaps due to the spiritual stones received, the old beggar did not express anger this time. The black immortal vine possesses a fiery attribute and can only thrive in proximity to a volcano. While the boundless sea is dotted with numerous islands, few are blessed with volcanoes. Even when a volcano exists, it may not necessarily meet the other conditions required for the black immortal vine's growth, rendering it exceedingly difficult to locate. The old beggar recounted his past visit to a small island, where the land lay barren and devoid of any vegetation. Yet it was remarkably overrun with black immortal vines. The old beggar explained slowly. I see. Might I request you, Daoist Su, to share the precise location? Zhang Feng spoke with a face full of anticipation. There is another question. On that island, there exists a formidable centipede of mid-core formation stage, which feeds on the black immortal vine. When I ventured there years ago, I happened to encounter it during its tribulation, rendering it immobile, allowing me to escape unscathed. Decades have passed. I wonder if it has advanced further. The old beggar said languidly, clearly harboring an intense trepidation towards the centipede. A mid-core formation centipede? That indeed poses a significant challenge. Upon hearing the old beggar's account, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of concern. Centipedes are inherently venomous creatures. Once they reach the core formation stage, they instinctively unleash certain innate abilities, making them formidable adversaries for ordinary core formation cultivators. Moreover, this centipede was already at the mid-core formation level decades ago. Should it advance to the late stage, it might not even require a confrontation. Fleeing would be the only viable option. Yet, Zhang Feng was reluctant to abandon the black immortal vine. Does fellow Taoists who have any viable strategies? Zhang Feng posed a question to the old beggar. Naturally, there was a response. The spirit stones you previously provided were for acquiring information regarding the black immortal vine. The matter concerning the giant centipede is merely an additional bonus. Should you wish to learn how to deal with the giant centipede, that constitutes a separate inquiry, priced at 100 spirit stones. The old beggar spoke with an unwavering demeanor, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhang Feng had just bestowed upon him a considerable sum of spirit stones. Zhang Feng, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and presented an additional pouch of spirit stones to the old beggar. Nevertheless, the old beggar had a point. He had indeed posed 2 inquiries. The smile on the old beggar's face widened, his eyes squinting to almost a mere slit. The method to deal with the great centipede was quite simple. Accompany me, and together we shall vanquish it. Once defeated, you shall collect the black immortal vine, while I shall claim the centipede's demon core and venom. The old beggar concluded with a tone of triumph, eagerly observing Zhang Feng's reaction. I have no objections to the proposed distribution. However, how can you, my friend Su, assure that our combined strength will suffice to overcome the great centipede? Zhang Feng inquired with confusion. Have I not prepared for many years to slay this colossal centipede? I was merely on the verge of readiness. Yet I had not truly prepared. The old beggar inadvertently let slip a bit too much. Zhang Feng now comprehends that he has unwittingly fallen into the trap laid by the old beggar. It turns out that the beggar had been preparing for this endeavor for many years, merely biding his time for an opportune moment. Was today's encounter truly a mere coincidence? Zhang Feng regarded the old beggar with a peculiar gaze. Why do you look at me in such a manner? I misspoke earlier. The old beggar, noticing Zhang Feng's suspicion, shot him a glare. Despite his disheveled appearance, the old beggar was remarkably astute. Not only did he swindle Zhang Feng out of 2 bags of spirit stones, but he also found a capable ally to assist him in slaying the massive centipede. At that moment, Zhang Feng felt his intellect was insufficient. He had always been the one to outwit others, but this time he had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by the old beggar. Are you unwilling? The old beggar inquired anxiously as Zhang Feng fell into contemplation. Should Zhang Feng decline, the old man's cunning plan would be thwarted. In a place like Baishur City, although there were numerous cultivators in the market, most were low-level practitioners in the qi condensation stage, with only a scant few in the foundation establishment stage. And those in the core formation stage were exceedingly rare. If he angered Zhang Feng, and the latter decided to abandon the endeavor, it would spell disaster for him. How about this? If you agree to accompany me to eliminate the giant centipede, I shall return these 2 bags of spirit stones to you. The old beggar suggested. Feigning to offer the 2 bags of spirit stones to Zhang Feng, though his eyes betrayed a deep reluctance. Friend Su, your words are too harsh. In order to obtain the black immortal vine, I too cannot avoid confronting the centipede. We must surely join forces to vanquish it. As for these 2 bags of spirit stones, they rightfully belong to you, and I can never take them back. Let us not speak of this matter again. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Since the old beggar was aware that his schemes had been uncovered, it sufficed. As for the 2 bags of spirit stones, Zhang Feng was indifferent. After all, as long as he wished, he could effortlessly concoct several batches of spirit elevation pills, which would yield a substantial fortune in spirit stones. Observing that Zhang Feng had no intention of reclaiming the spirit stones, the old beggar hastily stowed them away, exclaiming fervently, "The youth is indeed formidable. When shall we embark on our journey?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Tomorrow." The old beggar, seemingly oblivious, produced a chicken leg from an unknown source and gnawed on it, his mouth full of meat as he mumbled indistinctly. The following day, 2 beams of light pierced the vast sky, racing towards the depths of the boundless sea. The old beggar stood within a shattered bowl, which soared through the air at an astonishing velocity. Zhang Feng glided through the air on his sword, leisurely trailing behind the old beggar. Since entering the core formation stage, this marked his inaugural experience of sword flight. The swiftness he now possessed was a stark contrast to his previous speed during the foundation establishment stage. Let us see how fast this lad truly is. The old beggar mused to himself. With that, the speed of his shattered bowl soared dramatically. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng comprehended the old beggar's intention and swiftly pursued him. A flash of sword light emanating from his feet. Realizing that Zhang Feng was in hot pursuit, the old beggar hastened his pace once more. Zhang Feng promptly pursued. Maintaining a steady pace behind the old beggar was somewhat astonished by Zhang Feng's speed, pondering to himself, although this lad possesses merely the early-stage foundation-building cultivation, his velocity and flight rivals my own. Observing his calm and composed demeanor, it seems he is not exerting himself to the fullest. It is well known that the disparity in strength between the early and mid-stages of core formation is immense. Typically, a mid-stage core formation cultivator's speed surpasses that of a cultivator in the early stage by a considerable margin. If one were to exert themselves fully, it would be effortless to distance oneself by several thousand kilometers within an hour. At this moment, the old beggar had already maximized his speed. Yet Zhang Feng showed no signs of being left behind, which left him utterly astonished. 3 days later, they arrived at the destination spoken of by the old beggar. Before them lay a desolate expanse of charred earth, devoid of any trees, an utterly barren and unsightly sight. Zhang Feng surveyed his surroundings, searching for the presence of the black immortal vine. However, it was futile. The black immortal vine could only thrive near volcanic craters. And not far off was also the lair of the colossal centipede. The old beggar pointed towards the nearby volcano, which was billowing thick smoke. Chapter 95. The heavenly dragon breathes fire. Do not take to the skies. Instead, proceed stealthily, so as not to disturb the great centipede. The old beggar cautioned gravely. Zhang Feng nodded. In the presence of a centipede that was at least at the mid-stage of the core formation realm, no one dared to be complacent. The two slowly approached the volcano, which was formed by the eruption of the Earth's fire. The temperature of this infernal fire surpassed that of a cultivator's stand fire. Initially, the heat was bearable, but as they drew nearer to the volcano's mouth, the temperature intensified, causing Zhang Feng and the old beggar to sweat profusely. In such sweltering conditions, how could this colossal centipede possibly survive? Zhang Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, contemplating inwardly. As he drew closer to the volcanic crater, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, in the not-so-distant vicinity, clusters of black immortal vines formed a circular ring, adorning the scorched earth, creating a unique spectacle. At the center of this ring lay a magnificent crimson centipede, its brilliant red hue starkly contrasting with the surrounding charred landscape. As if sensing the presence of humans, the centipede abruptly lifted its body from the ground, its formidable jaws snapping menacingly while its hundreds of legs flailed wildly. A formidable aura emanating from its post-nascent stage spread outward. This was dire. The venomous creature had advanced. We must flee. The old beggar was the first to sound the alarm. Immediately, 2 beams of light shot into the sky. Enraged by the intrusion of human cultivators into its territory, the centipede pursued them relentlessly. Thus commenced a chase, with 2 beams of white light in the lead and a red glow trailing behind. This island was secluded, rarely trodden by humans. As the centipede caught the scent of human flesh and blood, its mouth watered profusely. In its memory, the flesh of human cultivators was not only exquisitely flavorful but also remarkably nourishing. Today, it was determined to devour these 2 individuals. Therefore, it unleashed its full speed. Swift as lightning, the centipede, also known as the celestial dragon, inherently possessed an advantage in speed, further amplified by its post-nascent cultivation, making it capable of traversing the skies and earth with ease. In this critical moment, Zhang Feng and the old beggar dared not conceal their abilities. For failure to act might lead to being devoured by the venomous creature behind them. Thus, they unleashed their full speed, akin to 2 shooting stars. Even so, the distance between them and their pursuer continued to diminish. Zhang Feng and the old beggar felt a surge of urgency in their hearts. Zhang Feng hurled dozens of flames talismans, and a tremendous blaze instantly engulfed the centipede. Before Zhang Feng could catch his breath, the centipede emerged unscathed from the inferno. What? Zhang Feng gasped in astonishment. He understood better than anyone the formidable power of dozens of top-tier flame talismans. While they might not be capable of annihilating a late-stage golden core giant centipede, inflicting injury upon it would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, Zhang Feng overlooked a critical detail. This giant centipede had long been cultivating in the volcano's mouth, enduring the tempering of the Earth's fire day and night, rendering its body harder than the finest steel. Ordinary attacks could hardly inflict any harm upon it, especially those imbued with fire attributes, which seemed to be met with a sense of immunity. Although the centipede remained unscathed, the explosive force generated by the dozens of top-tier flame talismans left it in considerable pain. Infuriated, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Zhang Feng. A scorching wave surged towards him, causing his hair to twist and emit a faint scent of burning. Faced with the onslaught of a late-stage golden core centipede, Zhang Feng dared not underestimate the situation. In an instant, he summoned 12 blood swords, forming a protective circle. As the circle materialized, the flames collided against it. Boom! The sound of the impact resonated through the heavens, the tremendous force causing the sword circle to waver slightly. Fortunately, it steadied itself and did not shatter. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the old beggar nearby realized the need for intervention, the sword circle and the flames were locked in a standoff. Chapter 96, Secret Artifacts. How could this young man withstand the full-force strike of a late-stage golden core beast with mere initial-stage cultivation? The old beggar's eyes widened in disbelief. In Zhang Feng's perspective, his prowess surpassed that of an average early-stage Jiedan cultivator, yet he was still far from being able to contend with late-stage Jiedan beasts. Especially in the presence of the formidable centipede before him, he dared not directly confront its might. The great centipede, witnessing its fiery breath being thwarted by Zhang Feng's sword circle, became even more enraged and intensified its fiery onslaught. Flames surged forth like a colossal dragon, charging towards the sword circle, which began to exhibit signs of instability. Zhang Feng was also injured by this immense force, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this the power of the late stage of core formation? Indeed, it is formidable. This marks Zhang Feng's first confrontation after reaching the core formation stage, revealing to him the terrifying strength at this level, as well as the significant disparity between the early and late stages of core formation. Zhang Feng exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain the integrity of the sword circle, feeling an overwhelming heat as if he would be melted at any moment. Su, my friend, why do you not make your move? Zhang Feng shouted with great effort. Only then did the old beggar, who had been lost in thought, react, as countless icicles erupted from the broken bowl, striking the great centipede's head with precision. The sheer volume of these icicles was overwhelming, their might far surpassing that of Zhang Feng's top-tier ice spike talisman. Upon sensing the imminent danger, the great centipede swiftly divided its flames into two streams. A smaller one continued to assault the circle of Zhang Feng's sword, while a larger one surged forth to confront the oncoming hail of icicles. As the icicles met the flames, they melted instantaneously. However, the ferocity of the flames was similarly quelled, resulting in a fierce confrontation of equal power. On Zhang Feng's side, the burden of the flame attacks diminished significantly due to the old beggar's assistance. However, he remained wholly focused, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. After a stalemate ensued for a while, the giant centipede, growing impatient from its fruitless assault, retracted its flames and unleashed a torrent of black liquid, filling the air with a rancid odor. This is bad. The giant centipede is spewing venom. Zhang, hurry over. The old beggar exclaimed loudly to Zhang Feng upon witnessing the dire situation. Zhang Feng, obedient as ever, swiftly concealed himself within the old beggar's battered bowl. At that moment, the bowl hovered in midair, its base facing the approaching giant centipede, effectively shielding him from the torrents of black liquid being ejected. The viscous substance splattered upon the bowl's surface, cascading down to the ground below, where it corroded the earth, causing it to bubble ominously. Yet, the bowl remained entirely unscathed, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Su, my friend, he urged, do you not possess a means to counter the giant centipede? Pray, employ it swiftly. Zhang Feng urged. The formidable strength of this giant centipede exceeded his imagination. Reflecting on the sword strike from Zhou Sun directed at him, he realized it was far less potent than the centipede's fiery assault. It was merely his own weakness at the time that prevented him from safeguarding Sister Ryu. Just a moment longer. Once the centipede's venom has been sufficiently expelled, I shall devise a means to deal with it. The old beggar smiled enigmatically at Zhang Feng, suggesting that vanquishing the centipede was not an arduous task. Yet, Zhang Feng held a different view. He had witnessed the confrontation between the centipede and the old beggar. Despite their shared cultivation stage, the centipede's prowess was evidently superior to that of the beggar. After half an hour, the amount of venom spewing from the centipede diminished until it ceased entirely. Very well, now you shall witness the secret treasure of this old man. Upon finishing his words, the beggar pulled Zhang Feng out of the broken bowl, and with a swift motion, he struck his storage pouch, unleashing a multitude of items that blotted out the sun. What is this? A rooster? Zhang Feng opened his mouth wide in astonishment, questioning, is this the secret treasure you mentioned? Gazing at the flurry of roosters soaring through the air, he was left speechless with shock. While it is true that roosters are the natural enemies of centipedes, that pertains to ordinary ones. The centipede before him, however, possessed the cultivation of the late core formation stage. How could a rooster possibly contend with it? What do you know, you rascal? Who told you this is a rooster? This is the rainbow glass phoenix, a variant of the divine phoenix, which inherently suppresses centipedes due to its bloodline. The old beggar shot a glare at Zhang Feng and retorted sharply. Upon hearing the old beggar's explanation, Zhang Feng looked at the roosters again and indeed noticed their distinct features. Each rooster boasted vibrant plumage, adorned with long, flowing tail feathers, radiating a shimmering luster, exuding an aura of majesty far beyond that of ordinary roosters. What was even more remarkable was that every one of these little phoenixes possessed a strength equivalent to the third or fourth level of qi condensation. Let me demonstrate the prowess of these little phoenixes, commanded the old beggar, and with a single order, dozens of little phoenixes launched a coordinated attack against the giant centipede. Perhaps due to the suppression of their bloodline, at the moment of the little phoenix's assault, the giant centipede chose not to retaliate but rather turned to flee. Yet, the little phoenixes were relentless, pursuing it closely. The giant centipede moved with incredible speed, covering hundreds of miles in mere moments, but the little phoenixes were swifter still, enclosing the giant centipede within moments. Observing the encirclement, there appeared to be traces of a formation at play. A formation? Zhang Feng whispered, indeed, Taoist Zhang possesses remarkable insight. This is the Tianli formation, a type of ancient array. Such a formation does not require flagpoles. Instead, it is orchestrated by spiritual beasts. Over the years, I have devoted immense effort to acquiring a small phoenix egg from a certain ruin, employing various methods until I finally managed to hatch it. Subsequently, I spent several years training the small phoenix in the art of military tactics, leading to the present situation. It is fortunate that the small phoenix is an ancient spirit bird, remarkably intelligent. Had it been any other species, the time expended would have been incalculable. The old beggar spoke with great pride, and although he glossed over the arduous process, Zhang Feng could discern the immense difficulties involved, challenges beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, prompting him to nod in silent acknowledgement. The old beggar's current level of cultivation is closely tied to his character, one that is undaunted by peril. However, it must be noted that every great cultivator possesses a resilient mind. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and a single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Those who reach the end of this journey are invariably those who have endured countless trials and tribulations, advancing cautiously and steadily. To falter in the face of even minor challenges would render one incapable of progressing far. Despite the old beggar's considerable investment of energy and decades of planning, one may wonder what significant advantage the demon core and venom of the great centipede truly provide. Although Zhang Feng found himself perplexed by this, he had already formed his own conclusions. In the mind of Zhang Feng, the old beggar remained oblivious as he activated the formation to launch an assault on the giant centipede. Streams of crimson light emanated from the location of the little phoenix, converging upon the giant centipede ensconced at the center. The red beams shone brilliantly, striking the centipede's armored body and producing plumes of scorched smoke. Despite the centipede's formidable armor, it was not impervious to the assault, suffering greatly from the onslaught. In swift succession, the little phoenixes darted forth like bolts of lightning. They executed their moves with precision, pecking relentlessly at the centipede's eyes. Divided into 4 groups, each phoenix would return to its original position after one peck, allowing another to take its place seamlessly, leaving no openings for counterattack. The giant centipede, fearing the rapid approach of the little phoenixes, knew that if they drew near, its eyes would surely be blinded. Yet, the simultaneous assault from all 4 groups left the centipede overwhelmed, unable to defend itself adequately from all sides. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a torrent of flames. However, the little phoenixes, with their extraordinary agility, evaded the inferno without sustaining a scratch. As the centipede focused its fiery breath on the attackers from the front and left, the 2 groups of phoenixes on the right and rear seized the opportunity to strike, successfully pecking at the centipede's eyes. The creature emitted a pained wail, rolling in the air before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 98. Earth Spirit Pill Not Good. The centipede is attempting to flee. The old beggar cautioned. The giant centipede, having tumbled to the earth, swiftly burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. Zhang Feng and the old beggar exchanged glances, perplexed. Although the centipede had been blinded by the little phoenixes and its combat prowess severely diminished, it now resembled a headless fly, easily vanquishable. Yet, in their calculations, they had overlooked the centipede's innate ability to navigate the earth, allowing it to escape underground. At this moment, dozens of little phoenixes were rendered ineffective and were subsequently recalled by the old beggar. What shall we do now? Neither of us possesses the art of earth escape. How shall we pursue this venomous creature? The old beggar inquired. In this predicament, did not Taoists prepare in advance? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. After all, the giant centipede had already sustained severe injuries, and his current endeavor to gather the black fairy vine faced no obstructions. As for how to pursue the centipede, that was not a matter for him to ponder. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? No, wait. Have you already come to believe that the task is complete? The old beggar, regaining his senses, glared at Zhang Feng and remarked. That is not the case at all. I have pledged to my friend Su to join forces in slaying the giant centipede, and I shall honor the commitment. However, the centipede has now burrowed underground, and its whereabouts remain unknown, leaving me at a loss for a solution. Zhang Feng spread his hands, embodying a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the old beggar fell silent. Zhang Feng speaks the truth, a fact that is beyond dispute. However, witnessing the cooked duck fly away, the anguish of decades of preparation collapsing in an instant is indescribable for the old beggar. Friend Zhang, he confides, I must speak candidly. In my earlier years, I acquired a formula for a pill known as the Earth Spirit Pill. Perhaps you have never encountered this name. It is an ancient elixir. The old beggar continued, his enthusiasm waning. After obtaining the formula, I scoured countless texts, yet found not a single piece of information related to it. Unwilling to accept this, I sought the counsel of several esteemed elders, all of whom claimed to have never heard of the Earth Spirit Pill. The old beggar pressed on, Friend Su, your profound interest in the Earth Spirit Pill begs the question, does this elixir possess some extraordinary qualities? Zhang Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. Generally speaking, most individuals, upon acquiring a pill recipe, would promptly gather the requisite materials and commence the alchemical process, rarely taking the time to delve into the details surrounding the recipe itself. The Earth Spirit Pill is a 4th-tier elixir, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation during the core formation stage. However, the most crucial aspect lies in its ability to increase the success rate of the infant formation by 30%. The old beggar finally divulged the great secret regarding the earth spirit pill. What? A 30% increase in the success rate of infant formation? Upon hearing the beggar's words, Zhang Feng could no longer maintain his composure, his mouth agape in astonishment. Yuaning stage cultivators possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. Often referred to as earthly immortals, their formidable strength is far beyond that of core formation cultivators. Each Yuaning cultivator is a dominant force in their own right. Every core formation cultivator dreams of one day attaining the Yuaning realm. Upon reaching this stage, not only does their cultivation experience a meteoric rise, but their lifespan also extends from the 500 years of core formation to a remarkable 3,000 years, granting them ample time to pursue the path of enlightenment. Yet, how many peak stage core formation cultivators spend their entire lives unable to break through, perpetually falling just short of that final step? Thus, elixirs like the Earth Spirit Pill, which enhance the success rate of infant formation, are fervently sought after by every core formation cultivator, driving them to compete fiercely, risking life and limb for the chance to obtain one. The rarity of the Earth Spirit Pill transcends all other measures. Chapter 99. The Qilin roars. Now you understand why I sought to uncover the origins of the Earth Spirit Pill. Observing Zhang Feng's changed demeanor, the old beggar nodded in satisfaction. I have spent 3 years gathering nearly all the materials necessary for crafting the Earth Spirit Pill. Yet I am still lacking one crucial ingredient. The old beggar continued. Is the main ingredient you mentioned the demon pill of the Great Centipede? Zhang Feng interjected with a question. Indeed. The prescription for the Earth Spirit Pill explicitly states that the primary ingredient is the demon core of a centipede of at least mid-level fire attribute. The old beggar elucidated. This is precisely why I have devoted several decades, meticulously scheming to capture this colossal centipede. With this revelation, Zhang Feng's understanding crystallized. To achieve the formation of an infant spirit, investing several decades, or even centuries, would be worthwhile. However, now that the gigantic centipede has escaped, if it remains underground and does not emerge, we are utterly powerless against it. After decades of planning, it all amounts to naught. The old beggar concluded with a dejected expression, flicking his wrist as a jade slip sword towards Zhang Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng grasped the jade slip in his hand, a hint of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired, Friend Su, what does this mean? The formula for the Earth Spirit Pill, the old beggar replied with an expressionless demeanor. What? The formula for the Earth Spirit Pill? You are giving it to me? Zhang Feng was taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. A formula of such caliber is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Even those venerable sects with millennia of heritage regard it as a precious gem, allowing no one outside the core leadership of the sect to come into contact with it. To bestow it upon someone? That is utterly inconceivable. Are you truly resolved to grant such a valuable item to me? Zhang Feng confirmed once more that the giant centipede had escaped, leaving no primary medicine, thus rendering the Earth Spirit Elixir impossible to refine. I have but a few years left to live, and I can no longer spare the time or energy to seek out another fire centipede of mid-core formation or above. I bestow this upon you, for perhaps, through a fortunate turn of events, you might gather the necessary spiritual herbs and successfully concoct the Earth Spirit Elixir, preventing its extinction from the realm of cultivation. The old beggar, shedding his usual frivolity, spoke with a grave expression. Zhang Feng's heart raced, overwhelmed by this unexpected gift. The old beggar had spent decades in pursuit, only to see his efforts thwarted at the last moment. For Zhang, gathering the necessary alchemical materials would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. Yet, the prospect of enhancing the success rate of infant formation by 30% made all previous struggles seem trivial. Thus, Zhang extends his heartfelt gratitude to his friend Su. Before Zhang Feng could finish his words, his storage bag suddenly stirred, and Guqilin leapt out without any summons. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. What is this? The Qilin beast. The old beggar was initially taken aback, but soon recognized the creature. The Qilin beast continued to roar, its voice immense, imbued with a mysterious power that seemed to pierce the very soul. Both the old beggar and Zhang Feng were overwhelmed by this sound, hastily covering their ears. Zhang, my friend, please command the Qilin beast to cease its cries. I can bear it no longer. The old beggar exclaimed, shaking his head in agony as he shouted at Zhang Feng. What? I can't hear you. Zhang Feng observed the old beggar speaking to him, yet the words were inaudible. For at that moment, the only sound resonating through the heavens and the earth was the roar of the Qilin beast. The beast's roars crescendoed, each surpassing the last, piercing the clouds and echoing endlessly. As the 10th roar subsided, the ground trembled and began to convulse. The very spot where the old beggar and Zhang Feng stood rose ominously, prompting both to hastily evade. Shortly thereafter, the colossal centipede, having burrowed underground, was jolted back to the surface. Chapter 100. The green-haired zombie. After rolling a few times upon the ground, the giant centipede became immobilized, evidently injured by the Qilin's thunderous roar. This spectacle left the old beggar and Zhang Feng in a state of astonishment. The old beggar was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly drew a dagger and, with remarkable agility, extracted the centipede's demon core. He then produced a vial to collect the creature's venom. Zhang, my friend, I owe my gratitude to the Qilin beast for this fortune, exclaimed the old beggar, his face alight with joy as he deeply bowed to Zhang Feng. No one could truly comprehend the elation he felt in this moment. Su, my dear friend. You are too modest. If you have no further use for the centipede's flesh and blood, might I be so bold as to request it for myself? Zhang Feng inquired. I have acquired what I sought. Please feel free to proceed, Taoist Zhang. The old beggar replied nonchalantly. The colossal centipede had already removed its two most precious possessions. Although the centipede armor, suitable for late-stage alchemical refinement, could be fashioned into a protective garment with commendable defensive qualities, it was of no interest to him. Upon seeing the old beggar's agreement, Zhang Feng nodded towards the Qilin beast, like a gust of wind. The Qilin beast dashed to the side of the colossal centipede's corpse and began to feast voraciously. The centipede, having long been scorched by the earth's flames and having consumed a substantial amount of the black fairy vine, was infused with abundant spiritual energy within its flesh and blood. Much to the delight of the Qilin beast. Zhang, my friend, you are indeed fortunate. This Qilin is a celestial creature, one not found in the mortal realm. I wonder where you came upon such a treasure? The old beggar gazed at the Qilin beast with eyes brimming with envy. I too acquired mine from an ancient relic. Zhang Feng spoke casually, reluctant to divulge too much information about the Qilin beast. The old beggar, perceiving Zhang Feng's disinterest in further discussion on the matter, ceased his inquiries and quietly observed the Qilin beast. The more he looked, the more he admired it, imagining how envious everyone would be if he could ride the Qilin beast across the skies. After half an hour, the Qilin beast had gorged itself, its entire body shimmering with a radiant glow, emanating a formidable pressure characteristic of a mid-stage golden core. Had it advanced? The old beggar's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. He quickly recalled that this was a celestial beast, beyond the bounds of ordinary logic. In contrast, Zhang Feng remained composed. Since the last time the Qilin beast had absorbed the blood and flesh of the python in the rock lake to advance, he had come to understand the terrifying speed at which divine beasts ascend in rank, a pace unattainable by humans. The corpse of the giant centipede was excessively large, with a significant portion remaining after the Qilin beast had feasted upon it. The carcass of a late-stage golden core demon beast was exceedingly rare. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. Zhang Feng pondered this and then opened his storage bag. Suddenly, a creature entirely covered in green fur leaped out from within. What on earth is this? The old beggar, caught completely off guard, was startled. Zhang Feng was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Only after repeated confirmations did he ascertain that this indeed was his own zombie. However, when the zombie had sprouted green hair remained a mystery to him. Dear Taoist Su, do not be alarmed. This is a zombie I have subdued. Zhang Feng elucidated. You truly are fortunate, possessing a core formation stage celestial beast and a late foundation establishment green-haired zombie. If there are any other treasures, feel free to unveil them, so that this old man may broaden his horizons. The old beggar remarked somewhat enviously, Alas, these are the only two spiritual companions I possess. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. In truth, he preferred to keep the existence of both the Qilin beast and the zombie a secret from others, particularly the Qilin beast. Upon acquiring it in the ruins, he immediately recognized that its origins were extraordinary. If it were to attract the attention of those with ill intentions, he feared it might bring him great peril. In comparison, the significance of the zombie was somewhat diminished. Although zombies in the late foundation establishment stage are rare, they can be cultivated in places where energy is concentrated without excessive difficulty. Zhang, my friend, do not be so secretive. I genuinely wish to witness its prowess. The old beggar said with a hint of grievance. I even provided you with the formula for the Earth Spirit Pill, demonstrating my earnestness. If you remain so evasive, can you truly honor my sincere intentions? He felt somewhat troubled by his earlier impulsive decision to share the formula. I truly have none left. Zhang Feng offered a wry smile, acknowledging the old beggar's relentless persistence as a remarkable skill worthy of admiration. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. What do you intend to do by releasing this green-haired zombie? Are you perhaps contemplating a triangular encirclement against me to seize the centipede demon's essence? The old beggar mused aloud. As he spoke, he became increasingly convinced of his own reasoning, promptly adopting a defensive stance, his gaze fixed warily upon Zhang Feng. It is hardly surprising that the old beggar harbored such thoughts in the realm of cultivation. It is not uncommon for greed to spark murderous intent and the desire to plunder treasures. Given Zhang Feng's formidable strength, coupled with the Qilin beast and the green-haired zombie, a fierce battle to the death could indeed ensue. Zhang Feng was perplexed by the vast imagination of the old man. He chose to disregard the beggar and instead issued commands to the zombie. Upon receiving the directive, the zombie hurried over to the corpse of the giant centipede and began to feast voraciously. Ah, so that was it. A misunderstanding, indeed. Observing the zombie devouring the centipede's remains, the old beggar's anxious expression finally relaxed. I wonder, young lad, will your zombie undergo a transformation after consuming this half of the centipede's body? The old beggar inquired with keen interest. As for whether it could evolve, I cannot say. But it is certain that its cultivation will surely increase. Zhang Feng remarked, yet deep within, he harbored a hope for the advancement of the zombies. The stronger the zombies became, the greater his chances of survival. It was said that the green-haired zombie would transform into a red-haired one upon leveling up. The old beggar muttered to himself. Before long, a substantial portion of the centipede's carcass had been devoured by the zombie, leaving behind merely an empty husk. After satisfying its hunger, the zombie began to exude white threads, enveloping itself within mere breaths. This spectacle surpassed Zhang Feng's understanding, leaving the old beggar equally perplexed. Is it entangling itself? What manner of transformation is this? The old beggar gazed at Zhang Feng, questioning him in confusion. Clearly, Zhang Feng was unable to answer. His expression of bewilderment even more pronounced than that of the old beggar. Let it be, for perhaps when it emerges from its cocoon, a remarkable transformation awaits. The old beggar advised Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded and stowed the large cocoon into his storage bag. He attempted to establish a mental connection with the zombie, only to find it unresponsive, as if it had entered a state of dormancy. Let us proceed to gather the black fairy vine, the old beggar declared before transforming into a beam of white light and soaring away. Zhang Feng uttered a soft acknowledgement. Stowing away the centipede skin he had found on the ground, he mounted the back of the Qilin beast and followed suit. They had been pursued by the colossal centipede, fleeing a considerable distance, and it took them half an hour to return to the vicinity of the volcano's mouth. Zhang Feng harvested several stalks of the black fairy vine and placed them into his storage bag. The old beggar also gathered a few. In the face of the abundant black fairy vines surrounding them, the quantity they collected was but a drop in the ocean. This location might be one of the rare places in the boundless sea where black fairy vines grow. Let us not allow them to face extinction, the old beggar lamented. Zhang Feng initially intended to gather more of the black immortal vine for unforeseen circumstances. However, after the old beggar's remarks, he relinquished this notion. After all, should he truly require this vine in the future, he possesses alternative means to procure it. Chapter 101. The helplessness of the mixed spirit roots. After harvesting the black immortal vine, Zhang Feng and the old beggar did not linger on the small island, but promptly soared towards Baishur city. Zhang Feng rode upon the Qilin beast, its hooves galloping with an astonishing swiftness, leaving the old beggar far behind. Truly a divine creature, its speed and grace were unparalleled. The old beggar marveled at the sight, envious of Zhang Feng's extraordinary fortune. In the secluded courtyard of the Sun residence, Zhang Feng was engrossed in alchemical practices. The courtyard was fortified with protective barriers to prevent any intrusions during his potion making. The incense burner spun rapidly, and Zhang Feng's gaze remained fixed upon it. After a while, a mesmerizing fragrance wafted through the air, and 10 pills floated forth from the burner. Zhang Feng picked up a pill and examined it with great care. It has succeeded, he exclaimed in delight after a moment's contemplation. With the acquisition of the Wuluiden, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. The next step was to test the efficacy of the elixir, based on his previous experiences. The Wuluiden refined using the incense burner this time should possess a potency far surpassing that of the one gifted to him by Jin Suo. Zhang Feng adjusted his state and swallowed a generic elixir. Instantly, an immense surge of spiritual power surged through his body like a wild stallion galloping untamed. The intensity of this spiritual energy was more than twice that of the one provided by Jin Suo. Zhang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He was aware that the spiritual power derived from the incense burner would be significantly more potent, yet he never anticipated its magnitude to be this extraordinary. The Wuluiden was indeed a genuine third-tier spiritual pill, in stark contrast to the Shenglingden he had previously refined. The Shenglingden was merely a second-tier pill, having only transcended the limitations of the second tier due to the influence of the incense burner. The overwhelming spiritual energy of the Wuluiden surged through Zhang Feng's body like a tempest, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth and his body to feel as if it were on the verge of rupture. At that moment, the incense burner stirred, swiftly absorbing all the spiritual energy within Zhang Feng, akin to a great whale drawing in water. Zhang Feng's golden core became increasingly solid, emanating a formidable pressure characteristic of the peak early stage of the core formation. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle of the early stage of core formation with just a single core. Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight. He was exceedingly pleased with the effects of the newly refined Wuluiden. He pondered how many would be required to reach the mid-stage of the golden core. Zhang Feng mused, estimating that perhaps only he would dare to utter such words. The elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation are each exceedingly precious. For an ordinary cultivator to acquire even one is a monumental stroke of fortune. They would never dream of indulging in several. Yet, not only does Zhang Feng entertain such thoughts, he has persistently acted upon them. The black immortal vine, which he had inserted into the incense burner, swiftly took root and flourished, reaching the requisite age for alchemical refinement. This confirmed that even seedless spiritual herbs could thrive and grow rapidly when their cuttings were placed in the incense burner. Once the primary material is secured, all other ingredients can be gathered from the market. With the assistance of the incense burner, there is no limit to the elixirs he can concoct. It is not an exaggeration to say that they could be consumed as snacks or even as a staple food. This is the unparalleled audacity unique to Zhang Feng. In the vast expanse of the boundless sea, it is unlikely one could find another like him. Zhang Feng consumed another one, and although his magical power had increased, there were no other noticeable changes. He proceeded to swallow a third, a fourth, and a fifth, until finally, with the sixth one, Zhang Feng entered the mid-stage of the golden core. Yet, it was still insufficient. He resolved to try again. Zhang Feng consumed another classless pill. Upon ingestion, it vanished without a trace, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, eliciting not the slightest reaction. Has he developed immunity so swiftly? Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had truly come to terms with his mixed spiritual root aptitude. Were he another cultivator? It would be inconceivable to discuss anything less than heavenly or earthly spiritual roots, let alone single or double spiritual roots. Even with 3 spiritual roots, one could rely on these 6 universal elixirs to push through to the later stages of the golden core realm. What could possibly save you, my mixed spiritual root? Zhang Feng sighed, his tone laden with helplessness. In Chapter 102, Prelude to the Coming Storm, he had not ventured outside for approximately 6 months, dedicating himself to cultivation in the back courtyard of the Sun residence. He was entirely oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. One day, while Zhang Feng was immersed in his practice, Sun Ren hurriedly rushed into the back courtyard, breathless, and softly announced at the door of Zhang Feng's room, "Master Zhang, the city lord has arrived and is awaiting you in the hall." Although Sun Ren spoke in hushed tones, his heavy gasps revealed his belief that the city lord's visit must pertain to a matter of great significance. Could it be that the beast tide was upon them so soon? Zhang Feng murmured to himself, "Go and summon the city lord to come here." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Shortly thereafter, Jin Suo, under the guidance of Sun Ren, arrived at Zhang Feng's cultivation chamber. Indeed, fellow Taoist Zhang is truly a devoted practitioner, Jin Suo remarked after surveying Zhang Feng's training space. "I hope I have not caused Lord Jin any embarrassment." Zhang Feng understood the essence of Jin Suo's words and smiled as he spoke. As cultivators, we must wholeheartedly pursue the Tao, free from the burdens of mundane matters. In order to journey further, should we become enmeshed in the fleeting splendors of the mortal world, we risk descending into mediocrity. Fellow Taoist Zhang embodies the spirit of ancient practitioners, serving as a paragon for our kind to emulate. Jin Suo extolled Zhang Feng with fervor. In truth, his assertions held considerable wisdom. As an immortal cultivator, one must cultivate a singular focus and dedicate oneself to profound practice. Otherwise, the path to enlightenment remains elusive. Observing the city lord's countenance, it is evident that the injuries sustained during the last expedition into the ruins have likely healed. Zhang Feng remarked that upon Jin Suo's entrance, he noticed not only had Jin Suo's old injuries healed, but his cultivation seemed to have progressed significantly. Jin Suo, who was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, now stood on the cusp of attaining the golden core. This remarkable advancement was indeed due to the grace of his friend Zhang. Had it not been for the bottle of ascension elixir gifted by his companion during their last encounter, Jin Suo's recovery would surely have taken much longer. Jin Suo said with a smile, "The spirit-enhancing elixir gifted by Zhang Feng possesses formidable effects. After consuming merely 2 pills, he was instantly healed. Has the city lord come this time because the beast tide has begun?" Zhang Feng remarked that the conversation had finally shifted to the main topic. Indeed, Zhang Daoyu's predictions were accurate. According to the patrolling squad from the city lord's manor, small groups of monstrous beasts have been spotted not far from Baishur City. It is estimated that within a month, a massive tide of beasts will arrive. Jin Suo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What strategies does the city lord possess for defending the city when the beast tide descends?" Zhang Feng inquired, fully aware that this was no ordinary skirmish. It was a war between the defenders of Baishur City and the monstrous beasts from the sea. In warfare, a strategic formation is imperative, otherwise, defeat is inevitable. Baishur City boasts 4 gates, east, south, west, and north. At that time, I shall lead a contingent to guard the east gate, while my friend Zhang will oversee the west gate. Additionally, I have enlisted 2 companions to assist with the defense of the south and north gates. Given the previous beast tide, it will be difficult to hold our ground unless a miracle occurs, Jin Suo proclaimed. Having managed Baishur City for many years, I can assure you that its defenses are formidable. During its establishment, a wise elder arranged a protective formation, but it can only be activated at the core formation stage and solely by the city lord. Regrettably, with my current cultivation level, I am unable to initiate it. Otherwise, it would be a significant boon for our defense. Jin Suo sighed, expressing his frustration at his stagnant cultivation, which remained in the late foundation establishment stage. Noticing Zhang Feng's silence, as if deep in contemplation, he continued, "Do not harbor any concerns, my friend. As per our previous agreement, should the situation become dire, you are free to depart. As the city lord, I shall willingly lay down my life to protect the city." With a heavy heart, Jin Suo sighed once more. These words resonated with Zhang Feng, instilling in him a sense of camaraderie and heroism. He suddenly regarded Jin Suo as a figure of greatness, willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the city and its citizens. Zhang Feng realized that he himself could not emulate such selflessness. There is no need for the city lord to feel disheartened. Given your current cultivation level, how many elixirs would be required to reach the core formation stage? Zhang Feng unexpectedly inquired. Jin Suo, taken aback by the question, was momentarily bewildered. Perhaps 1 bottle is necessary. Yet there is no assurance that it would lead to the successful formation of a Dan. Jin Suo replied. However, this statement holds little significance. The rarity of the Wuluiden is renowned within the realm of cultivation. Who possesses the means to consume an entire bottle of Wuluiden during the Dan formation process? Even if one were to possess sufficient spirit stones, acquiring such a treasure remains impossible. For most cultivators, Wuluiden is merely a name they have heard throughout their lives, never having encountered it in reality. Occasionally, a few may surface from unknown sources, ultimately falling into the hands of prestigious sections. Within this context, there are 3 Wuluwatan, which may assist the city lord in achieving Dan formation. Zhang Feng spoke as he tossed a vial to Jin Suo. Chapter 103, The Emergence of the Sea Monster. Jin Suo caught the vial effortlessly, his expression one of bewilderment. The last time he had given Zhang Feng a classless pill was a serendipitous encounter. Recognizing that a single classless pill would not aid him in forming his core, he had bestowed it upon Zhang Feng in exchange for his participation in the expedition. But how could Zhang Feng possess such an abundance of classless pills? Had he concocted them himself? As doubt clouded his mind, Jin Suo uncorked the vial and poured out a single pill. Instantly, the fragrant aroma enveloped the entire room, intoxicating all who inhaled it. The quality of this pill was unparalleled, far exceeding that of an ordinary classless pill. Jin Suo's pupils constricted in astonishment as he remarked. He had encountered classless pills before. Yet the one before him was of a caliber that far surpassed the one he had gifted to Zhang Feng. He hoped it would assist the city lord in forming his core, thereby repaying the favor of the previous gift. Zhang Feng smiled and spoke. I am deeply grateful for your immense kindness and virtue, Taoist Zhang. I wish to express my sincere thanks. Jin Suo rose and performed a deep bow to Zhang Feng. The value of these few unclassifiable pills is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. The last time I gifted pills, it was with a request in mind. A transaction of mutual benefit. However, this time, Zhang Feng sought nothing in return. The two situations are incomparable. You are too modest, city lord. Even the formula for the unclassifiable pills was provided to me by you. These few pills are of little consequence. Zhang Feng inquired. Could it be that these few elixirs of no particular category were truly refined by you, esteemed Taoist Zhang? Jin Suo, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and asked. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, Zhang Daoyu is a prodigious talent, possessing not only profound cultivation but also remarkable skills in alchemy. Jin Suo remarked. However, one who can refine a third-grade spirit pill is truly exceptional among their peers and worthy of such a title. Zhang Feng had always been labeled as a good-for-nothing with mixed spiritual roots. Hearing someone refer to him as a prodigy for the first time made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lord Jin had come to visit with the intention of informing Zhang, the esteemed Taoist, about the impending beast tide, hoping that he could assist in defending the city when the time came. Rest assured, Lord Jin. I shall certainly honor my promise. Zhang replied earnestly. Zhang Feng earnestly remarked the fact that Jin Suo, in his esteemed position as the city lord, humbly descended to visit the Sun residence speaks volumes about his dedication to safeguarding the city. Zhang Feng could not afford to let him down, for it was a promise he had made long ago. Have you heard? Last night, a colossal octopus appeared in the eastern part of the city, devouring several individuals in succession. It was only through the combined efforts of the city lord's guard that it was finally slain. In the west, there was also a great fish, one that could walk and would swallow anyone it encountered. It, too, met its demise at the hands of the city lord's guards. Reports of similar occurrences arose from both the southern and northern parts of the city. The servants of the Sun family gathered, chattering anxiously, igniting a wave of panic among the populace. What nonsense are you all spouting? Disperse at once. Sun Renha hastily commanded the crowd. Father, is what they say true? Sun Haiyan inquired fervently after the crowd had dispersed. In recent days, she had frequently heard tales of sea monsters roaming the city. Do not venture outside these days. Remain quietly at home, Sun Renha admonished sternly. While he did not directly answer his daughter's question, his words undoubtedly conveyed a confirmation of her fears. Is it really true? The playful demeanor that once adorned Sun Haiyan's face vanished, replaced by a sense of alarm. After all, the presence of sea monsters on such a grand scale had never been witnessed before. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering conventional weapons virtually ineffective against them. As long as you obey and stay at home, you will be safe. Sun Renha sighed. At this juncture, human strength appeared feeble. But this only applied to common folk. For cultivators, the situation was entirely different. Those robust sea monsters could be dispatched with a single strike by a skilled practitioner. Sun Renha managed to remain composed primarily because Zhang Feng was stationed at the Sun residence. While he had little faith in others, he placed his trust in Zhang Feng. In the days that followed, reports of sea monsters in Baishur City became increasingly frequent, casting a shadow of unease over everyone. Sun Renha began to feel a deep-seated anxiety. As the patriarch of the Sun family, he bore the weight of their safety. With the rampant sea beasts threatening the city, the survival of the Sun family amidst this calamity seemed uncertain. He paced back and forth in the courtyard, ultimately resolving to seek out Zhang Feng. Master Zhang, I request an audience, Sun Renha said, his voice trembling. Come in, came the response. The voice of Zhang Feng betrayed no hint of emotion. Sun Renha pushed open the door and stepped inside. This was the first time he had entered the room since Zhang Feng took residence there. The furnishings within remained unchanged. The sole distinction was the refreshing aura that enveloped him upon entry, dispelling the fatigue he had carried for days. This invigorating atmosphere was a result of Zhang Feng's cultivation. As he inhaled and exhaled the essence of heaven and earth, creating a vortex of spiritual energy that rendered the atmosphere here far richer than in other places. Zhang Feng sat on the mat with his eyes closed, embodying the demeanor of a venerable monk in deep meditation. Zhang Feng remained silent, while Sun Renhe dared not move. Standing still. What is the matter? After a prolonged silence, Zhang Feng finally opened his eyes and inquired. Immortal Master. Numerous locations within the city have been besieged by sea monsters. These creatures devour anyone they encounter, possessing immense strength and thick hides, rendering ordinary swords and knives utterly ineffective against them. Are you aware of these occurrences, Immortal Master? Sun Renhe respectfully reported the recent surge of sea monsters in Baishu City. Seeking Zhang Feng's wisdom. I am indeed aware of these matters. However, they pale in comparison to the impending beast tide, which poses a far greater threat. Zhang Feng spoke softly, his expression betraying no hint of change. What? The beast tide? Sun Ren had never heard of such a phenomenon and inquired with a sense of bewilderment. The topic of the beast tide was considered taboo in Baishu City. Aside from the city lord and a select few individuals of special status, others had no knowledge of it whatsoever. In a matter of days, millions of monstrous sea creatures would besiege Baishu City. This is what the beast tide entails. Zhang Feng elucidated. Upon hearing the phrase millions of beasts, Sun Renhe was nearly struck down with terror. A single monstrous beast is already a formidable challenge for an ordinary person. Facing millions of them would surely mean the annihilation of the city, would it not? Indeed, every beast tide has historically culminated in the slaughter of cities. I beseech the Celestial Master to safeguard the Sun Clan. At this moment, Sun Renhe could no longer maintain his composure and fell to his knees, earnestly pleading. Please, rise. Zhang Feng spoke softly. If the Immortal Master does not acquiesce, I shall kneel here indefinitely. Sun Renhe, unusually, did not heed Zhang Feng's words. It was not that he was unwilling to listen. Rather, at this moment, Zhang Feng's pledge held paramount significance for the Sun family, as it could very well determine the continuation of their lineage. Hasten to stockpile provisions, and refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily. I will arrange a magical formation to envelop the Sun family. Unless a beast of superior cultivation appears, this formation will suffice to shield the Sun family from peril. Zhang Feng remarked, clearly indicating that he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Upon hearing this, Sun Renhe's face lit up with excitement. Banishing the earlier furrow of concern, Sun Renhe expressed the gratitude of the Sun family to the Immortal Master for bestowing upon them the gift of life. After his words, he bowed deeply 3 times in reverence. There is no need for such formality. It was you who brought me from the sea to Baishu City, and I have made this my home ever since. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have done the same. Zhang Feng remarked that for those who cultivate immortality, the weight of cause and effect is paramount. Failing to repay kindness or neglecting to avenge grievances can significantly impact one's state of mind. While such repercussions may not be apparent in everyday life, they could incite inner demons during tribulations. Of course, this principle is cherished by righteous cultivators, whereas demonic practitioners remain indifferent to it. Zhang Feng was preparing to set up a formation known as the 4 Symbols and 8 Trigrams Array, a formidable defensive array left behind by the Demon Lord of Heavenly Desires. This formation can only be established upon reaching the core formation stage. Zhang Feng's cultivation has merely reached the stipulated conditions. Had it been prior to the expedition to the ruins, he would have been left with aspirations unfulfilled. Chapter 105. Unable to ignite? Upon concluding his words, Zhang Feng retrieved 4 array flags and several spirit stones from his storage bag, subsequently executing a spell. As the incantation took effect, the 4 array flags vanished into the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern directions of the Sun residence. Zhang Feng's speed of casting spells grew increasingly swift, and the incantations he unleashed multiplied in number. In no time, a crimson barrier enveloped the entire Sun residence. The formation is complete. I shall proceed to guard the west gate. You must earnestly instruct everyone to refrain from venturing outside. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, without awaiting a response from Sun Renhe, he vanished from the room. Zhang Feng reappeared at the west gate tower of Baishu City. Who goes there? The soldiers guarding the city, startled by Zhang Feng's sudden appearance, drew their swords and inquired. I am Zhang Feng, here to defend the city. Zhang Feng replied with a faint tone. It is Master Zhang. I beseech your forgiveness for my lack of respect. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's name, the soldiers hastily sheathed their weapons and bowed in reverence. Jin Sua had issued an order that all resources for the defense of the western gate of Baishu City were to be commanded by Zhang Feng, and all soldiers stationed there would follow his lead. Those who disobeyed would face severe punishment. Let those who are unaware be excused. No need for formalities. Zhang Feng, naturally, would not stoop to the level of these soldiers. He spoke with a calm demeanor as he stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, where countless monstrous beasts swarmed below. An even greater multitude of these creatures was converging upon Baishu City from the sea. Please, tell me about the recent developments. Zhang Feng addressed one of the soldiers, saying, Report to the Immortal Master. The demonic beasts have merely congregated at the city gates and have yet to launch an assault. A few that dared to invade have been vanquished by our combined efforts. The soldier replied. Zhang Feng waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to stand down. He activated his celestial vision, meticulously scrutinizing the strength of the demonic beasts below the city. Most of them were low-tier beasts at the chi condensation stage, and none had yet reached the foundation establishment level. Zhang Feng mused to himself after finishing his observation. Beastly creatures in the condensation realm are incapable of flight, making them considerably easier to deal with. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, and a strategy began to take shape in his mind. Summon the dispatch officer. Zhang Feng instructed a soldier. Shortly thereafter, the dispatch officer approached Zhang Feng. Greetings, esteemed immortal master. What commands do you have for me? The dispatch officer said, bowing respectfully. How much pine oil is available at the western city gate? Zhang Feng inquired. Approximately 100,000 barrels? The dispatcher responded, indeed, there are that many. Zhang Feng inquired with astonishment. He was aware of the existence of tung oil, particularly as a military supply, yet he had not anticipated such an abundance. Esteemed immortal master. I assure you, it is indeed true. This tung oil has been meticulously stockpiled by the city lord over the years, representing decades of savings. The logistics officer elucidated. Very well. First, transport a portion of the tung oil to the city tower. Once the monstrous beasts assault the city, we shall pour it down. Zhang Feng commanded. However, the dispatch officer hesitated and remarked, such actions by the immortal master may prove to be ineffective. The authority of the immortal master is inviolable. Yet following through with this may not yield significant results. Why is that? Do elaborate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately sensed that there was more to the story, otherwise. As a mere dispatcher, he would never dare to go against his wishes, even if he had 10 lives. The venerable master was unaware that just a few days prior, we had captured a demon beast. We doused it with tung oil, intending to ignite it and burn it to death, yet the flames refused to catch. The dispatcher remarked. Is that so? Upon listening, Zhang Feng was taken aback momentarily, but he quickly grasped the situation. These aquatic beasts inherently possessed certain water-based spells, which did not require deliberate invocation, as they were innate to their bloodlines. Such water spells naturally counteract fire, hence the phenomenon of flames failing to ignite. I am already aware of this, so there is no need for concern. Simply follow the instructions I provided earlier. Zhang Feng commanded, his tone imbued with authority. Upon receiving his orders, the dispatcher dared not voice any objections and hurriedly set about making preparations. Chapter 106, The Onslaught of Beasts 2 days later. The demonic beasts launched their initial wave of attack. They began to scale the city walls, forcefully ramming against the gates. Observing this, the soldiers stationed at the city began to hurl massive stones and rolling logs from the battlements. However, the resilient hide of these beasts rendered the boulders and timber utterly ineffective. Archers, ready. Fire, cried the captain of the defending team, and arrows rained down like a tempest. Yet, few projectiles managed to pierce through the beast's toughened armor. These creatures were indeed formidable adversaries. Zhang Feng mused inwardly, linseed oil. Upon Zhang Feng's utterance, the soldiers commenced pouring the pre-prepared barrels of tung oil with deliberate intent. As Zhang Feng observed that the tung oil had been sufficiently applied, he executed a hand gesture, unleashing a burst of azure flames that soared from his palm. The moment the flames engulfed the oil-soaked beasts, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted as the air became saturated with the acrid stench of burning flesh. The afflicted creatures, in their torment, darted in every direction, causing the flames to spread rapidly to those beasts that had not yet caught fire. In a swift chain reaction, the inferno multiplied, transforming the area beneath the city walls into a sea of flames. Countless beasts fell victim to the relentless onslaught of fire, while those that remained unscathed hastily retreated, desperately distancing themselves from the fortifications. Had the formidable assault of the beasts been thwarted so easily? The soldiers defending the city stood in stunned silence. They had previously been aware that even when drenched in tung oil, the beasts could not be ignited. Yet, the azure flames conjured by Zhang Feng had defied their expectations and ignited the creatures. Moreover, the flames spread with astonishing rapidity, igniting even those beasts that had not been coated in oil at the slightest touch. Truly, the methods of an immortal are unparalleled. The soldiers mused inwardly. Each of them was a master of martial arts, handpicked by the city lord of Baishur for their exceptional prowess. Any one of them could easily vanquish a top-tier expert from the martial world. It was precisely this elite selection that enabled the city lord's dominion over Baishur. Every soldier took pride in their unique abilities. However, in the wake of Zhang Feng's striking display of power, their pride lay utterly shattered. Before an immortal, they found themselves bereft of the qualifications to even engage. Yet, upon reflection, they felt reassured that with an immortal like Zhang Feng assisting in their defense, Baishur City would surely remain safe and secure. Zhang Feng was far less optimistic than they were. Observing the temporary retreat of the beast tide, he furrowed his brow. This was merely the first wave of attack. Many more would follow. The boundless sea was vast, concealing countless unknown monsters within. In due time, it was inevitable that more formidable beasts would emerge. Zhang Feng descended from the city tower and entered a chamber specially prepared for his meditation and cultivation. As his practice continued, the dark markings on his fingers multiplied. Should a demon beast of the Golden Core stage appear, it would be the perfect opportunity to test the true power of this crimson force. Zhang Feng pondered quietly to himself. He conducted another inspection of the various elixirs on his person, ensuring their quantity was ample. During this period, Zhang Feng had concocted a multitude of potions, some for the swift restoration of magical energy, others for healing wounds, and some for detoxification. The number of elixirs within his storage pouch rivaled that of a medium-sized shop in the market of Baishur City. In terms of quality, any single elixir he produced would leave the shopkeeper astounded for quite some time. Additionally, he possessed 12 blood swords, which served as his primary weapons of attack. These 12 flying swords had been nurtured within his dantian. Zhang Feng intended to cultivate it as his fated treasure. At this moment, the 12 blood swords radiated a crimson aura, exuding an intense and overwhelming aura of slaughter. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to put it away. Zhang Feng once again retrieved a shield for meticulous examination. This shield, fashioned from wood, bore no discernible indication of the type of timber it was crafted from. However, given that it was deemed worthy of possession by the celestial desire demon lord, it could be surmised that its quality was far from inferior. Zhang Feng glanced at it before putting it away. Chapter 107. The zombie emerges from its cocoon as a child. As Zhang Feng was about to inspect the remaining items in preparation for the impending battle, he suddenly noticed the cocoon formed by the zombies beginning to stir. Zhang Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly retrieved the large cocoon from his storage bag. As the cocoon swayed to and fro, a slit suddenly appeared, from which emerged a small boy. Upon crawling out of the cocoon, the boy rapidly grew, soon transforming into a child of 7 or 8 years. He was plump and adorable, his cultivation level having reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. I pay my respects to my master. The boy dutifully knelt and bowed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng found himself momentarily perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been a zombie. And after inexplicably consuming the flesh and blood of a giant centipede, he had mysteriously cocooned himself. Upon emerging from this cocoon, he transformed into a child in an even more bizarre fashion, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be that his experiences were simply too limited? Zhang Feng could not help but question. Rise up. Once Zhang Feng regained his composure from his astonishment, he remarked that the appearance of the boy was exceedingly pleasing, far more comfortable to behold than the grotesque zombie he had encountered previously. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the boy bore no distinction from an ordinary human. Without prior knowledge of the boy's true nature, it would be quite challenging to associate him with a zombie. Zhang Feng retrieved the celestial umbrella from his storage bag, an artifact he had acquired upon vanquishing Miao Ruomin. He had always believed in the extraordinary power of the celestial umbrella, convinced that Miao Ruomin had merely failed to harness its true potential. This remarkable umbrella, imbued with immense power, would henceforth be his steadfast companion. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Feng sent the heavenly umbrella soaring into the hands of the youth. The young man examined the heavenly umbrella from left to right, displaying an expression of sheer adoration. Master, is this truly the only treasure you bestow upon me? He suddenly inquired. Indeed, one item seems a trifle insufficient. Very well. I shall also grant you this ceramic jar I possess. Zhang Feng contemplated for a moment before retrieving a ceramic pot from his storage bag. This pot was acquired after he vanquished Prince Hong. Originally, Zhou Sun had borrowed the pot with the intent of ensuring a more certain demise for Zhang Feng, yet unexpectedly, it was Zhang Feng who ultimately triumphed. To be precise, he was bested by a late-stage foundation establishment zombie. The ceramic pot was Zhou Sun's innate magical artifact, and after acquiring it, Zhang Feng had been unable to eradicate Zhou Sun's lingering aura, thus keeping it sealed. Now, as a core formation cultivator, Zhang Feng effortlessly cleansed the residual aura of Zhou Sun and casually tossed the pot to the attendant. The attendant, having witnessed the pot's formidable power during his time as a zombie, recognized its value and promptly caught it, stowing it away. By the way, master, could you grant me some spirit stones and elixirs from your storage bag? He had been residing within Zhang Feng's storage bag for so long that he was more aware of its contents than Zhang Feng himself. Why do you have so many requests? Zhang Feng expressed his impatience, yet still bestowed upon the boy several thousand spirit stones and a few bottles of elixirs. By the way, master, may I? The boy began, but upon noticing Zhang Feng's intense gaze fixed upon him, his countenance dark and foreboding, he hastily ceased his words. He understood the dire consequences of inciting Zhang Feng's ire. With but a mere thought, Zhang Feng could reduce him to ashes. Master, I have yet to be named. I humbly request you to grant me a name. The boy, exceptionally astute, sensing the shift in Zhang Feng's demeanor, promptly altered his tone. Upon hearing that it was a bestowed name, Zhang Feng ceased his demand for treasures, and his expression softened somewhat. Such insatiable greed shall henceforth be dubbed Little Annoyance. Zhang Feng said impatiently, Little Rascal? That's a delightful name. I quite like it. Tongzi joyfully clapped and exclaimed. Ah, it seems he's a bit of a simpleton. Zhang Feng inwardly sighed. Very well, you shall assist in guarding the city above, but do not harm the soldiers defending it. Should the demonic beast exhibit any unusual behavior, promptly inform me. Zhang Feng issued his first command. The little nuisance acknowledged with a sound and then exited. A core formation stage little nuisance, quite impressive. Once the little nuisance had departed, Zhang Feng murmured to himself. The previous seriousness and impatience had vanished completely, replaced by a radiant smile. Chapter 108. A craving for grilled octopus. 3 days later, in the chamber beneath the city tower, the little nuisance spoke. Master, it seems the demon beasts are preparing to assault the city again. Very well, accompany me in defending the city. Zhang Feng seemed to have anticipated this moment long ago. After speaking, he vanished from the room. Was this teleportation? Why can't I achieve the same, despite being at the same level of cultivation? The little annoyance expressed envy towards her master's abilities, murmuring to herself. However, this was certainly not teleportation. Teleportation is a divine skill exclusive to great cultivators in the nascent soul stage, allowing one to traverse thousands of miles in an instant, hence its name. In contrast, Zhang Feng's movement was a technique he mastered after reaching the core formation stage, utilizing the Lingyan step for rapid mobility, which pales in comparison to true teleportation. The little annoyance, puzzled, scratched her head before stepping out of the room. Zhang Feng stood atop the city tower, gazing into the distance where a throng of monstrous beasts gathered ominously, swiftly converging towards the city walls. The magnitude of their presence far surpassed the initial wave of assault from days prior. Amidst the distant clouds, the silhouettes of these creatures could be discerned intermittently. Ah! Even foundational stage beasts have made their appearance. My dear, I entrust you with those flying beasts above. Is that agreeable? Zhang Feng gazed into the distant sky and inquired. Report, my master. A mere trifle. The little rascal grinned broadly and replied with an air of ease. Zhang Feng glanced back at him, only to find that the little brat displayed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, a palpable bloodlust emanated from his eyes, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. Zhang Feng was taken aback for a moment, but then he came to a realization. Despite his appearance resembling that of a child, he was, at his core, still a millennia-old zombie. Suddenly, the little rascal soared into the clouds, and the dozens of foundation-building stage demon beasts concealed within began to wail in despair. Fragments of limbs and flesh plummeted from the sky, prompting a frenzy of competition among the demon beasts below. In no time, the foundation-building stage demon beasts were nearly all dead or injured. The little rascal, covered in blood, extended his tongue to lick his lips, exuding an air of satisfaction. Just as he reveled in his triumph, an unexpected presence emerged ahead.